Chapter 1. I'm serious, Rosalie. This is very important to him. Rosalie rolled her eyes, unable to contain the annoyance bubbling inside her like hot tar. Is it? I hadn't heard. Her voice came out flat and dry, like kindling. As usual, there was a snap to it, a bite she couldn't help and, in this case, didn't want to help. All she needed to do now was buff her nails on her blouse, as if to fix a snag, and her message would be clear: I don't care. And she didn't. She really didn't. It was a mark of how serious this occasion was that Esme showed no sign of frustration at Rosalie's sarcasm. She was too busy trying to make everything perfect for her precious Edward to even notice Rosalie's open annoyance. Or perhaps she was just ignoring Rosalie's opinions completely, like Edward often did. Of course, Rosalie knew this day was important to Edward. How could she not? He had been talking about nothing else for the last 24 hours. When you didn't sleep, 24 hours could feel very, very long. He had been obsessive, an obnoxious, over-the-hill teenager whose prattling could only be tuned out when she was in the car bay or perhaps in the shower with the water on full blast covering her ears. It was like a fly buzzing around her head, impossible to swat away. We want a united front when we meet Bella, Rose, Carlyle added, backing up his mate. He stepped up and placed his hands on Esme's shoulders, his face serious. Esme seemed to settle at his touch, some of her stress calming. Her face relaxed a bit, leaving only her eyebrows tense and hard. Rosalie gave an annoyed scoff, looking away from their comfort and peace. Because walking into a wall of vampires is not going to freak her out at all. A slight breeze rustled Rosalie's loose blonde hair as Alice appeared beside her. Alice scrunched her face into a thoughtful expression, her chin tilting as she looked at nothing in particular. Nope, she pronounced. She'll be okay. Well, whoop-de-doo, Rosalie grumbled. Rose, Esme chided. Yes. United front. I got it. Thank you. Esme nodded and squeezed Rosalie's arm. This was ridiculous. They're coming. Alice called in an unnecessarily sing-song voice. They could all hear the sound of a clogged engine turning off the highway and onto the drive leading to the house. Rosalie flinched. That was car abuse, plain and simple. That poor engine needed a thorough cleaning. She could hear the gunk clogging it, forcing it to work too hard, much like a heart preparing for a heart attack. She already had very good reason not to like this stupid human, and that did not win her any points. Car abuse was unacceptable. Not that there was anything this girl could do to get on her good side. She was an intruder, an intrusion. This was a joke. How did her family not see that? The time to run had passed, and they were trapped, waiting for the cards to fall where they may. It was just a matter of time now. The roar of the truck grew louder. Rosalie clicked her tongue, looking away from everyone else to hide exactly how much this pissed her off. Below her, Esme and Carlyle moved into their positions, standing together at the base of the stairs while Alice and Jasper took their places halfway down. Esme had choreographed this like blocking in a play. Rosalie's teeth gritted, her back straight and tall, too stiff, too formal. Come on, babe. Beside her, Emmett gave her a playful shoulder bump. Maybe she'll be nice. Maybe you'll like her. She gave him a stiff smile that was equal to the effort she was putting into this whole charade. Rosalie felt a polite, yet unloving urge to tell him to leave. He chuckled. In a gesture that was not quite an apology, she kissed him lightly, rubbing his neck affectionately. It wasn't about whether she was nice. She didn't care about that. She just didn't want her there. She didn't want someone forced into their lives, shoved down their throats. At this point, they should have cut their losses and run. Rosalie had no interest in liking her or knowing her. The room fell silent as they all waited, listening to each pebble crunching under the tires as the truck drew closer. No one moved, no one breathed. A house full of nervous vampires was shockingly quiet. She sniffed in disapproval as the truck hit a pothole, causing the engine to wobble. This girl had to hear that, right? It wasn't just her vampire hearing. This girl was irresponsible. Below her, Esme's eye twitched. It came down to resentment. She resented this new and aggravating presence in her life. Esme clasped her hands in front of her as the truck pulled up. It idled loudly for a painful moment before shutting off with a wheeze. Involuntarily, Rosalie let out a small growl. Emmett chuckled beside her, his arms crossed comfortably over his large chest. "Maybe she'll let you fix it up for her," he said. She ignored him, tossing her blonde hair over her shoulder. As if she would take the time to. The thought cut off abruptly in her mind. Her body went rigid, still and taut as stone. The truck's door opened. Feet that could only belong to Edward stepped out, moving slowly around to let his passenger out. There it was again. Eyes unmoving and frozen in concentration, Rosalie sought the source. She could feel it once more. That thing. Again, there was that smell. It was less of a smell and more like a sensation in her nose and in her head. It felt too light to be truly smelled, more like something to be felt. It was like the scent of jasmine on a spring breeze, barely there yet enough to flavor the day. She had sensed it, or perhaps felt it was more accurate, a few weeks earlier. One morning, she had walked onto campus as she did every day, and it had been there. It stopped her in her tracks in the middle of the parking lot, making her unaware that she was blocking traffic until Emmett had started to tease her. It had haunted her on campus, pulling her attention no matter how much she tried to ignore it. She had tried to remain uninterested and unwilling. What could it, or rather, what was it possibly doing here now? She heard feet hit the gravel as the passenger climbed out of the car. All around the house, the trees began to shift and sway in the autumn wind. That smell, that sensation that felt more like a feeling than a smell, that was more of a sense than a feeling. She blinked once, and in that half of a millisecond, she understood. Her body tensed, spasmed. No, no. Her teeth ground together. Her hands balled into fists. No, this couldn't be happening. There was no way. She refused to believe it. It was not, it would not, no. Through the front window of the house, Rosalie watched the girl shift nervously at Edward's side, her face turned up to give him a dewy look as they walked. She sniffed and looked away, the sniff only filling her senses with more and making her regret it. A scent that wasn't a scent, that was a calling. How many times had Carlyle said that? She had never really listened before. It had sounded like nothing more than poetry, idiotic, stupid poetry. No, she refused to accept it. She was wrong. She was simply wrong. This would not, could not. The scent that felt more like a presence seemed to mock her. It was a blend of warm milk chocolate and lavender. This combination should have disgusted her. Human food was repugnant to her. Yet, it did not. Perhaps it was because the chocolate was not from a Hershey's bar, but from ground cocoa beans, fresh from the fire and ground against a cool stone slab. The lavender was not just a sprig, it was a sunlit field where bushes swayed gently. She could smell the coldness of the stone beneath the cocoa beans. She could sense the warm summer sun filtering through the leaves of the tree where the beans had grown, the rich earth below it. She could feel that sun on her face as she breathed. But there was more, something less definable. When she inhaled it, it calmed her with its familiarity, even though it was entirely unfamiliar to her. It settled on her like a mist, welcoming her. It was unprecedented and uninvited. She had noticed this at school, where it was muddled among Axe body spray and teenage hormones. But now, as she approached their house, which was so devoid of human scent, she suddenly understood. Rosalie couldn't help but sneer. Hadn't it already been bad enough? Her stupid brother was putting them at risk for what? This girl, this thing, was nothing to him, just a passing fancy, a lust that needed to be fulfilled. This girl was like a glass of aged wine, delicious, yes, but worth ruining everything? Enough to drive them from their home? And now, Emmett's soft voice interrupted her building panic. Babe? What? She snapped. His eyebrows shot up in surprise. It was rare for him to be offended or even surprised by her hostility, but the bite in her voice had been enough to burn anything too close. "What?" he asked again, his eyes shifting to her hand. She ground her teeth and, without acknowledging it, pulled her fingers away from the wood of the banister, which had yielded to her like nothing else. Rosalie dropped the splintered wood, her chin held high with arrogance. Below her, she noticed Esme frown. Damage to her house was always a sore spot. She wanted to rip it from the wall. This was unfair. The realization that she needed to flee sliced through her anger, boiling it into panic. She had to control her thoughts. This could not be heard. She would not allow it to be heard. Glancing back, she saw the happy couple approaching the front stairs. Just in time, she witnessed Edward lean down and place a soft kiss on Bella's head. That was it. She was done. This could not be heard. She turned and fled. "Rosalie." Esme called from behind her, but Rosalie was down the hallway and out the window in less than a second. Her feet hit the soft forest floor before Esme had finished calling her name. "Go after her," Carlyle commanded softly. Footsteps began to chase her, down the stairs and toward the back door in the blink of an eye. "Mind blank, keep your mind blank," she chanted internally. She paused just under the window, her feet flicking one after another, sending her high heels flying. She cringed, knowing they were beautiful shoes now in the dirt. Her toes dug into the soft earth, and she took off like a bullet before the others even left the stairs. She wasn't the fastest in the family, but right now, she had no trouble reaching top speed in seconds. The house disappeared behind her quickly. Despite her super hearing, Emmett's voice sounded far away. "It looks like she doesn't want to be caught. I got this." Rosalie felt a push to run harder, knowing Emmett would not follow but would wait in the forest until she returned on her own terms. Her racing thoughts flicked back to Bella, blushing and babbling. Isabella, though the name was beautiful in its own right. It was a terrible match. She was nothing, just a pathetic, swooning teenager. Rosalie hadn't even noticed Bella until Edward had pushed her into their lives. True, the scent had been lingering around her everywhere in town. She would catch a hint of it now and then. But Bella was ordinary. There was nothing remarkable about her. And yet now, Rosalie wanted to go back. That was the worst part, she actually wanted to go back. Rosalie hated Bella. She resented her for discovering their secret. Bella seemed willing to do anything for Rosalie's brother, and Rosalie saw her as weak and sniveling, just a human. With a roar, Rosalie came to a violent stop. Her hands gripped the nearest tree, and she began to tear at it in fury. She raged, screaming and ripping through the bark as if it were nothing. This was not happening. She would not allow it. She had Emmett. She loved him. He was good to her, her best friend. She had never needed anyone else, never felt the desire to be owned that way. She didn't need it. As she screamed, her throat felt raw, and like a marionette with severed strings, she collapsed to the forest floor, the fight leaving her. No, no, no. She opened her hands and slowly realized what she had done. Looking at the shattered tree, she felt a stab of remorse. She was sure it had been beautiful once. She hadn't meant to destroy it. Her clothes were torn and dirty, but her skin remained as flawless as marble. She looked away, disgusted by its perfection. Her brother, her foolish brother, whom their father had meant for her. He was so convinced that he had finally found his mate, his true other half. Rosalie's shoulders slumped. Her hands reached out, digging into the muddy earth beneath her, searching for something solid to stop the mental spinning. "God, no," she pleaded, begging for this not to be true, not to happen. What was she going to do now? She couldn't tell him. She wouldn't tell him he was wrong. But he was wrong. She knew it as well as she knew her own name. It wasn't just a scent, it was also a feeling. It felt as if all the pain she held inside could be soothed if she simply reached out to Bella, creating a simple and uncomplicated connection. It wasn't grand. It wasn't the earth moving as Edward claimed, nor was it the stars realigning. It was just a fact. An answer to a question she had never known she needed, a question she hadn't even asked. It simply existed, as the sun exists in the day and the moon at night. She knew because, even as she stood there in the mountains so far north that snow dusted the ground, she felt a new flavor in her mind, one that she sensed would not leave. Edward thought he had found his mate, but Rosalie knew he was mistaken. He hadn't found his mate, he had found hers. And she hated it. Chapter 2. It wasn't typical for vampires to respond this way. They rarely struggled to think of a response, yet here she was. He had to be kidding, right? Rosalie stared at Edward, her disbelief palpable. Was this who they had become? She glanced around the library, observing her family, each member sparkling slightly in the light streaming through the back wall of windows. They were frozen, each displaying a different expression, from polite surprise to blank incredulity. She turned her attention back to Edward's anxious face, which was filled with an irritating and clearly misplaced sense of integrity. I just can't. I know, Edward paused, a scowl tightening his features. He reached out toward their adopted father, cutting off the automatic response they all anticipated. Rosalie could have recited it. I know I should trust myself. But I don't. I can't. Not in this. Not with so much to lose. Rosalie scoffed indignantly. So, you just expect us to do it for you? Edward's eyes shifted to her, wary. They sat in silence for a long moment, and she noticed he didn't respond. She shook her head, rolling her eyes in disbelief. From what Rosalie had gathered, Bella and Edward had taken a day trip together to see something, though she hadn't been paying attention. Something had happened. Knowing Edward and his flair for drama, it was probably something small. Now, their lives would revolve around this. Everything had already changed, turned upside down from what they had always been. All because Edward didn't trust himself not to drain his beloved dry? Rosalie shifted in her seat, trying to ignore the anger that bubbled up at the thought. With a deep breath, she turned to stare out the window, working hard to push the thought away before it could fully surface in her mind, transforming from a fleeting feeling into a concrete reality. No. No, she really didn't think so. She really just didn't believe it. Rose, you don't understand. Edward growled, his neck muscles bulging with the effort of holding back what? Yelling? Crying? Rosalie stared back, unmoved. I love her, he insisted, mimicking a dramatic scene from Romeo and Juliet. Ugh, the nonsense. But she knew those lines as well as she knew what Carlyle was going to say. True love, a matching of souls, his one true partner, his mate, his love, his other half. Blah, blah, blah. She scoffed, making Edward blink in confusion, thrown off by her indifference. He seemed continually surprised that his angsty pain left her unfazed. The rest of the family had been eager to respond the moment he started his speech about pure love. The mate bond was taken very seriously in their family, and Edward didn't know how to handle her blatant disrespect for it. Whatever. His "oh, I'm so in love" nonsense drove her crazy. He had been annoying before with his sullen ways and constant moping about being alone, but now she had to turn away again. She was sure she couldn't vomit, yet her stomach felt like it wanted to push everything out. Look, the solution is this. Giving up on her, Edward turned back to his family, all of whom were watching him intently. I need to hunt a lot more. Carlyle nodded thoughtfully from beside Emmett. It stands to reason that if you never allow yourself to become thirsty, then the temptation will remain low. Esme beamed at Edward, patting his arm affectionately, proud of his complex solution. Yes. I think if I stay full, I will be less of a danger to Bella. The name grated against Rosalie's senses. Her thoughts raced. Her mind lashed out. If he didn't feel she was safe around him, then he shouldn't be with her. It was pure and simple. Edward, apparently hearing her thoughts, glared at her. She stared back, questioning if she was wrong. She didn't think so. After all, she had been around the girl before, and she felt no specific desire to harm her or drink anything from her. In the cafeteria, Edward yelled in response to her thoughts. Around other students, where her scent has been diluted. Rosalie laughed once. Right, as if that scent could really be diluted. The rest of the family, used to Edward speaking directly to thoughts, looked at her with polite curiosity. She glared back. Why are we here? She snarled, her anger hot, maybe even too hot. Why was he wasting their time with this? What did any of this have to do with them? There's a complication, Alice said, tilting her head slightly, her eyes distant. Well, you don't need to see the future to understand that, do you? Jasper replied, his wide eyes turning toward her. He shifted his body slightly as if to shield Alice from her harsh words. Yes, Edward sighed, running his hands through his hair in frustration. There is an immature wolf pack. Rosalie's eyebrows shot up, grudgingly surprised. It seems Bella was born into it, or at least raised around it without knowing. Her father has been friends with a Quileute tribal elder for some years. I doubt I have the power to sever that tie. In fact, because of this friendship, she has recently befriended a young wolf who should transition very soon. The feelings that spread through her seemed to get lost in the shock of the rest of the family, and for that, Rosalie was thankful. She was not concerned about her safety, she wouldn't allow herself to be worried. Yet, she felt a creeping sensation like unwanted bugs, a black mist of anxiety that was suffocating. Young wolves were volatile at best. Easily able to harm someone they loved in a fleeting moment of emotion. Damn it. She clenched her fists. What did it matter to her, after all? And Bella? Edward sighed with both exasperation and warmth. She smells so good. Surely any wandering vampires would notice her. Alice has seen that nomads are around, and she is sure to draw them in. Her fists tightened as a feeling grew beneath her skin. She wanted to rise, to leave, to protect. It was annoying. It was very frustrating. She slumped lower in her chair, resting her hands on the arms, holding herself in place. She didn't care. She didn't care if Bella put herself in 100 dangerous situations. It meant nothing to her. But he was right. Bella did smell amazing. Bella smelled good enough to attract that wandering coven and anyone else within 100 miles. She glanced up and froze. Edward was staring at her as if she were suddenly a threat in his own home. She rolled her eyes at him. I'm not a saint. His eyes narrowed, waiting for more. She knew he was expecting some sort of mental confession, like, oh yes, Eddie, I'm planning to wait until you're not paying attention and then I will rip out the throat of your darling. She looked away. Besides, Bella smelled amazing, but she had never felt a desire to taste her blood. Edward's gaze narrowed even more, creating a physical pressure against the side of her head. Rosalie's mind shifted. A 1959 Cadillac was an interesting car. She liked the wings on the back. She hadn't seen one for sale recently, but she was sure if she checked all over the country, she could find one. Or perhaps an Aston Martin DB6. A 57 Bugatti could be fun, or even a Duesenberg Model J. Both would be a lot of fun. Her fingers made soft movements against the chair. Pattering noises echoed as they drummed on the arms of the couch. But after all, she would never be able to drive it. She was due for a new project, something she could take her time with. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Edward lose interest, drawn in by Carlyle and his questions about the wolves. She didn't want another muscle car, so perhaps one for Emmett. A Firebird Trans Am? A '69 Camaro? She had already built and sold a '65 Mustang. She had built it for herself, but she hadn't liked it as much as she thought she would. She preferred new, sleek, and fast. But she had been promising to build something for Emmett. Would you pay attention? Edward suddenly roared at her. Rosalie didn't jump, she wasn't even fazed by his sudden anger. Instead, she snapped right back at him. What, Edward? What are you trying to ask? You want her watched? Okay, what does that mean? His jaw set, and for the first time, he looked slightly abashed. She had been listening. She had heard him telling Carlyle about the wolf pack and how he sensed it but always thought it was just one or two. She had heard Carlyle estimate that if this boy was close to his transition, then perhaps the pack was expanding. She had heard it, she just didn't want Edward to know. Edward turned from her, his attention drifting back to the rest of his family, and Rosalie was able to breathe again. His head was slightly bowed, his eyes pleading. Not watched. Safe. I want to ask you all for your help in keeping her safe. Semantics, Rosalie mentally snarled. He wanted them to babysit her without her knowledge. Okay, yes. He growled at her. You want us to go over on the nights when you're hunting and stand outside and watch her. She had hoped, for his sake, that Edward would protest. She had hoped he would insist that he hadn't meant it how it sounded, that he understood that. Doing this? It crosses so many lines. But he didn't respond that way. Instead, he nodded once and said, yes. You've got to be kidding, she scoffed. Rose, she's my soulmate. That didn't make her feel any less annoyed. Soulmates, what a childish term. I'd been alone for so long, he told the family. Her head fell back against the chair. Oh, here we go, she thought with an internal groan. You all know I have been. I've been alone, and now I have found my happiness. I have found my pair. Now that I've found her, I must keep her safe. I have to keep her safe from me, from the wolves, from anything and everything that would hurt her in any way. Esme had scooted to the edge of her seat, so eager to agree that she couldn't sit still. Yes, Edward, yes, of course, Esme nodded, her eyes filled with love for her favorite son. Keeping Bella safe is a priority, and I'm sure we all agree that she has to be protected. Rosalie sniffed. Edward's shoulders relaxed. She's my everything, Esme. I feel her in my soul. The other couples in the family nodded along, as if they understood his words completely, as if they weren't just melodramatic nonsense. They nodded like members of an exclusive club that Rosalie didn't belong to. I would do anything for her now, Edward promised. She couldn't look at them. Of course, you would, Esme said, leaning a little closer to Carlyle. It was all nonsense. She loved Emmett. She loved him, damn it. But the tension in her nerves was too much, and it snapped at the exclusion. She couldn't bear it any longer. Why? The word came out sharply, cutting through his monologue. Why are you doing this? Are you really sure this girl is your mate? Is it because you want her blood? Because her taste is exotic and alluring to you? Rosalie's words came out as a vicious snarl, sharp enough to almost mask the pain radiating through her. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Jasper, his expression thoughtful. What did he think? Did he believe, as all mated couples seem to, that she was angry and jealous for not being part of a pair? That wasn't true. It simply wasn't. Rose, Carlyle said softly, his face kind as he nodded knowingly at Edward. As you have undoubtedly heard me say countless times, there is no denying the mate bond. His emphasis left no room for doubt. It is unmistakable. When you meet your mate, it is very clear. Rosalie stared at him blankly for a long moment, resentment building inside her. Yes, she knew something Edward didn't she? And what's that? She asked. Her body stiffened for a brief moment before she leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs. She tried to appear relaxed, even though panic coursed through her. She shot Edward a glare, covering for her moment of carelessness with her thoughts. That you're an idiot, she said bluntly. You've been alone for so long that it's turned you into a creepy freak. Because that was what this was. Following Bella. Watching her through her bedroom window. Observing her without her knowledge. It was creepy, and it was wrong. Edward's lips pursed. Do you want her to die the same way you did, Rose? There was no pause for silence, no gasp of outrage or surprise from the rest of the family. There hadn't been time for that. More than anything, there was no pausing or assessing from Rosalie. She hadn't thought. She wasn't thinking. In an instant, he had spoken, his face chastising, his hands swiping in a gesture that demanded her attention. In a sudden movement, Rosalie lunged at Edward, catching him off guard. He found himself pinned against the library shelves, his arms restrained behind his back. Perhaps it was her shock that had blinded him to her intentions, or maybe it was instinct that led her to act. She slammed his face into the books, a feral snarl escaping her throat as she leaned in, her fury palpable. She knew she could be harsh, even cruel at times, but to have him use her past against her was unforgivable. "I would never," she growled, her venom-coated teeth just inches from his face. "I would never wish that on anyone. To anyone. Ever." "You're right," Edward replied, his voice lacking the strain that Rosalie wanted to hear. In her anger, she pushed harder, the shelves creaking under the pressure as she pulled his arms, making him grunt. "I apologize," he said again, now sounding slightly breathless. Still filled with rage, Rosalie felt the pain in her core. She pulled harder, and Edward let out a noise of discomfort. In that moment, she fantasized about tearing his arms off, about leaving him with scars as a reminder that sexual violence should never be taken lightly. The image of Royce flashed in her mind, fueling her anger further. "Rose," Emmett's gentle voice broke through her thoughts. She tightened her grip, and Edward groaned as a metallic grinding sound echoed from his arm. "Rose," Emmett said again, urging her to stop. With a grunt, she released her hold. She wasn't always like this. She hadn't always been so explosive. Recent events had taken their toll. Turning away without another glance at Edward, she walked over to Emmett and curled up in his lap, seeking comfort. Rosalie felt the strength of Emmett's arms around her and inhaled his comforting scent. She gripped his shirt tightly, trying to mask her emotions. She had always been told she was sensitive about her past, but she didn't see it that way. She believed she had endured something no one should have to face, yet she was forced to live with the aftermath. Edward groaned softly as he pulled away from the bookshelves, stretching his arms. "Edward," Carlyle said in a reprimanding tone. Edward glanced at Carlyle, then turned back to Rosalie. "Look, Rosalie, I know you have strong feelings about women's rights because of how you died, and I support that." Rosalie clenched her teeth, anger flooding her. It was disgusting to hear him say that. She didn't have strong feelings because of her death, she had them because it was right. The fact that Edward didn't understand that only fueled her frustration. Her eyes burned into him. "I do understand that. I'm a feminist too. But this," he said with a small, stressed laugh, "this is for her own protection. You can't do whatever you want just because it pleases you and call it protection, Edward. I'm not. She is weak. She is vulnerable." Rosalie looked around at her family, incredulous. Surely, she wasn't the only one who thought this was wrong. Just because they were vampires didn't mean they had free reign. "I don't know, Rosalie," Carlyle said thoughtfully. "The intent here is to ensure Bella's safety, not to invade her privacy. And she is such a frail human," Esme added. Carlyle agreed. Rosalie grumbled, struggling to argue with that point. "Well, Alice could keep an eye on her on those days, right, Al?" Jasper crossed his arms over his chest as he spoke. Rosalie felt a sense of relief knowing that Alice seemed uncomfortable too. "I could do that," Alice offered. However, Edward was already shaking his head. "Your visions are too susceptible to change," he insisted. "Any little thing could mean her safety is compromised, and she is too important to risk." Rosalie lowered her head against Emmett's shoulder, knowing what was coming. In their coven, if a universal decision was made, she had to follow it. That was the nature of coven life. Otherwise, her family would look at her the way they always did and accuse her of being difficult. She moaned quietly, feeling her choice slipping away. Fine, she thought. She mentally surrendered. What did it matter if he was a creep? Bella meant nothing to her and would never mean anything to her. This was not her responsibility. Fine. Whatever. But I'm not doing it. There was no way she would get that close to Bella. The thought shifted in her mind, and she quickly focused on the cars again. She couldn't stand in the shadows and watch Bella or give her that much attention. Not now. No, Rose, I think the best way to do this is fairly, Carlisle insisted. Emmett wrapped her up tighter. Come on, babe, it won't be that bad. She didn't respond. The worst part was that she had to go along with what the family decided because this was her family. She often felt like the odd one out, always seeming to have less of a connection with them than everyone else. I'll need to hunt tomorrow night at the latest, Rosalie said, scowling. Then we should pull sticks for who goes first, Carlisle announced, clapping his hands lightly. He nodded once and then stepped away for a moment. The room grew quiet. They waited in silence, filled with anticipation. This wasn't the first time plans had been made this way. Carlisle returned a moment later from his study, holding the pre-made sticks. He turned to Esme, ready to let her draw first, when Alice's voice rang out, shrill yet sweet. Rosalie. She groaned. Alice could have at least let them draw the sticks first. Her smile was apologetic. Emmett's laughter rumbled through the room. Bad luck, babe, he said. Rosalie gritted her teeth. With a nod of reluctant consent, she headed for the car bay, muttering under her breath as she went. Chapter 3. The next day, Rosalie stepped out of her car, focused on the car she was going to build and where she could find the frame. This was her routine every day as she arrived on the high school campus. Sure enough, before she even left the parking lot and reached the quad, the familiar sensation filled the air. It was light in the morning mist that settled like dew on her face. It wasn't raining yet, but she wished it was. The mornings felt better when the rain washed away some of the lingering scents. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted her brother, Edward, and Bella sitting on a bench beside the quad. Hey, Ed, Emmett began, but his greeting was cut short in surprise as Rosalie squared her shoulders and melted into the crowd. It had been 2 weeks since Edward brought Bella to the house for the first and only time. 2 weeks, and she had been managing. Even after the incident, she had kept her composure. The incident. She had no idea that it had been within her power to make things worse. No one had told her, not that anyone would have had a reason to do so. She hadn't known, and so, like an idiot, she had made it worse. Anger bubbled within her as she thought about it, even after all this time. It had been a stupid, foolish mistake that should never have happened. The week before, she had rounded the corner just after the couple had stepped out of their class. She had walked quickly, her head down, trying to push past them, but they had blocked her way like a slow-moving van in a fast lane. Stuck, she had felt trapped, unable to get by without revealing her superhuman abilities. She hadn't liked it, not one bit. It was the closest she had been to them so far. When Bella had tripped, she had been right there to witness it. She had stifled her natural reaction to intervene. Rosalie reached out to catch Bella, but Edward had stepped in to steady her instead. This allowed Bella to turn and see what she had tripped over. Instead of the ground, her gaze landed on Rosalie's red Alexander McQueen shoes, then moved up her body until their eyes met. Bella looked like a startled deer, which was almost endearing. Rosalie glared back, their eye contact lasting only a brief moment before her glare shifted into shock. Everything had changed. She had made eye contact with Bella, and now the scent was everywhere. She could smell it as soon as she stepped out of her front door, even though Bella was miles away. And now there was an overwhelming feeling. But she was handling it. As she stomped past a group of giggling girls, Emmett reappeared at her side. She glared at them when one girl looked at Emmett with appreciation. All three paled, which helped a little. She was handling it, damn it. Rosalie walked into the lunchroom, as she always did, with an air of ownership, Emmett by her side. They say the climb is really dangerous, but, Emmett grinned, and Rosalie smirked back. The danger meant nothing more than added fun for Emmett and Jasper. He grabbed 2 trays and handed one to Rosalie, continuing to chatter happily. Jasper thinks if we go on Saturday, we could be back by that night, which is way faster than most take the climb. I'm sure you'll kick ass, babe, she replied, her mind only partially on her words. The cafeteria was becoming unbearable. She thought she would hate any enclosed space where she was stuck with Bella. The moment she walked in, she was met with something she wanted to ignore. The room, filled with all kinds of people and scents, swirled around her in a mist she felt she could almost touch. Rosalie absently picked up food for her tray and paid, not even aware if she had bought a sandwich or 3 bowls of pudding. She forced herself to think about the car, trying to focus on something safe. She had looked in the local paper as well as those from Seattle, Portland, and Vancouver. She found the frame of the Camaro, so she thought that made up her mind. She flicked a glance at Edward across the room, but he seemed too busy to notice anything. "Hi, Rose," Alice said with a smile as she took her seat. Rosalie grunted, letting her forced thoughts fade with a wary stiffness. "How was the trig test?" "I hear it was hard," Alice continued. Rosalie scoffed and rolled her eyes at Alice's amusement. If the teachers only knew about some of her degrees, they would be surprised by her average grade point. "So, bro, the climb," Emmett began, and that was enough for the others. They easily fell into their conversation about what game might be nearby, leaving Rosalie to her thoughts. The scent in the room was thick and maddening, calling to her, urging her to look, to turn, to acknowledge. She picked up half a sandwich, looked at it with disgust, and dropped it again. She clenched her jaw, refusing to give in to the beckoning. She would not listen to their trivial conversation. The last time she had listened to Edward and Bella, they talked about favorite holiday seasons, which felt provincial, like a made-for-TV teenage movie. So, she wouldn't look at Bella. She wouldn't risk eye contact again, unsure of what it might do. "Come on. Right, babe?" Rosalie smiled at Emmett and rubbed his thigh, her answer easy. "Of course I think you would bag the most, babe." "Ha." Emmett grinned. "Well, of course, she would say that." Alice laughed. "She's your Rose," Emmett replied. "That's right," Rosalie nodded through gritted teeth. Suddenly, Jasper looked up. Rosalie felt the weight of Bella's gaze on her, drawing her eyebrows together. She could sense the tension, even if she tried to look away. Her eyes shifted to the window, but the feeling persisted. Frustrated, she gripped the metal fork tightly in her hand. Why was Bella looking at her? What did she want? "Babe," Emmett whispered, taking the twisted fork from her hand and slipping it into his pocket, hiding the evidence of her stress. This wasn't unusual. Bella often glanced over at their table, as if she wanted something from them, especially from Rosalie. Rosalie had overheard that Bella was the only one to vote against her in their lives. That truth seemed to trouble Bella deeply. Rosalie tried to push aside the discomfort that knowledge brought her. Just as she managed to breathe a little easier, she felt Bella's gaze on her again. After a third glance, Rosalie muttered to herself in frustration. There was no point in sitting across the room with Edward if Bella was just going to keep looking at her like this. What was her problem? "I'm done," she announced to the table. She had had enough for the night and didn't need to deal with more of this tension. Standing up, she moved swiftly across the room, her back straight and her mind buzzing with annoyance. Later, as she threw on some hunting clothes, her mood didn't improve. The downpour outside meant she wouldn't be cold, but out of habit, she dressed in a thick coat, a scarf, and a raincoat. She wouldn't be hot, and if anyone saw her, she wouldn't stand out. Hopefully, no one would notice her standing outside the Swan house like an unwanted shadow. Rosalie felt frustrated. That was all she needed, another person thinking she was obsessed with Bella, like the rest of the town. But she wasn't. The sound of footsteps behind her caught her attention. Someone was coming up the stairs, pulling her thoughts away from the car. "So, you will be," Edward's voice interrupted her jumbled thoughts. "Yes, Edward, I will be outside." "I heard you." "I get it. I'm going." Edward nodded but lingered, Was there something else you need? Should I fluff her pillow for her too? I'm sure I can sneak in without her noticing and make sure it's nice, Anne. Thank you. Edward interrupted. Rosalie. Thank you. Rosalie clenched her teeth, grinding them together. The only thing worse than his constant nagging was his sincerity. I still think there are better ways to do this. Edward didn't respond. He simply nodded and started back down the stairs, disappearing into the night. Rosalie glared, watching him vanish into the trees through the large window over her window seat. She sighed. She could go on foot and debated it as she slid into her car. Her car was slightly eye-catching, being red. The last thing she wanted was to be seen doing this. Maybe going on foot would be better. But as quickly as she considered it, she dismissed the idea. There was no way she was trudging through the mud any more than she had to. Instead, she parked 2 blocks away, turned into the forest, and jogged at a quick pace through the woods. As she neared the Swan house, a wet and foul scent caught her attention. It was a smell she recognized but hadn't encountered in a long time. Senses sharp, she stopped suddenly, as if she had sunk into glue. That smell. She turned slightly, her body falling into a half-crouch. Looking deep into the forest, she saw nothing that raised her caution. She stood still, waiting. After a long moment, with her senses still sharp, Rosalie approached the last few yards to the Swan house. The smell intensified as she got closer. She had thought Edward was being dramatic when he said that Bella was surrounded by wolves, but it seemed he was right. She would never admit that if Edward could hear her. A wolf or someone in close contact with a wolf had been in the area within the last few hours. Her nose twitched at the foul odor. It was a scent she knew would cling to her clothes, like smoke embedded in fabric, lingering even after washing. Fine, she would just throw these clothes away before returning home. Did she need to worry? That was the real question. She crouched down, reluctantly inhaling the scent, and decided that she didn't. The wolf hadn't stayed, it had just walked by. Perhaps it was checking on the elder who must have been nearby that evening, or maybe it was the elder himself after a meeting with a wolf. She positioned herself, leaning against a tree just off to the side of the house, where she would be unseen. With her back to the house, she began her wait for dawn. She refused to acknowledge the occupants. She didn't want to think about Bella. The scent seemed to swirl around her, reminding her that its owner was close by, as if she needed that annoying reminder. Rosalie set her jaw, folded her arms, and stopped breathing. This was absolutely ridiculous. She refused to be cowed. She had already made up her mind and decided that this meant little more than nothing. What it came down to was that this didn't matter, this new development. She was happily committed. She had been with Emmett for all of her new life, and she loved him. How could she not? He was a bear of a man with a silly sense of humor that paired well with her caustic nature. He knew when to invade her space and when to give her a wide berth. And the intimacy they shared was fantastic. Rosalie had always been confident in her relationship with Emmett. He was everything she needed. His physical presence was impressive, and he was skilled in ways that mattered to her. She had no desire for anyone else, certainly not for a woman or a human girl. Why would she want someone who simply followed her lead? She was not like Edward or any other man of their time. Obedience did not attract her, either mentally or physically. Rosalie did not understand Edward's fixation on this. Emmett loved her deeply and was always there for her. He was her man, and that would never change. No, she would not entertain the idea of falling for anyone else. Edward had been preoccupied lately, lost in his obsessive feelings for Bella, leaving her with time to think. This was the first time she had truly been alone in the last 2 weeks. Taking a small breath, she noticed the lingering scent in the air. It was still there, as expected. Her mind questioned the significance of that smell. Was she supposed to fall in love with the human girl? The one who made her brother look so lovesick, as if she had no thoughts of her own? Was she really meant to love her just because of some ancient connection? That was absurd. No ancient vampire lore would dictate who she should love. She was already in love with Emmett. Were they officially mated? No, but that had never mattered to them. He was her best friend, and she would never hurt him. Others might label her as difficult, but that was not the truth. She was simply exhausted by everyone else's expectations. She would never betray Emmett. She just felt conflicted, and that was all there was to it. With another deep breath, she let her head drop forward, weighed down by her thoughts. She wanted so desperately to believe she was wrong. She wished to be simply jealous that another member of the family had found their mate. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. Yet, she closed her eyes and took a long, deep breath. The scent washed over her, both comforting and alluring. Without realizing it, her head turned toward the house, her eyes still shut. She felt like an outside observer, loathing the comfort, the desire, the interest, all still casual. She sensed that if she wasn't careful, it wouldn't remain casual for long. Taking another breath, she mentally tried to hold the scent at bay. Still, it curled around her, inviting and whispering the truth, whispering of promise. No, she wasn't wrong. She wished she were, deeply. But with the scent came two feelings: desire, a genuine and honest desire, and knowledge. Carlyle was right. There was no mistaking it. Smelling it, feeling it, that was understanding. It revealed what had happened. Habitually, she shifted against the tree, her emotions swaying. She couldn't hurt him. The anger she had felt since that day at her house cracked and broke, allowing her deep sadness to seep in. Emmett deserved the world. A heavy sorrow, black and barren, plunged through her. She couldn't. She stopped breathing for a moment, and that brought a bit of relief, her emotions settling slightly. Behind her, she heard a snorted laugh that could only belong to Bella, and her lips curled into a snarl. She hated her. She hated her for coming here. She hated her for interrupting her life. She hated her for being born. The evening wore on as Rosalie simmered in her hate, eventually giving way to night. The sounds from the house quieted until it was just the scratching of a pencil and the television. Eventually, her father, the chief, said good night and retreated to his room. Rosalie remained motionless, frozen in her lingering anger. Night animals emerged in the forest, keeping their distance from her. Crickets and grasshoppers began to sing. Rain fell through the trees, creating a soothing sound as it hit the ground. Still, she remained still, arms crossed over her chest and jaw tight. She enjoyed the night noises of the forest, they were calming. She turned her head and looked up but couldn't see the stars through the thick canopy of trees. Resting her head against the soft bark behind her, the thoughts in her mind quieted as the town fell silent. The anger slipped away as she listened to the melody of the forest, the rain, the animals, and the bugs. At first, she didn't notice that she had begun to breathe again, slowly and deeply. Eventually, her eyes closed, her senses stilled, and her emotions found peace. She took another slow, deep breath and realized her breathing pattern matched the soft, sleepy one coming from upstairs. In the darkness, she became meditative, simply listening to the steady breathing from the upper floor of the house. The wolves didn't return, and the rain didn't stop. She stood like stone, listening all night. When the morning alarm went off, Rosalie jolted awake, feeling refreshed, warm, and content. That thought sent a shiver of anger down her spine. Her eyes rolled, and her hands balled into fists. She had been snapped out of whatever spell she had been under, and she was thankful, but she hated it. Damn it, she grumbled. She turned and started back toward her car. Never again. She would never let that happen again. She would never come back. She would not. Yet the following week, when Edward spoke to the family to inform them that Jasper would be going to watch Bella that night, Rosalie felt her skin chafe. That evening, as Jasper changed and prepared to leave, Rosalie stopped him. "The house is too loud," she said. It was true. Alice was on a throat-singing kick again, and the tonal noise was non-stop. "I want to." "I'll go," she said. She did her best to ignore the surprise on their faces and turned her thoughts to the car frame. She mentally skimmed through towing companies as she walked up to her room to change. It wasn't until she stood under the window beside the tree that she allowed herself to ask why. She didn't know why she had insisted. She didn't want to be there. But after the house's occupants had fallen asleep, standing there had felt, she remembered the soothing calm with bitterness. It had been intimate, too intimate, and she couldn't let anyone else experience it. The thought of Bella's breath at night had been like a song that fed something deep and dark within her, something buried. It wasn't that she fought all day to avoid Bella, to act as if she didn't exist. It was relieving to simply allow herself to be near her. It wasn't like putting ice on a burn. Not surprisingly, it was raining again as she stood under the tree, soaked and not feeling the cold, but aware of the annoyance of her chafing jeans. She stood there and tried not to think. Chapter 4. Unlike the times before when Rosalie arrived, she did not settle with her back to the house. This time, she was able to see what was happening inside. Arms crossed, she stood under the tree, rain dripping from her chin and hair. She had not intended to position herself this way, but for the first time, she could see into the kitchen window. The evening was still early, just after 6, so the house should have been active. However, it was strangely quiet despite the hour. There was no laughter or conversation. Instead, the atmosphere felt more like 11 at night. The only sounds were the sizzling of something cooking and the television in the living room. Bella was in the kitchen, still dressed in her school clothes, busy shifting from foot to foot as she prepared dinner. Rosalie tilted her head curiously. Bella had a peculiar expression on her face, as if she enjoyed cooking but not as much as the meal required. Chief Swan walked in, rummaged through the refrigerator, and pulled out a bottle of cheap beer. "Smells good," he mumbled to his daughter. Rosalie watched as Bella glanced over her shoulder and offered him half a smile. Then he returned to the TV in the living room, and Bella turned back to the stove. Rosalie observed this dynamic, fascinated. Nothing was said between them. It felt as if they lived on different planets. Even her own house, filled with ancient vampires, felt more alive. They mingled, played games, watched movies, and talked to one another. Watching Bella and the chief sit down at the small table and begin to eat in silence, Rosalie wondered if it was always like this between them. The way Bella treated her father was intriguing. She smiled and laughed, but there was a certain uncertain love on her face that surprised Rosalie. Were they not close? Was that the answer? Bella had moved there to be with him. Hadn't she? Just like everyone else in town, Rosalie had heard stories about Chief Swan and his reluctant bride. It was impossible not to be aware of all the gossip in town. However, she had never considered what it meant for Bella. Rosalie watched Bella take her last few bites of dinner. She had eaten quickly, and it seemed intentional. Bella carried her plate to the sink and began to wash the dishes. There was warmth in her voice as she teased her father about his inability to wash a dish. Yet, Rosalie could sense a stiffness, a politeness that didn't seem typical for a parent-child relationship. Did Edward know why Bella had moved there if she wasn't close to him? "Okay, kiddo, I'll get out of your way then," Rosalie heard Chief Swan say as he awkwardly stood in the doorway, caught between Bella's space and his own. "Yeah, Dad, sure. I'll clean up and then get started on my homework," Bella replied. Rosalie crossed her arms. So Bella cooked and cleaned? Was it really that hard to wash a dish? She doubted it. Instead, Chief Swan grabbed another beer and headed for the soft-looking chair in the living room, leaving Bella with a sink full of dishes and a backpack full of homework. Rosalie's jaw set, and she clicked her tongue in disgust. Men. The riddle of the Swan household continued when Bella, casting a long glance over her shoulder at her father, sat down at the dining room table and pulled out a binder and some books. Her face twisted as she looked down at the paper, but her hand moved quickly across the page. For her first time through high school, she finished her work rapidly. So, she was smart, Rosalie thought. There had been nothing to indicate that before, not with the way Bella seemed to moon over Edward. She was smart and she was lonely. A tug of understanding and empathy pulled at Rosalie's chest. Suddenly, her jaw snapped closed, and a growl escaped her. Why was she paying attention? What was she doing? With a snarl, she reached up and grabbed the branch above her, pulling herself easily into a split in the tree. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. What did it matter if Bella was smart or lonely? Or if she moved on without loving her dad? Who cared? She didn't understand Bella and didn't want to. She wasn't lonely. Bella could be the lonely, pathetic teenager all by herself. She brushed off some loose leaves and dirt from the branch and leaned back, her hands behind her head to protect her hair. She began to wait for dawn again. It was simple enough to ignore what was around her. She didn't care. She didn't care, until a little while later when her eyes popped open, alarmed. What is happening? She asked the empty space. The entire woods nearby were suddenly drenched in Bella's scent. Involuntarily, she took a deep breath, her eyes closing with pleasure. The scent was warm and clean. It was overwhelming, making her want, she didn't know what, but she wanted it. The scent filled her mind like wine, making her dizzy. She let out a single girlish giggle into the growing darkness, feeling giddy, almost drunk. And oh God, she wanted. A flash of arousal surged through her body, starting in her belly and spreading everywhere. She breathed deeply, long and slow. Her warm body grew heavy on the branch, leaving her perfectly balanced but boneless, a puddle of aroused vampire. Hazily, she glanced toward the house and saw that the bathroom light was on. Bella was showering, filling the air with the warm, clean scent of her body. The feeling of comfort increased, and she lazily ran a hand up and down her belly, simply enjoying the moment. She was angry in general. She was an angry vampire and had been a foolish, thoughtless human. Everything made her angry. She had little tolerance for most people, which was why she avoided them. That was what she let everyone believe. But now, enveloped by the scent hanging in the woods, her anger felt calm, as if it had just drifted away. What is happening to me? The question wasn't urgent. The cloud surrounding her wasn't a drug. It didn't numb her. Instead, it made her pain feel lighter. Her past didn't hurt as much. In that moment, she didn't mind that she had been turned into a monster without her consent. She didn't care so much that she had been saved from the hell of her dying body, only to be dropped into a new one. She didn't even care that she was suddenly mated to a teenager. She glanced back at the bathroom window. It wasn't too high and would be easy to reach. The scent spoke to her, clearly telling her that if she could just be closer, maybe crawl through the bathroom window to be near her, then everything would be okay, even good. It promised happiness and peace. She sat up, her hands gripping the branch above her, ready to crawl across it and scale the house. Just as her foot braced against the window ledge, ready to push the old-fashioned window up, her mind caught up with her. What am I doing? She let out a yell, twisting herself sideways and whirling through the air, landing with one foot and one hand on the ground. She pushed off hard, sprinting away, far enough to see the house in the distance but not close enough to smell it. Arag. She cried into the night, gulping the clean air. Clear your head, clear your head, clear your head. She bent over, hands on her knees, drinking in the fresh air. Focus. Focus. She searched through the scents and cataloged them: animals, wet trees, old leaves, people. The feeling in her body faded slowly. Very slowly, but it did go. She stood, pinching the bridge of her nose in frustration and fighting the desire to go back, to be closer. Edward was right, she smelled too good. It was like trying to save a kitten from a tigress. That thought made her laugh a little. She was the tigress, wasn't she? Beautiful, ruthless, and deadly. Then again, did Bella smell this good to everyone? Was this a trick of the thing she felt? She didn't know, but she needed to be more careful. The following week, Rosalie was dressed and ready with her excuse book in hand before Esme had even risen from her spot on the couch. With wide eyes, she nodded when Rosalie informed her that she was off to guard duty. The week before, she felt as though she had a reason for insisting on being the one to go, as thin as it might have been. This week, however, she was just trying not to think about it. When she arrived, she pulled herself up into the tree, agitated to smell that Edward had stalled his departure and was still inside, hidden in Bella's room from Charlie. She watched, annoyed, as Bella fluttered back and forth past her bedroom window. Each time she passed, her face was obviously anxious, the sound of her feet on the floor too quick to be casual. Tension, both excited and nervous, poured from the room so thickly it was almost a scent. Why? Just because Edward was there? Didn't that bother him? Trying to clean up her room at record pace, Bella turned with a few items of dirty clothes and tripped over a shoe, sprawling into Edward's arms. He laughed, the amused grin on his face confirming that her agitated state didn't bother him at all. "It's okay, Bella," Edward promised. I'm making somewhere for you to sit." "I don't need to sit. I can stand all night." Rosalie rolled her eyes. "Arrogant bastard. I have to go anyway, remember?" "Oh." Bella shifted a little in place, her blush still securely in place. "Right. Hunting night," Rosalie said. "Yes," Edward replied, his smile growing. "Do you have to go now?" Rosalie flopped down onto her back, adjusting her position on the branch to avoid worrying about balance. "Stupid girl." "I do. But I'll be here to pick you up in the morning," she said. "Okay." Silence hung in the air for a moment. Rosalie glanced over, and suddenly her body felt hot. Rage surged through her, warming a body that usually felt cold. Edward had Bella, holding her by the arms as he leaned in slowly to kiss her cheek. Rosalie's nails dug into the branch beneath her. A second later, the branch dipped as Edward climbed out the window and into the tree. If he was surprised to see Rosalie, he didn't show it. "Rose," he nodded. Anger throbbed in her temples as she swallowed hard. "Stalker," she said. "Right," he mumbled, rolling his eyes before leaping from the tree and taking off quickly. She was relieved he didn't want to stick around. Her skin felt overly sensitive. She wanted to bite something and would have been happy to bite Edward's face. Stupid child of a girl, her mind grumbled as she lay back down. She was determined not to repeat the last time. She would not watch Bella. She would not. Recently, she had taken avoiding eye contact to a new level, and she was not going to give in. The thought of that kiss, that stupid kiss. He didn't even have the decency to kiss her properly. That alone proved there was no way she and Bella could be mates. No mate of hers would be satisfied with a kiss like that. She chuckled. That was for sure. So no, she was not going to watch Bella because who cared? Certainly not her. Inside the room, she heard a sniffle. Rosalie's head jerked so fast that the tree branch swayed. Was she? A wave of disgust and horror hit her. Rosalie's face twisted in frustration. This girl wasn't crying because Edward had left, was she? She could tolerate a lot from the person who was supposed to be her mate, but that was crossing a line. For the love of, from her bed, Rosalie heard the sound of a cordless phone being dialed. The phone rang a few times before someone picked up. Even from her spot outside, Rosalie could hear the voice clearly. It was slightly raspy, similar to Bella's but older. "Hi, this is Renee and Phil. We can't come to the phone right," the call cut off. Temptation overwhelmed her, and Rosalie lifted her head just enough to see inside. Bella sat in the middle of her bed, her face contorted in distress. Rosalie could tell she was fighting hard against tears. With her head bowed and shoulders slumped, a sob escaped Bella's lips. Rosalie froze, already half up on one knee. Bella was homesick. It wasn't about Edward at all. Renee, that had been Bella's mother, right? She had heard that name before. Mildly panicked, Rosalie lowered herself back into a sitting position. What should she do? Should she ignore it? Should she call Alice and ask her to visit Bella? She could do nothing, but was there something she could do? Ugh, she wanted to do nothing, she insisted to herself. Still, she watched, on edge, as Bella rose, placed the phone in its holder, and then pulled out her homework. Bella gave herself a small pep talk, shaming her tears away. The talk seemed to work. As Bella focused on her homework, the sadness on her face faded. Rosalie watched her with fascination. Bella hadn't worked through whatever had made her cry, she had buried it deep. That was something Rosalie knew plenty about. Bury the pain, push it down until it wasn't there anymore, hide it. It took Bella very little time to finish her homework. Once it was tucked away, she turned on a small TV. Rosalie had not noticed this before. As Bella's expression shifted from sadness to emptiness, Rosalie felt her own tension ease. She couldn't be sure. Had the danger passed? Was Bella feeling better? Something seemed different. As she observed Bella, ensuring she was all right, a realization struck her. It had bothered her every time, and now she finally recognized the change. The anxiety was gone. Bella was no longer shuffling around. Her shoulders no longer appeared stiff. The moment Edward left, Bella had calmed down. It was like removing catnip from a kitten. All right, maybe the kitten metaphor needed to stop. She watched Bella change the channel and sink deeper into her bed, scoffing at a joke on screen. She was different without Edward around. That was the change. While she seemed on edge without him, she was also less pathetic, perhaps. Rosalie was still pondering this when a car pulled up outside. She shifted, crawling back slightly so her back was against the tree, ensuring she remained unseen. The car door opened, and Rosalie froze as the scent hit her, wet, foul, and animalistic. Wolves. If she had hackles, they would have risen at that realization. Wolves were arriving at Bella's house. She watched as a gangly boy got out and moved around to the side. She shifted, ready to spring into action if necessary. She had to admit, though she didn't want to say it, Edward had been right again. The boy was about to change any second. She doubted it would take more than 6 months to a year. A pang of anxiety struck her chest. He wasn't safe. 6 months to a year wasn't tonight, but it was soon, especially in the relatively short lifespan of a human. He was dangerous. He posed a threat to Bella. Her eyes followed him as he moved up the walkway, a wide smile on his face as he pushed a man in a wheelchair. The newly arrived duo was met with enthusiasm from inside. Tension filled the air as she watched. Like a predator, Rosalie dropped down to the ground, momentarily forgetting her discomfort with spying. In just moments, she decided she didn't like this boy at all. She snarled, exposing her teeth as he wrapped his arms around Bella and swung her around. He was young and inexperienced, but it was clear he was infatuated with Bella, with her mate. Was there anyone who didn't want her? A wave of possessive jealousy surged through Rosalie, and she snarled again as the boy casually draped an arm over Bella's shoulder. Rosalie reached up to pull herself back into the tree, but with a loud snap, she broke a branch clean off the trunk. Oh no, that had been loud. However, she quickly vanished back up into the tree, seething, before anyone noticed the sound. She paused, scowling. Had she really thought of Bella as her mate? No, this was just a foolish girl. She didn't have a mate, and she didn't need one. And he was just a child, a silly, stupid child. Why did she care? She didn't care. It wasn't until the strangers were in their car and driving away that she settled back against the branch again. This was getting confusing. Bella didn't shower that night, which relieved Rosalie. Instead, Bella tried calling her mother again, but only reached the answering machine. Her shoulders slumped after that call, and Rosalie pulled out her small flip phone, ready to call Alice for the hug Bella obviously needed. The lack of answer was clearly painful for Bella. She dropped the phone beside her bed, sighed heavily, and clicked the lights off. Rosalie rested back, eyes closed, ready to wait for the morning and that slow, even breath that lulled her so. Not that she would admit that to anyone. Unlike the other nights, she heard a sound. Rosalie heard the shifting of blankets and tilted her head to the side, trying to figure out the source of the sound. A lot was happening in Bella's life, something Rosalie had never known. She couldn't blame Bella for being restless. Was it the calls to her mother that caused the unrest, or was it something else? Soft music began to play from Bella's room. It was nice, quiet, and light. A small smile spread across Rosalie's face as she relaxed. More shifting of blankets caught her attention, and then she heard something that puzzled her. It wasn't loud, in fact, it was more an absence of noise, a slight breath. Horrified, Rosalie sat up straight. She wasn't. A soft, hitching breath escaped from Bella's room. It wasn't much, just a slight gasp, a small inhale that caught, followed by a tiny sigh. But it was filled with emotion. Rosalie moved quickly, her feet hitting the ground as her mind screamed at her. Oh. Oh. Too much. She ran blindly, trying to escape the sound that played over and over in her head. She didn't stop until she burst through the front door of the Cullen home. "Rose!" Alice exclaimed, blinking up at her. "You're back early." There was a note of condemnation in Alice's voice, but Rosalie didn't care. She shifted in place, unsure of how she felt. "Why are you back early?" Rosalie glared, her anger and confusion sharp enough that Alice stepped back. "It's creepy and it's wrong. We're not doing it anymore." She stated it as an announcement, knowing the whole house would hear. Then she turned and marched out to the car bay, slamming the back door behind her. Chapter 5. Hours later, Rosalie's mood had finally settled. Her skin no longer felt both hot and cold at once, and her mind was no longer shouting at her. What she had heard had barely been there, yet she knew it was wrong to spy on anyone that way. Still, she had allowed herself to go along with it. No more. Her mind replayed that small exhale of breath over and over. Each time she thought she could breathe again, that tiny gasp, so delicate and feminine, would echo in her mind, starting the process all over again. The night had been a roller coaster, and the last place she wanted to be was in the library, about to sit through another family meeting on the same old topic, Bella. The name felt slimy in her mind, filled with resentment. Edward, apparently beyond anger and nearly apoplectic, glared and sputtered in her direction. She was surprised he even registered the thought. Mentally, she imagined giving him the finger, her hand and finger oversized like a cartoon balloon. Quickly, he looked away, his face twisted as if the mental image had burned him. Rosalie smirked as she draped herself into Emmett's lap. Most of them had modernized, at least to a point, and then there was Edward. "Okay, everyone," Carlyle said in a low voice that was enough to gather the attention of the room. "We are here. We're here because Rosalie left her post." Edward snapped, his wild eyes turning on her. She glared back. Her post? Had she been drafted into some ridiculous Bella-based military? That thought made her scoff internally, because yes, she had been. That much was very clear. "Yes, Rose," Carlyle said, his fingers steepled. Rosalie imagined this must be what a tired father of 6 constantly fighting teenagers looked like. Though his eyes were kind, there was a set to his jaw that told her he meant business. "And you have a very good reason for it." "Do you really think that's the reason?" She snorted softly, remembering the beautiful sound that had come from Bella's room. Her body tensed, and she glanced back at Edward. She clamped down on the memory of that sound, wanting to keep it to herself. She didn't want him to know this about his supposed true love. Confusion crossed his face as he furrowed his brows. He seemed to be trying to grasp whatever he had taken from her mind, puzzled by her sudden mental barriers. "Get out of my head, Edward," she snapped. He blinked and broke his concentration, nodding apologetically. If he had heard it, he had completely missed the context. "Edward, Rose wouldn't have left without a very good reason. She agreed to help us, remember?" Esme said, smiling down at Rosalie. I did, Rosalie admitted, feeling slightly sick for having to say it. That makes me think we need to go back to the drawing board with this, Emmett suggested calmly. We don't, Edward gritted out. We do, Edward. Rosalie said, sitting up and pushing herself off Emmett's lap to sit in a chair beside him in agitation. We do. We really do. Don't you all understand? Edward pressed, turning to catch the eyes of the rest of the family. Rosalie could feel the force of his will, the annoyance he felt at arguing a point he believed was already settled. What Rosalie thinks isn't the point here. It doesn't matter. Bella is my mate. I have the final say about what's good for her. Without meaning to, perhaps influenced by the events of the evening, or the wolf boy and his puppy love, or Bella's sadness, or something else entirely, her reaction was fierce and possessive. A low growl escaped her before she could stop it. Her skin crawled. She wasn't his. She glared at him from her chair, her resolve hardening. Rosalie's hands clutched the chair arms, straining to keep herself seated. A wave of satisfaction washed over her, causing her to snarl even harder. The worst part of this feeling of possession, the desire to claim, the refusal to acknowledge her and Edward's connection, was that it felt good. Behind Edward, Jasper looked up. Her eyes flicked to him, finding him staring at her with wide eyes. Whatever she felt, he felt too, she reminded herself. His golden eyes were intense and curious. That look sobered her, washing away her earlier feelings, and she let them go without a fight. Instead, she gave Edward a nasty smile. Let Jasper think she took pleasure in thwarting Edward. Let him think she was just being difficult again. Jasper's expression shifted into something Rosalie recognized all too well, disappointment. Not just any disappointment, but disappointment in her. She looked away, refusing to let it hurt. Oh yes, I know, Rosalie, Edward snapped back, his voice dripping with sarcasm. She's not mine. I don't speak for her. She has a right to her own voice. I know. I'm not trying to take that from her. Have you thought about talking to her about what she wants, Eddie? Jasper's sarcasm faded under the weight of his disappointment, and when she spoke, she sounded perfectly reasonable. It would overwhelm her. Rosalie clicked her tongue, not at all surprised. I must keep her safe. Not at the cost of her privacy. I will make sure she is protected. I'll tell her, Edward. If you keep spying on her and taking away her right to privacy, then I will tell her. That is not your choice. Hold on, everyone pause, please. Esme interjected, standing between her and Edward with her hands raised. Stop shouting. We are a family. Everyone gets to have their say heard here. If only that were true, Rosalie thought, crossing and uncrossing her legs in agitation. Thank you, Esme said, nodding when the room fell silent. Rose, what are you trying to say? Air. Rosalie was so surprised that Esme asked her to speak instead of letting Edward rant more or, worse, talk about true love again that she was momentarily speechless. Okay. She rose, placing her hands on her hips and flipping her long hair over her shoulder. How could she even argue this? Why was there a need for an argument at all? Beside her, Emmett dipped his head, his eyes encouraging her to speak. Fine, she thought, she would do it. I was wrong to let this happen before. This is wrong. God knows I don't care about Bella, and I wish she were gone, Edward growled at her. But are there no lines we are uncomfortable crossing anymore? I thought one of the reasons we lived here with humans was to remind ourselves of who they are and who we want to be. I thought we decided that just because we were dead, it didn't mean we weren't also human. I thought we cared about humans. We do, Carlyle insisted, his expression genuinely bewildered. So, now we break their basic rights? It's for her own protection, Edward replied. No, it's for your peace of mind, Edward. And it's partially my fault, I've let it happen, but... That was true, wasn't it? She had told Edward that she thought it was wrong, yet she had allowed him to push for his way, and he hadn't even pushed that hard. No more. There are other ways that precious Bella, she snapped, her anger at herself sharpening her sarcasm. Edward let out a snarl. Can be protected without us stalking her, you creep. She will never understand, never agree. Don't you get that? Doesn't she have that right? Just because you know she will say no doesn't mean you don't ask. Spying on her without her consent is tantamount to what you used to kill men for, Edward. This is not the same. It is. Without warning, a tiny sound popped into her head, the scene clear and vivid. She could see herself therein. The tree could sense her alarm and understanding. She froze, staring at Edward. She hadn't wanted him to know, wishing to keep that to herself, but she could see from his face that he had caught her thought. Confusion flickered in his eyes as he processed what he had taken from her mind. Then, seeming to finally understand, Edward staggered back, his expression horrified. Her voice was soft, filled with guilt and a feeling she wouldn't allow to surface. I shouldn't have been there for that. Edward stumbled again, tripping into the bookshelf as he tried to escape what he had taken without her permission. Guys, not all mind readers, Emmett said, raising his hand as if to be called on. Don't worry about it. Rosalie shouted. Nothing. Edward shouted at the same time. Whoa. That was private. You didn't need to share that. I did not need to, his face contorted as if she had just thrown a bucket of human food on him. Rose, why would you, why? Rosalie watched him stagger, feeling genuinely bad for the girl. If they were mates, as he thought, she was sure the girl would want to further their relationship one day. Was he even capable of that? She studied his crumpled face with doubt. Even if he could, it would probably be boring, missionary position with the lights off while Edward cried. That's enough, Rosalie. Edward turned on her, crouching. Instantly, Rosalie braced herself, ready to spring, a hiss escaping her lips. The family was already on their feet, prepared to stop the fight. That is a normal thing that most people do, Edward. Most people do not do that. Boo-hoo, Emmett smirked. I got it. Then, looking at Edward, his expression fell into deep and honest shock. You don't do that, bro. Are you really going to condemn her for having desires? Rosalie shot back. Still crouched and ready to attack, Edward bellowed at her. I happen to care a great deal for her modesty and her virtue. You really should do that, Emmett said, sounding genuinely worried about Edward. I'm not depraved. Edward cried, swishing his hand at Emmett. It's not depraved. I do it, Emmett announced. So do I, Rosalie added with a smirk. Esme shifted uncomfortably. If you care so much for her modesty, then stop spying on her. Edward stepped out of his crouch, his shoulders slumped, and he pushed his hands through his hair, making it stand on end. This action highlighted the torment on his face. You don't understand. I must protect her. She is mine to protect. How can you take something as delicate and soft as a rose petal and then not cherish and protect it? You don't understand. You aren't mated. Rose growled deep in her chest. She had heard that from the other mates in their coven over and over again, but Edward had always understood that things weren't that simple. Her bond with Emmett was just as legitimate without the mystical bond. Edward, you have to understand. Rose can't understand what this feels like, Jasper said. Her hackles rose, and she turned to glare at Carlyle. Meaning what? I can't possibly understand what it feels like to care for someone. Is that because I'm not mated, or is it just because it's me? The strained patience on Carlyle's face and the slightly patronizing smile were all the answers she needed. She hated this. She hated it, and it wasn't fair. Her thoughts strayed too close to what she didn't want to think of. She turned away, her back facing the family, her mind suddenly focused on her favorite film. I think Rose is right, Jasper said from his spot across the room. The surprise was enough to make her turn again. There are other ways to protect Bella without watching her without her knowledge. Sitting and watching her sleep without her permission isn't right. Beside him, Edward shifted, his expression suddenly guilty. Jasper raised his eyebrows, disbelief evident on his face. "You're kidding me, right?" Edward didn't respond. "The thing is," Carlyle said slowly, "the rules might need to bend a little bit." The rules are always bent a little when a vampire finds his mate. It was like the elastic holding her together suddenly snapped. She couldn't hear that one more time. What made them so sure? Even if she was his mate, did that mean she was now his property? Like a piece of land? Like a new car? It was absurd. And God forbid Edward, the prince of the Cullen family, be wrong. She saw the looks of confusion on their faces, which only made her angrier. "You know what? I need a break. Emmett." She jerked her head, and Emmett rose to follow her out. "This is wrong. And if this keeps going on, I will tell her. Find another way." She spent 2 days away, not because she was ashamed of doing Edward's bidding, and not because she thought if she saw Edward gaze at her mate one more time, she might lose control. Well, maybe it was a bit of both. She just had to get away. So, she took Emmett to a seedy motel on the outskirts of a small town not too far away. Together, they wandered through the small sex shop that was the only other business off the truck stop, and then spent the rest of the time naked. After 48 hours, she felt much better. The only time they had come out was the night before when they ran to Seattle to go dancing. It had been perfect, a perfect example of why this whole situation was bogus. She loved her life. She loved that people thought she was human and that she had spent a night getting hit on, only to be taken home by her guy. They pulled back into the garage, and still grinning, she let Emmett put his arm around her. As she walked in, her arm over her shoulder. Getting endlessly jackhammered for 2 days straight had cleared her head. More importantly, the talking and laughing in between had swept away the cobwebs. Her mind was clear now. She wasn't going to be with Bella, nor even be her friend, so the feelings she had were meaningless. The annoying sound she had heard the last time she sat outside Bella's room had finally faded, allowing her to think again. She showered off the unplanned weekend away and spent a few moments visiting with Esme, even managing to ignore when Esme pointed out how nice it was to see her smile. Soon, it was time to head to school. The day was fine, better than it had been in a while. Here and there, a familiar scent caught her attention, especially in her advanced biology class, as Bella clearly had whatever class was in there before hers. Instead of feeling overly sensitive and having her mood drop, she was able to ignore it. By lunch, she wasn't sure why she hadn't tried a getaway before. This was no big deal now. She strolled into the cafeteria, her back straight and a cocky little grin on her face, the same one she usually wore before Bella. She even sent Emmett a wink. She picked up a tray and had just grabbed a banana that she wouldn't be eating when she felt it. She didn't need to turn around to know. The scent hit her like a punch, letting her know that Edward and Bella had just walked up behind her. Her smile flattened a little, stretching tight. She blinked and shifted, holding the smile in place with all her might. Not only could she smell Bella, but she could feel her presence just behind her, and it frustrated her. She grabbed a slice of pizza and placed it on her tray, giving the woman behind the hot food line a plastic smile. Could she feel Rosalie too? She took a step down the line and grabbed something, unsure of what it was, feeling all the small hairs on her arms stand on end. Her body stood at attention. Did she feel that too? Could she sense the static energy buzzing around them? It frustrated her to know and that she wanted to know. No, frustrated wasn't the right word. It wasn't frustrating, it pissed her off, deeply. Behind her, Edward asked Bella what she wanted, and Bella sighed like a lovesick teenager, which, Rosalie realized with disgust, she was. "Anything is fine," Bella said. Rosalie's eyes narrowed. Clearly, she didn't know Rosalie was right there, in front of her, within arm's reach. But what did she expect? That stupid girl couldn't ever look beyond Edward, so how would she know Rosalie was right there? Right there in front of her. The tray in her hand made a small splintering sound, and she realized she was about to shatter it into pieces. With considerable effort, she lessened her grip. In front of her, a boy fumbled with his wallet, the chain caught on some of his extreme goth pegs. Her hands tightened again, straining not to grip too hard. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. She was acutely aware of the warmth radiating from Bella behind her. Would there be any acknowledgement? She doubted it, and yet, foolishly, she found herself waiting for it. She had stopped breathing. After all, she was right there. The pressure in her head built, ready to explode as the boy dug out $1 and then a few quarters. Suddenly, there was a loud cracking sound, and she looked down to see a splinter running up the cheap plastic. "Be careful," Edward warned. Her vision pulsed red as she whirled to snap at him, but her voice dried instantly when she saw Bella's face. Bella had gone pale, her eyes wide and blinking. She hadn't even known Rosalie was there. The realization sent the last shreds of her good mood from that morning into a spinning tailspin. The little bitch. Bella hadn't even been aware that Rosalie was less than a foot away. Without saying anything, Rosalie turned and set the tray down, careful not to slam it or break it. Then, she headed back to the table. "Rose, your food," Jasper hissed as she sat down. "People skip lunch all the time," she murmured back. Why did she even care? She stared down at the table, trying to control her intense reaction. To her annoyance, she did care. The next day, she walked into the cafeteria, skipping the lunch line altogether and staring moodily at nothing. Both Jasper and Alice seemed uncomfortable with her skipping yet another meal, but they said nothing. "You okay?" Alice asked. Rosalie just bared her teeth at her for a brief moment. "Why? You just seem more." Alice trailed off. "You've got a bigger side order of grade A bitch today," Emmett offered. "Yes, what he said," Alice nodded emphatically. "And yesterday?" Again, Alice nodded quickly. Rosalie crossed her arms and looked out the window at the rain. As usual, she was aware of the moment Edward and Bella stepped into the room. Unwillingly, her eyes shifted. She watched as Edward followed stiffly behind Bella, both standing awkwardly apart. It made Rosalie sneer a little. He never touched her, at least not beyond that one kiss Rosalie had seen. In fact, now that she thought about it, he seldom did. He kept his distance. "Babe?" The soft purring in Rosalie's chest cut off. She looked around the table, her mouth dropping open slightly. Had she been purring? Across the cafeteria, Edward's eyes narrowed, looking at her in confusion. She turned away, mortified. Her mind slipped to her car. She had found a frame and ordered the tow truck. It would arrive the day after tomorrow, and she was glad. She wanted something to do, something for her hands. Rosalie needed something to keep her busy. Busy hands, busy minds, someone had once said, though she couldn't remember who. She planned to get the frame, clean it, and remove the unwanted parts when her thoughts were interrupted. She stared in shock as Edward and Bella approached them instead of heading to their usual table. This never happened. The best part about their infatuation was that they usually ignored the rest of the family. Dumbfounded, Rosalie watched as Edward pulled out the chair beside her. "Hi, Bella," Alice said with a beaming smile. "Hey," Bella replied, her eyes flicking to Rosalie for a moment before looking away. "What are you guys doing here?" Bella shrank back, and Rosalie found that just fine. Edward shot her a glare. "Aren't weekends of sex supposed to make people less grumpy?" Alice asked, her voice overly polite as she glanced at Rosalie. A wave of heat hit Rosalie from beside her. Bella was blushing deeply. Rosalie glared at Alice, then at Bella, then at Edward, and back to Bella again, refusing to acknowledge how much she enjoyed the sight of Bella's deepening blush. "So, Bella, killed anyone in gym lately?" Emmett asked, breaking the tension. Rosalie stayed still, arms crossed, ignoring everyone around her. Thank goodness she didn't have the same relationship with Edward that Alice did. If they were close, she knew she would never be able to slip by unnoticed. Edward seemed uninterested in her thoughts, probably because her mind wasn't always the happiest place to be. Inside her head, the song Gold Dust Woman began to play. She didn't want to request attention, didn't want to shout, she wanted to scream, "Look at me." This created a problem. Every time Bella threw her a tentative glance, it felt like nails on a chalkboard, only agitating her already bad mood. "Look at me. Stop looking at me. Look at me, please. Don't you dare look at me. Look at me, I'm..." Her jaw clenched as the table laughed. For the third time, she felt Bella's gaze carefully trace up her arms, her chest, and finally to her face. Frustrated and desperate for more attention, Rosalie turned her head, forgetting her vow to avoid eye contact. She glared at Bella, meeting her tentative gaze with a hard stare and hissed, really hissed. Immediately, a jolt of electricity surged over her skin, a static buzz that was both warm and welcoming, yet sharp and painful. Rosalie blinked, the glare fading even before Bella could respond. What had that been? Alarmed, she was on her feet before Edward's hiss had even begun. She needed to get out of there. She rushed out of the cafeteria, her mind racing with a twisted melody. Did she make you cry, make you break down, shatter your illusions of love? Even in her thoughts, the music sounded wobbly and stressed. It was important for them to maintain their good student routine, at least in behavior. But she couldn't. Being around Edward this much was dangerous. She crossed to the back of the campus, glancing around before she jumped, easily clearing the top of the fence. On the other side, she landed, her heels feeling unsteady as she made her way toward the forest. Once she entered the trees, she took off running in the direction of Port Angeles. Why? Because Edward and Bella weren't there. Chapter 6. Coming up the main road to get away bed and breakfast wasn't smart, Rosalie realized as she approached through the woods. She knew being this far on the outskirts of Port Angeles without a car would attract attention, but she hadn't driven. She hadn't even planned on coming. For goodness sake, she had only been home for a few days since her last disappearance. None of this was planned. It felt ridiculous that she could be made to leave Forks so easily. Shame and anger accompanied that thought, but she had no idea what to do about it, which only made her more frustrated. Growling to herself, she cut around the back of the well-cared-for Victorian, moved along the side, and approached the front door to avoid being seen. She didn't even have an overnight bag. Normally, she didn't mind being the aloof stranger who left more questions than answers, but this was her place. This was her personal sanctuary. She had discovered it several years earlier when she felt the need to move on from her previous hotel. She had come to stay once and fallen in love with it. It was a bed and breakfast, so she had assumed the owners would constantly meddle in her business. That was always how it was in films, anyway. She had booked her stay with hesitation, arriving with her guard up, ready for questions, comments, or small notices from the staff. If the place was great, then dealing with that would have been worth it. Instead, to her pleasure, she found that once the owners understood she liked to be left alone, that was exactly what they did. She had informed them of her very specific diet, so they didn't attempt to bring her food either. She was left with a beautiful old house, a very comfortable bed, and a huge tub. The water heater must have been broken because the water there got incredibly hot, or at least hot enough that her bath grew cold slower than it did at home. It was the place she went when she needed a little quiet. As she pulled the front door open, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Open," she said, feeling it was exactly what she needed. "Good morning, Ms. McKay," the elderly business owner greeted, looking up from her book with a warm smile. "Miss Hale, so good to see you. Back in town on business?" She nodded. As far as Ms. McKay knew, she was from New York and worked for a large lumber company. The small lie helped explain her repeated visits. "That's good, dear. I'll let Harold know, and he'll make up the room for you." "Thank you." Rosalie smiled, already feeling better. Ms. McKay glanced around and toward the door. "No bags." "Oh no. They lost my luggage." "Oh no." The elderly woman's expression shifted to horror. I'm sure they'll deliver it soon. Rosalie realized she would need to go into the city that evening, not just for clothing but also for entertainment. Usually, when she stayed, she caught up on books and watched films. There was a little bookstore on First Street that she wouldn't mind stopping by. She was sure she could find a bag somewhere. Thank goodness she had her purse. 5 minutes later, Mr. McKay joined them, laughing about how easy his job was without bags to carry. He let Rosalie into her usual room, the one overlooking the garden. She thanked him and gently closed the door behind him, the key dangling in her hand. Turning to the room, she felt at a loss. Now, what should she do? Usually, her stays at the getaway were no longer than a night or two. You could do a lot of refreshing when you didn't spend half your time sleeping, after all. This visit, however, would last a solid week before she returned to the front office with her bill. She had read, working her way through nearly 10 books during her stay. She had rewatched many of her favorite movies and mindlessly watched whatever was on TV far more than she normally did. But those numbers weren't even close to her records. She had once finished 5 books in 48 hours. She supposed that was because what she did more than anything else was sit and. She thought about it. It had been useless and miserable. She had been miserable. She was not bound to this situation, and she knew that much. She refused to be forced to notice someone she cared nothing for. Yet, she had no idea what to do about it. There was no one she could ask and no book she could read for answers. She had considered a trip to Italy because if anyone would have the answers, it would be the oldest of them. However, she was sure that doing so would somehow come back to haunt her. She needed to figure something out. She had spent more time away than at home lately. She was certain her family had noticed, and soon the school would too. After a week, she realized she had to give up her endless meditation. The only answer she could come up with was to run, to go somewhere else until Bella's life was over and she was free again. But how could she do that without telling the truth about why she needed to leave? That thought sent her into a spiral because, as soon as she considered it, she wondered if it were true. The family had understood when Alice and Jasper took a few years away so Alice could earn a degree in fashion in Paris. There had been an open reason for that, but they had protested deeply when Edward tried to run away when he first met Bella. She didn't have the same relationship with the rest of them. Perhaps they would mourn Emmett, but would they protest if she told them she wanted to leave? A part of her hoped they would. She thought she could explain that she was leaving for Edward's sake, and that might stop the protests. That idea led her into a long bout of self-reflection about how she had become the black sheep of the family. It always came back to the same thing, her unhappiness in this life. She was the only one of them genuinely unhappy. She knew it concerned Carlyle and Esme. She had even overheard them talking when they thought she was gone, speculating whether it was her nature, the lingering effects of how she died, or because she was one of the only ones in the family who felt this way. The family that hadn't made it. The answer to her difficult situation had to be there. Surely, she was not destined to fall in love with a girl who was foolishly in love with her brother. Surely, she was not meant to fall in love with someone she didn't want. With a few smiles and a promise that she would return, Rosalie paid her bill, including her usual large tip. Then, under the pretense of waiting for a car, she snuck around the side of the building and started back on foot. At least she had bought herself a pair of running shoes. Her old ones, used for hunting, had recently been damaged. She also had a bag for her new books, making the run easier. It was easy, until she arrived home. It felt like some sort of cosmic joke, Rosalie thought, as she neared her house. It was late afternoon, so she hadn't expected the house to be quiet. They didn't sleep, but night hours were often reserved for quiet activities or outings that left the house empty. She had expected to hear lively chatter, but she hadn't anticipated hearing her own voice coming from inside, laughing with, she snarled, with Emmett. The traitor had immediately taken to Bella, once telling her that he thought she was funny. What was she doing there? This was her space. This was her home, and Bella was invading it. She came to a stop just outside the back door and snarled, her teeth grinding hard. This was unfair. Why couldn't she catch a break? She stepped quietly through the door, knowing what awaited her, and sure enough, she stepped into a haze of swirling, deliciously fragrant mist. She wasn't sure how long Bella had been there, but their human-free place no longer smelled human-free. It felt like an intrusion. It was an intrusion. She paused again just inside the door, and after a week without this, she closed her eyes, centering herself. She was not at the mercy of an intruder. 18 years old, she thought. But she didn't feel that way. She turned slightly to look into the decorative mirror hanging on the wall. Her hair was wet from running in the rain, and she had leaves and a twig tangled in it. Great, she thought, just great. She pulled the twig out and tried to smooth her damp hair, running her fingers through it gently until it lay flat. She wiped the water from her face, along with a small drop of mud that had splattered beside her jaw. After doing her best, she set her jaw and stepped through the back into the living room, her expression blank. Well, what do we have here?" she asked in the driest, most impassive voice she could manage. She felt it came out quite well and perhaps deserved a little praise. The whole room turned to look at her, and the differences in their expressions were almost laughable. Emmett beamed at her, as did Esme. Edward's face was as dry and blank as her own. Alice and Jasper both looked mildly wary. Above all, she focused on Bella's face, watching as the laughter drained away, replaced by pale, sickly nerves. She raised an eyebrow in response and looked away, deciding to ignore Bella. Behind her, Edward rolled his eyes. "Rose." Carlyle stepped out from the library with a welcoming smile. "You returned just in time. We were just discussing our plans with Bella." "Plans?" she asked, feigning disinterest. "Yes. From now on, she will be coming to stay with us once a week." Her tongue clicked in annoyance. So he had convinced this girl to allow herself to be babysat by a bunch of vampires. What was wrong with her? She didn't understand this extreme level of passiveness. Did Bella really have no backbone at all? Was she truly this pathetic? Disgust and disappointment warred within her. She could never like someone like that, someone so weak. "Yes," Edward said, smiling, though his eyes were like flint. "I've explained, and she's agreed. That this is the best way to do things." "Did you tell her about how we were doing it before?" she wondered. Edward either didn't hear or didn't respond, she couldn't tell which. Instead, he leaned down and brushed his lips across Bella's soft-looking cheek. "Oh, Rose!" Esme exclaimed. Rosalie blinked and realized the small flip phone in her hand had shattered into a million pieces. It wasn't just broken, it was completely decimated. She looked down at it, wide-eyed. "Oops." Slightly embarrassed, she pretended it hadn't been an accident and tossed the phone aside carelessly. The pieces clattered, making Bella, the trembling girl in the middle of a group of vampires, jump as if she had been pinched. "We were just spending some time getting to know Bella," Carlyle explained, his brows still furrowed, his eyes focused on the phone. "You're getting to know her?" Rosalie's voice was dry, able to age wine. Bella's wide eyes shot to her and then away again. "Yes, why don't you come and join us?" Rosalie knew without having to think that there was no way she would do that. Bella had looked away as soon as she arrived, her eyes downcast on her shoes, but now she looked up, her eyes wide with something Rosalie couldn't understand. Bella's gaze met Rosalie's, and Rosalie, pleased to notice there was no shock or any other sign of their contact, let out a loud, ferocious snarl. Bella jumped. Rosalie smiled a leering grin, satisfied. "I'm getting into the shower," she said, turning away and ignoring the slight hiss of disapproval that could only come from Esme. She was still chuckling when she stepped under the hot spray of water a minute later. The hot water felt nice as she carefully took care of her precious hair, washed the mud off, and got the blood out from under her nails from the buck she had taken down on the way home. Then, she got out. Below, she could still hear laughter, their voices all intertwined. Rosalie felt a rush of annoyance as she noticed the others seemed genuinely pleased that Bella was there. How long did they need to spend getting to know her? She dried, combed, and styled her hair, dressed, and then stood in the center of her room, feeling restless. After a week away, the familiar scent was thick and distracting. Undiluted like this, its effects were strong. Deciding to finish her book, she went to her bag and sat on her bed, which was her second favorite reading spot in the house. The book had been good enough that she had considered staying at the BB until she finished it. Now, she wished she had. How was she supposed to read with all that noise? She started the paragraph again, but her attention drifted as Emmett laughed, teasing Bella about her answer to a question from Esme. She tried again, but her mind kept wandering. After another failed attempt, she growled to herself and stood up. It was clear that reading was not going to work just then. Gathering her new books, she left behind the one she wanted to add to her personal bookshelf in her room and started down to the first floor. To get to the library, she had to pass through the living room. As she did, she kept her head high and her shoulders back, avoiding eye contact with anyone there. She quickly added the books to the already full shelves, arranging them in alphabetical order, then paused. Behind her, Bella was telling a story about her father in an awkward, disjointed voice, as if she would rather not be speaking about herself. Bella chuckled a little awkwardly and said, "I don't know what he thought. Probably that I had lost my mind." Heading back up to her room, Rosalie spared only a quick glance at Bella and was not surprised to see Bella's eyes on her already. She pretended she hadn't seen her and moved a little faster. Once upstairs, she picked up her book, settling into a chair with her legs tucked under her, and opened it again. She read the same sentence 3 times before realizing she still didn't know what it said. Rosalie felt a sense of frustration as she recalled the search for Mrs. Massey's killer. Something about a letter had been found, she thought. Soundlessly, she rose and started down the stairs again. The car frame should have been delivered while she was away, and she needed to see its general condition. The advertisement for the frame had described it as beaten up, so she could only imagine how it looked. As she descended the steps, she held her nose high. She refused to look at anyone. She had no interest in their chatter. Her eyes landed on Bella, who was once again looking on with tentative curiosity. Rosalie glared. Could Bella not enter a room without staring? Did she have no manners? The frame was positioned in the center of the car bay, exactly where Rosalie preferred to work on new cars. Emmett had done well, knowing exactly how she liked it. The frame was indeed in bad shape. It would need a thorough degreasing, along with some work to bang out several dents and patch a few small rust holes before she could start. Still, it was a good foundation, which promised a productive day ahead, perhaps even later that night. However, she had just showered and lingered in the bay, reorganizing her tools in a matter of moments, stalling. Eventually, there was nothing left to do, and she reminded herself that she didn't want to be out there anymore. She turned and headed back toward the house. In the living room, she walked with her nose in the air and her back straight, projecting an air of arrogance. She was halfway across the room, moving at a human pace, when anger hit her. The group hadn't acknowledged her. They were listening to Esme tell Bella about their cousins in Alaska. "So it's Tanya, Kate, and Irina?" Bella asked. "That's right," Esme replied. Bella hummed, turning something over in her mind. "What?" Edward asked. "Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that I like the name Kate," Bella said. Rosalie scoffed, ripping her furious gaze away as she mounted the stairs. Rude. Just so rude. They hadn't even acknowledged her. Wasn't it polite to nod or at least look at someone when they passed through your space? Had she been raised by monkeys? Not a single glance, not one notice, and Rosalie would have seen it. She would have noticed if Bella had looked up. Just as she made it to her room, she remembered that she had borrowed a bag from Esme the week before, right before she left. She should probably return it. Snatching it off the bed, she turned on her heels and, in stiff, angry strides, descended the stairs to leave the bag on the dining room table where Esme would see it. She didn't look at the crowd, but she could feel their eyes on her as she passed through the living room again. "Hey, babe, come here for a sec," Emmett called, reaching out for her hand across the room. I know you're busy with all the walking back and forth, but come sit. She turned and saw that his face was amused, as was Jasper's beside him. In the center of the circle, Bella's face looked hopeful. That was ridiculous. Rosalie glared and turned away again. Maybe it was the perfect time to start on the car. Chapter 7. Her mood had remained fairly stable over the next few days, partly because of the car. That night when Bella had come over, Rosalie had spent time under the new car, tearing out the parts she wanted to replace. The grease, the steady clunk of useless metal being freed, and the music playing on the stereo all helped keep her mind clear. If she hadn't already been in a strong state of frustration, perhaps it wouldn't have bothered her as much as it did. Emmett's playful comment about her passing through the living room often had only made things worse. What did he think? That she wanted to be in that room? That she wanted to sit there and listen to that sniveling child? She couldn't imagine anything worse. Her mood had remained dark until long after Bella and Edward left. She felt a bit remote, withdrawn from the family as she stayed in her car bay, but that worked for her. Emmett came to see her, and that was all she needed. Just that morning, he had asked if she was okay, sensing something was off but not pushing when she shrugged him off. Now it was Monday, and school had just released. The day was bright, making Rosalie a little nervous. She had planned to stop by a local salvage yard, but she couldn't tell if the clouds would part soon and let in some honest sunshine. Wary, she adjusted her purse on her shoulder, emptied her books into her locker. She refused to carry a backpack, and listened for Alice. After all, Alice would be able to tell her if it was safe to head to the yard or not. Alice's high and clear voice was easy to pick up, so Rosalie turned to head toward the parking lot. Her mind was on the car and the fact that Bella's scent had been unusually strong that afternoon. She wondered why that was and didn't notice until she was a few cars away that Alice wasn't alone. She paused at the sound of her name. Rosalie blinked in confusion. You couldn't really sneak up on a vampire, so how had she been completely unaware? I know, but Rose isn't really like what she seems, Alice promised. You could have fooled me, Bella replied with a morose tone. Realizing it was not just Alice but Bella as well, Rosalie ducked to the side and squatted between two parked cars. She leaned her back against a beat-up vehicle, her breath quickening in her chest. She had just been caught off guard, she reassured herself. She simply hadn't been paying attention. That was all. Bella was talking about her. Had she ever done that before? Not that Rosalie had heard. She considered going over there to scare Bella off. It would be easy to do. A well-placed hiss or the right glare would be enough to send the human running. Yes, that was what she would do. She would march over and snarl, watching as Bella fled. She listened intently, remaining still, and didn't like at all what she heard. I don't know what I did to her, but she hates me. It's not you, Bella. Alice insisted, sounding exasperated. She just hates that you know about us. This again. Rosalie rolled her eyes, scoffing openly. This was the second time she had heard someone tell Bella that. It worked for her, it was a good enough reason for Bella to stay away from her. But it just wasn't true. How was it that the mind reader and the woman who could see the future didn't know that? She had thought long and hard about why Alice hadn't picked up on any of this. She had expected Alice to be the first to know. When that hadn't happened, Rosalie could only assume it was because she had no intention of changing their path. So, it made sense that Alice wouldn't know. But Edward, he wasn't as talented as everyone thought. He was simply wrong. Yeah, I know, Bella sighed. Edward said. That too, but it feels like something else. Before Alice could respond, Bella continued, I mean, yeah, okay, but she doesn't even hide the fact that she's, you know, what you guys are. She growls and hisses at me all the time. That doesn't exactly make her seem human. Bella finished in a loud whisper. Alice's tinkling laugh grated on Rosalie's nerves. Bella, listen. Rose is just her own person. I promise she isn't as scary as she seems. That made Rosalie even angrier. She was scary. No one should be telling Bella not to be afraid of her. I think she's just really unhappy and comes off as mean, Alice confided. Rosalie's mouth dropped open in an offended gasp. Or she's just mean, she said, feeling grateful to Bella. That was exactly how Bella should feel. Her shoulders went back, and her pride made her stand a little straighter, even as a slice of pain made her shudder and grimace. The pleasure at Bella's words faded, replaced by a familiar hurt. She would never shake off this reputation. Across the parking lot, Edward was watching her as he approached Bella and Alice. As usual, humiliation and anger at his mental intrusion made her scowl at him. What? She thought. I'm giving them room to keep talking about me. His reaction was so indifferent that it only made her feel worse. He simply inclined his head, then turned his gaze back to Bella and Alice. Asshole, she muttered, but he showed no sign of having hurt her. Are you heading down to work on my car? Emmett asked as Rosalie changed her clothes from her usual tight jeans and shirt to flowing yoga pants and a t-shirt. Not tonight. Your new baby is going to have to wait. Emmett gasped in mock horror. How dare you treat my car that way? His face was shocked as he pulled her in and kissed her. You would never ignore your car like that. I would, Rosalie said with a smirk, pushing him away before he could lean in for another kiss. But she's getting a little old for me. Oh, thinking of trading her in for a younger model, are you? That's wrong, he laughed, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. He reached for her again, but she danced away with a smirk. Maybe I'm just mean, she teased. He laughed, wrapping his arms around her. What do you want to do tonight? Movie? No, she said, shaking her head thoughtfully. I think I'm going to do some reading. Cool, cool. I think I'll check out some video games then. Rosalie rolled her eyes affectionately. Big child. Downstairs, Rosalie lit a few candles, always careful of the flames, and then settled into the squishiest chair in the library. She wasn't like the others in many ways, but the biggest difference, she thought, was her love for comfort. She was very fond of hot water, soft blankets, and comfortable chairs. She didn't need them exactly, but who didn't like settling onto a cloud to read a book? This was her favorite spot in the entire house, aside from her window seat. No one else used the library like she did, and for whatever reason, people left this chair for her. She settled in, sighed, and felt her body relax. This was her happy place, the one where she didn't need her anger, aggression, or hostility. No one thought anything bad about her in this space. She didn't have to remember or mourn what could have been. All she had to do was feel comfortable and drift away into the world of whatever book she was reading. As it so often was, the book she had picked was a favorite of hers. She looked down at the copy of Jane Eyre in her lap with affection. It was a book she hadn't thought much of when she was human. She remembered trying it once or twice, growing bored, and putting it back down. Later, after she had become the new person she was, she picked it up again. Rosalie found the book for $1 in a used bookstore in 1950. It quickly became her favorite. She loved the wit and sarcasm between the lovers. She admired that Mr. Rochester loved Jane even though she wasn't beautiful, and that Jane became beautiful in his eyes. Rosalie appreciated Jane's strength and certainty. She admired how Jane kept St. John in his place and refused to bend to his will when he demanded marriage. Jane was her hero. Without opening the book, she smiled and recited the first lines, knowing them by heart. There was no possibility of taking a walk that day. We had been wandering, indeed, in the leafless shrubbery an hour in the morning, but since dinner, Mrs. Reed, when there was no company, dined early. The cold winter wind had with it clouds so somber and rain so penetrating that further outdoor exercise was no longer out of the question. From upstairs, she heard a groan of exasperation that had to come from Emmett. She laughed quietly to herself and opened the book. She hadn't gotten far when her warm bubble of peace was popped. The spluttering roar of a truck turning onto their drive interrupted her. Rosalie's jaw tightened in frustration at the disruption. The truck crunched and roared, then coughed to a stop in front of the house. The cab door opened and closed, and the scent of the outside world drifted into her cozy space. That was fine, she would ignore it. But when the front door opened, she didn't look up. Instead, she listened as Bella stepped inside and was met by Alice. "So, are you ready to have some fun?" "What day was it?" Rosalie frowned. She had intended to miss the first time Bella was babysat. There were downsides to ignoring everyone around her as much as possible. She didn't look up as Alice danced by the door, chattering about her plans. She also didn't look up, despite the sudden urge to do so when Bella walked in. She could feel Bella's eyes on her. Rosalie tightened her grip on the book, staring at the pages without reading until Bella's gaze moved away. So, Bella was in the house. So what? She stopped breathing through her nose and tried to focus on her reading. An hour later, Rosalie still hadn't relaxed. She hadn't read much and was only 50 pages in when she heard a small knock on the open library door. She didn't look up, she didn't need to. She knew exactly who it was. Determined, she kept her eyes on the book, hoping Bella would leave. Instead, Bella stepped into the room, undeterred by Rosalie's silence. Rosalie stiffened. "Hi," Bella said. Rosalie ignored her. Bella slowly moved around the room, filling it with her scent, making Rosalie want to sigh and shout at the same time. Covertly, Rosalie watched over the top of her book as Bella's fingers lightly brushed over the spines of the books, taking in the titles. Could Bella tell how soft the covers of the old volumes were or how much they felt like velvet in their old age? The book in Rosalie's hands was a first edition, printed in 1853. Even this copy of Jane Eyre felt soft enough to rub gently against her face. Rosalie cleared her throat pointedly, and Bella jumped. "Don't touch those. They're old," Rosalie warned. Bella turned, her face strained. "Oh. Eyre, sorry," she replied. Rosalie looked back at her book, pretending to read. Bella didn't move, either processing the moment or simply staring at Rosalie. Just when Rosalie felt a sarcastic remark bubbling up, Bella shifted. She sat down in the chair beside her. "What are you reading?" Bella asked. Rosalie, feeling peevish, showed her the cover, glaring daggers. What was with that enigmatic look on Bella's face? Rosalie looked away, not wanting to be affected by it. "Have you read it before?" Bella asked. Rosalie grunted, her eyes glued to the small black text on the page. "I haven't read it." "Is it good?" "I've read Wuthering Heights a lot," Bella continued. Rosalie's gaze flicked to Bella and back to her book too quickly for Bella to notice. Why was she talking to her? Bella's voice sounded casual, but the tremor in it revealed her heart rate. Rosalie sensed that Bella was either afraid or very nervous. So why was she approaching her? Rosalie focused on the book, trying to ignore Bella and continue reading. But the more she tried, the more the feeling pressed at her. "So is it, good?" Bella asked again. Rosalie looked up, meeting Bella's gaze. Bella's face went pale and flushed at the same time. It hadn't even been her choice to acknowledge Bella. It was her body, her brain, reacting against her will. Maybe when she resisted this feeling, this scent, it fought back. The genuine look she gave Bella seemed to stop Bella's words in their tracks. Bella's eyes were unsure as she held Rosalie's gaze. Without saying a word, Rosalie stood up, book in hand, and left the library. Behind her, she heard a choked, frustrated sigh. Bella joining her in the library had been odd, but not alarming. They were both in the house, and Alice had been attempting to cook, which likely bored Bella. The next morning dawned cold and damp, with the chill of the coming months already creeping into the typically gloomy weather. Rosalie stepped out of her M3, studying its red glossy coat with dissatisfaction. "Why don't you just go to a car dealership? I bet you would get plenty for trade-in. Or sell this to a hopeful teenager," Emmett suggested. Rosalie looked up, caught off guard. "What?" she replied. "It just hurts me," Emmett said in a mock sad voice, "that you don't see her beauty anymore." Rosalie rolled her eyes. Come on, goof. Emmett chuckled and trotted to catch up to her. A few cars away, Rosalie refused to look around and held her breath as she walked past the ugly Volvo. Yet, thanks to her heightened vampire hearing, she noticed the sudden spike in Bella's heart rate and the small catch of breath from between the Volvo and the car next to it. She hadn't walked by unnoticed. Hold on. Bella's voice was breathless as she spoke to Edward, followed by the sound of feet on wet asphalt. Surely, she wasn't coming. The thought barely formed before Bella was standing in front of her. The rain that morning had turned into a wintry mix, making it sleet. Despite her reluctance, Rosalie couldn't help but notice how beautiful the tiny icy drops looked in Bella's hair. Her skin, so pale, was flushed from the cold, and her eyes appeared brighter than usual. Bella reminded Rosalie of what was considered beautiful in her time, the classic features, the pale skin, thin lips, the shape of her hips, and the silky hair. Ugh. It was disgusting, Rosalie thought to herself. She stared at Bella, waiting for exactly what she wanted and seriously considering running her over. Hi, Rosalie. Still, she waited. What was this? Bella stood there, looking expectant, as if she thought that any moment Rosalie would smile or braid her hair, and they would talk about boys. Beside the Volvo, Edward cleared his throat, a clear command in his tone. Be nice. Rosalie's lip curled in a snarl. Bella's face fell. Be nice. It wasn't a request, it was a command, as if to say she had no choice. But she did. She did have a choice, goddammit. Emmett glanced from Bella, looking stunned and impressed, to Rosalie. She had a choice. Damn it. Taking one step to the side, Rosalie instantly felt better, but it was as if she had lost something. She walked around Bella with her arms crossed. A long silence lingered behind her, and Rosalie listened with sharp intensity. Finally, Bella moved back toward the Volvo. Bella. Edward started, and Rosalie felt her hackles rise. His tone was kind, but there was something in it that she disliked, something patronizing. She wondered if Bella heard it too because, for just a moment, her footsteps paused. I know you want to be friends with my family, and I thank you for that, but Rose, maybe it's best you steer clear of her. She's not, she won't be your friend. Beside her, Emmett glanced at Rosalie, his eyebrows drawn. She didn't look at him or around at all. She continued across the parking lot, arms crossed and face set in a scowl. What did she care if Edward warned her off? What did she care if he told her she was a huge bitch and should stay away? She was, and Bella should too. Bella sighed. You and Alice, and Esme, all keep telling me that she's not as mean as she seems. Well, no, but she's also not exactly nice. Did it hurt? Of course not. She didn't care. The ache in her side, in her stomach, in her heart. That was nothing. She's the coldest of us, the most secretive, the most prone to. Emmett, it seemed, had heard all he could take. In a move that was surprisingly quick for his size, he turned back toward his brother. Hey! He shouted. Emmett. Rosalie warned. We can hear you, dickwad. She wasn't sure what Edward's expression had said, but a second later, Emmett nodded. Yeah. He called back, turning and putting his arm around Rosalie. She didn't say anything, but under his arm, she smiled. The pain ripping across her chest eased a little. The classroom was nearly full when she walked in. As usual, a few people glanced her way, some with furtive looks, others with expressions of anger. She ignored them all and headed to her seat. On the best of days, she didn't care, and that morning was no different. He had called her cold. She knew that was true, but she questioned whether it defined her. She wasn't sure anymore what was her true self and what was just how others perceived her. With a sigh, she thought it didn't really matter. She wanted Bella to know she wanted nothing to do with her. She sighed again and gazed out the window, recalling how the sleet had sparkled in Bella's hair. At lunch, she was the first Cullen to arrive. She moved through the line quickly, grabbing a bowl of soup that didn't smell good, and took a seat at the table. She had barely settled in when the cafeteria door swung open, and Bella entered, as always, accompanied by Edward. An unpleasant feeling surged in her chest, and she had to look away. The line moved quickly, and soon the table around her began to fill. "Hi, Rose." Rosalie didn't look up. Did Bella just call her Rose? Unsure of how to respond, Edward gently touched Bella's arm. "Come on, Bella, let's sit at our table today." Bella, however, remained where she was, her gaze fixed on Rosalie's face. Annoyed, Rosalie looked out the window, showing Bella the back of her head. "I don't agree with Edward," Bella said. Surprised, Rosalie turned back around, staring at Bella in confusion. "I'm sorry about what he said." Her mind seemed to stall. What did this girl mean? Surely, she didn't think Rosalie was all kittens and cuddles. The sadness on Bella's face made Rosalie catch her breath, pain twisting in her as Bella quietly walked toward the table she usually shared with Edward. Bella's empty spot remained, while Edward stood looking thoughtful. "I'm sorry," he finally said. "But it's my job to protect her." Rosalie didn't reply. The next day, Bella greeted her again in the morning. When she sat down at the lunch table, she seemed willing to endure Rosalie's cold glares. When it happened again the following morning, Rosalie began to feel something new: panic. She wasn't sure what Bella's intentions were, but she suspected Bella might have a plan. "No, this would be better," Rosalie insisted, pointing at the V8 supercharge. "No way," Emmett scoffed. "That's all propaganda. The supercharge isn't any better than the V8. Yes, it is." Rosalie snapped. She hadn't asked for his opinion at all. She had sat down at the dining room table with her magazine, planning to decide which engine to scavenge for, and he just butted in. He didn't know half of what she did about cars. "You just like it because it sounds flashy." Anger surged as Rosalie snarled at him through clenched teeth. "No, I don't." "You totally do, though. It's a chronic condition." "You're a fool, Emmett." "Whoa there. No need to get nasty." Rosalie's jaw tightened. Maybe it wasn't entirely his fault, but there was a reason to be nasty, and that reason was slowly walking down the stairs at that moment. "Shut up." She turned back to her magazine, seething. Bella had been all about her this week. Rosalie didn't know what she had done to make it seem like she wanted Bella's attention because she absolutely did not. "Crabby," Emmett grumbled as he pushed away from the table, likely to play the new Madden game he had been talking about non-stop. With her eyes glued to the magazine, Rosalie was acutely aware when Bella walked into the kitchen and approached the sink, her gaze flicking toward Rosalie and then away. Rosalie felt invaded these days. The new plan to protect Bella at all times had only just begun. How could Bella not feel embarrassed about her situation? She sat in a house weekly, surrounded by vampires, unable to take care of herself. The table groaned under her pressure, and she realized she was pressing against it too hard. Slightly embarrassed, she eased up and carefully turned the page, insisting to herself that she was fine and not at all perturbed. That thought was quickly put to the test. The seat across from her pulled out, and the scent of Bella overwhelmed her. "Hey," Bella said. Rosalie's jaw tightened as she turned the page again. She did not look up or acknowledge Bella in any way. She fought against the reaction rising inside her, the desire to do all those things and more. It was hard to ignore when Bella was right in front of her. "I said hey," Bella repeated. The urge to look up surged within her, and before she could stop it, she met Bella's gaze. A lot of emotion stirred inside her in that moment: frustration, fear, anger, and an unexpected sense of relief. The glare she intended to wear softened. For once, she wasn't glaring at Bella or trying to scare her away. She simply looked at her, trying to make sense of this new feeling. Why did it feel so good just to look at her? This was ridiculous. "What?" she snapped. Bella didn't answer, she just stared back. After a few long, silent moments, Rosalie realized it was very hard to sit there and look at Bella, to acknowledge her in any way. When she was looking at her, she wanted to get to know her. Bella broke the silence first. Looking for car parts? Edward says you're building one. Rosalie didn't respond. Her fists were clenched tight, and her lungs felt frozen, refusing to fill with air. Bella's cheeks flushed pink, but her eyes sparkled with determination. She could almost see Bella deflecting Rosalie's response. With her face set and her jaw tight, Bella tried again. Could you just build one like how a lineup would? From start to finish? What are you doing? Rosalie's voice startled her, just as it seemed to startle Bella. Clearly, Bella hadn't expected her to speak any more than Rosalie had. Bella swallowed, and though her heart rate didn't increase, it began to beat harder. I've decided we're going to be friends, Bella said. Rosalie stared harder, a new sensation beginning in her stomach. What? She asked, genuinely confused. Why would Bella want that? Friends? Bella nodded. I'm going to get to know you, and then maybe you'll see that I'm not so bad. Her eyes flashed, and Rosalie's mouth fell open, impressed by the determination she saw. Bella was not going to back down. That thought only made the bubbling in Rosalie's stomach grow. What did she mean, she was going to get to know her? Rosalie hadn't given her permission for that. This was Alice's fault, she realized. It was Alice who had told her more than once that Rosalie wasn't so bad when she should be feared. And it was Edward's fault for insulting her so openly right in front of her. Not that she cared about those things. Yet, even as she thought that, a sliver of pain pierced her somewhere inside. Whatever, she thought. I think it will be good, Bella insisted, that grit still present. Rosalie stared, her mouth slightly slack. Panic was building, making her want to get up and run. She didn't want to know Bella. She had worked hard to avoid that so far. She didn't want to because when she was near Bella, she felt things, stupid things, like maybe she did want to know her. And it wasn't real. It was an illusion created by her stupid vampire brain. It made her wonder if trashing everyone's life so she could know Bella might actually be worth it. Is that okay? She refocused on Bella's face. Bella was smiling, soft, shy, and beautiful. Yet that same determination was present, new, unexpected, and alluring. She lost control. She wasn't running, she told herself as she got up and quickly left the room. Fine. If Bella wanted to be friends, she would just avoid her even more. Chapter 8. A few days later, Rosalie's resolve remained strong. She had been avoiding Bella in the halls and after school. During lunch, when Bella joined their table, Rosalie made a point of getting up and leaving. In truth, it was easy to stay away from her. If she felt any hint of unhappiness, it was nothing significant. A few days later, Rosalie sat beside the Camaro, happily listening to music and getting greasy. The frame had turned out to be more disgusting than she had initially realized. Now, she was covered from head to toe in smudges while she worked a rag over it, trying to remove as much dirt as possible. Her jeans were old and permanently stained, her tank top was ragged, and her hair was pulled up in a knot at the top of her head to keep it mostly out of the way. She rubbed and scrubbed with careful precision, being mindful not to apply too much pressure and dent the car. She wasn't frustrated. Bella didn't mean enough to cause frustration. She was simply a minor presence in Rosalie's life. Still, Rosalie felt as if she had an itch that couldn't be scratched. Bella was always there, lingering just outside of Rosalie's control, that annoying scent demanding her attention. And she didn't know why. Rosalie rubbed at a spot of rust, getting as much grease out as she could before marking the spot. It would have to be sealed. From inside the house behind her, she could hear Bella's breathy laugh, which made her jaw clench. Bella was probably laughing at something silly that Edward said. Rosalie snarled slightly, and the car groaned under the pressure. Damn it, she muttered, reaching into the frame to pop the small dent back out. She needed to be more careful. Car bodies were delicate, requiring the lightest touch and the gentlest strokes, or else she would bruise the beautiful body she was trying to restore. Another groan of metal echoed, followed by a snap as that private, probably intimate laugh from Edward reached her ears. "Damn it!" Rosalie growled, snapping her hands away, a large bowl clutched in her palm. "Gwa!" she roared, grabbing a hammer from the box across the wall and snapping it in half. The crack was loud and satisfying, calming some of the turmoil inside her. Her jaw was tight, and her grip on the hammer head was so hard that it began to change shape. Well, that hadn't helped enough, and now she needed to get a new ball-peen hammer. Great. She grabbed the iPod from the iHome that Emmett had just bought and shoved the headphones into her ears, turning the music up to a deafening volume. That helped. The laughter and mutter of voices were drowned out. She stretched inside, feeling some of the tension leave her body. Focusing again, she settled back onto her rolling stool, one leg tucked under her, the other stretched to rest just inside the open car door. Her fingers became gentle again, coaxing the grease away. She glided over the top of the passenger door and onto the back door, pleased with how easy it felt. She would have to do this again soon. The car would naturally get greasy as she installed a new interior, and it needed to be done in order to paint. But that was... A violent hiss rolled out of her in fury as she swung around. Behind her stood Bella, looking slightly afraid, the headphone she had just pulled from Rosalie's ear still dangling from her outstretched hand. With effort and more than a little annoyance, Rosalie snatched her stolen headphone back from Bella. "What do you want?" Rosalie yelled, not meaning to shout it in her face. Was she serious? You didn't sneak up on an unaware vampire like that. Bella didn't sneak up on her like that. She could have ripped her apart without even noticing. Instantly, Edward appeared in the doorway, his eyes sharp and teeth bared. Bella flinched at Rosalie's shout, but she stood her ground. Rosalie dropped her hand to her side and stared at Bella, feeling both impressed and frustrated. "Bella," she sighed, her greasy hands falling into her lap. "In the future, if a vampire hisses at you like that, you should run." Edward growled in warning. Bella's expression hardened. "You're not going to hurt me." Rosalie scoffed, surprised by Bella's confidence. Behind them, Edward shifted, but Bella waved him off. "I'm fine." "And I'm busy," Rosalie said, turning back to the car and resuming her work. Still, she could feel Bella standing there, warm like sunlight on her back. "I'm fine, Edward," Bella insisted, and Rosalie couldn't help but smirk at Edward's protected nature. But Edward didn't leave. "Can I help?" he asked. "What?" Rosalie scoffed. Bella stepped closer, and Rosalie noticed how close they were. She felt uneasy but refused to move. She didn't want to watch Bella, but she couldn't help it. Bella was right there, her warmth drawing Rosalie's gaze from the car to Bella's face. Bella took a deep breath, obviously preparing herself. Rosalie watched with curiosity. The determination in Bella was striking, especially for someone who usually followed Edward around like a lovesick girl. "I don't want you to hate me," Bella said, her voice strong and steady. Rosalie's eyebrows shot up. Bella didn't want her to hate her? And why is that? Bella's eyes darted around, glancing at Rosalie and then away. "Because you're part of Edward's family." Bella said, "I don't like any of you not liking me, and I know why you don't." Hopes that Rosalie knew what she meant rose and fell all at once. Bella looked back at the car, her body tense. "He told me that you struggle with me knowing what you are." Rosalie sneered but didn't argue. If that had been true at first, it wasn't now. But that didn't matter much. Edward is going hunting tomorrow night. And? In the doorway, Esme joined Edward. They both stared at Bella, silently asking something of her. "Stay with me?" "What?" Bella spluttered, kicking herself for it. She wasn't usually this inarticulate. Esme shifted in the doorway, her face bright with hope. Rosalie glanced at her and nodded in encouragement. "No." Bella's expression fell. This wasn't fair. Her core reaction was a strong, "No way." But there was Edward and Esme, both with matching looks on their faces, silently asking her to try. It was a strong guilt trip. It wasn't fair. And Bella's face, that stupid face she didn't care about, looked so crestfallen. She turned away, tearing her gaze from that look before it burned her. Staring into the faces of her brother and mother figure, Rosalie let out a grunt. Fine. Bella's hurt was replaced so quickly it looked like an emotional explosion. Her grin was huge. Rosalie just put her headphones back in and turned toward the car, ignoring them all. By 4 o'clock, Rosalie had showered, dressed, and was in the library. This time, she wasn't lounging as she had the night before. Instead, she sat straight-backed, a book in her lap, waiting. She didn't move as she heard the truck thunder onto the drive. There was just a tiny twitch of her body, maybe even a wince. She listened as the door to the truck eventually slammed closed, and then 2 pairs of feet made their way up the steps. Bella and Edward walked in, passing the library door, but Rosalie remained still on the front porch. She didn't react to Edward's overly sentimental goodbye, which seemed more appropriate for a soldier heading off to war than for a night of hunting. Is she? Bella's voice trailed off. Rose is in the library, I think, Esme replied, her voice warm as always when she spoke to Bella. Oh. Okay. Bella stood up and, moving at full vampire speed, took a seat in the chair at the far end of the living room, the book still resting in her lap. She had no real reason for this choice other than her strong desire to be contrary. Bella jumped slightly when she entered the living room and found Rosalie much closer than she had expected. Her pale cheeks flushed with warmth, and she looked down. Sorry, they told me you were in the library. Rosalie almost smiled. So? Bella said, clicking her tongue and looking awkward. Rosalie did not acknowledge Bella's words. With a sharp clearing of her throat, she opened her book and settled back in her chair. Okay, Bella breathed, moving toward the couch. She perched on the far end, squishing herself against the arm to give Rosalie as much space as possible. Do you want to watch some TV? Rosalie turned the page of her book. Okay, Bella sighed under her breath. Rosalie suppressed a smirk. The room fell into silence. Through the quiet in her reading, Rosalie listened. She could feel Bella's eyes on her, but she refused to look up. She was determined not to make this enjoyable. So do you know where they are going to hunt? Edward didn't say. Bella continued. Rosalie flipped to the next page without responding. Right. Okay, Bella said. The TV clicked on, and Rosalie smirked down at her book, pleased. The night stretched on for Bella, who fidgeted in her seat, flipped channels, and got up now and then for a snack. Meanwhile, Rosalie felt Bella's gaze shifting toward her, then away, and back again. Rosalie ignored Bella, which was helpful. In her mind, the couch was empty. She didn't care. Instead, she focused on Bella's TV preferences. She skipped past the silly adult cartoons that Bella's peers often discussed. She even bypassed the modern sitcoms that were so popular and settled on a documentary about hidden Tibet. Even from across the room, and only glancing at the screen for brief moments, Rosalie enjoyed the program deeply. It was a place she had always wanted to visit. She longed for the opportunity to travel. The rest of the family had traveled, and while she had done a bit herself, she wanted the chance to go everywhere. When that documentary ended, Rosalie expected Bella to choose something trivial, but instead, Bella settled on the beginning of Masterpiece Theater's Jane Eyre. Bella's excitement caught Rosalie off guard. Have you seen this? She asked, glancing at Bella for the first time that night. You're watching this? Bella turned to her, her expression suddenly hard. I read it last week, Bella replied, surprising Rosalie. Well, I'm reading it now. Turn it off, Rosalie snapped, despite her genuine desire to watch. Because you haven't read it before? I want to watch this, Bella argued. Rosalie considered Bella for a moment, her curiosity growing. Why did Bella like things like this? It wasn't typical for someone her age. When had she discovered it? Why had she read the book? How had she finished it so quickly? Rosalie had so many questions and wanted to know so much. More than anything, she wanted to know what Bella's skin would smell like up close, and that thought was unacceptable. So, Rosalie's eyes dropped back to her book. Gritting her teeth, she ignored Bella for the rest of the night. It was difficult. Rosalie growled to herself a little as she ducked back around the corner she had just turned. She hadn't seen Bella, but the scent was enough to know that Bella was somewhere down that hallway. Rosalie stood in the hallway, likely waiting just outside the door she needed to enter. She was going to be late, and it was all Bella's fault. Life had become much more complicated since Bella decided to embark on her little crusade. How was she supposed to deal with this? She abruptly cut off her thoughts. They had been increasingly difficult to control over the past week. They drifted without her permission. This was why there were usually no secrets in their family. Between Edward and Alice, it was hard to keep anything hidden. However, Edward seemed to be doing his best to ignore her thoughts, which was good, but it wasn't a guarantee. She couldn't rely on it. Rosalie had been spending a lot of time in the junkyards scattered around Washington, and that was helpful. It kept her focused on cars, kept her out of the house, and occupied her mind. She glanced around the corner and spotted Bella. Bella must have sent Edward away because he wasn't with her. As Rosalie watched, Bella glanced at her watch, her expression anxious. Rosalie smiled slightly. She wasn't afraid of being late if that was what needed to happen, even though she didn't want to be. Before she could think it through, Rosalie started down the hallway. Her mind immediately protested, arguing with her decision. The look on Bella's face was almost comical when she came into view. Bella held books in her arms, her purse hung over her shoulder, and her hair draped gently over one side. Bella's eyes widened, a mix of shock and something else Rosalie couldn't quite identify. Rosalie fixed her intense gaze on Bella as she approached, layering on her charm and the vampire allure that caught the attention of many. Everyone within 5 feet seemed to respond. Bella stared back, wide-eyed, like a deer caught in the headlights, while a group of boys to their right stopped in unison to gawk, creating a moment of chaos. The chatter of everyone who had been behind them. A few girls glared at the boys and continued walking, unaffected. A teacher passing by stumbled and glanced at Rosalie once, then twice, before hurrying past. "Bella," Rosalie said, her voice smooth. Bella swallowed, her eyes darting over Rosalie's face as she stepped very close, perhaps too close for her own comfort. Bella's mouth opened, and she made a small noise that might have been a word at one point, but it wasn't anymore. Then, Rosalie stepped past her and into the classroom that always smelled too much like her. For a brief moment, she closed her eyes and breathed in the scent before taking her seat. That night, when Bella walked into the Cullen house, she still seemed shaken, which made Rosalie smile to herself. She hadn't done anything particularly impressive. She was busy at the small card table in the living room, filling in the last few answers in the previous week's crossword from time, and she felt content. She decided she wasn't getting up. Still, she glared when Edward and Bella settled at the piano instead of going up to his room. Since they were facing away from her, her look did little to affect them. 17 across, the value of some opinions, Rosalie read, filling in the answer easily. Word before no and care. She rolled her eyes, amazed that those who had done this before her had missed some of these clues. Yes, you place your fingers like this, but lightly. There was a loud clunk, and Rosalie looked up, wary. Lightly. She heard the key depressed so slowly that no sound came from the piano. Too light. Another clomp followed. Come on, if I can touch you without breaking you, then you can be light, good. Annoyance rose within Rosalie. She had always hated how Edward spoke to Bella, she had from the very beginning. It was one of the things she disliked most about Bella, the fact that she let him. Okay, so follow me. A light 3-note tune filled the room, followed by. Rosalie winced at the misguided clunk. Beside Bella, Edward began to laugh. Sorry, that was dumb, Bella mumbled. Try again. This time, instead of a clunk, there was a high tinkle as Bella went the wrong direction on the keys. You're not very good at this, Edward said with a smile, his fingers moving gracefully over the keys. Astonished and irritated, Rosalie stared at Bella, expecting her to fight back. Instead, she saw acceptance. Bella's eyes dropped, and her face flushed. Rosalie could see Bella internalizing this, adding it to her list of facts about herself: brown hair, pale skin, bad at the piano. It was insane. It was rude. It was downright disrespectful. Here, try this. This is easier. His fingers bounced between two notes at a steady rhythm, and Bella, looking reluctant, copied him. Edward was a terrible teacher. He laughed when his student made mistakes. He had once tried to teach Rosalie to play senet, and she had become so enraged at his treatment that she flipped the board and refused to let him teach her anything ever again. Maybe Edward was right about her. Maybe her death had changed her because now she had no patience for men who treated women poorly. That had never bothered her in life. She had been given too much too easily, been too shallow, and craved admiration too much. Now, her teeth clenched as Bella made another mistake. Bella's hands dropped into her lap, leaving the piano as if it had burned her. That was fine, Rosalie told herself. It was fine. It was Bella's issue to deal with. So she was going to let Edward talk to her like she had only 2 brain cells instead of recognizing the intelligent woman she was? Fine. Don't put your hands down. Let's just stop, Bella moaned. I suck at this. Jaw tight, Rosalie exploded, forcing out words she hadn't wanted to say. I planned on saying, no, you just haven't had 100 years of virginity in which to practice. Her voice rang out in the room, bouncing off the walls and silencing the other Cullens. Had that been her? She wanted to look around for the person who had stolen her voice because it clearly hadn't come from her. In fact, she had chosen not to speak. That had been her. She blinked at Edward's back, confused about how this could have happened. Slowly, like a statue coming to life, Edward turned in his seat to face her, his expression a mix of shock and anger. She cleared her throat, a nervous habit. Well, she had said it, so she had to stand by her words. Her face hardened, and she glared back at him fiercely, even though she knew he could hear the panic in her mind, not to mention her confusion about why she had spoken at all. It's true. He stared at her for a long moment, looking as if he wanted to throttle her. If you have nothing else to add, he said slowly, grinding out each word, then turned away, shaking his head in disbelief. She felt provoked and snarled, you realize you sound like a jerk, right? You're laughing when she makes mistakes, telling her she's no good at it before she even gets a real chance to try. You sound like you don't think she can do it at all. Is that the message you're trying to send? Her eyes didn't turn to Bella. Instead, they focused just above her right shoulder, avoiding eye contact with Bella, especially with the way Bella was staring at her. He's not better than you. He's just had more time to practice. Instruments take time to study. Unwillingly, her gaze flicked down to Bella's face and caught it. It was as if the sun had blossomed there, the beginning of its creation. Any sun that had existed before was only a light source compared to this. She mentally swore. Slowly, Edward blinked, his expression blank. He coughed lightly, his gaze returning to his seatmate. No, I am not trying to say that. I didn't realize. He shot Rosalie a bewildered glance, as if she had suddenly lost her mind. Rosalie stared fixedly at the wall behind them, her jaw clenched tight and her hands digging into her legs. God damn it. Do you want to try again? Bella nodded slightly, and they turned back to the piano. Bella opened her mouth, closed it, then leaned in to whisper, Are you really a virgin? Rosalie let out a loud cackle and stood up. Boops. She shrugged at the fury on Edward's face and went upstairs to change. So, what are you and Bella going to do tonight? She asked Emmett once she was in her ragged hunting clothes. He shrugged. Movie, I think. There's this new one about a guy who has been a virgin all his life. She hummed. I'm sensing a theme for the evening. Right? Emmett laughed. At least that's probably going to change. Rosalie froze, her hands tangled in her hair. Her eyes widened, and her mouth filled with venom. She had to fight, literally fight, not to respond, not to yell, not to say something nasty. Something dark and ugly twisted in her stomach. She turned away, forcing her thoughts onto the car, but they wouldn't leave. The thoughts she had always avoided surfaced. Edward naked with her. Edward inside Bella's body. Edward leaving part of himself behind, possessing her. I still can't believe he doesn't jerk off, Emmett mumbled. That's crazy. You ready? What? Rosalie jumped, guilt washing over her. Everyone else has left already. Are you going? Oh. She cleared her throat. Of course. Normally, she would lean in, giving him a passionate kiss, or maybe even a. She pinched his butt, but then her stomach twisted at the thought. With a wink, she left before she could think any further. The issue was, once she saw Bella smile like that, she wanted to make it happen again. It wasn't for Bella's sake, she reminded herself repeatedly. It was about teaching Edward not to be a chauvinist. No matter where she was in the house, whenever she heard him say something that sounded like, I'm better than you, she found it impossible to stay silent. It was a slippery slope. The next time, she was downstairs while Edward and Bella were in his room. She heard him teasing Bella about her inability to hike without getting hurt. Before she knew it, she called out loud enough for them to hear that he wasn't specifically good at hiking, he was just a vampire with extra sensitive senses. She couldn't see his face, but the long pause followed by Bella's giggle suggested he was taken aback. She kind of enjoyed this dynamic. If Bella wasn't going to stand up for herself, she wouldn't mind doing it for her. That was, until the third time. The third time, she must have lost her senses. When Bella looked over at her after she defended her and smiled, Rose actually smiled back, a genuine smile. A real, genuine smile. Confused and angry, she left for the car bay. It was a dangerous slope she needed to avoid. She reminded herself of that as she heard Bella's truck roaring through the pouring rain on the next babysitting night. She wasn't staying. She would keep her mouth shut and ignore her, it was as simple as that. Sitting at the dining room table with a book in hand, she waited for her family to gather. She wasn't looking forward to this hunt. She glanced out at the rain, which looked more like a wall. She was going to get muddy. Maybe she could skip this week. After all, she had gone just the week before. Unlike the rest of the family, she didn't think she needed to stuff herself constantly to avoid being a threat to Bella. The front door opened with Edward's laughter. You're soaked, he said. Rosalie closed her eyes, instantly overwhelmed. Bella's scent, not that misty feeling but her actual scent mixed with rain and earth, made Rosalie's hands clench into fists. Yeah, Bella gasped, her voice shaking from the cold. It's brutal out there. Chuckling and grinning widely, Edward said, I'll get you a towel. Thanks, Bella nodded, her body jerking with shivers as her teeth chattered. Alice skipped up, looking disapproving. I know. Bella sighed. Rosalie had to admit it was impressive how soaked she had gotten in the minute-long walk from her truck to the porch. I know, Bella sighed sadly. It isn't fair that Edward is so beautiful and he's stuck with me, the human drowned rat. Something white-hot ripped through Rosalie, a mix of anger and pain. Upstairs, Edward barked a laugh. You're beautiful too, God damn it. There was a loud splintering crack. Shocked, Rosalie looked down at her fist, which had just come down on the tabletop, creating cracks that splintered out from it like a web. She looked back up at the two people in the doorway, her eyes focusing on just one. Bella was staring at her, mouth open, completely unaware that Rosalie had just broken the table. Flabbergasted, Rosalie could only stare. What was happening to her? Chapter 9. Rosalie was just entering the house again the following week when Edward approached her, Her arms were full of bags, having just returned from shopping in Portland with Alice. She was in a better mood than she had been for the last 7 days, if not longer. She had needed that. She had needed some fun without consequence, and she had wanted the new Dior line in her closet. The dress she had found was beautiful enough to make her forget her recent troubles. However, her back straightened and the smile that had been on her face moments before suddenly fell when Edward approached. "Edward," she greeted in a stiff voice. His eyebrows were drawn, his face grave, and his hands were in fists at his sides. "Rose, can I talk to you?" She gave a grunt that was neither a yes nor a no. "I'll, put these in your room for you," Alice sang, taking Rosalie's bags and disappearing upstairs. "What?" Rosalie's response was short, but if Edward was surprised, she couldn't tell. "Bella will be here tonight." "And? Will you please stay with her?" Rosalie's jaw dropped. Hadn't she just done this? They couldn't have worked through everyone else in the family already. They hadn't. She knew that for a fact. There was no way in hell she would be doing this. No way. She clicked her tongue. Fine. Then she went up to her room to put away her new clothing. Rosalie wasn't in the living room or even somewhere she was available to Bella when the rest of the family left that night. She was holed up in her room, sitting on the bed with her knees pulled up and a scowl on her face, still angry that she had done what she had done. Why did this keep happening? She had told her mouth to say no. She had told it to, and she was supposed to be in control of that. So why had something else entirely come out of her mouth? "Rosalie?" Rosalie heard Bella's tentative voice from downstairs. Instead of answering, she stood and went to her bathroom, turning on the tap for a bath. "Rose?" Bella called. The sound of her name sent a shiver up Rosalie's spine. She dashed down the stairs at vampire speed, grabbing a book from the library. Bella, standing in the middle of the living room, yelped in fright as Rosalie zoomed past her, likely only a blur. Rosalie snatched something at random and then turned back. "Rosalie!" Bella exclaimed. "Entertain yourself." Rosalie barked before racing back upstairs and slipping into her bath. They spent the evening that way. Rosalie stayed upstairs, continuously refilling her bathtub to keep the water warm, while Bella remained downstairs, the scratch of a pencil on paper suggesting she was focused on her homework. The following week, when Edward approached her again, Rosalie didn't protest. She changed into her old jeans and a tank top just as Bella was arriving and then headed down the stairs. In the doorway, Bella stopped, a strange look on her face. "What?" Rosalie asked. Bella blinked slowly. "And nothing. I've just never noticed you in." She seemed too confused to finish and simply pointed to Rosalie's outfit. "Surprised that she doesn't work on cars in her designer slacks?" Edward chimed in, taking Bella's jacket in a far more chivalrous way than he had recently. Apparently, Rosalie's constant teasing was having an effect on him. "Don't put that on Esme's chair, Edward." "It's wet," Rosalie warned. Edward looked up, confused. Bella rolled her eyes, took her jacket from him, and walked over to the jacket holder, hooking it up to drip dry in a spot where no one would slip. Edward didn't look pleased. "Is that what you're doing?" Bella asked sheepishly. "You're working on the car." Rosalie considered not answering, but finally gave a slight nod and headed out without waiting. She made her way to the car bay. Wasn't far from the house, just a quarter of a mile behind the garage and deep in the forest. However, it was far enough that by the time Bella arrived, Rosalie was already dirty up to her elbows. Hi. You didn't wait for me. You can sit over there." Rosalie pointed to the corner, cutting Bella off. "So, are all of these yours?" Bella glanced around the cathedral-like space, her eyes skimming over the cars with the disinterest of someone who wasn't into cars. Rosalie glared and decided to stop answering her for the evening. "Most of them," she said, sliding under a car as she revealed her intentions. There was a Ferrari F40 that she had bought, which Jasper preferred and drove often. Alice had claimed a Porsche 993 for herself, and Esme and Carlisle often used a BMW 320 and a 750. Jasper, Emmett, Carlisle, and Alice all had at least one flashy car in the bay. Those were typically stored in the car bay behind the house, while the everyday cars were parked in the garage beside the house. They had learned to save the flashy ones for long trips out of Forks. The only one I drive regularly is the M3. The rest are taken by others in the family. That's the red one? Bella asked. Yes, Rosalie replied flatly. The red one. Oh. Rosalie's hands carefully picked apart the piece she needed, removing the old parts with her bare fingers. So. Nope. Rosalie interrupted. We're not doing that talking thing. Oh. Rosalie flinched under the car at the disappointment in Bella's voice. She grit her teeth and continued working, listening to the silence between them. It wasn't comfortable, but when Bella finally rose and went back into the main house a few hours later, Rosalie felt the absence heavily. She didn't come inside until Bella had fallen into a deep sleep in Edward's bed. She moved quietly, telling herself it was better this way. She didn't want to wake Bella and trigger her "let's be friends" mission. Instead, she preferred the quiet, allowing her to listen to the steady rhythm of Bella's breath. After showering away the grease, she slipped into a soft sweater and comfortable pants. She settled onto the large sofa in her movie room, picked a movie at random, and leaned back. However, she missed most of the film, unable to concentrate. Instead, she closed her eyes and listened, her own breath beginning to mirror the one beside her. The movie was only half over when she heard the familiar sound of Emmett arriving home. She blinked a few times to shake off the meditative relaxation. "Hey, beautiful," he said, smiling at her. Lazily, she smiled back. "You look comfortable," he noted. "I am," she replied. She enjoyed these moments with Bella. It was the closest to sleep she could get now, this deep meditative state. Not that she would ever admit that to anyone. Emmett grinned, pulling his shirt off over his head, revealing his impressive chest. She thought about how the indents of his muscles were deep enough to lose a fingertip in them, something she knew from experience. His pecs were full and hard, and the V shape leading into his jeans was pronounced. He was beautiful. Shirtless, he settled beside her, pulling her in close. She pushed back, comfortable in her spot. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing," she shrugged. "Just comfortable." "Be comfortable with me," he urged. "Emmett, stop it," she said, pushing his arms away again. "You're making me miss the end." "You've seen it." Her head turned toward him, alarmed and a little annoyed. He ducked his head slightly, that look of guilt and hurt crossing his face. "What's wrong with you?" she asked bluntly. "You never want to be close." "What's going on?" "What?" She chuckled, shifting her head to a more comfortable spot. "That's ridiculous. Babe, it's been like a month since we had sex." She laughed a little louder, rolling her eyes. She loved that Emmett seemed like a silly man, but he communicated so well. He was rarely overly dramatic and often straightforward, distinctly against exaggeration, usually. "It has not." "It has." Her laughter slowly faded as she realized he wasn't teasing her. There was nothing silly in his face, just a serious set to his mouth and eyebrows. She opened her mouth to argue because that was ridiculous. They were Rosalie and Emmett. They were intimate often. Hadn't she was sure she had, yes, that night when he had. She stared at him, confused. He was wrong, she realized. It had been longer. Had it really been so long since she had just cuddled with him? She had been pulling away, and she hadn't even noticed. Maybe it was her vigilante kick against Edward that was making her more militant. And sex, there had been none of that since the impromptu moment she had shared with him just after their last hotel stay. In the next room over, Bella's breath caught in her sleep, almost like an accusation. "You're right," she said in a small voice. "I'm sorry, come here." Smiling happily, he slid over, opening his arms so she could settle on his chest. He sighed a little as his strong arms wrapped around her, holding her close. She buried her face into his chest. His skin was soft and warm, and she loved it, usually. This was a perfect example of why she could never leave this. He held her like it made him happy to do so. It did make him happy, something Rosalie thought was more than she deserved. That early morning, however, she wasn't comforted by him as she usually was. She couldn't seem to find that perfect feeling. The early morning light. She remembered how her chin would rest perfectly on his chest, nestled between his pectorals as it usually did. She shifted again, rubbing her nose against his chest and inhaling his scent. He smelled like earth, wild game, and musk. It was a manly scent that she had always liked, but today, it didn't bring her comfort. "You stink," she said, breaking the silence. He laughed. "I should probably have showered after hunting, huh?" "Probably. You're getting bare all over my sofa." He growled playfully, pretending to bite her neck. "Go on, get, mountain man." He grinned, and she knew what was coming. "Come get into the shower with me." "No, you stink." "I'll make you stink." "Exactly." He gave her a slow smirk and unbuttoned his jeans deliberately. She smirked back, though her smile felt shallow. She really wasn't in the mood. Still, she reached down, holding his gaze as he liked, and unzipped his pants, letting him spring free. His smile widened, clearly pleased by her interest more than the act itself. She knew he did it for her. A few weeks ago, or even on any other day, she would have jumped at the chance, thrilled to see that she had that effect on him. That was who she had always been. No, that was who she still was, she reminded herself. A trickle of fear coursed through her. She was afraid, and she knew it. She wasn't changing. She would never change. With a coy grin, she reached down and gave him a teasing squeeze. He hissed in response. "Come on, gorgeous," he urged, pulling her up while somehow removing her pants at the same time. Despite her lack of interest, she climbed onto him. He held her tight, entering her before they even made it to the shower. An hour and a half later, she found herself on the front porch as the sun began to rise. It was something she had always enjoyed, even in the early morning light. Her human life. She loved watching the sun break across the sky. Now, she felt its warmth on her skin like a gentle touch. The sky was beautiful, but it also made her miss human things. In her human life, she used to come out just before sunrise with a tray of morning delicacies, cookies, breads, danishes, scones, and a thick cup of coffee. She didn't remember it well, but she knew it was a time for her to think. She had decided she would marry Royce there, even before he had asked. She had planned her coming out party, right down to the dress she would wear while sitting and looking at the sunrise at the age of 16. She pulled her legs up into the chair and closed her eyes, feeling the warm rays. She missed coffee, just a little. It didn't smell good to her now, but back then, she had always enjoyed its strong, bitter taste. More than that, she had loved the act of drinking it, cupping her hands around the warm cup. Emmett said that this was the most human thing she did. She chuckled softly into the morning air. She supposed he was right. Suddenly, she thought that Emmett used to smell a little like coffee. Used to. There had been something smooth and deep about his scent, much like coffee. For so many years after she had found him, during the times when she was still struggling with her past, she turned her thoughts away before she could remember the horror of being forcibly penetrated for the first time. It was a trauma that had happened again and again. Emmett's scent had calmed her as she continued to emotionally heal. Now, his smell was different. There was an edge to it, something fiercely masculine that should have drawn her in, but it felt too spicy. Why was that? She wanted that warm coffee scent now. She always did when she thought of herself on the ground of the alleyway, her face pressed into the grime. She blinked, feeling nauseous, and looked back out at the sunrise. Gone cold and empty for her. In the distance, she saw a few figures break through the trees. Instantly, her thoughts shifted. If I work hard, I think I could have the car done by spring. Emmett would like that. There isn't much to do, but I do need to order a few parts. Edward slowed as he approached the house, his eyes on Rosalie. Beautiful morning, isn't it? Esme asked, kissing Rosalie's forehead. Rosalie nodded, her mind drifting through the parts she needed to order. She pretended not to notice Edward's gaze and that something inside her ached for comfort. Hey, Jazz. Even though Edward had passed her and was inside, Rosalie could hear him perfectly. Can I ask you a question? Of course, Jasper replied. Is Rose okay? Rosalie froze in her seat, surprised. Had she not hidden her thoughts well enough? She thought she was an expert at pushing them away in favor of anything else. Silence followed for a long moment before Jasper spoke again, his voice further away now. Well, what do you mean? She's been obsessed with this car she's building. She thinks about it non-stop. Rosalie tightened her grip around her legs. She was often discussed by her family, a consequence of being known as the family troublemaker, but this felt a little more obvious than usual. In fact, it was rude. It pissed her off. I can tell she's upset about something, but unless she thinks about it exactly, I can't hear it. I can only hear the exact words in her head. Have you noticed anything? Another long silence followed. Jasper, as a rule, was a gentleman. Even Rosalie had to admit that. She knew he understood things about the family and those around him that others didn't, but it was rare for him to share. Well, Rosalie is often in pain. I wear my scars on the outside, but she wears hers on the inside. Yes, I know, but I think this is something new. Another long silence followed before Jasper spoke, his voice sounding reluctant. I have noticed a few strange moments over the past few months, but I'm not sure what they mean. Rosalie stood, uncertain of her next move. Should she confront her secret or run away? What do you think? Edward pressed. I'm not sure, Edward. You should just ask Rose what's going on with her if you're curious. Edward sighed, and Rosalie felt a wave of relief, which turned into a grateful smile. Right, yeah, okay, thanks, he said. She turned and headed toward the car bay, wondering what Jasper had sensed from her recently and what he had picked up before. She hadn't planned on working on the car, and she hadn't changed into the right clothes. So, she couldn't help the growl of frustration when Emmett appeared behind her a little while later, wrapping his arms around her and pushing her into the car, smearing her jeans with old motor oil. Oh, were you trying to stay clean? He asked, looking genuinely apologetic. I was, she replied through gritted teeth. And I was doing a good job. Sorry. He leaned in, careful not to bump her, and kissed her neck. She wriggled out of his reach and went to her tool caddy. She was busy, and now she was dirty. Come on. This morning was great. Round 2? She didn't want to. She wanted to finish what she was doing and get some degreaser on her jeans, even though she knew they probably weren't savable. Inside, she could almost feel Edward had been able to all morning. She sensed him listening, trying to unravel whatever mystery he had decided was at play. It was exhausting, and she wished it would stop. So, she let it happen, knowing he would take Bella and get out of the house as soon as possible. And she was right. Her shirt wasn't even off before Bella's truck started up with a loud roar. She grinned as she leaned over the tools table. If her smile faded moments later, it was only because the table was dirty. There was no other reason at all. Chapter 10. The morning of the third week, Rosalie didn't even bother looking up when Edward approached her. Why? She asked, her eyes still focused on her computer monitor. Edward shuffled his feet. He knew what she was asking. She was certain of that much, so she waited for the answer. Why her, over and over again? Why had he stopped asking his other sycophantic family members? She looked up, and he was just standing there, hands in his pockets. Fine, she grumbled. Thank you. Rose? Rosalie didn't look up as she cranked the tire iron easily, pulling off another nut. She had to be careful. If she twisted too hard, she could pull them clean off. "Hey," Bella said, closing the door behind her. Rosalie glanced up at Bella, then did a double take. The smile on Bella's face was too big to be meant for her. "Hey." The smile grew, and Rosalie felt the urge to smile back. "Changing tires?" She shot Bella a dry look. "Right. Dumb question. Can I help?" "I don't see how," Rosalie answered honestly. "Oh. Okay." She watched Bella retreat to the corner she had occupied last time, her shoulders stooped in rejection. Rosalie growled softly at herself and gave the iron a hard jerk. The whole car shuddered, and Rose. Bella stumbled to her feet, rushing toward the falling car as it shook hard enough to push it off the jack. Rosalie watched, her eyebrows raised, as Bella reached forward, as if she, the human, could somehow stop the car from crushing the vampire underneath it. "Oh my God, are you okay?" Bella asked, her eyes wide. "Ear." Rosalie glanced at the car, which she was now holding up with one hand, completely undamaged. "Yeah, I'm fine." She stared at Bella's slightly pale face, bemused. "Bella, even if the car fell on me, it wouldn't hurt me." She shifted in place, her over-white cheeks turning pink. "Yeah, I guess." "That's true," Rosalie said, unable to look away from Bella's still slightly panicked face. Why did this girl care so much? "Come here." Joy burst across Bella's face as she immediately dropped to her knees beside Rosalie. "Move this so that it's placed there, you see, so the frame won't bend." "Okay." With a look of concentration that Rosalie couldn't help but watch, Bella wiggled the jack into the proper place. "Okay, got it." "Rose?" Rosalie blinked, remembering she was supposed to be doing something. "Great. Now pump it up." Bella did, giving small grunts as the jack steadily rose in tiny increments. "Like that?" she panted. Smiling a little to herself, Rosalie reached over and gave the jack a few more pumps, then carefully placed the car back on it. "So what you do now?" Bella helped her take off the first tire, rocking it perfectly and getting her hands greasy. "Don't worry, it comes off," Rosalie chuckled softly when she saw Bella looking down at her hands with a frown. Bella just beamed at her. She was actually pretty good at this, Rosalie had to admit. Changing tires wasn't a big deal, but it was a little hard to remove the old tires from the rim, and still, Bella thrived. Honestly, she was cute as she did it. Watching Bella try to carry the old tire, pretending she wasn't struggling, made Rosalie's sides ache as she bit back her laughter. "So, how did you start working on cars?" Bella asked, rubbing some sweat from her face and smearing it with grease. Rosalie didn't even hesitate before she answered, her mind mostly on the task at hand. "It was when our first car broke down. We didn't get one until almost 1936, and once we did, we couldn't find anyone to work on it at night. We weren't living somewhere as safe for us then, and there were rumors about our nocturnal behaviors," Bella continued. "Eventually, I got tired of trying, so I broke into the manufacturer's shop and the local mechanics. I stole every book I could find about fixing cars. It turned out I was good at it. At first, Edward and Emmett tried to help, but I soon surpassed their abilities." Bella laughed, and Rosalie couldn't help but smile, a hint of pride in her expression. They were so surprised that a woman could do it at all, let alone better than them. "I think it hurt Edward's pride." Bella nodded, rolling her eyes playfully. "I can't see him handling it well when someone is better than him." Rosalie clicked her tongue. "It is a weakness of his." She turned her gaze back to Bella, studying her. She felt a bit exasperated, which surprised her. She had the impression that Bella thought Edward could do no wrong. "He's not perfect, you know." She wasn't sure why she added that or why she even bothered. She doubted Bella could see that he wasn't perfect at all. But Bella surprised her by sighing deeply. "I know," she said. Rosalie's eyebrows shot up in surprise. But she stopped herself, deciding to let it go. Just then, a loud, angry rumble came from Bella's stomach. "Oh," Bella said, pressing her hand against it and frowning. "You're hungry." Her voice was light, but Rosalie could hear the disapproval in it, realizing Bella had let herself get to the point of hunger. "You should eat." "Yeah, I guess so." Bella's eyes turned to Rosalie, and in that moment, Rosalie felt the spark of something deep within her. They were very close. Her gaze shifted, and her mouth fell open as a longing began to build inside her. As she looked at Bella, she noticed for the first time how deep and warm her eyes were. There were flecks of gold, red, and black in them. Each freckle had its own unique shape, like stars. Across the night sky, Rosalie's eyes traced the soft pink of Bella's lips, and she instinctively licked her own. Bella's warm arm pressed against Rosalie's, radiating heat that Rosalie barely noticed. They were so soft that Rosalie could tell just by looking at them. A strand of Bella's loose hair tickled Rosalie's skin. Bella's arms were not hard and firm, but gentle and giving. Suddenly, Rosalie pulled away, panic racing through her mind. How had she gotten that close to Bella? What had she been doing? How had she not noticed? Bella's eyes were half-lidded, her heart rate elevated. That had almost been very bad. Rosalie stood, clearing her throat and offering Bella her hand for just a moment before changing her mind. "Come on, let's go inside," she said. "Huh?" "Oh, yeah," Bella replied, blinking a few times before standing on what looked like unsteady feet. "Right. Time to go through that kitchen that Esme packed for me." Rosalie laughed a little, following Bella as she headed toward the door. "Actually, maybe you can talk to her," Rosalie suggested. Bella turned as she walked, her hands absently playing with one another, her eyes not on Rosalie at all. "What's wrong?" Bella asked, her voice sounding a bit testy. No, it's not bad. It's so much food." "Edward won't tell her that I can't eat," Bella exclaimed before her foot settled in the middle of the oil puddle she had accidentally knocked over earlier. Rosalie saw Bella's face shift from pleading to surprise to fear. Then Bella tilted back, falling. "Bella!" Rosalie called out, reaching out. Instead of grabbing her from the air, she thrust her arms under Bella, catching her just before she hit the ground. Rosalie let out a strangled breath as Bella's body, almost weightless in her arms, settled against her. Everything stopped again. Bella was so warm. In that moment, Rosalie bent over, cradling Bella as if they were sharing a New Year's Eve kiss. She could feel Bella's warmth, all-consuming, wanting to melt away Rosalie's coldness. Bella's eyes had closed as she began to fall. Rosalie watched as they slowly opened again, time seeming to slow in her haste. She let out a breath, the stress of her trip falling away in relief, and the breath brushed against Bella's face. Bella's hands tightened on Rosalie's arm, squeezing hard. Her eyes, which had almost opened, dropped to half-lidded. She was there, in Rosalie's arms, so close. Rosalie closed her eyes for just a moment, unable to help herself, and held Bella a little tighter. The constant ache inside her, the longing to reach out, lessened and then disappeared, like pouring cool water over a burn. Bella's gaze was fixed on Rosalie's face, and Rosalie, slowly opening her eyes, couldn't look away. She almost pulled Bella in closer, wanting to know what it would feel like, just for a moment. She wished for just one peaceful moment. Bella's hand shifted, fisting in Rosalie's shirt over her chest. Rosalie glanced at the fist and then back at Bella's face. Just once, she thought. She just wanted to know once. Bella's lips parted below her, blinking slowly. They opened, and in a sudden movement, Rosalie stood her up on her feet, unsure if she might send Bella sprawling in the opposite direction. She dashed out of the car bay, storming through the doors, up to her room, and into the shower. That had been close. Oh God, that had been so close. Had Bella been aware of how near they had come? Of course not, Rosalie supposed, but she had almost lost control. And good God, it had felt so good. It felt so good to wrap her arms around Bella, to give in to that feeling for just a moment before it vanished like steam. The scent of Bella lingered, drawing Rosalie back, as if calling her to return. She wanted to hold Bella close, but then the water of the shower pulled her back to reality. It didn't matter what she wanted. She didn't want to feel this way. Her mind raced as she walked slowly downstairs and sank into the living room couch. Bella seemed to have eaten and was now cleaning up the dishes. Rosalie turned on the TV, flipping through the guide while her eyes darted to Bella every few seconds. Bella looked a bit unsteady on her feet, likely from the scare of their earlier trip. A few minutes later, Bella approached the couch with a steaming bag of popcorn. "That smells terrible," Bella said, wrinkling her nose. "Says the woman who thinks a zoo smells like a buffet," Rosalie shot back, her breath catching in surprise and delight. She loved a girl with spirit. Something shifted in the air after that, and even Rosalie could see it, which terrified her. The next morning, as Rosalie passed Edward and Bella, she caught Bella's gaze and smiled. "Hi, Rose," Bella said. Before she could stop herself, Rosalie nodded back. "Bella." Edward, with his arms wrapped tightly around Bella, looked as if he had just received an early Christmas gift. Rosalie straightened her shoulders and marched past them. She needed to stop allowing herself to be near Bella. It was becoming dangerous. She had held Bella in her arms, leaned in as if she had any right to those lips. Yet when Bella and Edward entered the Cullen house while Rosalie lay stretched out on the long couch, she didn't leave when they settled beside her. During lunch one day, Rosalie froze when Bella paused to gently tuck a tag back into her shirt, Bella's fingers warm against her skin. Her neck. The following week, before Edward could approach her, Rosalie found herself offering to stay behind. Edward's grin was cocky as he said, "See, I told you she's great." He clearly believed that, like the rest of his family, she had finally fallen for whatever charm Bella had that captivated everyone else. When it came down to it, Rosalie couldn't argue. She sighed, a deep sadness washing over her that she didn't want to explore, and said, "Yes. It seems she is." That night, Rosalie did her homework at the dining room table while Bella sat and ate. They were quiet. Perhaps Bella had finally realized that endless chatter wouldn't win Rosalie over. Once their homework was done, they both gravitated toward the couch. Bella flicked through the channels until she found a movie that was just beginning. They watched in silence, or at least Bella did. Rosalie wasn't focused on the movie. That night felt different. The nagging desire to be close had quieted, and Rosalie knew why. She was slipping. She was allowing herself to feel what she didn't want to admit she felt. But she felt it. She looked at Bella's face again and admitted to herself that, yes, she felt it. Instantly, the last of the tension faded away, and Rosalie sighed, leaning back onto the couch, feeling a deep sense of relief. She could relax now. She could breathe. She glanced at Bella's profile and smiled a little as Bella chuckled at the movie, her nose wrinkling cutely. Rosalie watched the way Bella's eyes moved with the film. Her skin was flawless, smooth and milky, except for a small scar on her chin. Rosalie decided she liked it. She noticed Bella's throat move when she swallowed and saw the gentle, yet important heartbeat thrumming against the skin of her neck. In the beginning, when Bella had just been a human there to disrupt the Cullens' lifestyle, Rosalie had thought. Bella wasn't pretty. She had always thought she was plain and boring. But now, Rosalie could admit that Bella was beautiful. She sighed, her eyes drifting back to Bella's face. "Do I have something on my face?" Bella asked. "What?" Rose snapped, embarrassed to have been caught staring. "No." She turned her head back to the screen, refusing to look at Bella again. Finally, the movie ended, and Bella excused herself, insisting she had to go to bed. Rose just nodded. Upstairs, she heard Bella getting ready and then sliding under the covers of the bed that had been bought just for these nights. There was a deep sigh, and not long after, the low, steady sound of Bella's breathing began. Rose stretched out on the couch, feeling a strange mix of emotions. She hated this feeling. She didn't want to be beholden to it. Her fingers ran over her own lips as she thought about Bella. It felt good to think about her, safe in the empty house. Modern beauty standards favored full, round lips. Actresses were constantly getting enhancements, and that disgusted Rose. When she had been human, the trends had been different. The ideal had been thin but shapely lips, just like Bella's. They were perfect, reminding her of a painting, well-shaped and often curled back in a smirk of some kind of secret knowledge. Rose often wondered what was happening in Bella's mind. With her fingers hovering over her own lips, she imagined what it would be like to feel Bella's lips against hers. To feel Bella over her, perhaps straddling her hips, her hair falling around Rose's face. What would Bella be like as a kisser? She had thought before that kissing Bella would be like kissing a dead fish, scared and boring. But now, she could see Bella atop her, hands on Rose's ribs. Bella's tongue slowly licked her lip, and the thought made Rose's body grow warm, almost electric. Gently, her upper teeth grazed her bottom lip, fueling her fantasy. To kiss Bella. Could she do it? Could she kiss her, touch her, take her as her own? What would that mean? Rosalie shifted a little and then stood, slowly making her way up to her room. She settled languidly on her bed. Could she share her secret? Tell everyone? Her fingers played lazily across her stomach as she pondered what it would be like. Her skin had grown sensitive, her mouth and lips craved something that was only in her mind. But these were dangerous thoughts, very dangerous. She shivered, enjoying them for a moment longer. Everyone would be home soon. She rolled over, pushing the thoughts back and allowing her body to cool. She opened a book and became lost in Wuthering Heights by the time she heard footsteps on the back stairs, her family returning. She rolled over, ready to dive back into the pages of the book when her door suddenly flew open. Rosalie started when it wasn't Emmett, as she had expected, but Alice stood there, a hand still on the doorknob, her eyes wide and staring directly at Rosalie. Rose stared back, frozen in fear. She hadn't considered the consequences of her thoughts, hadn't planned for this. She stood, her eyes averted. "Good hunt?" she asked, intending to slip past Alice. Just before she could, Alice caught her arm. Rosalie's heart raced. "I saw." Alice's confused eyes darted around the room before landing on Rose. Rosalie bore into her, willing her to stop talking, hoping she had seen nothing important. "What did you see?" Emmett's cheerful voice broke the tension. Instantly, Alice's hand dropped, and Rose stepped away, but her eyes did not leave Alice's face. "Please, whatever you saw, don't say anything," her mind pleaded. She had messed up. She had allowed her thoughts to shift for just a moment, and it was enough to send Alice a vision. Alice's eyes locked with Rosalie's, and Rose felt a chill. Yes, she had done something bad. Avoiding Alice wasn't easy. She had managed it well in the Cullen house because there was no way. Rosalie needed to talk privately. The following morning, after her first class, she stepped out of the classroom, her mind still racing with panic. There was Alice, coming down the hall, her eyes focused on Rosalie. Rosalie quickly turned and ran in the opposite direction, feigning a casual demeanor, but it was obvious she was anxious. After school, she felt a little relief when she learned that Alice had decided to go to Bella's that afternoon with Edward. However, when she heard Alice's footsteps on the stairs upon her return, panic set in again. Rosalie jumped up, searched for an escape, and then leaped out of her bedroom window, hitting the ground running. She couldn't avoid Alice forever, her mind chattered as she ran, sounding more frantic with each step. She felt trapped. She had let herself be caught, and it felt pointless. It didn't matter that they were mates. She wasn't like Edward, she couldn't just be with Bella for decades and then move on. It wasn't better to have loved and lost. She could never make Bella a vampire, and Edward was right about that. It didn't matter that they were mates. She had Emmett, and she didn't want anything else. But the words echoed in her head, their dull insistence frightened her the most. When she returned home, she was relieved to find that both Edward and Alice were gone. That was good, because she wasn't sure she could keep her thoughts to herself. Now it felt more urgent than ever. Maybe it was time to leave. She and Emmett could pack a few things and just go. They had done it before. They could head to Alaska for another 20 years, and by then, Bella would be out of the picture. In fact, 5 years might be enough, and they could return afterward. The Cullens would likely need to disappear by then anyway, so they would probably encounter Bella. Rosalie hated staying with their cousins. They were even more coven-like than it had been in Forks, but it was a place to go. She and Emmett often separated from the rest of the family to take a break from coven life, and it had been a while since they had explored somewhere new. New York. They could always return to New York. It had been a long time, and she loved the city. You could live a completely nocturnal life there without anyone noticing or caring. Yes, Emmett preferred the mountains, but a 10-year stay in New York could be fun. The film festivals there were fantastic. Or even Paris. They could enjoy the same kind of life in Paris. But Emmett hated Paris. The city felt small and cramped, and her large partner didn't fit into it, literally. Had she accepted their bond? If she had accepted that they were mates, then everything was lost, and she hadn't, had she? No, she hadn't. She wouldn't. Finding someone beautiful and wondering about kissing them wasn't the same. This had all happened so fast. She settled onto her bed, her thoughts twisting and spinning, torturing her slowly. What was she going to do? Was there something she could say to Alice that would make her believe whatever she had seen wasn't real? There was a soft knock on her door, and Rose sat up quickly. "It's just me," Jasper said gently from the other side, having apparently sensed her anxiety. "Oh. Come in, Jasper." The door opened slowly, and Jasper's gentle smile greeted her. "Hey. Hey." She blinked at him, knowing he could feel her guilt. She tried to push her feelings away, to dismiss them, but they lingered. "I was wondering if you would take a walk with me." Resigned, she sighed and nodded, allowing Jasper's outstretched hand to grasp hers and help pull her up. The night air was clear and crisp as they stepped outside, moving slightly faster than a human pace. As usual, Jasper stood close, his hand resting very lightly on her back. On the back of her arm. Usually, Rosalie hated it when men did that, seeing it as a sign of possession or dominance. With Jasper, though, it felt different. She knew as she pulled away, he would let her go. Instead, it felt like he was showing her affection through his chivalry. "Look at the moon," Jasper said, nodding upward. "It's beautiful," she admitted, her voice a bit strained. He gazed at her for a long moment, a gentle calm washing over her. "Come on," he urged. They walked in silence, the house disappearing behind them. The quiet stretched on, making Rosalie grow nervous until he finally spoke. "Rose, I know." She stopped, expecting this but still feeling blindsided. "Know what?" she asked. He leaned against a tree, his expression thoughtful, as if he hadn't fully absorbed what she had said. "It took me a long time to understand what I was sensing. At first, I thought you were just being belligerent about her, or maybe you were jealous. I have to admit," he chuckled softly, shaking his head, "I never thought it would be a mate bond, not until tonight." Rosalie turned away, a small wail escaping her. She couldn't face him, her body shaking as she cried without tears. She felt humiliated, horrified, and yet relieved. It was like walking into a neon sign. The house was drenched in yearning. Rosalie groaned, hiding her face in her hands. "Why haven't you told them?" She let out a brittle laugh. "What do you mean?" "Edward thinks she is his mate." He nodded slightly. "Yes, but mistakes happen." Rosalie scoffed. "They're happy, Jasper. They think they are mates. They're happy. Bella doesn't even seem to feel it. Why would I ruin everything for everyone by telling them?" He shook his head slowly. "I don't think you're right. I think you should tell them. It's not that simple. But, Rose, that's the thing about this. It is that simple. She stared at him, completely unsure of what he meant. You could be happy, Rose. No, she laughed darkly. No, I couldn't. There's no way for this to work. There's no future between us. This time, Jasper looked confused. She's your mate. Of course, there is. If Bella wants it, there's a lifetime of a future before you, and Bella will want it. He reached out and took her hand, squeezing it lightly. I think you should tell the family, tell Bella, and if she wants it, you should let her be turned. Rose jerked her hand out of his grasp. I know what it feels like to be mated, Jasper. She will want this. But I'm not sure if it works right if one of you is human. I can't do that, she spat at him, horrified and angry. I think it's cruel not to. His words were so matter-of-fact that they stopped the pacing she had just begun. What? It's selfish to refuse. Rose scoffed, but it was hollow. Jasper was often blunt and matter-of-fact. She usually appreciated it, but now it made her want to lash out at him. Excuse me? She shouted. Jasper just looked back at her, completely unfazed by her sudden anger. Rose, he said softly, Bella will never know a love like you in her life. You two are a perfect combination, predestined. There will always be something missing for her if you just let her go. She will never be truly happy. It would be cruel to keep her human. You're insane, Jasper. How can you, of all people, who know what vampires are, think that she would be better off? Because there's beauty in our life too, Rose. You have to see that. This is fate. You can't argue with fate. Fate, Rose scoffed. Fate wouldn't break Emmett's heart. Jasper paused, sorrow crossing his face. A flicker of emotion crossed Jasper's face as he nodded once. I think he would understand. Fate wouldn't mean I had to break a good man's heart, Jasper. She shouted. That is not fate. This is not fate. It is. It was set in motion from the moment Bella was born, maybe even since you were. What does that mean? She asked. I mean that the only way your single mate could have been born so much later than you is if it were fate. I don't understand why you're not excited. We just got the answer to whether it's fate or nature. Only fate could have brought you two together. You can't get in the way of that. Please, don't get in the way of that. She is meant to be yours. I don't want her, Jasper, she sighed. Of course you do. You want her, that much is clear. I don't. You do. Come on, Rose, admit it. I can feel it from you. I don't. She growled, exposing her teeth. She wanted to hurl herself at him, to rip him apart just to make this stop. You both deserve happiness. Rose stared at him, feeling raw inside. Fate. She understood the concept and respected the vampire attitude toward it. But fate between her and Bella? No. That was impossible. She snarled at Jasper like a wild cat. He only shrugged in response. Chapter 11. Jasper's words haunted Rosalie over the next week, tormenting and confusing her. She felt powerless to change anything and had no desire to do so. Yet his words kept replaying in her mind at the most inconvenient times. For instance, when she returned home from the junkyard, shopping, or the movies, she would find Edward and Bella curled up together on the couch. She would look at them, her lip curling in disdain, and think, she will never know a love like you. The thought would hit her hard, forcing her to leave the room to avoid lashing out at Edward. Once, Edward caught her thought. His expression was curious, able to pick up the words but not their meaning. That only fueled her anger. To make matters worse, Edward and Bella had moved on from maintaining a foot of distance between them to tentative kisses. They enjoyed these moments often in Edward's room, in the grassy field by the river in their backyard, or in Bella's car before driving her home, completely unaware that everyone could hear them. Before, the sight of them would make her sick. But now, Jasper's words poisoned her thoughts. They felt like a noxious curse. Never before had she wanted to break into Bella's old truck while they kissed and pull her away. Never had she longed to burst through the wall between Edward's bedroom and her own and confront him. And never had she wanted to hold Bella close and keep her safe. But now she did. As she lay staring at her ceiling, unable to block out the wet sounds of their teenage kissing, she realized how much it affected her. She had wanted to hurt Edward before, but now those words echoed in her mind, "She is meant to be yours." What nonsense. A particularly loud slurping noise made Rosalie tense up, her body rigid as stone. She doubted the kissing was as loud as it seemed. It was just that she couldn't focus on anything else while it was happening. "It again, huh?" Emmett asked, laughing a little as he stepped out of the shower. "Yep," Rosalie replied, her eyes still fixed on the ceiling. Emmett paused beside the bed, smelling clean and spicy, and he stood there naked in a way that should have caught her attention. "You okay, babe?" She swallowed hard. She felt jealous and possessive. She wanted to take that beautiful girl from him and maybe slap him once for good measure. "Yeah, I'm fine." When had she started to see Bella as that beautiful girl instead of just the annoying pest ruining her life? It had happened so suddenly, with so little contact between them. She didn't understand. "You sure?" Emmett asked. Rosalie sprang up, pacing like a tightly wound coil. It's disgusting. We all try to leave or at least distance ourselves when we're doing." She waved her hand in the air, perhaps a little maniacally, "that. They could at least give us the same courtesy." He chuckled as he got dressed. "They're lovesick teenagers." "Oh, don't you start that too." "What?" "They are." Rosalie just snarled to herself. From the next room, there was a grunt of dissatisfaction. "Bella, you have to stop," Edward muttered. Rosalie soundlessly snarled as Emmett waggled his eyebrows, amused. "Bella, stop, stop," Edward urged. There was a small squeak of shame, and then Bella began babbling an apology. Rosalie's mind screamed, he couldn't even kiss her right. He still wanted her blood and was sure he would one day rip her throat out. How was that fair? How was that fair at all? Edward, who lusted deeply to kill Bella, got to touch her, kiss her, while Rosalie couldn't. Rosalie, who didn't want her blood, who didn't want her, yet wanted her so much. "I think we had better get you home," Edward chuckled. "I'm sorry, Edward," Bella cried out. Rosalie felt a surge of anger. Rosalie threw herself back onto her bed and stared at the ceiling. "Fucking Jasper," she muttered. This was his fault. He was wrong. She didn't want Bella. She didn't. All that talk about, "you do," was nonsense. She just didn't want Edward to have her. A few hours later, there was a knock on her door. "Yes?" The door pushed open, and Rosalie looked away. She didn't want to deal with him. She stared at her light fixture, her mind drifting to Emmett's car. Edward paused just inside the door, his hands in his pockets and his eyebrows drawn. "Are you okay, Rose?" Nerves crashed through her as she sat up. Casually, she leaned back against the pillows and picked up her book, a modern murder mystery that was currently on the bestseller list. She liked it so far. If she could concentrate, she could finish it that night. "I'm fine." "Why?" Slowly, his eyes searched her face, and she felt as if he was picking through her thoughts. "Can you get out of my head, creep?" He looked away. "Sorry." Rosalie turned to glance out of the window, not worried by the fear she was feeling. He couldn't sense that. But she was careful to keep her thoughts clear. "I'm worried about you." Rosalie jerked her head around, her eyebrows raised. There was no hidden arrogance in his words, no sarcasm that made her want to slap him. His face was open and genuinely worried. "The car, Emmett's car. What's so special about it?" She scoffed. "Meaning? Are you okay?" her arms crossed. I'm just having fun. You should try it sometime. She glared at him, the urge to strike him overwhelming. She didn't want to be there. She didn't want to deal with this. Rose, you've been up here in your room all week. I feel like we've all. I've barely seen you for months, Emmett said. Rosalie shrugged, giving him nothing to work with. In her mind, she tried to keep everything clear, drowning it out with a void of white noise. Rose. She looked up, meeting his gaze with all the coldness she felt. Taken aback, he nodded slowly, clearly not fooled. Okay. Well, I'm going to head over to Bella's, but just remember I'm your brother. You can always talk to me. Rosalie scoffed, turning her gaze away from him while guilt flooded her stomach, making her feel sick. He was her brother. She hated him these days, but she still loved him. She watched him get up, and with a small smile, he left. Once he was gone, she felt like a shaken soda bottle, ready to explode. In the next room, she heard him change his clothes and gather a few things before he eventually left. When she could no longer hear his footsteps, she jumped up from her spot on the bed and started pacing. She couldn't handle this. She was a mess. This was a mess. How could she be this affected by a stupid human girl? Okay. The sudden clap of Emmett's hands made Rosalie jump. What's going on? She frowned, her mind still not focused on him. Everyone is gone, Emmett grinned at her. Didn't you notice? Carlisle and Esme had tickets to a show at the Seattle Opera, Alice and Edward went to Bella's, and Jasper is off looking for new hunting grounds. She stared at him, processing the information. Her mind had been so consumed by the situation with Bella that she wasn't sure what he was talking about. So, what do you want to do? He asked, scooping her up as if she weighed nothing. Video games? You haven't kicked my ass in Mario Kart for a while. She smirked. Or, he said, eyeing her in that familiar way. Or? He grinned, pulling her in and kissing her. I don't know. Maybe we could read, Emmett suggested. Hey, you should try it sometime, big man, Rosalie laughed. She understood what he was hinting at. It was rare for them to be intimate in their bedroom. They were usually too loud for that. Sometimes Carlisle and Esme could manage it quietly, but she and Emmett never could. Looking into his eyes, Rosalie felt a sudden urge. The idea of being together sounded perfect. It would help clear her head. Without thinking, she lunged at him, tearing at his clothes and her own, not caring if she ruined them this time. Nias, Emmett groaned as she pushed him back onto the bed, climbing on top of him. There's my girl. Ignoring his playful comments, she skipped the foreplay and mounted him directly, making him cry out in surprise and delight as she began to move. Beneath her, Emmett writhed, his hands gripping her hips tightly, letting out deep roars of pleasure at steady intervals. His usual teasing demeanor was gone, and that was exactly what she liked. She enjoyed bringing out his serious side. She rocked harder, the bed creaking beneath them. You're gonna break the bed again, he grunted with each thrust and twist of her hips. Rosalie simply snarled, her mind focused. She was naked and felt powerful, but instead of preening for him as she usually did, she moved with determination. Tears threatened to choke her throat as she gave a particularly hard twist. Emmett roared through his orgasm beneath her, but she didn't stop. She needed this to work. It had to work. Come on, she said, flipping onto her hands and knees. Make me come. Make me come. He grunted in response, ready to take action. Her head fell onto the blankets, filled with Emmett's scent. Come on, baby, come on, he grunted, playfully slapping her. It was a gesture she never really loved, but Emmett enjoyed it. Fucking go, before I blow again, he growled, clearly relishing the moment. No, stop. The words escaped her before she could think. As soon as she heard them, she realized it was what she wanted. The problem was, she wasn't enjoying this. This should have been perfect. She should have reached her peak at least twice by now, but she hadn't. Stop. Emmett, stop. She barely had to push before he pulled away, his face showing shock. What's wrong? Do you want to get on top again? She shook her head, a dry sob escaping her. Everything was changing, and she didn't want it to. She wanted her life back. Had she ever struggled to orgasm before? Had she ever felt this way? She sobbed again, and Emmett wrapped his arms around her. Rose, what's wrong? Tell me what it is, babe. She buried her face in his chest, feeling dirty. This couldn't be happening. Nothing. Don't tell me that nothing has been going on, Rose. His sudden yell startled her, making her shrink back. Shit. I'm sorry. He sighed and began putting on his pants. I'm sorry, I shouldn't yell. She shrugged, shaking her head. She wished she could cry. A good cry was all she needed. She pulled her knees to her chest, resting her face in the crook between them. Emmett, I'm sorry. She hiccuped, crying without tears. She never wanted this. Looking up at his face, she saw the hurt she knew would be there, the rejection. Emmett. She wanted to tell him it wasn't his fault. Rose wanted to hold Emmett and feel like she used to. She desired that so much. It's all right, he said, his voice low. I'm going to find Jasper. He and I were talking about checking out this spot last week. She remained silent as he dressed and walked to the door. I love you, Rose, he said. She gasped, the pain in her chest overwhelming. I love you, Emmett, she replied. It felt like a promise. It felt like her deepest wish. It felt like the beginning of the end. Once Emmett left, the house fell silent, and Rose was grateful. She needed a moment of peace. If only she could find some mental clarity. Wrapping herself in the comforter from the bed, she sat in the window seat, gazing out into the night. That had been a disaster. She watched the trees sway gently in the light breeze, and a troubling thought crossed her mind. Were Edward and Bella having sex? The idea made her feel ill. Was he doing to Bella what Emmett had just done to her? That thought at least broke through some of her gloom, and she laughed into the stillness. Edward wouldn't. Edward couldn't. But as the smile faded, she wondered what she would do if she found out they were. She'll never know a love like you in her life, she thought, sighing as her forehead rested against the glass. She was so tired of worrying about what to do next. Chapter 12. Can I come in? Oh, it's you, Rose said dryly. Bella paused to step into Rosalie's room. Rose had heard Bella arrive, of course. That truck was impossible to miss. She had also heard Edward preparing to leave, but Rose had assumed he would stop by and ask her to stay with Bella, as he usually did. She was on the floor of her room, in the middle of painting her toes and waiting, fully available to him, should he not have anyone else lined up. Only Edward hadn't bothered to stop by or ask her, as if this was just her job now. He had left a minute before after a long, soppy kiss, seemingly not thinking of Rosalie at all. She wanted to be angry, to be offended, but Bella's small voice from the doorway made that hard. That's a pretty color, Bella squeaked, clearly expecting to be expelled from Rose's room, possibly violently. She looked up, her blonde hair falling into her face a little, and gave her a half-smile. Thank you. She couldn't complain, she supposed, if this were now her permanent job. She should complain about what was beginning to feel, much to her delight and anger, like her Bella time. The time when she could let her thoughts go. It felt better to allow it. She wanted to allow it, and that was the best and worst part. Bella's cheeks warmed slightly when Rosalie went back to painting her toenails without answering. Can I come in? With a long thought, Rose nodded. Bella had never been in her bedroom before. She watched her cross over to the ottoman at the end of the bed and sit, her eyes trying to be subtle about glancing around. What? Rose challenged. Bella flinched and shook her head. Your bedroom isn't like everyone else's rooms. She sighed. It was true. Everyone else's rooms were just rooms. Before the bed for Bella, Edward's had been filled with music equipment. Alice and Jasper's was open and airy with a huge closet. Carlisle and Esme's looked like a formal sitting room and library. Yours is the only one that looks like a bedroom, Bella said, as if she were following Rosalie's thoughts exactly. It's nice. Your bed looks more comfortable than the one Edward got, that's for sure. As Rosalie turned her pale toenail into her signature red, she paused, feeling an offer bubbling up inside her. No, that was too much. That was too far, she thought. She glanced up at Bella and decided to keep her mouth shut, fearing the offer to let Bella sleep in her bed would slip out. The thought was intriguing, she had to admit. Bella, with her peaceful face, her hair fanned out across the bed, filling it with her scent. Her made asleep and safe with Rosalie instead of Edward. Somewhere within her, that nagging desire, always present in the back of her mind, stung her. She took a deep breath, holding it, her lips pressed tightly together. She had to admit to herself that she might, maybe, possibly want that. The sting slowly faded, as it always did when she acknowledged there might be something between them. If she wasn't careful, acknowledging it could become a habit. So, where did they go tonight? Bella asked. Rosalie shook her head, blowing on her toes. She wasn't sure. Not all of them had gone hunting this time. Carlisle was at work, and Esme would leave soon to see a movie in Port Angeles. It was just the boys who had gone, Rosalie thought, to soothe Emmett's hurt. She could already picture them roughhousing, sparring, wrestling. Emmett letting off steam until he returned to her, refreshed. The thought hurt. She had apologized to Emmett, telling him there were some things on her mind. He had understood, as he always did, but she could tell the apology hadn't eased the pain of their interaction. He had also said. Rosalie knew that Edward sensed something was going on with her. She couldn't blame him for that, because there was. What are you doing up here with the big bad bitch of the Cullens instead of downstairs doing homework or watching TV? She asked, resting her chin on her knee. She was appraising the girl she wanted to know so much more about. She expected a laugh or an eye roll, but instead, Bella's expression turned sharp. Her eyes were intense as she glared at Rosalie. Don't call yourself that. Rosalie stared, her mouth dropping open in surprise. I hate it, and it's not true. No, no, no. Rosalie groaned internally, turning her face to hide in her knees. Somewhere in her chest, something warm flickered to life and began to glow. She didn't want that feeling. It wasn't supposed to feel so good. Her face felt suddenly warm, as if she might blush. Bella looked so determined. Rosalie opened her mouth to respond but struggled to find the right words. And I'm up here because I finished my homework, and there's nothing on TV, and you're up here. Rosalie was taken aback. Bella had come up specifically to spend time with her. She hadn't even turned the TV on. And what do you want me to do about it? Rosalie asked, her voice laced with sarcasm, but had Bella noticed that slight waver? Was it as obvious as Rosalie thought? You know, you could stop that. You should stop pretending that we're not friends because whether you want to admit it or not, we are. Rosalie felt a rush of dizziness. This girl was making her feel things she had never experienced before, and she loved it. Why? Because we've spent some time in the same room together. We don't even interact. That's not true. I've helped you with your car twice now, and both times you talked to me. We're friends. Rosalie wanted to argue. She couldn't believe they had started interacting. And I like that. Rosalie blinked slowly. If she could breathe at that moment, the wind would have been knocked out of her. The smile Bella was giving her was wide and pure. Had she ever thought she would see it from her? It felt like it was just for her. Rosalie sighed and smiled back, wanting to duck her head but worried that would make her look silly. Thank goodness no one else was there to see her like this, thrown for a loop and, if she admitted it, delighted. Bella liked that they were friends. But Rosalie didn't want to be friends. She had Emmett. She didn't trust herself around Bella because she loved Emmett and had no desire to be without her burly bear of a man. They weren't friends. She didn't want to be friends. Rosalie stood, not surprised that her legs felt somewhat shaky. "Do you want to go somewhere?" she asked. She mentally cursed. What had she just said? No on friendship. No. Why did she keep doing this to herself? Bella looked up at her, and Rosalie's entire world bloomed into spring because of the look on Bella's face. Her hand moved on its own, palm up, an invitation. Okay. Bella glanced at Rosalie's hand and then allowed her own to slide into it. Rosalie was very aware of the long moments where she was still making contact with Bella's skin. She could feel the warmth of it, could feel Bella's heartbeat in her fingers, could almost feel a heartbeat echoed within her. There was heat, warmth, and a feeling of familiarity that Rosalie hadn't quite felt before. She closed her eyes as they turned toward the hall, Bella slightly behind her, relishing the feeling of touching her in some way. It wasn't until they were downstairs that Bella's hand finally slipped away, and by then, Rosalie had found her mask of indifference again. "Oh no, we're not running, are we?" Bella whined as they walked toward the garage, but instead toward the front yard. "We are." Bella let out a whimper. "You don't like to run?" Rosalie asked, incredulous. "I don't like it," Bella grudgingly admitted. "Don't worry. I promise I'll keep you safe." Bella didn't look reassured, but she let Rosalie take her hand again. She couldn't believe she was doing this. She couldn't believe she was going to take Bella there. She couldn't believe she was pulling Bella onto her back. It felt surreal. Bella was so light and small. Rosalie realized she had never truly noticed just how small Bella was. At first, Bella was stiff as her arms wrapped around Rosalie's neck, her legs around her waist, leaning slightly away as if she didn't want to press too much against her. "Please, hold on tightly," Rosalie said, surprised by the steadiness of her voice. Bella's legs around her waist were distracting. Even more distracting was the way Bella's fingers gently gathered Rosalie's long blonde hair and set it carefully over one shoulder. Rosalie closed her eyes, relishing the sensation of Bella's fingers in her hair. It felt so good, so. Her eyes snapped open. "No. I hate running," Bella mumbled, but her body pressed tightly against Rosalie, her face turned and buried in Rosalie's neck and hair, hiding. Rosalie stopped breathing. She turned her face to see Bella, a smirk forming despite her heightened awareness and the fact that she felt like she could barely breathe. "Close your eyes." Bella nodded, shifting again. Rosalie bit back a moan. Had Bella just buried her face in her hair to smell it? She thought she had, and suddenly her knees felt weak. Clearing her throat, she took off with gentle steps. This was an amazing feeling. Bella clung tightly to her, Bella's breath slow and calming. Steady, warming the side of Rosalie's neck. Bella's hands held her firmly in place, but Rosalie doubted they were necessary. Bella clung so tightly. Still, Rosalie kept her hands under Bella's thighs. The joy of the run and the thrill of having Bella so close made her grin widely. Excitement bubbled within her as they moved through the night. She forgot that she didn't want to be friends. She forgot that she shouldn't be there with Bella or spending time with her. She even forgot to be angry at herself for giving in, even in this small way. It felt like an agonizingly short trip to their destination. Rosalie slowed slightly as they climbed the last bit of the hill, then broke through the trees and onto the cliff face. "You can open them," she whispered. She always felt the need to whisper there, overwhelmed by the stunning beauty of the spot. Bella lifted her head from Rosalie's neck, and her breath caught. "Wow." Rosalie smiled and looked out as well. It was a small place she had discovered years ago while walking through the woods. The cliffside wasn't much. The forest was thick, dense enough that the moonlight barely filtered through the canopy. Stepping through a break in the trees revealed a small patch of soft grass, bordered on one side by rock face. Ahead lay a tall drop that offered a breathtaking view of a small bay. Tonight, the water moved gently with the breeze, just enough to make the full moon shimmer in its reflection. The sound of the waves below was melodic, blending with the wind in the branches and the soft breathing of the girl on her back. Above them, the night sky was unusually clear, revealing millions of stars to count. Bella slowly slid down from Rosalie's back to her feet, her expression slack and open. The view was beautiful, but instead of watching it, Rosalie focused on Bella, waiting. Wow, Bella sighed, glancing at Rosalie. Then she did. Rosalie did a double take. Wow. What? Bella asked, her stomach feeling light and fluttery. She smiled slightly as Bella stared, looking amazed and not at all critical. Bella didn't answer. Instead, her hand rose as if in a trance, and a single finger gently ran down Rosalie's cheek. Rosalie froze, completely caught off guard. For a moment, she nearly yelled, then she nearly whimpered. Anger returned, but before it could solidify, confusion rushed through her, keeping her frozen in place. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Bella sprang back, coming far too close to the edge of the cliff for Rosalie's liking. Bella. Rosalie shrilled. I've never seen you guys in the moonlight, Anne, Bella rambled, taking another step back. Rosalie's mind screamed in terror that she was going to fall. There would be no way to protect her, no way to keep her safe if she fell. Even if she dove after her and created a cage around her, the impact would be staggering for a human body. This all flashed through Rosalie's mind in less than half a second. Bella. Rosalie shouted, grabbing her and yanking her back from the edge, safe in her arms. Oh, fuck. Bella yelped, cowering as she realized how close she had stepped to the edge. Rosalie tightened her arms around Bella reflexively. Are you trying to? Rosalie began to yell, her fears snapping into anger. Before she could finish, she cut herself off, grinding her teeth and snarling inside. When she spoke again, her voice was calmer. You have to be careful here. There isn't a lot of space. Bella nodded, her eyes wide. Are you okay? Bella nodded again, looking distinctly not okay. Let's sit down, okay? Rosalie said softly, trying to be as gentle as she could. After all, it would have been Bella who had fallen, not that she wouldn't have jumped after her. Rosalie didn't get to yell at Bella for doing something that would have scared her. Bella simply nodded and said, okay, come on. Rosalie wished she had thought to bring a blanket or something to sit on. She took off her Burberry jacket, which she had cleaned at a good dry cleaner in Seattle. She set it down, inside out, and gestured for Bella to sit. Bella looked skeptically at the jacket. You should sit on that, Rosalie insisted. I put it down for you, Bella replied. But your pants. I put it down for you. But Rose. But Bella. Bella scrunched her nose but eventually sat down. Rosalie took a seat in the grass, feeling the dampness but too satisfied with her victory to care much. Bella's eyes flicked sideways to her and then back out over the view. The silence didn't last long, but it felt awkward. Rosalie had time to watch a bird fly across the sky, to count a handful of stars, and to look at Bella 4 times. I'm sorry I yelled, Rosalie finally said. Bella shifted, looking uncomfortable. I scared you. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I get to yell at you. Rosalie snapped. You scaring me doesn't mean you need to be my outlet for that negative energy. Bella frowned, and Rosalie guessed she was thinking about a time when she had scared Edward and he had reacted by yelling. She wanted to ask about it but thought better of it. You deserve better than that, Rosalie said, not looking at Bella but instead staring out over the water. Bella stayed silent, but this time it didn't feel awkward or strange. They both watched the wind blow through the trees and saw a night-hunting bird swoop down to catch something from the water. Rosalie wished she could pull Bella closer, to let her lean against her as they watched. It felt almost magical, watching the water shift. She could feel Bella's gaze on her, first a fleeting glance and then steady, but she pretended not to notice, smiling a little. What was Bella seeing? Exactly. Finally, after 2 more glances, Rosalie's smile broke. I'm sure the view is more beautiful than whatever you're looking at. Bella turned her face, warmth radiating off of her. I doubt that, Bella mumbled, which made Rosalie's smile grow. As a rule, Rosalie loved being told she was beautiful. She was, and she knew it. Her beauty was a fact, not something special. It helped to boost her ego when it happened. But now, she glanced at Bella with a sheepish smile. Bella's eyes, filled with contentment as they rested on Rosalie's face, made her smile even more. She felt flattered and special. It made her want to roll her eyes at herself, but it felt too good to dismiss that way. Do I look strange in the moonlight? Rosalie asked. Bella looked back, startled. Strange? No. What is it then? Bella's hand rose again, just an inch off the ground, her fingers flexing as if she wanted to touch Rosalie again. Rosalie swallowed, struck dumb by how much she wished she would. You glow, Bella said. Rosalie opened her mouth but changed her mind and closed it again. Look. She pointed to a deer stepping out of the tree line a short distance down the rock, its eyes on them. That was enough to change the subject. Bella sighed and turned back to the view. They watched, Bella gazing up at the night sky serenely. Rosalie leaned a little, her eyes closing, enjoying the feeling of not holding back. She relished the absence of that constant nagging feeling in the back of her mind, as well as the smell that wasn't really a smell because, for once, they were there together. She leaned a little further, knowing she was pushing it, but just wanting to feel Bella's warmth. She had loved the feeling of Bella against her body. She had cherished the sensation of Bella's face in her neck, a spot that had always been so sensitive to Rosalie. She wanted it again, wanted a reason to reach out and touch her, but she couldn't find the courage. It felt so good to relax, to simply sit and let whatever was happening within her unfold. A gentle breeze blew, stirring Bella's hair. Rosalie took a deep breath, enjoying the scent of the impending rain mixed with Bella's presence. Finally finding an opportunity, Rosalie reached over as Bella's hair caught on her eyelashes and gently pushed it back, tucking it behind her ear. Bella glanced at her and laughed softly, smoothing her hair. It's wild, Bella said. Rosalie smiled softly in response. It's beautiful. But then Bella's smile faded, replaced by an intense look. Rosalie wondered how this had happened to her. She had fought it, yet here she was, drawn to the same human everyone else seemed to notice. Bella was hers. That was supposed to be the point, wasn't it? Wasn't that what Jasper had said? Bella was meant to be hers. Bella's shy smile was radiant as she looked at Rosalie, a little awkward yet captivating. This silly teenage human was her human. Bella's lips curled into a smile, making Rosalie's head swim. She blinked slowly, unable to look away from that smile. Then, without thinking, she launched herself forward. She hadn't meant to do it, she surprised both herself and Bella. Suddenly, she found herself in Bella's lap, her hands cupping Bella's face, pulling her closer. The moment their lips touched, Rosalie felt Bella's warmth against her cold skin, and something sparked. It was like fireworks, blinding and exhilarating. Bella let out a surprised sound against Rosalie's lips as the force of Rosalie's movement knocked her backward onto the jacket below her. Rosalie groaned internally, kissing Bella as she had longed to do. Rosalie had wanted this, deeply and completely. Bella's head lifted off the jacket with a soft sound, intoxicating Rosalie as she pressed back, responding eagerly. This kiss felt unlike any other. Rosalie had never experienced such a complete loss of control before. All she could think about was Bella, Bella, Bella. She was acutely aware of every movement Bella made, every little gasp. Her hands itched to explore. She let them slide into Bella's hair, feeling the silk against her fingers. Beneath her, Bella gasped, her lips parting as a wave of emotion surged through Rosalie. It started in her core and radiated outward, making her skin buzz and her body crave more contact. Rosalie had wanted Bella before, drawn by their connection and the feelings they shared. But it had never crossed her mind that she could desire her physically. The need ignited within her, like a lit match thrown into gasoline. She was amazed by how soft and warm Bella felt. Was it because Bella was human or simply because she was a woman? A gasp escaped Bella's lips as Rosalie gently licked her bottom lip. Bella's hips lifted slightly, and Rosalie thought she might lose her mind. The longing in her body ached. She tried to be gentle with her tongue, but Bella met her with passion. It felt so good. A soft moan of pleasure escaped Rosalie, instantly echoed by Bella beneath her. Eager to taste more of Bella's skin, Rosalie moved her lips along Bella's jaw. She cradled Bella's head as she relaxed under the touch, her head tilting back, breathing heavily. Rosalie explored the soft pulse point on Bella's neck, amazed by the steady rhythm against her lips, a persistent reminder that Bella was alive. Despite everything, Rosalie retained her senses. Part of her had worried about losing control, but she didn't want to hurt Bella. Rosalie moaned, her mouth against Bella's skin, her thumb trailing over Bella's lips. She gasped as Bella gently bit her thumb. It had only been seconds, but for Rosalie, a second felt like an eternity. Then, Bella changed. Her lips, which had found their way back to Rosalie's, suddenly became unresponsive, still and hard. Rosalie let out a squawk, her hands flailing. It took a moment for her to realize that Bella was trying to get away. Shit! Rosalie pulled away, leaping back a solid 4 feet, her hands covering her mouth. Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no. She hadn't meant to do that. She gasped and took another step back, mortified. Bella stared at her from the ground, her fingers touching her bottom lip, looking at Rosalie as if she had suddenly grown 3 heads. Oh God, what had she been thinking? There was a tiny drop of blood on Bella's lip, as if Rosalie had nicked it. She stared at it, unable to believe her actions. She had kissed Bella. Oh God, she had kissed her and wanted so badly to do it again. She had no idea what to say. There was nothing to say. Bella's expression changed from shock to something harder. Her eyebrows drew together, and then, like a cannon, Bella exploded. What the fuck are you doing? Rosalie stammered. She felt like an idiot, and that never happened to her. What the fuck are you doing, Rose? Bella yelled, scrambling to her feet. How could you do this to us? Bella, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh God, I love him. I love Edward, Rose. How could you do that to him and me? Rosalie was caught off guard by Bella's statement. That was the us Bella had meant. When Rosalie had heard it, she thought Bella was referring to their newly forming friendship. She had meant Edward. Bella yelled, and the weight of the moment crashed down on Rosalie. Tears sprang from Bella's eyes. What the hell was that? Rosalie stared at her, her eyes wet and her face flushed. She felt a sense of panic, and for no logical reason, it made her angry. Bella loved him? No, she shouldn't. She should love her. Wasn't that what fate was saying? Rosalie took a step back, her shock fading. As it often did, her feelings turned into anger, hot as tar. But do you? She challenged. Do you really love him? What does that even mean? Bella replied. Do you really love him, or are you just infatuated with him? Or is he just the first person you found sexually appealing? Rosalie stepped closer, invading Bella's personal space. She could feel Bella shaking a little. Or is he just the first vampire you met? Bella's eyes widened. They darted across Rosalie's face, down to her lips, before she suddenly cried out in anger and shoved Rosalie back. I'm going home. Screw you, Rosalie. Rosalie blinked, startled. She had to admit she was a little impressed as Bella started into the trees they had come through. Bella had physically pushed her out of the way. A vampire. And now she was walking off as if she had any idea how to get back. How could she have done this? Bella. Rosalie reached out, but Bella yanked her arm away, hissing at her. Jesus wept. Bella. Rosalie reached again. She couldn't make it back to the Cullen house on her own. Shamed, she felt that familiar sensation of wanting to cry without the tears coming. She couldn't believe she had kissed her brother's mate. Her mate. Angry at herself, she stepped in front of Bella so quickly that Bella walked into her, like hitting a vampiric brick wall. Ugh. Bella growled, trying to shove her away again, but Rosalie stood firm. Rosalie didn't let Bella go. You won't make it back to the house on your own. If you want to get back, you'll have to let me take you. No. Bella shouted. Fine. Rosalie growled. I'll let you get lost in the woods, and Precious Eddie can save you. Her heart ached with sadness and pain. She turned away, unable to look at Bella, and started toward the forest. Shame twisted in her stomach. What was wrong with her? She had just ignited a fire that threatened everything, and for what? She wasn't really leaving. At least, she didn't think she would actually leave. She would just. Fine. Bella shouted. Rosalie's feet stopped. She didn't turn around, afraid of what might show on her face. Instead, she reached behind her and pulled Bella onto her back. The run back was stiff and tense. That was it. She hadn't asked for anything from Bella. She didn't expect anything from her. But it would be a lie to say she didn't want anything from Bella. Oh God, Emmett. Rosalie's face twisted as she ran, tears streaming down her cheeks, knowing the wind would hide her secret. This had happened. Could she still claim to feel nothing? She didn't think so, and that realization was terrible. The moment they arrived within sight of the Cullen house, Bella jumped off her back and marched through the mud. Rosalie watched her go for a long moment before nodding to herself. She ran the rest of the way at full speed, reaching the upstairs by the time Bella finally arrived. She sat beside the tub, the water running, but she had no intention of taking a bath. She just wanted to hide. Staring into space, she felt horror wash over her. Her mind wasn't screaming or racing. Instead, it was silent, eerily silent. She could hear Bella pacing back and forth in the room next to her. 9 o'clock came, then 10, 11, and midnight. Normally, Bella would be fast asleep by then. Rosalie just sat, waiting and waiting for her to finally drift off. When it did, Rosalie finally took a deep breath and let her face fall into her knees, which were pulled up to her chest. Oh God, what had she done? She couldn't stay in her bedroom, she just couldn't. Carefully, she opened the door, trying not to make too much noise and wake the barely sleeping girl. She didn't think she could face Bella again. Moving like smoke, she glided down the stairs to the living room. The space was much wider, giving her more room to breathe. She stood still, trapped in her thoughts, feeling smothered. Even when the sun began to rise and she heard footsteps approaching, she didn't move. Her mind shifted, protecting her thoughts as her family entered, grinning and looking as if they had a good night. Carlisle and Esme had gone to the city and radiated warmth and love. The boys were all laughing, high-fiving each other. Rosalie sneered at them, feeling disdain. It hurt to see Esme and Carlisle so happy. It hurt, and she hated that it hurt. How was your night? Alice asked, but frowned when Rosalie just glared at her. Okay. She muttered and started upstairs. Beside her, Jasper stopped, his eyes on her. She looked away, knowing he could feel it, the guilt, the desire. It probably made it clear what had happened. His eyes were gentle as he sighed. You do, he said. Rosalie growled, refusing to look at him or admit how broken she suddenly felt. He had won this argument, he was right when he insisted that she wanted Bella. Her head hung, defeated. I do, she finally admitted. Gently, as only Jasper could be, he leaned forward and kissed her cheek, squeezing her arm. Rosalie leaned into the touch, her face twisting in confusion. Do what? Emmett asked, doubling back to see Rosalie. Nothing, she replied in a chipper voice. How was it? Good. Emmett grinned and wrapped his arms around her. He leaned in to kiss her but paused at the last moment. What? She snapped, feeling a surge of anxiety. You smell different, he said. Panic surged through her. Did she? Did she smell like Bella? She hadn't even showered. That's weird, she replied, trying to sound nonchalant. She hummed and pulled away, racing up the stairs at vampire speed. She was in the shower before Emmett had even moved from the living room. She smelled different. She smelled like Bella. That scent was dangerous, yet she didn't want to wash it off. When she stepped out of the shower, towel in hand, Emmett was waiting in the bathroom. Better? She asked, hoping to sound casual. He leaned forward, letting his nose trail across her shoulder. No, you still smell different. Your skin smells different. She hummed lightly, struggling to conceal her panic. Must be the new shampoo. Yeah. He eyed her closely. Must be. She wrapped the towel around herself, eager to leave the small bathroom. Enjoy your shower, she said, stepping out. She barely had time to feel relieved because, the moment she exited, she came face to face with Alice. Alice had stopped trying to chase her down, perhaps thinking whatever she had seen was a fluke. But now, her face was set, and her expression was stern. I have some questions for you, Alice said. Rosalie just stared back, caught. I don't want to talk about it, she insisted, hoping that would be enough. Chapter 13. The weight of Alice's gaze felt heavy on Rosalie as she moved to her dresser and began pulling out her clothes. Rosalie held her head high, trying to project an air of indifference. Could Alice tell that she was terrified? Rosalie worried that she could. She wished Alice would just leave. She wished everyone would leave her alone. Alice hadn't responded to Rosalie's insistence that she didn't want to talk. Instead, she sat in silence, her eyes fixed like lasers on Rosalie's back. Rosalie desperately wanted to know what Alice had seen. Had it just been her secret? Had she glimpsed a new possible future? So many questions could be answered with just a few words from Alice. So many horrors could come to life. Her back was rigid as she dressed, and it only grew tenser as Emmett stepped out of the shower, a towel around his waist. Whoa, you here for a free show? Alice teased playfully. But Rosalie wasn't listening. How was it possible to feel her heart pounding without a heartbeat? Surely, Alice wouldn't say anything while Emmett was in the room. The Cullens all understood the need for privacy. Alice hadn't spoken thus far, so that had to be a good sign. Rosalie let her towel drop, never one to hide her body, her mind completely elsewhere. Alice didn't seem to register her nakedness at all. But what did it mean that Alice had seen something? Did it mean that things had changed? Of course, they had. Rosalie had kissed her. Ugh, God. Her mind wouldn't stop chattering, and not for the first time. She was glad that Edward wasn't home. Her eyes darted to Alice, who was staring at her pointedly. But had Alice seen more? Rosalie ground her teeth, stressed. It didn't really matter if she had, right? Had she changed her mind? Was she considering leaving Emmett? No, of course not. You smell different, Rose, Alice said, her voice light but with an accusing tone. She rolled her eyes, doing her best to maintain her composure. Geez, switch to a new shampoo and everyone has a meltdown, Rosalie complained. Alice's expression showed she didn't believe it at all. Feeling a bit ashamed, Rosalie turned her gaze away and back to Emmett, who stood comfortably in his towel, joking with his sister. This didn't matter. None of it mattered. She had messed up and pushed too far. She had acted just like her human self, taking what she wanted without considering the consequences. It was part of who she was. Self-loathing washed over her like an ugly wave, and she sneered. She didn't need this. She didn't want this. She wanted Emmett. She would have Emmett. She would keep Emmett. Emmett was hers, and she was his. That was all there was to it. Once dressed, she turned to him where he leaned against the wall, chatting with Alice. "Come on, babe," she said in a low voice, reaching over to run her hand over his chest before grabbing the towel. "You can't just ignore me, Rose, when we have so many things to talk about." "What are you talking about?" Rosalie ignored his question. "Would you like to put money on that bet?" With a glance back at Alice, she smirked. "I'd go now unless you want to see more than you signed up for." Alice didn't move, her expression challenging. So, despite her mood, Rosalie slowly dropped to her knees. "Yes." Emmett hissed, his hands tangling in her hair, the anticipation on his face showing he had stopped listening to them. "You can't pretend this isn't happening, Rose." "I saw." "You saw nothing of importance." He was hers. She was his. With a flourish, Rosalie ripped his towel off. The door clicked, and Rosalie knew Alice was gone. Emmett looked down at her, grinning broadly. "What did you say about playing hooky today?" she asked, preparing for the task she hadn't meant to. Emmett gave her a nervous but enthusiastic smile. "Hell yeah." "Good," she cooed. She could do this, and she wanted to. He was her man, and she loved him. "Can you pick the car up, babe?" 30 minutes later, Emmett was smiling from ear to ear as they stood in the car bay, ready to work on the car. She had decided while still upstairs that it was time for a revamp. Emmett needed her attention, care, love, and everything else. She had been distant lately, and now it was time to fix that. If she felt shame, it was only because she had been foolish. It wasn't because of anything that could never be discovered. It wasn't because she hated herself for it. It wasn't because she had done something unforgivable, nor was it because, even after all this time, she couldn't escape the horrible person she had once been. With his ego clearly stroked in exactly the way Rosalie had intended, Emmett puffed with pride as he lifted the car so she could jack up the back end. "It's starting to look pretty good. Ready to get down to business?" She nodded, admiring the glistening frame. The outer frame was clean of grease, even free of most fingerprints, and shone as best as it could. The interior had been stripped out, making room for the new seats she had ordered, including a special driver's seat to be more comfortable for a man of Emmett's size. Under the hood was mostly empty at the moment, but soon, after some work, it would shine with impressive power. This car, when it was finished, would be one to be reckoned with. It would drive like the devil. She smirked at it, proud of the work she had done so far and pleased that there was still plenty to do. "And can you help me lift this?" she asked, pointing to a part on the floor. Emmett's muscles seemed to stretch and bulge with happiness. In truth, she was almost as strong as he was, and Rosalie knew she was fully capable of handling everything, but she still owed Emmett an apology. "Look at you," she sighed as Emmett's muscles rippled. "I should have asked you to do this with your shirt off." Captivated by her flirting, Emmett set the tools down, pulled off his shirt, and lifted it again, his eyes sparkling. "There you go, babe." He grunted as he set it down, leaving a large smear of grease across his abs, which Rosalie had to admit was very attractive. "You know," she said, turning toward the other cars in the garage and thoughtfully placing her finger on her bottom lip, "I've been feeling a little crowded. Can you move Jasper's car back?" Emmett chuckled. "You mean your car?" "No," she sighed. "None of these cars do much for me anymore." He laughed and shook his head. "Fickle." She clicked her tongue. After that impressive display from Emmett, they got down to work. Rosalie did her best to stay close to him as the house emptied, leaving only Esme. She was glad they were alone. She needed time to think, or maybe time to not think. She wasn't sure she knew anything anymore. Part of her focus was on the task at hand as she worked with Emmett to degrease and fix the carburetor, while the other part of her mind was on the night before. The best thing she could do was go back to ignoring Bella, just like she had before. No more babysitting, no more friendship, and no more defending her from Edward's misogyny. Bella needed to go back to being invisible. Any chair with Bella in it felt empty. Rosalie could return to how things were, ignoring the desire to be near her and the scent that was messing with her head. She could do that. She could do that because she had crossed a line. She could do that for Emmett. Standing in front of the car, she was debating the best way to install the new part when Emmett's arms wrapped around her, pulling her in tight. His chin settled on her shoulder. His hand slipped under her shirt. "So, babe," he began, his voice unusually serious. She froze. Had Alice told him something? A deep sense of betrayal filled her. Her sister wouldn't do that, would she? Then again, a small voice reminded her that she had betrayed her brother the night before. "Carlyle wanted me to talk to you." "Oh," she replied, picking up a rag and wiping some grease off her fingers. "What about?" He sighed. "School. You've been missing a lot over the last couple of months." The breath she hadn't realized she was holding released. School. Right. It had slipped to the back of her mind lately. The urgency of her sudden mating and the need to hide it had taken priority over keeping up appearances. "They called Esme, I guess." "Don't worry," she told them, "you've been sick, but it's drawing attention." "Right." She sighed. Usually, she and Edward felt the most pressure about maintaining their human facade. It was essential. She never wanted to be discovered. She wanted to be seen as human. The recent distress she had been feeling showed that she had been letting it slide. "Right," she repeated, her skin suddenly feeling too tight. She pushed gently away and stretched, but it wasn't enough. The car bay was huge, yet she felt confined. "You know what?" "What?" Mid-stretch, Rosalie paused, studying his face. She hadn't realized he was asking a question, but there it was, a silent "What's going on, Rose?" She opened her mouth to respond but closed it again. She needed to run. She needed to move and feel free. God, she never felt free anymore. "Come on, let's go out." He seemed to sense her refusal in her words. He looked at her for a long moment, and despite her effort, she couldn't hold his gaze. After a long and disappointed moment, he nodded. "Watch me kick your ass, big man," Rosalie said, giving him a playful shove. She tried to sound cheerful, but inside, she didn't feel that way. She knew Emmett well, and she knew those words would bring out his playful and competitive side. Sure enough, he let out a loud howl. "No way, babe," he replied. She glared at him playfully as they both lined up on an invisible starting line. "You're too big," she teased. "No way you can beat." She took off at full speed, laughing as Emmett shouted that she was cheating. His footsteps followed closely behind. Rosalie wasn't the fastest Cullen, but she was determined to stay ahead. She pushed herself hard, knowing her strength was in stealth rather than speed. "Gonna have to do better than that," she shouted, laughing when she felt his fingertips brush against her back. "Come on, big man." Emmett growled, and she pushed harder, leaping over stones, fallen trees, and even a deer. The landscape changed around them. The trees looked different. They must have crossed the Canadian border in just a few minutes at their speed. "All right, uncle, uncle," Emmett finally called as they waded through the snow. She turned and jumped on him, her grin fierce. "Say it." "Never," he replied, a broad smile on his face. "Say it," she insisted, her teeth playfully near his throat, pushing him back into the snow. He yelled as she scooped up a handful of snow and covered his face. all right, you're the fastest," he conceded. "Yes." She cheered, a joyful laugh escaping her. "And?" he asked, rolling his eyes as he wiped the snow from his face good-naturedly. "You are the fairest one of all, wicked witch," he said. She let out a playful cry as he wrapped his arms around her and kissed her. His laughter filled the air, and she felt pleased. There hadn't been enough laughter lately. They needed more moments like this. She grinned. Rosalie felt a mix of excitement and pain inside her. She loved him, damn it, she loved him. Taking a few steps away, she glanced back at him with a coy look and began to slowly undress. Her hips swayed as she unbuttoned her jeans and carefully slid them down. "Oh," Emmett breathed out, running his hand through his hair, staring at her partially exposed bare skin in disbelief. "See something you like?" He groaned and pulled his shirt off. Rosalie turned, enjoying the slow striptease and the feeling of dancing just for him. She felt sexy under his gaze. Her hips swayed as she pulled her shirt over her head slowly. Emmett Wolf whistled, and she glanced back to wink, feeling a small pang at the sight of him, an Adonis in the woods, glorious in his nakedness. No, she insisted internally, he was hot, and she loved this. "Come here." She removed the rest of her clothes and went to him, letting him pull her against him, back to chest. He kissed her shoulder and hummed. "You really do smell different," he said, bemused. She shrugged. "Don't worry about it." He was silent for a moment, his lips moving across her skin. "It's a new shampoo." "Hey, don't worry about it, okay?" "But I'm going to," he insisted, his face serious again. "You missed a spot." He kissed her neck, wrapping her in his arms and lifting her so she could circle his waist. His mouth on her neck made her think of the last neck her lips had touched. She could still smell Bella's skin and feel its delicate softness. She let out a short gasp. Rosalie whimpered, tilting her head back. Emmett's mouth had been so welcoming at first, hot and inviting. She imagined what it would be like to feel that warmth on her neck and breast. Suddenly, the sensation shifted in her mind, transforming into another mouth, and she gasped. Her eyes flew open at the thought, rejecting the image. "I think we should move to Denali," she suggested. His mouth froze. "What do you mean?" he asked, looking more confused. "With Tanya and them?" "Yeah," she purred. "I think a change of scenery could be nice." She leaned forward, brushing against him. Instead of responding, he gripped her waist, easily pulling her off him and setting her back on her feet. "Hey, come on, I'm naked here," she teased, but Emmett seemed not to hear her. "You hate staying in Alaska, Rose," he said. Her shoulders bounced, feeling twitchy. This was getting too close to her having to admit that she felt like she wanted to fall apart. She took a step back, hands on her hips, her nakedness a shield. "I know," she rolled her eyes, trying to appear annoyed. "But we've never given it a real go, outside of Tanya's house. In our own place." "Why would we do that?" he asked. "Why not?" Emmett ran his hand over his face, the barely there scratchiness rasping against his palm. He shook his head. "No," he muttered. "No?" she asked, offended. "No, no. That's it. What the hell is going on with you?" "Nothing." She snorted. "I was just thinking a change of scenery would be nice." She wrapped her arms around him, but he held her off. "No," he said, keeping her at bay with a single hand on her chest. "No, I call bullshit. You don't like change. You like forks and hate going to Alaska. You think Tanya is annoying and that Irina is a melodramatic twit. The only one you like at all is Kate, and that's only because you guys spend every trip in this weird competition," she said. "Don't call me that," he replied. "I didn't." She crossed her arms, feeling overly sensitive and on edge. Why couldn't he just agree? Why couldn't he stop asking? "What about New York then?" she asked, her tone far from kind. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, waving his arms. "Since when is this how we operate? Since when do you not tell me things? Something has been bothering you for a while now, and I deserve to know. I've always stood by your side. What's going on?" She felt frozen, her eyes wide. A sarcastic snort escaped her as she shook her head, as if he were crazy. Even turning away from him felt like being trapped. She was caught. She sensed a change in her scent. Was there anything more confirming that Bella was supposed to be her mate than the way her scent shifted after their kiss? It had been so bad, wrong, horrible, and yet wonderful. Is it that you're not into me anymore? Is that it? Because I found my mate. She gasped, covering her mouth to stop the words that had slipped out. Words had power, she knew that, but she had never seen them affect someone like this. Emmett staggered back as if struck in the chest. The sound he made was more like a wail, and it pierced her heart. What? He asked, disbelief evident in his voice. She turned away, unable to meet his gaze. She had thought saying the words might bring relief, but it didn't feel that way. It wasn't fair. I found her. I found my mate, and I'm miserable. Her? He asked, but she didn't respond. She buried her face in her hands, struggling to breathe through her distress. Panic surged through Emmett as he grabbed her by the arm, perhaps harder than he usually would have. She couldn't blame him for that. He spun her around, ready for the confrontation. Her. Rose nodded. Her. She looked up into his sweet, kind face and watched it shift from shock to anger. You found your mate and you didn't think to tell me? He bellowed, causing birds to scatter from the trees and a small animal to dash into the forest. Are you kidding me, Rose? What the hell? With a furious howl, he turned and punched a nearby tree. It wasn't small, but it shattered into kindling, pieces flying everywhere as the rest of it fell in the opposite direction. How could you not tell me that right away? You should have told me the moment you knew. I'm me. I just, she stuttered. I didn't want it to be true. She babbled as she pulled her clothes back on quickly. I told myself I didn't feel anything for her, and I don't. I swear I don't. You said you'd been miserable. He accused. She grimaced and looked away. I'm sorry, Em. I'm sorry. I don't want this. But you do, right? You do want her. She stood there, unable to argue. What could she say? She had convinced herself that her feelings wouldn't change anything, but they were changing. She had kissed her, for goodness sake. You're gay now? No. She snapped back, crossing her arms in discomfort. She shifted on the balls of her feet. Was she? It was a question she had never considered. Was it possible that she was gay? A lesbian? I like to sleep with men, she insisted fervently. I want to sleep with you. Not lately. Excuse me. She bit back, incensed. She had been trying. Thank you very much. If he didn't like it, he could deal with it himself from now on. I just blew you, or did you forget? Well, vampires mate for life, so you might as well be a lesbian. He pulled on his pants, scratching through his hair. It explains a few things. The last part was a quiet mumble, probably meant more for himself than for her. Don't be a pig. She snapped. I'm not. He roared, his face contorting in a way that Rosalie never wanted to be responsible for. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean it. You can be whatever you want to be without having to explain it to me. But, Rose, you haven't come in months. Okay. She snorted and turned away from him. If he was going to act like that, she wasn't going to talk to him about this. You haven't, Rose. We barely have sex compared to before, and you haven't come once. You're just trying to hurt me. And it did hurt. I'm not. I can tell when you come, Rosalie, and you haven't. The last time was at the hotel. I'm not gay now, Emmett. I just found my mate. Fine. He shook his head. Fine. Whatever. Who is it? She licked her lips, sucking her teeth. Oh God, who is it? She didn't want to tell him. She turned, hiding her face. Bella. He looked at her for a long moment before exploding into laughter. Oh man, Edward must be killing you then. Angry, She grabbed a large rock and hurled it at his head. His hand reached up and plucked the rock out of the air as if it were no more than some pocket lint, laughter still on his face. "This isn't funny, Emmett. This is horrible." She glared at him, unable to believe he was laughing. This wasn't funny. This was wrong. It was not how her life was supposed to go. Even Emmett had to see that. Slowly, the laughter faded from his face, melting away like runny paint. Candle wax dripped, and as it did, Emmett's shoulders slumped. "No, I guess it isn't," he said. Rosalie ran her hand through her hair. "I hate this." Her voice was small, broken, and so honest. She truly did hate it. This wasn't what she wanted. Or at least, she was beginning to wish it wasn't something she wanted. "I get it. I guess I'm actually happy to know now." "You and Bella, you two have been confusing," he said. "What?" Rosalie snapped, alarmed. Emmett just shrugged, not intimidated by her reaction. He leaned back against the damaged tree, folding his arms. "You're angry." He looked away, seeming to think about it. "I'm mad that you didn't tell me when it happened. But we aren't mated, Rose. We've always known this could happen." "I know," she hissed, her anger bubbling to the surface again. "And we always said it didn't matter. We always said we chose one another. We said we would fight it. I picked you, Emmett." "Yeah, but I bet you didn't know it would feel like it does, huh?" The calm, matter-of-fact way he said it made her want to throttle him. She shook her head. "So, the others weren't talking out of their asses then?" Again, her head slowly shook. "What are you going to do?" he asked. Rosalie took a deep breath and plopped into the snow. There was a heavy question hanging in the air. "I don't know." Guiltily, she realized there was something more she needed to add. "I kissed her, Emmett. Last night. I kissed Bella." The hurt on his face was evident, so clear that it felt like a knife to the gut. "I'm so sorry, Em. I'm so sorry. I never intended. I never meant. I'm so mad at myself. It just happened." He winced but nodded. "I don't think it counts as cheating when it's with your mate. But it does." She exploded, all of the tension and hate she felt for herself bubbling to the surface. "It does for you, it does for Edward." Emmett sighed. "He's going to kill you." "I know," Rosalie replied. She didn't need him to tell her that. She was well aware of the danger. "How have you been keeping this from him, by the way? That must take some serious ninja skills." Rosalie's lip twitched as she held back a laugh. "Well." She began to tell him about the car, her constant mind games, and the work she had been doing. Emmett gasped, mock offended. "My car? My car? You've been using my car." She rolled her eyes, feeling comforted by the teasing. But the teasing wasn't enough to make her forget. "He's going to kill me, Em. And I don't think he's wrong to do so." She sat on a log and hung her head, painfully aware of what she had just said. "Going to." It used to be would, but that was fading quickly. Jasper knew. Alice knew. Emmett knew. Even Bella knew something thanks to the kiss. It was starting to feel like she had set herself on a path. The question was, where would it lead her? Chapter 14. School had quickly become awkward again. Bella's eyes seemed to slip right over Rosalie when she was watching her, yet they were fixed on her like a vice whenever she wasn't. The tension was so thick that Rosalie could barely breathe. She felt Bella fuming at her, but it was nothing compared to how much she was fuming at herself. She had no interest in looking at Bella, yet she couldn't seem to stop herself. Edward and Bella weren't sitting with them again. It was clear that Bella had forced Edward to do that so she could get to know his sister. Now, as they entered the cafeteria, they immediately sat at the table across the way, Bella's back turned to Rosalie. Rosalie hated that back, she hated the wall it represented. Not that she would show it. When Bella did look over at her, Rosalie didn't look back. In fact, she began to act as though Bella no longer existed at all. This suited her and her guilt just fine. When Bella came over to the house after school, Rosalie spent the time that Bella and Edward were inside out in the car, the garage door closed tightly. She excluded herself as much as possible. It felt normal. It was the way things had been. It was the way things should be. It felt right. Yet, she hated it. Hunting night came around, and Rosalie was in her room when the happy couple walked in downstairs. "Bella's here," Emmett said softly as he came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her and kissing her neck. She nodded, continuing to braid her hair in preparation for hunting. His face in the mirror looked concerned, as if he had questions, but they both knew even whispering would be heard. The scent filled the room from below. Bella was slightly damp from the rain, and the smell of her skin settled over Rosalie like a mist. It had changed somehow. Rosalie supposed it was similar to how Emmett claimed that her own scent had changed. It enveloped her now, calming. Her nerves flared as she finished her braid. "Let's go. I want to get out of here." "Cool. Let's go," he replied. Hand in hand, they moved at human speed down the stairs to the living room, where the family was gathered. "What do you mean, Edward?" Esme asked. "I don't know," he said, shaking his head in confusion. Everyone's thoughts had been strangely avoidant recently. Rosalie paused on the stairs, her eyes widening. She hadn't considered that many in the family were hiding their thoughts to protect her secret. She understood Jasper and Emmett, but she was surprised to realize that Alice was also involved. "Why?" She glanced at Alice's face and it clicked. Of course, Alice knew why. Her visions were subjective. Rosalie didn't know what Alice had seen, but whatever it was, there was no way Alice would want Edward to see something that would upset him. "Well, I don't know, Edward," Esme said with a smile, brushing his cheek. "As far as I know, there's no one here trying to hide anything. Are we going?" Rosalie interrupted, not looking at the girl under Edward's arm. She stood with her usual rigid posture, but her voice broke slightly, betraying her feelings. Feelings she didn't want. She didn't have them, damn it. Emmett gave her a pitying glance, and she ground her teeth. "I'll be outside," she snapped, turning to leave. Edward's head snapped up, confusion etched on his face. "What do you mean? You're not coming?" She looked down at her clothes as if confused, touched her braid, and gasped mockingly. "My God. It looks like I am." She crossed her arms, her back straight, her face set. "Strange," she added in a sarcastic monotone. Not looking at him, she added spitefully, "Why? Did you think I was doing something else?" She could feel Bella's eyes on her for the first time. Time since she had come down. It was a feeling that was far too welcome, but she ignored it completely. She fought to keep her eyes still. Edward scoffed, looking like a parent whose babysitter had backed out at the last second. She supposed that was exactly what he was. "Well, who's going to stay with her then?" Rosalie shrugged one shoulder apathetically. Apathy was the opposite of what she felt. She cared. She wanted to stay. Turning away, she headed out to the back porch to wait, ignoring the intensity of Edward's gaze as she left. It didn't have to be this way. She could have been heading out to the car bay or settling onto the couch with Bella nearby. She could have made an excuse to have Bella a little closer than usual, or she could have simply sat there, free with her thoughts, and looked at Bella for hours. But no. She had to ruin everything. Her hands balled into fists and her jaw tightened. She hated when she caught herself having thoughts like that. They felt ridiculous and dramatic. She glanced back, feeling nervous. That thought had been a little too revealing. Had Edward noticed? But he seemed busy, entirely unaware of anyone outside his own world and needs. "I'll stay, don't worry, Edward," Alice promised, glaring at Rosalie. With her eyebrows raised, Rosalie turned away, her throat feeling dry. Actually, Alice. Rosalie's breath caught as Bella spoke for the first time. She hadn't noticed, but Bella had been unusually quiet, hadn't she? Was that because of her? Was she really kidding herself, thinking she could have any effect on Bella? Do you mind if Rosalie stays with me? She spun on her heels so quickly that she should have fallen. Instead, with vampire grace, she turned just in time to hear Bella finish the first few letters of her name. What? Had she misheard? I just want to finish the movie we were watching last time. She stared at Bella, feeling stunned. Inside, Emmett began to laugh. What was happening? Why was Bella doing this? Hope flickered within her, only to be extinguished by reality. Bella wasn't asking because she wanted to see her. There was something else going on. With her arms crossed and fingers digging into her skin, she stepped back through the door, hovering just inside. She tried to sound certain when she spoke. I'm going hunting. She directed her words at Bella, but her gaze was on Edward. Oh, but Rose, you promised we could finish the movie, remember? Bella said. Bemused, Rosalie let her gaze drop to Bella's face, searching for the reason behind this. Yeah, Rose, Emmett insisted, joining her. She swung her hand out, slapping his arm. He chuckled and backed away. You and Rose watch movies? Edward asked, looking between them, seemingly unaware of the silent tension between Rosalie and Bella. Her eyes narrowed coldly. Suddenly, Bella broke into a huge smile. Oh, Rose didn't tell you? She and I are friends now. Alarmed, Rosalie's eyes widened slightly. She wanted to turn and leave, to take the choice away from everyone else, but her feet felt glued to the floor. Friends? Oh, Rose, watch the movie with Bella. Esme's voice made Rosalie glance at her. Esme sounded so hopeful, as if all her faith in Rosalie had been reaffirmed by this one good act. Jaw tight, Rosalie noticed Alice's expression and frowned. No, I think I should stay, Alice said with a shrug. You go ahead, Rose, she added. Good. Rosalie turned toward the door. No, I really want it to be Rose. Is that okay, Alice? Alice looked uncomfortable. No, I don't think she should. I think. What? Afraid I might eat her? Rosalie asked, confusion swirling within her. Did she want to say yes? Yes, she did. But Alice's refusal to let her was intriguing enough to trigger her contrary side. No, Alice snapped, looking between them as if she suspected that might be the case. So you think I'm a threat to her? Alice. Esme chided. Alice, unused to being in trouble, cowered. Fine. Her voice, usually like beautifully carved crystal, was now as sharp as cut glass. Oh, I didn't say I was staying. I just thought it was interesting that you don't want me to. Everyone's eyes were on her. Esme looked like her hopes were as fragile as tissue paper, making Rosalie feel like a tyrant as she ripped them apart. Carlyle's gaze was appraising, as if he was waiting to see but not expecting her to do the right thing. And Bella's face? Rosalie studied it, trying to find the answer, but all she saw was a challenge. Fine. Fine. She would do this. She turned and started back upstairs. In the center of her dark room, she felt unsure of what to do with herself. She could leave anyway. Bella would be fine, she was safe in the Cullen house. But if she left, Bella might try to follow her, fall off a cliff, or get eaten by something. That seemed very likely. She watched the shadows below that made up her family as they strolled out casually. Esme and Carlyle walked hand in hand. Alice teased Jasper, and as Rosalie watched, Alice let out a cry and leapt onto his back, making him laugh. Edward looked back every few moments, as if it pained him to leave. Just before they all broke into a run, Emmett paused and looked back at their window. His smile was small as he raised a hand in farewell. She didn't uncross her arms. She just stared back at him, seeing the sadness there that he was trying to hide. He turned, and the coven picked up their pace, running through the long clearing, leaping over the river, and disappearing into the trees. She watched them until she couldn't anymore. Rosalie could no longer make out the shapes below her. Her ears were pricked, listening for any noise. It was silent, so silent that if she couldn't hear the steady rhythm of her breath and heartbeat, she might have thought she had disappeared too. What was Bella doing? Was she doing the same thing? Was she standing there, listening and waiting to see what would happen next? As her thoughts drifted, Rosalie imagined Bella slowly making her way up the stairs. She pictured Bella entering her bedroom and, instead of whatever she had planned, coming over and wrapping herself in Rosalie's arms. She envisioned Bella's warm, soft hands slipping under her shirt, her lips finding Rosalie's, having stayed back just to kiss her again. A nearly soundless scoff escaped her, more like a moan. When pigs fly, she thought. The sound of footsteps pulled Rosalie from her small fantasy. Bella had begun to walk. Rosalie listened, but there was no question about where Bella was heading. She was coming up the stairs. Eyes wide, Rosalie glanced around, contemplating simply leaving. What was she supposed to do? She picked up a book from the nightstand and flopped onto the bed, pretending to read without a care in the world. Then she dropped the book and was halfway to the bathroom for a shower when she changed her mind again. She didn't think Bella would come in to challenge her, but she also didn't want to trap herself in the bathroom, knowing Bella would probably wait for her. Bella's feet scuffed lightly in the hallway, just outside the door. With no idea what else to do, Rosalie reacted instinctively. In 2 quick steps, she launched herself through her bedroom window, escaping whatever was coming and landing on the grass in the backyard. The drop was easy for her. She could jump from the side of a mountain and barely notice the impact. Still, she paused, legs slightly bent, head cocked, trying to make sense of what she had just done. She had jumped out of the window to avoid Bella. She had actually done that. Rosalie jumped out of the window to avoid a teenage girl. She promised herself she would never tell anyone about this. Quietly, she went back inside, listening as Bella opened her bedroom door above and called her name. Rosalie settled onto the couch, trying to convince herself she didn't care what Bella wanted. Bella wasn't that scary. But then Bella's feet turned, heading back down the stairs. A thrill of fear shot through Rosalie, and she moved at full vampire speed to the car bay. No big deal, she would work on the car. She needed something to do. Why hadn't they put a lock on the car bay? It was ridiculous. There were expensive cars out there, and there should definitely be a lock. With no way to keep Bella out and her nerves on edge, Rosalie decided to escape. By the time Bella's footsteps, now stomping, reached the car bay, Rosalie had already slipped out the opposite side door, circled around the house, and entered through another door to head back to her bedroom. Her breath came fast and hard, not from exertion but from blind panic. She didn't want to hear whatever horrible thing Bella had to say because it would be awful. She listened to Bella's footsteps from the car bay, her heart beating slowly but hard, pumping blood faster than normal. She could almost hear Bella's clenched teeth. The front door slammed behind Bella as she came back inside. "I can hear you moving," Bella yelled, making Rosalie's skin prickle. Rosalie snorted and covered her mouth to hide a laugh. It wasn't funny, but it was kind of cute. Bella was just outside her door when Rosalie slipped through the window again and back down to the living room. "I know you're here," Bella shouted at the top of her lungs. Rosalie laughed in the middle of the living room, prompting Bella to rush over. Rosalie disappeared like smoke. "Go," Bella growled. "Rose." Her fear was palpable, twisting in the air. Rosalie shimmied up the drainpipe and into Edward's open window. The room smelled of pretension, which made Rosalie groan internally. She quickly moved back to her bedroom just as Bella entered the empty living room with a frustrated growl. The back door closed, and Rosalie couldn't help but laugh as she listened to Bella head back out to the car bay. She wasn't sure if she was supposed to be enjoying this, but she definitely was. As the car bay door opened, there was a brief pause before it slammed shut again. Rosalie waited until Bella was back inside and climbing the stairs, about to open her door, before she slipped out the window. Once downstairs, she paused with her head tilted. Bella was upstairs in her bedroom. Had she given up? No, that was definitely the sound of Bella's closet door opening. Suddenly, Bella's voice boomed out, loud and insistent in a way that made Rosalie's heart race. "Rosalie Hale, get your butt in here now or these shoes are going to get it." Rosalie was upstairs and in front of Bella before the words "get it" had even left Bella's mouth. She hissed when she saw the shoes in Bella's hand. "Those are Valentino. Black and beige with little metal studs. They were from a limited line." "Look," Bella drawled, reminding Rosalie of herself at that moment. "It's the amazing disappearing woman." "What were you doing, going out the window?" "Those cost over $1,000, Bella." Rosalie hissed. "Put them down." Startled, Bella looked at the shoes as if they were suddenly poison. "Oh my God," she screeched, holding them out. "What is wrong with you? They're just shoes. No one should spend that much on shoes." Rosalie took the shoes, fuming, and carefully placed them back on the shoe rack with loving care. "Touch my shoes again, and I will end you." Rosalie snarled, leaning in close to Bella to make her point clear. Bella just scoffed, and Rosalie was amazed to see that Bella did not look scared at all. Happiness and frustration flooded Bella at that moment. She realized that she wasn't scared of Rosalie. "You know, if you can't figure out what to do with your money, there are charities," Bella started, causing Rosalie to stare. "I donate annually, thank you," Rosalie purred, turning to sit on her bed. She didn't dare leave Bella alone with her shoes. Bella remained where she was, her face still red from yelling at Rosalie, reminding her of their last encounter. She finally sighed, taking in the air filled with Bella's presence. "What do you want, Bella? Why did you make me stay?" Bella's hands balled into fists at her sides. Rosalie didn't know what she had expected, but it certainly wasn't what Bella said next. "You know, I've been thinking since last week." "Wow," Rosalie moaned, as if the idea that Bella had been thinking was a great achievement. "You've always been a pain to me." Instantly offended, Rosalie's head snapped back to look at Bella. "Excuse me?" "Well, maybe not anymore," Bella amended, speaking more to herself than to Rosalie. "But you always were for no reason at all." Rosalie glowered. There was nothing more annoying than when someone spoke the truth. "So I started to think that maybe there's a reason why you've always been a pain." "Can you stop calling me a pain, thank you very much?" "To me." Rosalie watched, trying to swallow down the building dread, working hard to keep her face blank. She didn't like where this was going. Bella looked back at her, searching her face for a long moment before she finally spoke. "You're always nearby." Rosalie gave a rude snort and looked back out the large windows. "Have you noticed that, Rose?" Bella's voice was different now. The indignance and anger had melted away, replaced by a smooth richness that matched the scent in the air, making Rosalie want to turn to her. Bella wanted to understand Rosalie's thoughts, yet part of her feared what she might find. "You're always in my house. Am I supposed to automatically leave when you're nearby?" Rosalie replied, "And you're always watching me. You stand up for me." "I don't know what it means, but it means something." Rosalie bit the inside of her cheek, forcing herself to stay on the bed instead of running away. There was no way Bella had figured it out. That was impossible, wasn't it? "Don't flatter yourself," Rosalie said, but her words lacked the strength she intended. Bella squared her shoulders, frustration evident on her face. "I think you have feelings for me." Rosalie exhaled slowly, trying to process Bella's statement. She searched Bella's expression, but it revealed nothing more. She purred, her tone sharp. "Aren't we feeling cocky?" Bella blinked, and the confidence she had shown moments before began to fade, replaced by the insecurity that often surfaced when she was with Edward. Rosalie looked away, surprised. She had wanted to make Bella doubt herself, but she hadn't anticipated how it would feel. Was she no better than her brother? I think you do, Bella insisted. Rosalie let out a dry laugh. I think you're nuts. Despite her racing heart and the flush creeping up her neck, Bella stood her ground. You do, Rose. We both know you do. Rosalie huffed. What would happen if she simply admitted it? What if she said the words, "You are mine"? Bella had kissed her back just a week before, which was significant. But there were other complications. If she confessed and Bella believed her, then what? Would it lead to a wedding where all of their friends and family would come to celebrate them because they accepted them? A few half-human, half-vampire babies, a few cars, a house they shared, the PDA. None of that was in the cards for them because she was a vampire. What was more likely was a few short years of dating until the town began to make uneasy jokes about how the Cullens didn't age. A few short years until they had to pass Bella off as Rosalie's mother because of their obvious age difference. A few short years until Bella was buried somewhere, having lived the life that was rightfully hers until it came to an end. What does that look mean? Rosalie jumped, surprised by Bella's sudden frustrated yell. What do you want me to say? Rosalie shouted back. Bella stumbled for words for a moment, obviously frustrated. I'm telling you what I want. I want you to tell me why you kissed me. I want you to tell me why you look at me like that. Why? Rosalie groaned, her head falling into her hands. Why does it matter so much? But Bella couldn't answer that. She just stood in front of her, face set and waiting. I just want to know, Bella finally said. That's not a real reason. Why would you do that, Rose? Just tell me. Because. Rosalie exploded to her feet and began pacing. Because you're my. You're what? Sister-in-law? Bella shouted. We're sure not friends because every attempt I've made to be your friend has been met with nastiness and meanness. Rosalie winced. That hurt. She glared at Bella through the pain, not saying anything. Fine. Don't tell me. Bella turned and stomped out of the door. Rosalie watched her go, her heart feeling heavy. She had messed things up so badly. What else could she do? She settled down on her bed, spending the rest of the night there. She listened to Bella downstairs, not watching TV, not doing much of anything except sitting. Upstairs, Rosalie did the same, locked in her own thoughts. Misery. Chapter 15. Rosalie's fingers tightened around the baseball until she heard the sound of stretching leather. Her pointer finger and middle finger followed the pattern of the bright red stitching, while her thumb bent back around it. The ball was brand new, just taken from its box, clean and white without a scuff. It wouldn't stay that way. One hit from any of them would leave a small dent. Baseballs were tough, but not indestructible. By halfway through the game, it wouldn't even be worth saving. That was why, beside Esme, there were two other small Rawlings boxes. Overhead, the sky rumbled again, and she glared at it. If Alice was wrong, she would be grumpy. She wasn't in the mood for wet hair and chafing jeans. In fact, she wasn't in the mood for any of this, and she hadn't been for a while. Absently, she tossed the ball high into the air and caught it again. It had been almost a week since that stupid night at the house. A very long, very tense, very slow week. It had definitely had some consequences. Rosalie felt tired, more tired than she ever thought she could become as a vampire. Perhaps it was because this fatigue was mental, overwhelmed and constantly stretched too tight with worry. And Bella. Bella looked a little like butter stretched too thin over toast. Her face was drawn, or at least Rosalie thought it was probably only a small difference. To her and, clearly, to Edward, who had eyes that picked up on more than the average human, the change seemed huge. There were bags under Bella's eyes as if she hadn't been sleeping. The skin around her face was a few shades lighter than usual, which was significant because her skin was always pale. What made Rosalie feel worse was that, though she doubted Bella could even tell, Bella had lost some weight. Watching this happen had been Rosalie's own torture that week. Bella had become cold, not only to her but in general. She had been. Rosalie felt somewhat removed and quiet among her family. She glanced across the field and then turned away, avoiding the approaching couple. If they try, they might make it here before next year, she grumbled. It didn't matter if Bella was interested in women or not, especially since Bella refused to allow things to change. Edward had begun to notice the difference in Bella too. His eyes were sharp and watchful. He touched her carefully, as if she might break under his fingers. His gaze was always filled with worry. Just the day before, Rosalie overheard him asking Carlyle what he should do if Bella got sick with a cold or the flu. It was amusing to see Edward squirm, but it wasn't funny to see Bella so upset. "Come on, let's start a game of catch," she called out to the field, trying not to focus on Bella's slow approach. Emmett held out his hand in a universal gesture for her to throw the ball, and Rosalie complied. The ball flew from her hand at speeds that would have amazed any Major League Baseball team. It smacked into Emmett's bare hand without the need for a glove and shot back to Rosalie, who caught it mid-air, scowling. Usually, she enjoyed baseball and was always interested in a game, but she couldn't shake her mood. The closer Bella got, the grumpier she felt. The last thing she wanted was to drag Bella into this. Bella's skin had looked so beautiful in the moonlight, and she had gazed at Rosalie with such awe. They had been so close, and Rosalie had lost her head. She didn't like feeling weak. Her eyes drifted over to the couple still far from them. Her heart ached and swelled at the same time. There was nothing like being told you couldn't have something, or couldn't even talk to it, to make you want it even more. Far off at home plate, Jasper had stepped up. Rosalie stood up, ready to begin a few warm-up swings until everyone else was in place. The bat slipped from his shoulder as he chuckled, giving her a look that she refused to allow herself to interpret. In response, Rosalie threw the ball at full speed towards his head. He caught it with an open smirk. She rolled her eyes. She couldn't help how she felt. Lately, her emotions had intensified. Something had shifted during the few evenings they spent together, even if those moments were rare. Now, after the kiss, everything felt different. She had to admit that she had been feeling something before. Bella had returned to ignoring her, which was fine because Rosalie was ignoring her too. No, she had started it. She had gone back to how things used to be, which suited her just fine, mostly. She had chosen to ignore everything related to Bella, and it seemed Bella had decided to do the same. However, Rosalie was far better at it than Bella. Though they hadn't spoken and Bella and Edward stuck to their lunch table across the room, Bella's eyes seemed to always be on her. The thought made Rosalie smirk into the misty afternoon. Bella and her gay self. Not that she assumed Bella was gay, of course, but if they were mated, then some part of Bella should be waving a rainbow flag and listening to Ani DeFranco. There had been no communication between them after their game of tag around the Cullen property, except for two long, gut-wrenching looks that had passed between them. Both were intense enough to sear themselves into her memory, a secret shared between them that felt as large as an elephant. The first look had happened just a day after their chase. Rosalie hadn't decided how she would handle things yet. This was her fault. She owed Bella an apology, a big one. More than that, she owed it to her to make things right, and she would. She was determined because she was Rosalie Hale, but Rosalie Hale was not the. Rosalie was trying hard not to be the bad person everyone expected. She knew she was a work in progress, and that was something. That morning, she had been running late. With her purse over her shoulder, she rushed down the hall, trying to reach class before the bell rang. The school was watching her closely. She sensed Bella's presence before she saw her. Turning the corner, Rosalie took a deep breath, her chest filling with longing. She felt nervous. Edward couldn't usually read her thoughts, but what if he could this time? When she looked up, Bella was walking the opposite way down the hall. Rosalie's eyes were drawn to her, and Bella's gaze met hers, despite the crowd in between them. Rosalie found she couldn't look away, as if she had been caught. She continued walking on autopilot, trying to decipher every flicker of emotion on Bella's face. Bella, her mind whispered. Bella, Bella, Bella. Rosalie stopped breathing as Bella's rich brown eyes held hers. She wanted so much to say something, to hug her. She had never hugged Bella, and she wanted to know what it felt like. She wanted to feel Bella. Taking another step, they were side by side for a fleeting moment. Rosalie stared down at Bella, and Bella looked up at her. Rosalie's head swam with desire. She noticed Bella holding her breath, so she did the same in response. They shared a gaze that felt heavy and spoke of so much, the rest of the school fading away. Then Rosalie took another step, moving just past Bella, and the spell broke. It felt as if the world had been splashed with cold water. She blinked, feeling vaguely empty, and rushed off at top speed, unnerved by the intensity of what she had just felt. After only a few steps, she ducked into an empty classroom and leaned against the wall. Rosalie stood against the wall, not breathing and not blinking. She had worked hard on her human facade, trying not to look like a vampire. But in that moment, her teeth were bared, her body too still, and her eyes too wide. The desire to go back, to take Bella and carry her away just to keep her close, overwhelmed her. It took a long moment before she could feel human again, and even longer to pull the mask of indifference back on. That was when the fury came. She decided then that she would no longer acknowledge Bella. It was dangerous. How dare Bella make her want her so badly? How dare she affect her mind and body like this? Rosalie groaned against the wall, imagining countless scenarios, before clearing her head and stomping off to class. The other time had been similar. She sat at the Cullen table, as usual, the first to arrive. She hadn't meant to look up when she felt Bella enter, but her body and mind no longer listened to her. She looked up and caught Bella's eye. Just like before, she felt stuck, as if she were a bug on fly tape. The weight of everything unspoken made their gaze heavy. It ended only when Emmett, noticing her lack of breath, snapped his fingers in front of her face. That was it. That would always be it. They weren't friends anymore. That moment of weakness when Rosalie had allowed herself to wonder if there could be more was over. Now, with Christmas break cutting off her access to Bella, she felt both furious and thankful. She snarled as a ball whizzed right by her ear, so close that it stirred her hair. Her eyes snapped away from Bella and back to Alice. "Hey, I wasn't paying attention." "Yeah, I saw that." Alice shot back, anger barely hidden on her face. The laughter was forced. The message was clear: "I see you looking at Edward's girlfriend. Stop it." She threw the ball back harder than necessary, her frustration growing as Edward and Bella finally reached the group. "Bring it in, guys," Carlisle called. They all moved toward Esme. Without a word, Emmett came up behind Rosalie and wrapped his arms around her. She felt grateful. Emmett had been amazing all week, holding her close without asking for anything more. She appreciated the support, both physical and emotional, as she leaned back against his broad chest. "Sorry it took us so long," Edward said with a grin, Bella by his side. Human pace. Bella flushed but remained silent. Rosalie rolled her eyes, annoyance flaring. She didn't understand why Bella's presence bothered her, but the irritation was sharp as her gaze fell back onto Bella's face, unable to look away. She studied Bella, who was avoiding her gaze, and the familiar feeling that had consumed her thoughts for days began to creep in: anger. Anger was something Rosalie knew well, but this week, it felt confusing. She sensed it as surely as she recognized her own height and blonde hair. But why? She couldn't figure it out. Her eyes flicked back to Carlisle, who was dividing them into two small teams, and then back to Bella, as another emotion surged up: longing, mixed with a frustrating, ridiculous happiness. She was glad Bella was there, yet angry at the same time. Bella's eyes suddenly shifted away from Carlisle and locked fiercely onto Rosalie's, glaring at her in a role reversal that startled Rosalie. She quickly looked away, her expression turning into a hard glare that the entire family noticed. Feeling overwhelmed, she walked away, as if Bella's presence had been too much for her delicate sensibilities. Which, in a way, it was, but that was beside the point. Rose, I haven't put you on. I'm fine, Rosalie interrupted. Don't care whose team I'm on. Rosalie snapped at Carlyle. He looked surprised by her sudden anger. Rose. Esme scolded. Rosalie picked up a baseball bat and swung it, feeling the weight of those warm eyes on her. It was an appropriate feeling, she thought. Bella's gaze reminded her of warmth, like chocolate melting on your fingertips, sun-warmed earth, rich soil, and freshly brewed coffee, strong and smooth. It was fitting that she felt Bella's presence like a warm caress. She swung the bat repeatedly, putting herself first in the lineup as the rest of the team sighed and moved to their assigned areas. Behind her, Bella sat next to Esme, listening as Esme rambled on about Edward's talent on the field. Rosalie felt a wave of disgust. She could easily take Edward. Sure, he could read her thoughts and was probably the fastest, but that didn't matter during the game. He had no finesse. In the outfield, Edward shook his head, clearly offended. Suck a dick, Edward, she thought, causing him to stumble in shock. She smirked. Oh, let me guess. A lady shouldn't speak like that, right? His expression confirmed her suspicion. With her hands on the bat, Rosalie stepped up to the plate, determined to prove that she had what Edward lacked. She glanced back and flashed a cocky grin at the two referees. She had moved quickly when she looked back. She could move far faster than Bella, and it took Bella a moment to realize where her gaze had drifted, Rosalie's figure in her tight baseball pants. Elated, Rosalie's grin widened. Bella's expression shifted from startled to cold and hard as her eyes met Rosalie's. Rosalie's smirk faded. She wasn't hurt, she insisted to herself. She wasn't. Turning back, she focused on the game. Alice stood on the pitcher's mound. I can't do anything without her joining us, she grumbled, her voice loud enough to carry. She was lashing out to hide her hurt. Don't listen to her, Esme reassured Bella, who was behind her. We're all happy you're here. Rosalie scoffed. The ball came her way, and she swung hard, hitting it for all it was worth. The ball soared through the air, prompting Edward to sprint toward the trees. She wasn't trying to show off during the game. She really wasn't. If she felt a thrill every time Bella's eyes turned to her instead of Edward's, it was just a coincidence. If she pushed herself against Edward harder than usual, hitting the ball so he couldn't catch it and running faster when he was on base, it wasn't for any real reason. Thankfully, Edward was busy trying to impress Bella, which made it easier for her to focus, even as her thoughts kept drifting to Bella. She turned and ran, knowing that Emmett's hit would not stay close to home. She sprinted with all her might, hearing the ball slicing through the air. She dashed into the trees, her hand outstretched, and caught the ball effortlessly. Out, Esme called as soon as she stepped through the trees. Rosalie smirked at Edward, who, despite being out, grinned at her, proud of her skill. She was positioned in the outfield when Carlyle stepped up to the plate, the bat held delicately in his hands. Rosalie bent over, ready to react to the ball, and from her spot, she clearly saw Alice suddenly rise from her position as catcher. She sensed something had gone very wrong before anyone else did. Alice ripped off her mask and dropped it without a second thought as she staggered toward Jasper, who appeared beside her in an instant. Rosalie stayed in the outfield for a moment longer. Alice watched her family form a huddle of panic, unable to move. She could feel it in her gut. It was about Bella. Suddenly, without question, Alice sensed something. Bella was in danger. Can you make it? Carlyle hissed. Dread twisted inside her, making her glance between their faces, but most of all, making her look at Bella. The strangers Alice had seen were coming. Oh God. She took a shaky breath, panic swirling within her. No, not carrying, Rosalie snapped from her spot away from the rest. What? Of course he could. He could. Bella wasn't hard to carry. If he took her now, they could be back at the house before anyone arrived. She wasn't so breakable. She could handle intense speed for 10 seconds or so. But then again, she was so breakable. Alice looked into Bella's face, suddenly unable to ignore how thin her skin looked compared to theirs, or the blue veins that ran this way and that. It would take so little to break her, so very little. He should run. He could run. He could get her safely out. He could go deeper into the forest, away from the threat, until it passed, or even circle through the town before heading back to the house. He could hold her differently. He could run faster. He had to do something, her mind shouted. He had to do something because Bella was in danger. She was in danger, and Rosalie could do nothing about it. Protecting her was on him. What did he mean he couldn't get her out safely? What did that say about him? Finally, her legs unfroze, propelled by desperation, and she raced to the huddle. But beside her, Carlyle heard the answer and nodded slowly, as if it were sage wisdom. But he could, her mind insisted. He had to. He had to. From beside her, she felt a wave of calming energy wash over her. She fought it. Rosalie glared at Jasper. She didn't want to be manipulated. She didn't want anyone telling her how to feel. Bella wasn't safe. She wanted to reach out and take Bella into her arms. She could save her, even if Edward couldn't. Her hands shot forward, ready to snatch Bella in her panic. Another wave of fear hit her, and Jasper shook his head slightly. Her hands, frozen in midair, dropped back to her sides. He was right, she thought, as the sanity that had suddenly left her began to return. If she acted now, everything would be exposed. They would want to know why. Edward wouldn't allow her to go. She would have to prove that her claim on Bella was stronger than his. Agitated, she shifted from foot to foot. "Esme, you catch," Edward instructed. The rest of the group began to move back to their positions, but Rosalie couldn't move. She couldn't understand this plan. They were going to hide Bella in plain sight? Was he foolish? "Rose," Emmett called, and she jumped, tearing her eyes away from Bella. She felt powerless. Across the field, Bella met her gaze. What did Bella see in her eyes, Rosalie wondered. Did she see how much Rosalie wanted and needed to protect her? "Take your hair down," Edward said in a low voice. Rosalie shifted again. "No, stupid boy. No." He was being reckless, she thought. Didn't he understand? Bella's face was hidden now, but her scent, that wonderful, intoxicating scent, was even stronger as the wind caught Rosalie's hair. The game started again, but it wasn't just Rosalie who couldn't focus. How was she supposed to do this? She found herself constantly shifting her position, moving toward Bella and getting too close for the outfield. No one seemed to care. Jasper hit the ball softly, and it rose into the air before falling and bouncing once. Rosalie caught it easily and tossed it to Emmett, her eyes barely leaving Bella's pale face. Bella was scared. Why was no one doing anything about the fact that Bella was scared? Edward was right there, so close to her. He could reach out and hold her, but instead, he sat with his eyes scanning the trees, his back turned to her. The ball was hit again, and Rosalie plucked it from the sky, sending it back to Alice with such force that it smoked a little when it struck her palm. Bella's face, half hidden behind her hair, looked stricken. Why didn't anyone tell her that this wasn't her fault? Why didn't anyone explain that this situation would have been tricky even without her? Bella looked so upset. New vampires in their area were always a delicate matter. More vampires meant the treaty with the wolves became even more strained. Asking newcomers to refrain from hunting nearby was always difficult, as it usually ruffled feathers. They would be nervous either way. Why didn't someone tell Bella that? Rosalie shifted a little closer, hating the feeling on her skin. She felt antsy, wanting to move but unable to, locked into her pretense. She had no idea who was winning now, her competitiveness was forgotten. She only caught the ball when it came toward her and threw it back, most of her mind on other things. She heard the moment the newcomers stepped into their hearing range. Everyone stiffened. Emmett hit the ball lightly when it was thrown, but the hit was so soft that the ball barely made it to third base. He didn't even try to run. Rosalie could hear the unfamiliar feet behind her, the leaves barely crunching under their steps. It spoke to who they were that they made so little sound. They were nomads, yes, but they were also hunters. The steps came closer, and Rosalie turned to look with everyone else, fighting her desire to run to Bella. Bella, her mind chanted, Bella, Bella, Bella. But Emmett had been right. As they stepped through the trees and into the gray light, Rosalie felt herself breathe again. They didn't seem at all equal. The newcomers were small compared to Emmett and clumsy compared to Esme. The Cullens gathered near the bleachers where Bella sat, keeping a safe distance. Rosalie inched closer, needing to be near Bella. She observed intently as the conversation shifted back and forth between the newcomers and Bella. Bella was trying not to cower behind Edward, but she also aimed to remain unnoticed. She was succeeding, which eased Rosalie's nerves. Rosalie felt she could almost breathe and step away from Bella's side when the wind blew. She sensed the tension before the stranger reacted. He crouched as if ready to spring, and Rosalie couldn't suppress her instinctive response. She hissed, quick and fierce. Her teeth bared as he called her a snack. Rage surged within her. She wanted to leap at him, to wrap her legs around his neck and pull his head off, ensuring he would not touch Bella. The rest of the Cullens mirrored her reaction, their responses blending together. Unlike them, she did not relax as Carlyle attempted to de-escalate the situation. She remained poised to strike, ready to protect Bella even as they discussed their next move. "We'll show you the way." Jasper, Rosalie, Esme. Rosalie's head snapped up at Carlyle's call, her fury bubbling beneath the surface. She had taken a step toward Edward and Bella, unwilling to leave Bella's side. Staring at Carlyle in disbelief, she realized he wanted her to escort the strangers back. Her golden eyes darted between him, Bella, Edward, and the newcomers, her lips still curled in a faint snarl. Edward seemed completely unaware of her turmoil, nodding toward Carlyle. His hand gripped Bella's arm too tightly, causing her to let out a small squeak of pain. The sound struck Rosalie, triggering a primal urge to protect her. Edward eased his hold on Bella and gently guided her back the way they had come. Rosalie watched them retreat, feeling sick. She had protected Bella. She needed to be with her. She couldn't just let her walk away. In anguish, she swallowed a moan, desperation and longing coursing through her. She had to protect Bella. She was her mate, and it was her duty to keep her safe. "Rose?" Carlyle called, his voice steady. He was waiting for her to lead the newcomers back home, but she felt frozen. She glanced at Alice beside Bella and saw a resigned expression on her face, as if she believed Bella was already lost. That thought made Rosalie want to scream. She wished she could trade places with Bella, to be the one leaving. She was positioned as far from Bella as possible, and she understood why. Everyone thought she hated her. She felt paralyzed, unable to move or breathe. Emmett, partially shielding Bella with his body, looked back when Carlyle called her name again. Rosalie met his gaze, panic evident in her eyes. He noticed and seemed to understand. His expression softened, turning warm but fierce. His bared teeth conveyed a message: "Don't worry, babe, I got this." Emmett, beautiful and wonderful Emmett. Rose. This time it was Jasper. He stepped closer and touched her elbow, instantly calming her. Her stitched shoulders relaxed, and the panic that had blinded her faded. She was finally able to look away. "Come," he urged. She nodded at him, and with one last glance, she turned to escort these monsters who threatened her Bella. Chapter 16. With Bella away and safe with Emmett, and the extra calm provided by Jasper, Rosalie found that she could actually think. She turned away and looked at the newcomers again since the first snarl had escaped from the blonde. The woman seemed too willowy and too passive, as if she were trying to make herself small. If that was the case, then her eyes fell on the blonde, the one who wanted to hurt her mate, and suspicion rose within her. "All right. Let's go," she said, nodding. With a brush of her arm, she let the newcomers go first. The walk to the tree line was silent as they moved at a typical human pace, led by Carlyle. Once hidden in the shadows of the forest, he nodded, and as a team, they started off. Carlyle and Esme took the lead, while she and Jasper took up the rear behind the newcomers. Beside her, she noticed that something was making Jasper nervous, which heightened her own awareness. He looked like a dog sensing an earthquake. "What's wrong?" she called out. Jasper, usually so composed, looked rattled as he shot her a glance and shook his head once. She vaulted over a large fallen tree in time with the others, her eyes set on James. Now that she felt a little less worried and a little less compelled to protect, she thought this was the right place for her to be. She should be with James. She didn't believe in fighting defensively. Sticking with James and keeping an eye on him was the best defensive position. She was protecting Bella too, and that thought helped. He couldn't get to her if he never got out of her grip. In front of her, James cast a glance behind him. Rosalie met his gaze steadily. Yes, this was the best place for her to be. She gave a slight snort of annoyance. Edward, so high and mighty, always seemed to think he was the only one who could protect Bella. She could protect her just as well. Which, yes, okay, she needed to stop feeling the need to protect Bella at all times. Rosalie leaped over a small stream, her eyes rolling in frustration. Her thoughts were more annoying than the mission. She understood that Bella wasn't hers. Bella was with Edward, and she was happy. Edward was her brother. Most of the time, she wanted to slap him, but he was still her brother and he was happy. Edward and Bella were happy together. She didn't want to interfere with that. Besides, she and Bella couldn't be together anyway since Bella was human. It felt pointless. Rosalie could protect Bella just as well as Edward could. A sliver of jealousy twisted in her stomach, making Jasper glance at her with an amused grin. She shot him a glare. "You don't have to feel that way, you know," he said. Rosalie's eyes widened as she looked up at Carlyle and Esme. They could easily hear them. "I know that, okay?" she snapped, earning a sidelong glance from Jasper. She glared at him until he turned away again. "It's just not that simple," she added. Jasper shrugged, still wearing that infuriating smile despite her agitation. Rosalie ground her teeth. If only she could be the horrible person everyone thought she was. She could take Bella away, then take her life. The thought made her gasp, a sharp desire coursing through her. She imagined her teeth sinking into Bella's delicate neck, her venom mixing with Bella's blood. Her body reacted, a shocking wave of longing washing over her and making her legs buckle. It felt deeper, as if her soul was calling out for something more. Shaken, she glanced over and saw Jasper's eyes on her again. "Ugh," she growled. "Doesn't prying ever get old?" "Yes," Jasper replied, his nose wrinkling. "Then stay out." He shrugged, and Rosalie understood. She knew, just as well as he did, that he wasn't doing it on purpose. She couldn't, and hadn't, felt desire before. She wasn't that person. She didn't want that. But she felt it. There was no denying she had felt desire at the thought of her teeth sinking into Bella's throat. It was impossible. That desire itself proved that she couldn't, that she didn't deserve Bella. She couldn't steal everything from her. She couldn't be the thief who took Bella's human life. What was wrong with her? How had she become so disgusting? She was so lost in her self-pity that she had forgotten her suspicions about the newcomers. It wasn't until the man and woman split apart, one turning to the left and the other to the right, that she remembered they had clearly been up to something. "Shit!" she cried, impressed by the sudden speed at which James was moving. She took off without hesitation. Pushing off a tree trunk, she hit the ground, propelling herself forward as hard as she could. Ahead of her, she spotted James's blonde hair glinting in the forest sunlight. He looked back, laughing, and picked up speed. Rosalie. Come back." She glanced behind her, also picking up speed. There was no way she was going back. She could catch him. She ducked under thick branches, hearing his joyful laughter, which sent a shiver of disgust through her. Her eyes stayed sharp on him as he dodged one way and then another, trying unsuccessfully to lose her. He glanced back again, and she saw clearly that he was gleeful, enjoying the chase. Provoked, she snarled and pushed harder. Ahead of them, a large lake was coming into view. She could catch him there. James leapt, shooting into the air like a bullet. But before she could follow, a hand closed around her wrist. She skidded to a stop, her feet digging into the mud of the bank. "Jasper!" she shouted, furious as she watched James land in the water. He exploded out of it again, landing on the opposite side and disappearing into the trees. She twitched, ready to continue her pursuit, but Jasper held her tight. "Carlyle says to let him go," he said. "Let him go?" she shouted, pulling her arm away. "What the hell? Come on." Jasper nodded his head back toward where she had come from. "He has a reason." They made their way quickly back through the trees, Rosalie's anger so strong that she shook. "There had better be a good reason why you stopped me," she shouted as soon as she reached the spot where she had left her family. Esme's mouth dropped open, aghast. "Rosalie Hale," she gasped. "Language." Then, as if they weren't evil creatures of the night, Esme turned to the last remaining stranger, looking sheepish. "I'm sorry." She usually has better manners than that. Jasper gave a derisive snort, earning a glare from both Rosalie and Esme. "He's going after her," Rosalie cried, panic creeping back up. She had lost him. They had made her lose him. And now? Carlyle just nodded, his eyes sad. "It's their choice if they want to fight, Rose," he said. Her teeth ground together. "Are you serious?" she asked. "This was our job. This is what we were supposed to do. Keep him away from Bella. That's all we had to do, and we couldn't even do that. We should chase after him. We can find him. His scent stinks like weak old hippie. We can find him. Come on." "Rose." Carlyle interrupted her ranting. "If they want to fight, then we can't stop them." Rosalie glared. He obviously didn't understand. He obviously didn't know. "Let's go back to the house and prepare. I think we have a long night ahead of us," he said. The rest of the group took off running again, heading toward the Cullen house, but Rosalie stood there for a long moment. Worry built inside her. She felt much less comfortable now and far more afraid. She had already failed. This situation had barely begun, and yet she had found a way to fail. She hadn't kept James with her. Now Bella was at risk. Her soul felt splintered and cracked as fear crept in. The forest, usually a second home, felt dark and suffocating. She needed to breathe, a sensation she hadn't experienced since her human life. She took a deep breath, panting a little. God, she didn't want to feel so afraid for someone who wasn't even hers. She started off through the woods, suddenly feeling exhausted. When would this situation with Bella end? She arrived just behind the rest of the family. Welcome to our home," Esme said awkwardly, offering a small, tight-lipped smile to the man, Laurent. Laurent nodded slightly. "Thank you." He looked just as uncomfortable. "And may I say, I'm sorry for my comrades." Her hand twitched toward her back pocket where her small flip phone was. Could she call Emmett and ask for an update? What if they were somewhere they couldn't talk, or on the run? Pulling it out, she flipped it open and saw 3 little envelopes at the top of the screen. She held the phone in her shaking hand, staring at it while trying to breathe. They rarely sent text messages, not only because it cost money, but because it was an annoying task that took too long. She had tried a few times to send flirty messages to Emmett during class, but scrolling through each number to spell out each word was just frustrating. T9 helped, but not enough. Holding her breath, she clicked the button and saw the first text. It was from Emmett. That wonderful man. She loved him so much. He had typed out messages, even though he was busy. She was less interested in the struggle of sending text messages than in staying updated. The first message came just moments after she saw him. Edward is going to run with her back to the car. The next one was more ominous. That guy is a tracker. Bella won't be safe. Not feeling any better, she read the last message, hoping for good news. We're going on the run. The shaking only increased. Bella wasn't coming back there, and that was all Rosalie could process. Bella was out there in the night, stalked and hunted, and she wasn't with her. She hadn't thought about it before, but if she had, she would have assumed Bella would be there any moment. That thought had helped her. She began to pace up and down the long living room. Anything new? She sent back to Emmett and waited. She waited and waited. She paced faster, shaking from the inside out. Bella, 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 her mind chanted. Bella, be safe, please be safe. She held the phone to her chest with both hands, cradling it delicately so she wouldn't break it like she had her last phone. She was doing her best to keep the mess she was turning into inside. Not that it mattered, no one but Jasper was watching her. She couldn't breathe. She needed to be there. God, she needed to be there. Where was she? She was so afraid for a girl who wasn't even hers. Maybe turning Bella was the best idea, she thought erratically. Bella was so breakable as she was. All it would take was a slightly indelicate brush of the hand to completely crumple her. She closed her eyes as the hot desire surged through her. Bella, her venom inside of her. Her mouth filled with venom, and suddenly, her panties were damp. No. No, 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 she didn't mean it. She wasn't like Edward. She wasn't a threat to Bella. Bella would be safe with her. She fought against the feeling. She would not feel. Rosalie sat down heavily in a chair, turning her gaze to a nearby statue. She remained still, convincing herself that everything was fine. She was fine. Yet, the desire to see Bella's face grew stronger, shifting from a want to a need. Still, she didn't move. Across the room, Jasper sat quietly while Carlyle and Esme stood together, finding comfort in one another. Rosalie turned away from them, feeling bitter. Laurent glanced between everyone before shifting his focus to Rosalie. I'm sorry, I don't mean to intrude, he said in a low voice, but the girl, why is she so important? Wouldn't it be easier? The snarl that erupted from Rosalie was so feral that Laurent instinctively took a step back, his eyes darting around the room. She glared at him from her chair, her teeth bared, a drop of venom forming at the tip of a canine. Esme and Carlyle stood directly behind Laurent, and Rosalie noticed the look of confusion on Esme's face. The snarl faded. I'm sorry. I did not mean to offend, Laurent said. The room fell silent, all eyes on Rosalie. She couldn't muster any embarrassment over her display. She was consumed by terror, fighting it as best she could, but what could she do? Emmett was too busy to reply to her messages, and that only heightened her fear. Suddenly, she gasped and sprang to her feet. In the distance, she heard the roar and sputter of Bella's truck. That had to mean she was safe, right? Rose? Esme asked. Caught off guard, Rosalie sat back down, trying to keep her expression neutral, if not annoyed. However, her eyes remained glued to the front door. Rose? Are you okay? Rosalie could feel Esme's gaze on her, imagining what she must be seeing. Soundlessly, she nodded once, tearing her eyes away from the door for just a moment. Esme was watching Rosalie with a keen eye. Curiosity was evident, but whatever questions Esme had, she chose to keep them to herself. The wait felt longer than usual, but not as long as it had before. When the truck came to a screeching stop in front of the house, Rosalie let out a soft moan. The door burst open a moment later, and she was on her feet, desperately searching for Bella's face. It took a moment for her to realize that the small bundle in Emmett's arms was Bella. A wave of relief washed over her, so powerful it nearly brought her to her knees. Bella's face was red and splotchy. She had been crying. Why had she been crying? Bella's eyes scanned the room, passing over Rosalie blankly. At first, the look confused Rosalie. She stepped toward Bella, hands outstretched in comfort. But Bella's eyebrows furrowed, and Rosalie stopped. She remembered that before everything had changed, she and Bella had been in a fight. Calling it a fight might not even be accurate, perhaps it was better described as a shift in their relationship. Rosalie's breath caught in her throat, and her expression shifted into a glare directed at Bella. Her chest ached as Bella moved across the room, wrapping her arms around herself before falling into Esme's waiting embrace. "Oh, Bella," Esme cooed, her eyes flicking to Rosalie as she stroked Bella's head. Pretending to have stood for Emmett, Rosalie turned and buried her face in his chest. He wrapped his arms around her, but she barely noticed, inhaling the scent of Bella on him. A dry sob of relief escaped her, only one, before the sharp ache of fear settled in. Bella was safe. She was okay. This was good news, and Rosalie should have felt at ease. Yet, the feeling of being trapped lingered, refusing to fade. Edward entered the room, his voice slightly shrill as he spoke. Rosalie didn't listen, she didn't care. Her eyes were solely focused on Bella. Rosalie wanted Bella to look at her, to come to her. Anger swirled inside her. How could Bella be so cold and immovable? The anger she had felt earlier returned with full force. This was a side of Bella she had never seen before, and she didn't like it. Cold. Harsh. Rude. When Edward turned to her, Rosalie glared at him, the pain in her heart making her snap. "Why should I?" she demanded. "What is she to me, except a menace, a danger you've chosen to inflict on all of us?" The response was immediate and universal. Everyone in the room stilled, looking at her with judgment. Yet, they could not shame her more than the shame she already felt. This was one of those moments when she got in her own way. She was hurting because she couldn't be there for Bella. She felt raw, alone, and hurt, while Bella curled up in Edward's arms, looking so happy and comforted. Fury made her suck in a breath, working to hold on to her control. From under Edward's arm, Bella's face paled, her mouth dropping open slightly. Her eyebrows drew together, revealing the hurt that Rosalie didn't want to see. "Rose," Bella breathed. But Rosalie didn't want to hear it. She wanted to stop watching Bella find comfort in her brother. Why did Bella have to be this way? Edward turned away, back to Esme, but Bella's eyes stayed on Rosalie. "I thought we were kind of friends now," Bella said. Rosalie glared down at her, feeling haughty. "Rose," Emmett said softly, his hand covering her arm and squeezing. She ignored him, knowing what he was trying to say. "You can still take it back, Rose. Just take it back." "I thought you were my friend too," she snarled. Bella's eyes widened, and Rosalie could see that Bella understood. The truth was, she liked Bella. But in that moment, she turned away, unable to hold Bella's gaze any longer. She couldn't handle any of this. All she wanted was to escape with Bella, to take her somewhere safe. The thought of wearing Bella's clothes and wrapping herself in Bella's scent filled her with longing. She knew she wouldn't be able to keep her thoughts to herself. But then Edward frowned, and Rose quickly shut her mind. No, this didn't make sense. They just needed to hide Bella. She watched Esme carry Bella upstairs and an idea struck her. Of course, they had to hide her until the fight was over. "Edward," she said, stepping in close and speaking so softly that Laurent wouldn't hear. "I have an idea. I know somewhere she could go. She could take Bella. She could wrap her up in her arms and keep her safe. Her bed and breakfast was perfect. Not even the family knew she went there. They could mask Bella's scent, throw James off the trail, and Bella could hide out until..." "No." Edward shook his head and turned away from Rose. "No. My plan is better." Enraged, She grabbed his arm and turned him back around. You didn't even let me tell you what mine was. Rose. He snapped, pulling his arm away from her. I have things I need to do. He went upstairs to check and then outside to listen for James's thoughts. Rose stood there, frozen in her fury. The prick. The little prick. Rose. Esme's hand on her arm made her flinch. Come. Barely breathing through her anger, she let Esme pull her aside. She realized Esme was wearing Bella's clothes, which was distracting. What? She snapped, feeling too tightly wound. Now is the time for family, Rose. Rose grunted in response. Esme glared at her, suddenly embodying their mother. Leaning in close, she pointed a finger, almost poking Rose in the face. We might be new, but we are family to that girl now, and you will help us, Rosalie Hale. You will act like part of this family, and you will protect her. Rosalie stared at Esme, taken aback by her intensity. She gave a. Rosalie laughed, which only made Esme glare harder. Did Esme really think Rosalie didn't want to protect Bella? I know you want to. So why are you fighting? What? Esme didn't respond. She simply nodded toward the door. Let's go. Where? Just come. Rosalie followed Esme to the door, feeling her mother's intense gaze on her, which made her uneasy. Are we leaving? Esme nodded and held the door open for her. A spasm of panic shot through Rosalie's chest. She was leaving. Leaving without Bella. Again. Esme cleared her throat, her expression so serious that Rosalie nodded in agreement. Fine. If she couldn't stay with Bella, she would do her part. She wanted to fight. She wanted to tear things apart. Silently, she followed her mother to Bella's truck. Chapter 17. Rosalie turned abruptly in her small space and made her way back. She walked 5 steps before turning sharply again, retracing her path. Her hands tapped lightly at her thighs, and her head bowed in stress. After another 5 steps, she turned once more. The leaves around her had stopped making the wet and soggy crackling noises. Now, a flattened path stretched through them, just wide enough for her feet. She turned again and started over. She had been pacing for a while. Bella's scared face flashed in her mind, and she moaned softly as she glanced back up at the house. Inside, Charlie snored, grunting and releasing a loud fart that made Rosalie grimace. This shouldn't be the job she was stuck with. She should be in the fight, protecting Bella. She should be with her. She couldn't take this much longer, she just couldn't. She felt weak, unable to sit and do nothing while pretending she wasn't dying inside. These last days had been miserable. She had given in because Esme had given her no choice, but she had also thought she would be free. Free to fight, to run, and to seek revenge for her unbearable fear. She had believed there would be a release, a chance to make up for her failure to keep James with her. This wasn't doing her part. This was merely getting out of the way so the people Edward trusted with Bella could do what he told them to. It was humiliating. Her job felt like a joke. She had first been stuck in Bella's old, worn-out truck, angry because it needed serious care and even angrier because it seemed to top out at 60 miles per hour. More than once, she had tried to push it harder, only to yell internally in frustration. Frustration bubbled inside her. Who built this piece of junk? She muttered. She and Esme had been hesitant to speak, afraid that the woman chasing them would realize neither of them was Bella. The truck was saturated with Bella's scent, reminding Rosalie of her, but it only made her rev the engine harder. They don't see you as a fighter, Rose. That's all. They just don't see you that way, she told herself again. She turned and paced back, grappling with the knowledge that they had no reason to know she could have been the best fighter in the group. There was no reason to feel so offended. They had never viewed her as a fighter before, they called her in when something needed to be hunted. Stealth was her strength, but this situation didn't require that. Still, no matter how many times she repeated this to herself, it didn't ease her anger at her assigned role. She turned again, letting out a frustrated moan, feeling the slow-building insanity that had taken residence in her chest since Alice had revealed what was coming. Things had started well. The woman, Victoria, her mind sneered at the name, had followed them for a long time. They had ventured deep into Canada, beginning to wonder if they should turn around when they ran out of road, when the redhead had vanished like smoke. It was unsettling. One moment, they could see her, her flaming hair standing out against the endless white, and the next, she was gone, as if she had been called away. That sudden disappearance worried Rosalie. She had noticed Bella's scent fading slightly over the past hour, and that had unsettled her as well. But Victoria had disappeared too quickly for her to connect the dots. They had turned the truck around and raced back toward home, as fast as the vehicle could manage. She glanced across the forest, spotting Esme sitting calmly on a stump, her eyes the only part of her that moved. Rosalie watched as she paced back and forth. She should have gone with Bella, not Alice. It should have been her. They didn't need two people to watch Charlie. He was fine. Neither the redhead nor James cared about him. Victoria had stopped by, searching for Bella, Rosalie was sure of it. She had pounced at the chance. Victoria's face had shown real alarm when she saw the guard waiting for her. The chase had been intense. If she had caught Victoria, it would have helped their cause. But that woman was slippery. She had slithered through the town like a snake, disappearing from Rosalie's sharp gaze. Now, Rosalie was stuck with Charlie and his constant flatulence. She frowned as Charlie let another one rip. She couldn't sit still. Bella, Bella, Bella. There had been no word from her. Rosalie just wanted to see her, to know that she wasn't hurt. An image flashed in her mind, making her hiss in frustration. Bella tucked under Edward's arm. In anger, she reached out and ripped a branch off a nearby tree, shredding it with her bare hands. She remembered doing that a lot when she first arrived, pulling branches down and tearing them apart. It wasn't until Charlie came out onto the porch to see what the noise was, forcing her and Esme to scale a tree to hide, that she finally stopped. This was horrible. She turned again, thinking for the fourth or fifth time about Phoenix. Just go, Rose. She would be helpful in Arizona. She would provide another layer of protection. She glanced at Esme and noticed her eyes were sharp, observing Rosalie's behavior with an unreadable expression. What would Esme do if she just turned and left? Would she let her go? Would she see it as Rosalie abandoning the family by leaving the place she was told to be? Did she even care if it brought Rosalie to Bella? Longing ached in her stomach. She had to go. She couldn't wait any longer. Then, across the forest, a shrill ring pierced the air. Rosalie froze in place, thankful. Rosalie felt a mix of horror and relief. An update was good, they needed one. But updates could also bring bad news. Esme was at her side instantly, her hands clasped around the phone. Rosalie took it, squeezing it for a moment as if to thank it for ringing. Then Esme flipped it open. Before she could say hello, Jasper's smooth voice drifted out, sending cold goosebumps up Rosalie's spine. That didn't mean everything was fine. Something has changed. Alice had a vision. James will be in Phoenix. You need to come. Everyone needs to come. Alice said everything is about to change. She doesn't know how, but she knows something big is coming. So we need. His voice faded as Rosalie burst through the forest. It took her a moment to realize she was running. She hadn't given herself permission, her legs had just taken off on their own. Thank God, her mind sobbed, thank God. She didn't stop. She pushed harder. Her whole family could move quickly when they wanted to. In fact, they could outrun most cars when they let loose. At this pace, the trip should only take a few hours. This probably wasn't the most efficient way. Esme was likely running in the opposite direction to catch a plane, but Rosalie couldn't wait. She would have to find a car along the way. Night was her cover for now, even though she was risking it. But even at top speed, she wouldn't make it before the sun began to rise. She wasn't sure how long she had been running, surely only minutes, when she heard footsteps behind her. She didn't startle, recognizing who it was. She glanced over, knowing she had revealed something by taking off like that. Esme's eyes studied her face. Rosalie looked away. There was no logical defense for her sudden departure, but whatever Esme wanted to say would have to wait. They ran in silence, the night air around them thick with tension. The run was uneventful, and they covered a remarkable distance, stopping an hour before sunrise. Esme suggested they find a car in a parking lot, but Rosalie refused. If they were going to travel at the speed of a car, it had to be a fast one. They stopped at a sports car dealership, where Rosalie skillfully hotwired a car. Once they were back on the road, they were just outside of Phoenix when Esme's phone rang for the second time. Rosalie's breath caught as she swerved through traffic, her foot heavy on the gas pedal. Ballet studio. What do you mean she got away? Rosalie grabbed the phone, frustration boiling inside her. It should have been her with Bella. This was her responsibility. God, Bella, if anything happens to you. You're a psychic, Alice. She shouted into the phone. Rose, Esme said softly, placing a hand on her arm as Rosalie pushed the car harder. But Rosalie didn't hear. And I'm doing my job as a psychic. Alice replied. Oh, come on. Things are about to change. That's not being psychic. You sound like a dollar store medium. They are, Rose. Something is about to change for our family. Then what? Does he have her? Has he bitten her? You have to have something useful, or what's the point? There was a pause as Rosalie swerved between two cars, using the shoulder to do so. Esme gasped softly in fear. I don't know, Alice admitted. Then what's the point, Alice? Where is she? Where is she? Rosalie yelled into the phone. If you're so interested, Rosalie, then you should have come. Alice snapped back. Rosalie slammed the phone shut and tossed it into Esme's lap, seething. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as they hit city traffic and were forced to slow down. Deep down, she knew she was right. She knew she was right. This was her fault. It was her fault for not being there when it mattered. Edward had asked her for help, but she had let her anger get in the way. She had created this situation. Bella was hers, and it was her responsibility that she wasn't there. It's daytime, Rose, Esme pleaded as they turned the corner, the ballet studio finally in sight. I'll figure it out, Rosalie said through clenched teeth. The sun wouldn't stop her. The sun, Rose. Look how bright it is. Rosalie almost laughed. It was true. They could never stay there. The moment she stepped outside, she would shine like a flashlight. There was no cloud cover at all. She skidded to a stop in front of the studio and glanced at her mother. Esme's hand gripped her arm tightly. Rose. You can't. I have to. We need to find a way to do this safely. The street was nearly empty. Rosalie looked around, desperate to get inside. Esme, I can do this. Rose. What is it? What's going on with you? You're risking exposure. I don't. Esme's words were cut off. The car fell silent, both of them frozen for a moment. Then, they heard a thud, followed by a sound that made Rosalie's entire body convulse. It was a small whimper. She looked at Esme and saw the shock on her face as Rosalie began to snarl. Rose, wait. But Rosalie wasn't listening. She refused to stall any longer. Bella was in danger. She was out of the car, moving at top speed. The sun was bright and hot against her skin, a sensation she hadn't felt in over 70 years. For a brief moment, she saw glittering reflections bouncing off the wall beside her, creating a dazzling display. A rainbow-like crystal caught in the sunlight. Rosalie moved quickly, so fast that the average human would only see a bright streak if they happened to look. A growl came from inside, followed by a cry. She reached the door, expecting it to be locked, but it wasn't. With the softest push, it swung open. Unnerved, Rosalie threw herself inside. It was as if he was inviting them in. Her sense of danger, already heightened, suddenly spiked. He didn't expect opposition, or perhaps he welcomed it. A heartbeat could be heard from within, a light fluttering, and that made her move. She raced through the lobby and burst through the door to the studio. Her lips pulled back in horror as she froze. Whatever she had expected, it was exactly as bad, and yet so much worse. Her imagination hadn't exaggerated. This was not how it was supposed to be. She had thought that what she pictured in her head would be worse than reality. It wasn't. The room looked like a scene from a horror movie. The ballet studio, a place of fun and learning, had been turned upside down. The mirror was cracked, splintered around a smashed spot, with something red in the middle. Bella lay on the floor surrounded by shards of glass, her small body crumpled. One leg stuck out at an unnatural angle, her arms limp. Her eyes were closed, her breathing light and shallow, her heartbeat too feathery, too light for Rosalie's liking. Rosalie hesitated, horrified. The whole room smelled of blood. It didn't mix with the scent of a child's ballet studio or the morning air. It overpowered it. The smell throbbed, not at all like Rosalie would have assumed. She would have thought it was Bella's blood creating that scent, but instead, the smell was different, unrelated to her. She winced, waiting for the thirst, waiting to lose control of herself. She had smelled blood before. Rosalie had never been in a room filled with human blood before. The overwhelming scent hit her, igniting a fire in her throat that demanded to be soothed. Yet, she remained grounded. She did not lose her humanity. The vampire within her did not take over. She swallowed hard and pushed the feeling aside. It had barely been half a second since she burst through the door. Before her, James turned slowly, surprise etched on his face. His eyebrows shot up, and his mouth formed an O. His eyes were as black as pitch, filled with hunger and danger. He hunched over Bella, who lay on the floor. Her Bella. Rosalie's mind screamed at the sight of the blood. There was so much blood. She could see a small puddle forming beneath Bella's head, where it lolled on the floor. He had hurt her. He had hurt her badly. Rosalie looked up at James's snarling face, and something inside her snapped. Her vision sharpened, focusing solely on Bella, the thing to protect, and James, the thing to kill. Her mouth filled with venom. Instead of tightening, her muscles grew limber, ready for action. Her mind quieted, aware only of what she needed to do: protect, kill, save. The scream that erupted from her was no longer human. They had been locked in a moment of stillness, James frozen and waiting while Rosalie assessed the situation. The scream shattered the silence. James's hand shot out, grabbing Bella's limp body. Blood oozed from her head as he threw her into the corner. Bella let out a small grunt as she crashed against the wall, leaving a streak of blood behind. James, sensing the movement, sprang forward, eager to finish his kill. His teeth were bared, and his eyes were empty. Rosalie launched herself at him, her focus solely on the fight. She dove, intercepting him before he could take a step. Grabbing him by the arm, she prepared to retaliate. Rosalie yanked with all her might. The metal creaked, screaming as it protested. With ease, she flipped James, sending him flying in an arc over her head. He slammed into the wooden floor of the studio hard enough to splinter the wood. She hissed, crouching low between him and Bella. James was not deterred. In a burst of speed, the broken floorboards shattered beneath him as he launched himself at her. Rosalie watched him like a cat tracking a bird. She was ready when he dodged one way and sprinted in the other direction. Not fooled, she caught him by the throat, preventing him from getting near Bella. With fingers like claws, she tore at his arms, holding him in place. She bit down, ripping a chunk from his arm with satisfaction. He screamed and backhanded her hard enough to send her crashing to the floor. Her face hit the wood with a crack that she barely felt. Instinct took over as she reached out and grabbed his legs. Before she could knock him off balance, he wrapped his arms around her ribs. She screamed as the pressure made her body groan. He let out a satisfied grunt. Hissing like a wildcat, her mind screamed protect, protect, protect. Rosalie spun in his grip, sinking her teeth into his jaw just as his teeth sank into her neck. She screamed again, her hands shooting up to jab him in the eyes before he could pull back, taking a chunk of her neck with him. He stumbled, yowling, and Rosalie crouched over Bella, growling fiercely. Then she launched herself at him again, nails exposed, aiming for the spot that would incapacitate him, ready to inflict serious damage. He saw her coming and flipped through the air, jumping backward. She was sore and hurt, but he had not gotten close to Bella again. He would not. The smell of blood made her dizzy and filled her with rage. She wanted him. She locked eyes with him, watching as he considered his next move. Then he launched himself again. At the same time, Rosalie felt the impact of feet hitting the ground like boulders. She heard feet moving too fast to be human. Distracted, James glanced back and let out a yowl. Her fingers sank deep into his side. With a satisfied hiss, she pulled, tearing a chunk of his flesh away. He fell to the floor with a loud huff, his breath coming in quick puffs. She had wounded him badly. Rosalie fell back into a defensive position, keeping his limp body beneath her crouch. His eyes were wild, scanning the area. She could see the moment he realized he couldn't win. She noticed when his target shifted from her to Bella. If he couldn't finish her, he would go for the kill. He vaulted forward, ducking to grab her twisted ankle. Rosalie let out a cat-like yowl and swiped at him, her fingers like talons. Long cuts appeared on the side of his face. He screamed and flipped backward, holding his injured face. She laughed openly at his failure. The sound of moving feet grew louder. The door flew open, and a figure rushed in. The introduction of a third person made her hackles rise. She hissed, not recognizing him, only knowing he was someone who would come after her broken mate, that sweet girl with the smile that lit up the room, her sarcasm, her wit, and her gumption. That sweet girl whom she would protect. Suddenly, a large group of people burst in, causing Rosalie to crouch back, alarmed. She hunkered down, her body shielding Bella, sizing them up frantically. There were too many. She hissed at them, ready to defend. Her prey turned toward the group, his livid face filling with terror. He screamed, leaping for the windows high up toward the ceiling. The group turned, and though Rosalie was prepared for them, they didn't attack. Instead, they all chased after her prey, grabbing him before he could escape. With a satisfied snarl, she watched as they took him down. Rosalie hovered over Bella, her hand resting protectively on her. The largest man grabbed James, roaring as the struggle ensued. James slipped from his grasp and lunged at the man's back, but another man pulled him away. Bella! One of the group shouted, racing towards them. Rosalie reacted instinctively, hissing loudly as she snapped her teeth at the outstretched hand, missing by mere inches. The man staggered back, shocked. Rose, what? She barely registered his voice. Instead, she sensed another threat. She recognized that voice and hated it. With a swift motion, she swiped at him, her nails ripping across his chest. He grunted and retaliated, bull-rushing her against the wall. Rosalie screamed, thrashing as her teeth sank into his arm. He yelled and shoved her down, her head bouncing off the wall, clearing her vision. Edward. It was Edward. Frantically, she looked around and spotted Jasper, Alice, and Emmett in the corner, blocking James. Carlisle and Esme stood by the door, Esme holding it shut to prevent anyone from entering, while Carlisle waited with his medical bag, ready to help Bella. She's hurt. Rosalie cried, relieved when Carlisle nodded in understanding. Edward still held her, his eyes wild as he growled. She shoved him away, flipping him onto his back and hissing at him like a cat. Then she turned and launched herself at James, whose back was exposed. Rosalie landed on him, wrapping her legs around his waist. She snapped, her teeth sinking into his neck as she ripped a chunk away. James howled, and she dodged his grasp, attacking again. Feeling victorious, she continued to tear him apart, throwing pieces across the room as she savored her revenge. The throbbing scar on her neck fueled her anger. His arms were gone, and she wasn't finished yet. A large chunk was missing from his sides, shoulder, and neck. He thrashed and spun, trying to reach for his arms. Rosalie swiped her leg, knocking him down hard. She planted herself on his chest. He snarled and roared, but she ignored him. With a smile, she huffed and pulled his head off. The body stopped moving, and with a victorious yowl, she threw the head to Emmett, satisfied. She had protected her. She had protected Bella. Rosalie turned, and her vision swam. There was so much blood, and it drove her crazy, not with lust but with terror. The blood had tripled. Carlyle and Edward stood over Bella, doing something. In her ears, she heard the soft bump, 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 then it stuttered and stopped. Bella. Rosalie launched herself, suddenly out of her mind. Screaming her name, she didn't understand why she wasn't getting closer. There was only silence from that vulnerable body, silence so loud she couldn't hear anything else. She pushed and fought against whatever was holding her. She bit and scratched. Rose. Jasper's voice was close, coming from the thing restraining her. Rose. She thrashed harder. Bella. Bella. Did he bite her? No. Carlyle shook his head, barely looking up at her. But this isn't good. Bella. She sobbed, her teeth sinking into flesh again. Jasper grunted. She had to get to Bella. She had to see her. Yerk. Her screams cut off in a dry gag as a hand clamped down on her throat, a force striking her in the face. She blinked, her mind still screaming, and saw Alice holding her by the throat, effectively keeping her in place. Do not bite my mate, Alice said. Rosalie's eyes flashed to Jasper, noticing the new bite on his jaw and the rip mark over the other one. Rosalie's body went limp as she dry sobbed. Is she dead? Is she dead? Is she dead? She chanted her question, feeling trapped in the tiny woman's grip. She couldn't be dead. Please, she couldn't be gone. Bella, Bella, please. Jasper's face, set and furious yet filled with pity, swam into her vision. She hiccuped a dry sob. Is she dead? She begged him. Please, don't let her be dead. If you won't tell them, Rose, then you can't go to her. Edward is there, Jasper replied. Beside him, Alice looked surprised, but Rosalie didn't care. Is she dead? She begged again. I was too late. I was too late. I didn't make it in time. Please. Is she dead? Is she dead? She couldn't accept it. You only get one. Only one. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be her, her venom in her arms, safe, changing, not shutting down. Bella, Bella, Bella. Do you see her? Jasper asked, his voice low. She nodded, her body still limp. Bella, she purred, begging the universe for this not to be true. Bella. Look at her, Rose. You got here in time. You protected her. Look at her. See her. Rosalie looked into Bella's slack face. Bella. Something in her chest broke, a hidden veil shattering as she gazed at Bella's face. You only get one. Please, she can't be dead. I can't be alone. I need her. Then, the slow bump, bump, bump began again. Rosalie let out a sob of relief. The feeling poured out of her, the warmth, comfort, and satisfaction that Bella always gave her. She was glowing. She could feel the glow radiating from Bella as she breathed, as she heard Bella breathe. She was alive. She was alive. All of her desire surged within her. Had been hiding all of her tenderness and desire for Bella. Now, it all exploded within her. She whispered Bella's name repeatedly in her mind. Jasper's mouth dropped open as warmth enveloped her. Beside him, Alice's expression went slack, then shifted to shock. Her hand relaxed, and Rosalie took a deep breath, falling to her knees. Edward turned his head sharply, his eyes fixed on her. She pulled her gaze from Bella's face, aware that he could hear her thoughts, but she couldn't stop. Her expression twisted into an apology as she revealed everything, her love, her secret, her desire. Edward stared at her. A final thought surfaced, and she saw it register on Edward's face, Bella's lips against her own. The warmth overwhelmed her again, and she looked back at Bella, listening to her heartbeat. Bella. Her Bella. She was alive. She was safe. Suddenly, Edward moved, charging toward her. The family around them reacted quickly. He collided with Esme and Emmett, then sprinted around them, only to be stopped by Jasper just before he reached her. He was frantic, his teeth bared, screaming as he struggled. "You kissed Bella. You kissed Bella." Rosalie crumpled, seeing the shocked faces of her family. She hid her face, unable to silence her thoughts. "Bella, Bella, Bella. She's mine." Edward shouted, trying to push past Carlisle's hands. "Mine. Do you hear me? Stop thinking about her. Stop it. She's mine." She couldn't contain it. The power of their bond surged out of her, intertwined with her jealousy and anger over the situation. "She's mine. She's mine." Edward screamed at her, his voice high-pitched as he fought to escape Jasper's hold. The words struck her like a club. She wasn't his. She wasn't. Gradually, she stood up, straightening her back and squaring her shoulders. She raised her chin in defiance, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. She stood tall, strong, and sure. "No," she shouted. The truth, long denied, exploded within her, transforming into acceptance and belief. "No, she's mine." Relief washed over her, instant and powerful, while something inside her solidified. A connection formed between herself and the broken girl on the floor, binding them together. She dropped back to her knees, overwhelmed by this newfound bond, letting out a gasp that felt like a sigh. With a roar, Edward broke free, his fangs aimed at her throat. Chapter 18. Rosalie shifted from one foot to the other, her eyes fixed on the bed. When she had finally been allowed into Bella's room, the broken girl was already deep in a drugged sleep. At first, the rhythmic beeping of the hospital machinery had been comforting, especially after hearing Bella's heart stop back at the ballet studio. But now, that insistent beat felt like a hammer striking her between the eyes, making her flinch. The sound echoed in the otherwise silent room, with all the Cullens standing still as stone, not speaking. The tension was thick, too thick. Rosalie thought it probably wasn't good for Bella, but she pushed that thought aside. What could be done? She wasn't leaving, nor was anyone else. She clicked her teeth together, crossing her arms tighter under the weight of the room's pressure. In the opposite corner, as far from her as he could get, Edward stood, clearly still seething. His face was set in a permanent snarl, teeth bared and brows heavy. Rosalie had to thank him for one thing: there had been no permanent damage. He hadn't torn anything off, leaving her with scars. Stopping the fight had been difficult. Edward had attacked with a ferocity that Rosalie felt she deserved. If he had to find out, it shouldn't have happened that way. She had wanted to take those blows in silence because he deserved it for what she had done, kissing his girlfriend. The problem was that the feelings from the past months, the fury and jealousy, had been too hard to ignore. She had fought back like a tigress, claws and teeth bared. It hadn't been until Carlisle had shoved his way between them, his face inches from Edward's gnashing teeth as he shouted that Bella needed a hospital or she would die, that they had stopped. The fight nearly reignited when both rushed to Bella's side, Rosalie taking one hand and Edward the other, both trying to lift her. Edward had snarled, shoving Rosalie back. The only reason she hadn't retaliated was her better judgment. Emmett stepped in and picked Bella up, cradling her broken body against his chest. He swallowed hard, his eyes momentarily wild as blood dripped from her head. Rosalie braced herself, ready to act, but even though she sensed he was close to losing control, he never did. Jasper had been forced to leave, worried about Bella's safety, and even Alice had excused herself as the blood dripped. But Emmett, her strong and amazing man, held Bella as if she were something precious. Though her love for him was changing, she found herself loving him more in that moment. Getting Bella a bed had been easy. All Carlisle had to say was that he was a doctor, and no one questioned the story, however far-fetched it seemed. They waited in the waiting room, Rosalie and Edward snarling at one another until Bella was cleaned up, given something for the pain, and settled in a room. They all sneaked in, eager to be there, and now sat in silence. At least, outwardly silent. Rosalie had become skilled at hiding her thoughts, becoming adept at keeping secrets. The car had been a legitimate distraction, a math puzzle to ponder, a shield she could raise when Edward was too close. But sitting beside Bella's bed, her body so broken and looking so small, she couldn't do it now. She tried to push her thoughts to the transmission that needed changing, but they wouldn't go. Something had shifted in her at the studio. Whether she had intended to or not, she had accepted what she had been running from the moment she let her thoughts loose. She wanted to be closer. Bella's hands looked so cold and lonely. However, every time she shifted to touch her, Edward's snarl would stop her. Emmett made her step back. His eyes never left Bella, yet his snarl was deep and foreboding. Overpowering desire held her captive, making her want to squirm. She knew he was hearing every thought, but she wasn't sure how to respond. The secret was out, for better or worse. She was mated. The realization filled her with warmth. It no longer felt like a curse. In one quick moment of acceptance, it stopped feeling like an invasion. Beside Emmett, Jasper looked smug. She glanced at him, wondering what he was sensing from her, and received a wink. It was small, but it calmed her a little. She wasn't alone. The rest of the family might be avoiding her gaze, but at least she had Jasper's support. He even looked genuinely happy for her. However, beside him, Alice's expression was vague, as it sometimes became when she was lost in a vision. She had looked that way since the ballet studio, and Rosalie wondered what she could see. Esme and Carlisle stood beside Alice, their faces reflecting different emotions. Carlisle's face was neutral, his eyebrows slightly drawn as he stared into the distance. His bedside manner had always made him a good bluffer. Esme, on the other hand, rarely hid her emotions. Her face twisted as if she was trying to solve a complicated equation. Her eyes moved back and forth between her beloved first son, Rosalie, and Bella. With a sigh, Rosalie looked away. She didn't want to see the lack of support that she knew would be there. In the bed, Bella sighed, capturing both her and Edward's attention. Bella had been given strong medication, enough to make her sleep deeply. She had been stitched up, received an infusion, and was doing better. But Rosalie wanted so much. Her hands ached to reach out and touch her. Her eyes traveled over Bella's face, taking in the bruising and cuts. What would happen now? Had the family understood what had happened? She supposed someone probably clued the few unaware ones in. After all, Emmett and Jasper knew because of her. Alice knew. It only left their parents. Would Bella want her now? What would she do if Bella didn't? There was a chance that Bella would, though. Bella had kissed her back. Bella had really kissed her back. That had to mean there was a "shut up." Edward's sudden bark was loud enough to make all of the Cullens hiss. In bed, Bella twitched and moaned. She debated arguing, pointing out that she hadn't spoken, but what was the point? No one thought he had been referring to anything other than her thoughts. Bella shifted and sighed again. They all watched intensely, not moving, not blinking, not breathing. Nothing was as intense as a room full of nervous vampires. The sigh Bella let out this time was softer, warmer. Across the room Edward shifted forward, his face breaking its hard mask. His eyes softened, his mouth turning into a small smile. Her teeth ground, looking away from him. They all knew what the creepy fuck was waiting for. It was one of his favorite topics to ramble about. He had been open with them about the fact that he watched her sleep, in the beginning without her permission, and now, openly. They all knew. They had also heard more than once about the words she often mumbled. She knew what he was waiting for. It was his proof. She could feel his glee, as if to say that it didn't matter if she and Bella were mated because it was he that she spoke of in her sleep. Her arms crossed tight, staring intently at the floor. The problem was, she couldn't argue with that. Looking self-satisfied, he gently took Bella's hand, squeezing lightly. The growl that slipped out of her was feline and harsh, and completely involuntary. Esme's hand closed on her arm as Rosalie stepped forward, a silent and for once soft matriarchal command and the sound. Bella shifted again, her face serene. Despite all the bruises and the pain she might still be in, Bella smiled a little in her sleep. Rosalie looked away, turning to face the wall. It hurt. God, it hurt. How could they be fine with him touching her? Didn't they understand? Did they think she had kissed Bella because she was just being cruel? Did they think she had kissed Bella simply for fun? Didn't they understand that the feelings had been so strong that for just a moment, she hadn't been able to stop herself? She turned again, her cold mask in place, and took a step forward, wanting to throw his hand off Bella. Esme's hand tightened on her arm, irritating her. Edward gave a low, threatening growl, his eyes leaving Bella for only a brief moment to glare at her. "It doesn't matter," Edward said, his voice low and soft enough not to wake Bella, but clear for the rest of them. "She's my mate." He ground out the words. "Mine. I don't care what you think you feel. You're wrong. She's mine." Beside her, Esme looked between them, something new on her face. Understanding. So no one had filled them in then. Rosalie glared at him as he looked back at Bella. His face broke open, his lips pulled back, and a dry sob escaped his throat as his thumb stroked her hand. "I love her," he said. Rosalie winced, squeezing her eyes closed to avoid the sight. Her chest ached. There was so much pain in this situation. She didn't want to do this to him. She didn't want to take what he wanted for himself. She loved him. Even through their always tense relationship, even through all of their fights and her jealousy, she loved her brother. She loved all of her family, even if they didn't seem to know it. She didn't choose this. Edward's bleak eyes looked into hers, hearing her thoughts. "Then choose to do nothing. If you love me, then leave. Don't do this. Go and don't come back." "Edward," Esme hissed. Rosalie stared at him, shocked. "Very nice," Emmett complained, his crossed arms flexing with barely concealed anger. Edward didn't look sorry, he simply regarded his brother with a blank expression. "Asshole," Emmett muttered under his breath. Rosalie felt as if she had been struck dumb. Was that really what he thought? Had he just asked her to leave not only her mate but her life, her family? The hurt pierced her sharply, a white-hot pain. It felt as though she had been cast aside. The hurt crystallized into anger. In the bed, Bella's head twisted slightly on the pillow, and she sighed a soft sound. Rosalie closed her eyes again, bracing herself, trying to hide from the impending pain. Edward shifted a little closer, bringing Bella's hand up to his lips. "I'm here," he whispered into her hand. Bella sighed gently, a light, happy sound as she finally spoke. She said his name like a caress, like a beautiful treasure she held deep and safe. After saying it, she smiled softly and slipped even deeper into sleep. Rose. The room already felt like a wax museum, thick with tension, and yet in that moment it skyrocketed. All eyes were on Bella, wide with surprise. Edward hadn't moved, Bella's fingers remained against his lips. Suddenly, Emmett turned to Rosalie, his face lit up. "All right, babe." Up top, he exclaimed, his hand raised, waiting for a high five. She looked at him, a bubble of girlish giddiness rising within her. She let out a small giggle. But then there was a low growl. Edward flung Bella's hand away from him, making Rosalie hiss as it landed awkwardly. He glared at her as if she had transformed into something repulsive. And then he was gone. One moment he was there, the next he had vanished. Rosalie stared at Bella, filled with joy. Bella had said her name. What did that mean? It meant something, she knew it did. Bella had said it with such tenderness. Esme's hands were on her again, stopping her. Confused, Rosalie turned. But it was her name. Edward had left, and Bella had said her name. Why couldn't she go to her now? Rose. Esme hissed urgently, pulling on her arm. We have to go. What? Rosalie looked at her, puzzled by the alarm on her face. Then she listened and understood. From the floor below, they could hear Charlie's voice asking what room she was in. Rose, we have to go. But why? She asked, still not understanding. Charlie knew they were there, right? What story had they told him? Rose. Let's go. Esme pulled on her arm. The heavy footsteps on the stairs made it clear where he was. He shouldn't find us here. Rosalie glanced back at the bed, reluctant to leave Bella alone. I should stay. Go. I'll stay. Carlyle nodded at her. The story we told them didn't include everyone. She nodded back, her eyes lingering on Bella's face. Reassured, she turned with her mother and fled with the rest of the Cullens. There had been no room for Rosalie at Bella's bedside once she had woken up. She had spent that first day in their hotel, waiting for something she wasn't sure of. But whatever it had been, it never came. There had been plenty of room at Bella's side for Edward, the boyfriend, and even Alice, the best friend. But no room for Rose, the unacknowledged maid who only brought misery with her. It took Rosalie a full day to realize she was waiting for a summons, for permission to see Bella. It took her only hours to understand she was waiting for something that wouldn't come. Despite her reluctance, she felt a fervent need to move on. Promises from Carlyle that Bella was recovering gave Rosalie some comfort. She rented a car and began the drive back to Forks, taking her time and bringing only Emmett with her. The journey was mostly silent, with Emmett's hand resting on her thigh as they both drifted into their own thoughts. That had been 3 days ago, and nothing had changed, except for Rosalie's mental state. She felt like a mess again. Had she ever really stopped being a mess since all this began? She wasn't sure. Initially, she had been angry, her typical response to the pain of being excluded. Then came worry, followed by a bleak, gray depression. She isolated herself in her room, not feeling up to interacting with anyone. There was no reason to leave. Carlyle was kind enough to come up and update her on Bella's status every few hours, which she appreciated, and that was all she needed. The atmosphere in the household was tense, as if on some low-level red alert. It was clear she was seen as a pariah, and the stress was palpable enough to make even the calmest members of their coven irritable. Emmett told her that family members with special gifts were particularly on edge. Alice kept having the same vision repeatedly but wouldn't share the details. Even Edward, unable to handle her thoughts, occasionally yelled at her to be quiet from somewhere in the house since his arrival that morning. Jasper had gone very still and silent, looking strained and overwhelmed. So, Rosalie stayed away, hidden behind her bedroom door. It wasn't the first time she felt this way, she often did. What was different now was that for the first time, despite her isolation, she craved company. She wanted her family close to her. She found solace in Carlyle's presence when he visited, feeling comforted by his hand on her shoulder. She didn't remember her human mother well. That wasn't because. She struggled to remember her human life, but it felt clearer to her than it did for most of her siblings. She thought it might be because her mother had been so distant before Rosalie's death. Raised by a nanny who wasn't particularly maternal, that woman had been her main source of care. One thing she vividly recalled was the relief and comfort she felt as a small girl when her mother held her, cuddling away her troubles. She longed for that. Deeply. She wanted someone to hold her, to stroke her head, and to reassure her that even though things felt scary right now, everything would be okay in the end. She wanted someone to convince her of that. And she wanted Bella. She wanted to see her and talk to her. She had picked up the phone what felt like a million times to call Bella, to ask if she was all right, to request a visit, but each time her courage failed her. So, she simply sat in her window seat, unable to move from her spot. It was ironic, she thought. When Carlisle and Esme had mated, it had been a celebration. They were all new to this life, yet they understood that their union was significant. When Carmen and Eleazar had met, there had been a grand ball at the Denali house. When Alice and Jasper joined them, the family felt proud to have another mated pair. It was a badge of honor. Mated pairs were revered. Not everyone found their mate, and there was a theory that it wasn't guaranteed. But no one was happy for her. No one wanted to celebrate. No one seemed willing to deal with her, as far as she could tell. Her brother had even asked her to leave them alone for the sake of his relationship with Bella, and there had been little protest. So, she was surprised when, late into the third afternoon, there was a knock at her door, and it wasn't Carlisle. Rosalie had been tuned out, trying hard not to listen to the whispered conversations happening all around her. "Come in, Carlisle," she said, not realizing he had approached. She turned slightly, eager for the next update. Their conversations had become somewhat routine since Bella had woken. The next big news, she assumed, would be that Bella had been cleaned up and sent home. She knew that had to be soon. An anonymous donor had gifted the Swan family, and Edward, 3 first-class tickets for a flight from Arizona back to Washington. That donor was Rose herself. However, the tickets were only valid through the end of the week. She hadn't bought them out of any noble intention. The thought of Bella cramming her broken body into cramped airline seats had been too much for her. First class was much more comfortable. It had pained her to buy the third ticket, and she almost didn't. But Edward would have bought a ticket for himself anyway, and she wanted Bella to be comfortable on the flight, even if that meant she was with Edward. It had already hurt to hear that Renee would not be coming back to Forks with them. That news had made Rosalie feel a pang of sadness, remembering Bella hunched over her phone, crying lonely tears for her mom. Edward had shown up long before Bella was out of the hospital. The door opened, and to Rosalie's muted surprise, it was Esme. "Oh," she said, sitting up a little straighter. A sense of exhausted foreboding settled in her limbs. She had been waiting to see if she would get into trouble for all of this, if someone in the family would scold her. She had been anticipating someone would come to her and ask her to honor Edward's request. Now, she supposed, here was her answer. She looked at Esme's strange face with dread. She had already made up her mind. If someone asked her to leave, then she would. She would leave it up to Emmett to decide if he would join her in exile, but she thought he would. She couldn't stay where she knew she wasn't wanted. She couldn't stay and watch Edward and Bella. She couldn't stay and be the person they had asked to leave. She thought about going to Alaska for a while, then deciding what to do next. New York was still a possibility. Maybe she would go abroad. She had never been to Scotland, and it seemed beautiful. Perhaps she would find an organization to join that fought against global warming or worked to provide clean water to those in need. All she knew was that if she had to leave the only family she had known since her transformation, she wanted a completely different life. She didn't want any reminders of what she had left behind. She could wait until the bond withered away, broken when Bella died of old age, but she knew she wouldn't come back then. She gasped, her hand going to her heart as that thought sent a sharp pain through it. The world without Bella. The world after Bella. It was a horrible thought. Esme cleared her throat and closed the door behind her. Rosalie glanced at Esme's face as she settled into the alcove, her legs resting against Rosalie's, then looked away again. She loved this view at this time of day. The sunlight filtered through the trees like liquid gold, swirling and spinning in a way that made her wonder about the existence of fairies. It danced, shimmering on the river. She breathed in deeply, able to smell that light. She could smell the water in the distance, the dirt, the trees, and the moss. It was beautiful. However, in the clouds, she could smell the blank, stifling scent of snow. Bella wouldn't like that. It was going to snow in the next few days. Rosalie didn't like the scent of snow. It felt too blank, too flavorless, and these days it smelled too much like pollution. But it was late this year. There had been a dusting once or twice before Christmas, but it usually hit the town by now. She chuckled a little to herself. It seemed fitting that it would snow soon, adding a layer of empty white over everything. That would match her mood. What? Esme asked softly. Rosalie shook her head. She could feel Esme's gaze on her, studying her closely. It didn't bother her much, but she was surprised when Esme's gentle hand slipped around hers, holding it tightly. I thought you might want to talk, Esme said. The scoff rose to Rosalie's lips, along with a rude comment, a habit she had developed, especially with Esme, who often expressed her love for Edward so openly. The words were ready to spill out, but they faded away, replaced by a feeling that resembled fear. She didn't want to isolate herself any more than she already had. So, she remained silent. I don't know how to handle this, Rosalie, Esme admitted, squeezing Rosalie's hand slightly. It's unprecedented for so many reasons. Rosalie snarled, her bitterness surfacing. It wasn't directed at Esme, not really. She just didn't want to hear it. She knew all too well. Do you mean because it's two women, because it's me, or because Edward thinks he mated with her? Esme's expression became stern, her grip tightening. I don't care that you're both women. You know that, Rose. Esme sighed, and Rosalie understood. Vampires had mated with the same gender just as often as with the opposite for as long as mating had existed. Occasionally, there were vampires with outdated views who believed same-sex mates were somehow inferior, but they were rare in the vampire community. And I want you to be happy, Rose. I don't love you any less than I love Edward. When Rosalie didn't respond, Esme shook their hands gently, urging her to meet her gaze. Rosalie finally looked at her, prompted by the expectant look in Esme's eyes. You openly prefer him, Esme. You never ridicule him. You put him first. You say that we're all your children, but if that's true, then I'm the bastard stepchild that you tolerate, and I have been since we met. To her surprise, Esme laughed. That laughter was the last thing Rosalie wanted to hear. Incensed and hurt, she tried to pull her hands away, but Esme held them tight. What's so funny? Rosalie asked. Oh, darling, I'm sorry. I was just thinking that I believe it's more a case of he never makes me. Unlike you. Esme's voice was light and teasing. It almost broke through the years of hurt surrounding Rosalie's heart. Almost. I don't love you any less, Rose. You just try me more than Edward does. That doesn't mean that I don't love you, though, dear. Esme looked down at their hands, feeling her stomach do flips. I know he's been alone for a very long time. And I have Emmett. I didn't ask for this. Esme nodded. I think that much has been made abundantly clear. They sat in silence for a while, both watching as a deer stepped out of the trees in the distance and began to sniff the ground. Generally, animals avoided this house. That was either a very stupid deer, Rosalie thought, or it was just far enough for its dull senses to be unaware. Rose. She looked up at Esme's strained face. Carlyle and I, we're not sure what to do here. Usually, mates meeting is a little more cut and dry. Rosalie stared at Esme's sweet face. Here it came. Here came the delicately put, but heavy request. She swallowed, feeling hurt and angry. She opened her mouth but choked on the words and had to try again. Isn't it possible he was never her mate? Esme inhaled slowly and deeply, so long that the room fell silent enough for them to hear the sudden slamming of the back door. Rosalie winced as she watched Edward lead from the back porch. They saw him take the river at a run, leaping over it in a single bound before disappearing, running past the deer so fast that it didn't even startle until long after he was gone. After the danger had passed, Rosalie thought about the situation. Well, she muttered. She knew Edward was in the next room and that he could hear her. In a family like theirs, it wasn't easy to hide conversations like this. Are you sure that's what you're feeling, Rose? I mean, how can you really know? Esme asked. Rosalie glanced at her, surprised by her expression. The question felt like a test, given Esme's slightly anxious look. The truth was, Rosalie didn't know how to answer. Where was her proof? There was none, except for the fact that it was just as Carlyle had always said. She just knew. I know, Rosalie replied. Esme's eyebrows rose, and Rosalie realized she had been mistaken about Esme's feelings. Whatever Esme had thought, whether it was jealousy or something else, she hadn't fully believed Rosalie before. Now, it was clear that she did. Esme sighed, her shoulders slumping. I guess I knew that. I would be lying if I said I didn't. You've been so different lately. You've always been angry. Rosalie looked away, her jaw tight. But lately, with Bella, you haven't been. You seemed happy, Rose, and that means something to us. Rosalie didn't melt or look back at her. She understood it was meant to be a compliment, but it didn't feel that way. The comment felt like a crack, a hit below the belt. You've always been angry? Well, this is exactly why I have always been angry. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then when Bella was hurt, I saw something different in you, Esme continued. Rosalie glanced at her and then looked away again. This explained a few things, if I'm being honest with you. Rosalie didn't know how to respond. She realized she had shown more emotion than expected from someone uninvolved, but what else was she supposed to have done? She didn't know, so she asked a different question. Do you think it's true what Carlyle always says? That a person, a vampire, only has one mate? Rose, you are a person. Rosalie rolled her eyes as Esme reached out and pushed some of her long blonde hair out of her face. And you'll never get me to say otherwise. You have to stop hating what you are so much. Rosalie glared. This wasn't the first time they had this conversation. In fact, they had gone through it so many times that she knew it by heart. Only this time, she didn't want to ask the question that always followed. She didn't want to ask why Esme wouldn't have preferred death. It was a question she never felt she got a proper answer to. Esme had always insisted that the pain of losing her child had been somehow soothed when she met Carlyle. It had always felt ridiculous when Esme promised that she felt different after meeting him, that life had suddenly felt full of possibility instead of the end. It seemed like a passive woman unwilling to admit that her choice, her voice, had been taken away from her. Now, to Rosalie's chagrin, it didn't seem as stupid. Now she thought she understood. The pain of her child's death was still there in Esme, but there was more now. To answer your question. Rose's eyes shot to her, alarmed by the sudden hesitance. I don't know. Rosalie snorted at the answer. The Volturi always taught Carlyle that it was so. Sometimes vampires mate in groups of 3 or 4, but I think that means they all mate with one another as a trio or a quartet, not individually. I think that's how it is with Alexei, Elizabeth, and Jamie. They are a pair, the 3 of them. You and Edward never. No. Her voice was short. This was not a multiple love situation. This was not meant to be she, Bella, and Edward all in love. This was supposed to be she and Bella. Period. Right. No, I suspected. No, I knew, Esme said with a sigh. I don't know, Rose. We were all lucky. Carlyle found a mate in me, Alice and Jasper. I understand, Rosalie replied. She was saying no. She didn't know for sure, but the thing about the Volturi was that they had been around for so long that it was hard to dispute their word. Sometimes, Rosalie thought that might be dangerous. but it was difficult to argue with them when they had centuries of experience. If they hadn't seen it even once, then it wasn't a possibility. She pulled her legs up, hugging them close to her chest, feeling uncomfortable. Only one. She guessed she knew that, but hearing it, even in that roundabout way, was hard. Do you think I should leave Bella alone? Esme was quiet, and Rosalie couldn't bring herself to look at her. The entire house had gone silent, as if everyone were waiting to find out if life would change or stay the same. Just when Rosalie began to think that Esme had decided not to answer, she finally spoke. I love you all, Rose. You are all my children, all of you, and I love you all. Peeved, Rosalie glared at her, waiting for something more genuine. Esme's lips pursed, her hand coming up to silence her. I think Edward might be upset now, but in the long run, he loves you too. He would want you to be happy. You don't want me to leave? Esme's lips thinned, pressing together tightly. No. But Edward. I'm ashamed of Edward for asking you to do that, and he has already been given a piece of my mind. If you leave, Rosalie, I will never forgive you. Not if you leave because of this. He's angry, but given some time, I think he will accept your happiness with his own. Rosalie just stared, surprised. She thought hearing that might make her feel better, but it didn't. Things just weren't that easy. She sighed, her head falling back hard against the wall. A dull thunk echoed in the room. It's just not that simple, Rosalie said. What do you mean? Esme asked, gently caressing Rosalie's cheek. My choices aren't good. Rosalie cried. I can either stay with Bella until she dies or not be with her at all. Esme's hand faltered, and Rosalie heard a scoff that could only come from Jasper. But surely there's another choice. The right choice, Jasper said. Thank you, Esme. Rosalie snapped. Shut up, Jasper. She growled, feeling the tension rise. There was a chuckle from below, followed by silence. Rose, Bella deserves to be one of us now, Esme said softly. Rosalie shook her head, genuine sadness coating her voice. I want to turn her more than I ever thought I would want to turn anyone. And she did. The constant longing to fill Bella with her venom haunted her, filling her with desire whenever she thought of it. She cleared her throat, her eyes fixed on Esme, refusing to acknowledge the emotions that thoughts stirred within her. But if I love her, or will love her, then I can't take her life from her. I don't know if I do, but I think it's clear that I will. Every time I fight this, I lose. Esme opened her mouth, leaning in, a question obviously on her mind. She seemed to reconsider and leaned back, only to lean forward again, her eyes narrowed in thought. Have you told Bella that you're mates? She asked. Bella doesn't know any of this, Rosalie replied. Oh, Rose, Esme sighed. No, Rose, she deserves to know. She deserves a say. This affects her too. Rosalie ran her hands through her hair, groaning. She understood that. She had since Jasper had said it. She knew she should get up right then and go to Bella to explain, but she couldn't. It was just not that simple. Bella had been so angry after Rosalie had kissed her, angry for the sake of her relationship with Edward. Bella had said her name in her sleep, but Rosalie hadn't heard from Bella, hadn't seen her in days. Rosalie glared at the setting sun. She realized that her anger stemmed from the past few days of soul-searching. She had felt angry with Bella since the day they played baseball, maybe even before that. Bella thought she was in love with Edward, but that couldn't be true. After meeting your mate, you couldn't love anyone else. That was the point. A friend of Rosalie's from Rochester, Loren, had separated from his mate, Liam, when he decided to try a vegetarian lifestyle. He had tried to love other men, but it wasn't until he was back in Liam's arms that he felt anything at all. So why could Bella think she loved Edward? How could she believe he was a better partner than Rosalie could be? Rosalie knew she could love Bella like no one else ever had or ever would. She felt mad at Bella for not wanting her and for not letting them be happy. Of course, she knew that wasn't rational, and she accepted that fact. But it didn't change her feelings. The anger she had felt meant little after Bella's near-death experience. A soft knock on the door distracted them. Carlyle poked his face in, looking apologetic. Rosalie sat up straighter, her hand closing around Esme's. "She's all right," Carlyle promised, noticing their connection. Rosalie nodded but didn't let go. "I just got an update. She's on a plane on her way back as of this morning." Rosalie sat up straighter. Bella was probably either on her way from Port Angeles or even home already. She was back. An ache in her soul eased. "That's right," Carlyle said with a smile. He gave Esme a quick wink before disappearing. Esme sighed, almost giggling at the quick affection from her mate. Rosalie chuckled and shook her head. "He is rather cute," Esme admitted, smiling. Rosalie felt bashful, even if she couldn't actually blush. "I want that," she said. Esme sighed, a hint of frustration crossing her face. "You can. You have it. You just need to take it. She's too young, Esme. She's too young to know what it really means to lose her life." "She's not losing her life, Rose. She's just gaining a new one." That wasn't true, and Rosalie was sure Esme knew it. This new life had so many limitations, so many things Bella might not understand yet. "She's too young," Rosalie repeated. "I don't think it's fair for you to decide her future for her, Rosie." But Rosalie just looked away. She didn't want to hear this. She didn't want to think about it. Eventually, Esme sighed and squeezed her hands. With a kiss to her temple, Esme departed, leaving Rosalie staring out the window. Chapter 19. This was all so confusing. Rosalie had barely processed everything Esme had said before Jasper knocked, his eyebrow raised and his expression knowing. For the second time, he had mentioned something she couldn't reconcile. If they were mates, that meant they were predestined. There was no other way to explain why Rosalie's mate had been born so much later. She was supposed to become a vampire. That was her fate. Just like Bella was her fate. This meant Bella's fate was to become one of them. It was a simpler version of the thoughts that had cluttered her mind before. Still, she thought it wasn't that simple. Bella might want more, a different life. Bella might want motherhood, children, a minivan, or a partner who could grow old with her. And Edward. She wanted Edward. Even if Bella hadn't been clear about her preference, how could she do that to Edward? How could she reach into his life and take away the one thing he cared about? If Bella could be won so easily, then maybe she wasn't truly in love with him, her mind insisted, but that wasn't enough to settle her thoughts. She sighed, resting her face against the glass. She didn't move from her spot, her mind spinning, trying to fit the pieces together. The thing was, how was it possible to be predestined for someone born so much later than her? Was Jasper right? Did it mean she was always meant to become a vampire? Answering that would mean she couldn't hold on to the anger she had always felt. But worse, if it was predestined, what did that mean for Bella's future? Jasper and Esme certainly had their own opinions. Yet again, she pushed the thought away. She couldn't, she wouldn't. The sun set, and the stars slowly emerged. Rose watched the forest transition from day to night. What was she supposed to do? What was the right thing? She didn't know, but she was sure that taking Bella's life, for whatever reason, was not it. So then what? Leave her with Edward? As the night wore on, Rosalie's thoughts continued to swirl. Her family spoke about the situation as if it were simple. They seemed confused by her confusion. What were they seeing that she wasn't? Edward returned around midnight, surprising Rosalie. She had expected him to sulk until sunrise at the latest. Wasn't Bella back in town? Shouldn't he be standing over her bed, watching her sleep like Dracula over Mina Harker? Edward strolled back to the house casually, his hands in his pockets. He stopped just below her window, and even in the stillness of the night, she could see him clearly. He stood there for a long moment, his face blank, but his eyes conveyed a clear message: keep your thoughts to yourself. She held his gaze for a while, unmoving, before looking back out over the trees. She couldn't make any promises. Below her, Emmett and Jasper raced out, laughing together, probably to settle some bet they had just devised. They paused to greet Edward before heading toward the distant mountains. She watched Emmett's large figure move with a grace that most dancers would envy, and her thoughts shifted. She had always hated being a vampire. She hadn't given her consent. Coming out of her pain-filled haze and beginning to understand that what these people were saying was not a joke felt like being violated all over again. Everything she had ever wanted had been taken from her. Yes, over the years, she had learned to love what she had, and that was a lot. She had known far more love as a vampire than she ever had as a human. She was grateful for that. She had promised herself that when she truly understood the truth of her life, she would never turn anyone, nor would she participate in anyone else's turning. She would not be a part of this. She would not hold someone's hand for days while they experienced that pain. She would not make the promises that Carlyle had made. Essence of her internal struggle. She had convinced herself she was better than Carlyle. She had promised she would not take someone's life the way he had taken hers, even if all he had stolen was a simple and fair death. Yet, she had done just that. As impossible as it seemed, she had prevented Emmett's life from ending, which would have been the right choice. She hadn't allowed his life to come to an end, despite having longed for that in her own existence. When she had seen Emmett on the floor, bleeding and dying, she had wanted him, so she had taken him. It was pure selfishness. She had never regretted that decision, and more importantly, Emmett had never regretted it either. He loved being a vampire. That had been clear from the moment he felt the power in his body. She doubted she would be that fortunate again. Even if she were, could she be so selfish again? Worse, could she take a healthy, happy, human life, one that was not near death? Could she steal from Bella what she felt had been taken from her? How could she live with herself? Shut the hell up, Rosalie. That's not happening. Edward's voice roared from the next room. She had been so lost in thought that she hadn't anticipated it. She jumped, her nose banging against the glass. It was infuriating. Back when Bella was supposedly his mate, he insisted that meant he got to make all the decisions about her. Now that the tables had turned, suddenly she didn't get a choice. It wasn't that she wanted it, she was sure it would be wrong. But the disgusting double standard made her sick. She let her head fall back against the glass, scowling as she continued to stew. It was early morning when a sound began to rise from the stillness of the night. The guttural, death roar of Bella's old truck filled the air. The last thing Rosalie had expected to hear. Yet, as she listened to the tires turning onto the long drive to the Cullen house, it felt as if Bella's arrival had been obvious all along. She remained in her spot, taking a deep breath that she forgot to release. She reminded herself coldly, "She's not here to see you." Everything had changed for her and the Cullens. Her family now knew the secret she had worked so hard to conceal for months. Edward was aware of what she had wanted him to remain ignorant of. Everything had shifted for her, but as far as Bella was concerned, nothing had. Rosalie frowned, remaining still. The truck always sounded like it might rattle apart, but in the early morning silence, it sounded worse. The engine revved and sputtered, struggling to keep moving. Rosalie pressed her lips together, realizing the engine hadn't warmed up. That was problematic in the cold, especially for a modern car, but Bella's truck, which seemed to be held together with chewing gum and glue, needed it even more. When the truck came to a stop, it didn't just turn off, it died before it could even be put into park. Rosalie stood there, unmoving and holding her breath, waiting for the moment Edward would rise and go to her, and for when Bella could come inside. In the last few days, she had experienced so many new scents associated with Bella. There was her blood, her personal scent mingled with medicines from the hospital. The thought of that scent, clean and familiar, filling the house was something Rosalie found herself wanting, even if she didn't want to admit it. So, she waited. Suddenly, she heard a string of frustrated curses from inside the truck, words she hadn't heard from Bella before. A small smile crept onto her face as she listened to Bella vent. "Come on, you piece of shit," Bella growled. "Goddamn leg, come on." Rosalie's smile faded. She hadn't considered how Bella was out of bed. So much of her fragile body was broken. How was she even driving with a broken leg? Had she been using that leg to press the gas pedal? That would explain the truck's revving and dying, but why cause herself so much pain? Anxiously, Rosalie stood and moved to the hallway where she could see through the large front window. Even in the dim light of the night, she noticed that Bella's usually pale face looked different. The bruises had not faded, in fact, they seemed worse. Beneath them was a gaunt paleness that made Rosalie wonder if it was possible for a human to lose weight that quickly. Bella's skin was almost transparent, with dark circles and large bags under her eyes. Rosalie watched as Bella yanked at something, trying to turn herself enough to get out of the truck. When she pulled again, a low, long moan escaped her lips, like that of a wounded animal. What was she doing there? Bella should have been home, resting. Rosalie's hands clenched the doorframe, battling her longing to help. Bella was struggling in the driver's seat, trying to pull herself out of the truck by sheer force of will. The tight, pinched look on her face showed how much pain she was in. Rosalie leaned forward onto her toes, barely holding herself back. She wanted to go to her, wanted to help. She needed Bella to be free of pain. Where was Edward? She thought urgently, she's struggling. I think she might. With a mental jolt, Rosalie rushed to the front door just as Bella nearly tipped backward, tears rolling down her face. Still, Edward didn't appear. Edward. She called out, frustration rising. Where was her boyfriend? Bella was so stubborn, she should be safe at home. With her hand on the doorknob, unwilling to wait any longer, Rosalie paused. Alice? It felt as if Alice had been waiting too, perhaps looking out her window. Rosalie overlooked the front as Alice arrived before she had finished saying, "Al." Alice paused for a moment at the door, her hand resting on top of Rosalie's on the doorknob. Her face was unreadable. "Thank you," Rosalie breathed, squeezing her sister's arm before Alice disappeared back up the landing. Rosalie watched as Alice rushed out of the house, her voice sharp and yelling at Bella, much like she would have done if she had been the one to rescue Bella from her car. Envy and desire twisted inside Rosalie as Alice gently lifted Bella out. Bella didn't seem to mind Alice's help at all. Would it have been the same if it were Rosalie helping her? Somehow, she didn't think so. She waited, making sure that Alice was being as gentle as she could before returning to her bedroom. She settled back in the window seat, this time facing away from the glass, watching her bedroom door. She knew it wouldn't open, she was certain of that, but she wished so deeply that it would. She could smell Alice approaching, the scent of the hospital lingering on her, mixed with the fresh night dew that reminded Rosalie of that night at the cliffside. She turned her face away from the door, trying to suppress her longing. She wanted, oh, how she wanted. Edward? Alice's voice was light as she knocked on his door. This was all so strange. Where was he? Shouldn't he have been the first one there to help his love, his supposed mate? Rosalie listened, but no sound came from the room beside hers. After a long moment, Edward's door opened, and Rosalie held her breath again. Maybe it was time to take a page from Edward's book. She could slam her door, run into the forest to find something to brutally hunt, tear apart a tree, or disappear in a cloud of teenage petulance. She didn't want to hear this happy reunion with Bella. She didn't want to hear how delighted Bella would sound to see him. But Bella didn't sound happy at all. Rosalie listened in alarm, surprised not to hear the soft, happy tone she had become accustomed to between Bella and Edward. Edward. Bella started talking before she was even fully through the door. Edward, where have you been? Are you okay? The door to Edward's room closed, doing nothing to muffle Bella's voice. What do you mean? Edward's voice was detached, making Rosalie frown. Hesitant and confused, Bella answered, You weren't there. You left the hospital, and you weren't in Port Angeles when we arrived or at my house tonight. You disappeared. What happened? Did Charlie or Renee send you away? No. They didn't. Was he serious? She had dragged her broken body all the way to their house because Edward hadn't been there to help take care of her. Where had he been? She had assumed that when Edward showed up at the Cullen house before Bella left the hospital, one of her parents had asked him to leave. She had been surprised, even disappointed in him. She knew that even if she had been kicked out, she wouldn't have left. But at least she would have understood it. If they hadn't, then why hadn't he been there for her? She swallowed thickly, her anger sharp. Why hadn't he been there? If she couldn't be there, then at the very least he could have been. There was shuffling from the next room, Bella unsteady on her crutches. I guess you never said you were coming, Bella admitted, the embarrassment in her voice obvious. I thought. I called Alice. And what did Alice tell you? Can I sit down? Rosalie's hands closed into fists. He was behaving all wrong. She told me, well, she didn't want to tell me anything, Bella admitted. And? Bella gasped, taken aback. Yes, and? Rosalie could almost see Bella's face, open and shocked by Edward's chill. She told me. That you have feelings for my sister, maybe? What? No. She told me that your sister has feelings for me, that meaning you have already known. Bella made a choked sound. How long have you known? Not long, Edward, I promise. You said her name in your sleep. Did Alice tell you that? Yes. Her voice shook as she answered, sounding resigned, afraid, and tired. Rosalie reached for a pillow, holding it to her chest to soothe the vicarious hurt she felt as she listened intently. What else had Alice told her? Had she mentioned the mate bond? Rosalie bit down on the pillow, relieving some of her stress. She hated this. She hated feeling vulnerable. Being beautiful was supposed to be a shield, keeping her safe from anything that could hurt her. It intimidated people and kept them away. Now, she had this big life secret, and she had to rely on others to protect it for her. It wasn't fair. But Edward, I don't know why I would. Bella exclaimed. Maybe it was just a dream. I dream about you all of the time. Edward scoffed. Edward, talk to me. On the floor below and in the rooms around them, Rosalie could hear the remaining members of her family gathering their things, preparing to give Edward and Bella some privacy. Rosalie didn't move. She had to wait. She had to find out if Bella knew. She had to know where she stood. Her door opened, and Esme stepped in. Come on, Rosie. Rosalie shook her head, her eyes on the wall above her mother's head. It's not going to help to listen. The growl that escaped her was involuntary but heartfelt, making Esme stop, her eyebrows raised. She had to hear. She had to know. Esme stared at her for a long moment before she nodded and turned to leave. All right, Edward finally said from the next room. I'll talk. Esme paused, looking at the wall as though she could see Edward through it. Her eyebrows were drawn, her mouth puckered in disapproval. As she started off to meet the others. Bella, I've had a lot of time to think since you got hurt. I'm sorry you got hurt. I'm sorry things went how they did, but the time was good, I think. What? You mean you're glad that I got hurt? I've seen how you respond to Rosalie. Bella began to protest, but Edward continued. I've seen it in her mind, and I've seen it myself. He chuckled softly, a sound Rosalie hated. I just never thought. I don't respond to her in any way, Edward. Do you have feelings for her? He sounded like a teenager who had caught his girlfriend holding hands with someone else, sulky and demanding. Rosalie listened harder, every nerve in her body alive, waiting and hoping, terrified. What would she do if Bella said no? What would she do if Bella said yes? She didn't know which would be scarier. She waited, but she didn't hear anything at all. Had Bella responded? She tucked her back into the pillow, wishing to disappear. Was it possible that Bella didn't feel the mate bond at all? She had assumed that Bella being human would make it different, but what if it didn't? Was it possible to have a one-sided bond? So many questions filled her mind. She was so tired of having so many questions. I saw your face after she kissed you. Bella let out a yell of surprise as Edward exploded, and Rosalie jumped to her feet, ready to rush in. How likely was it that he would lose control in his anger and give in to his desire to drain her dry? Could she pull him off if he was wild on human blood? You don't look like that after I kiss you, Bella, he shouted. Rosalie stepped to the door, her hand on the knob, waiting for any sign, ready to protect Bella if needed. Bella's response, however, metaphorically knocked her off her feet. It was so unexpected that she sank back onto her bed, a hand covering her gaping mouth. Maybe if you actually kissed me, Edward, then I would. Bella shouted. Equal amount of anger and resentment as Edward. You say you love me, but do you desire me? No, I'm serious. I'm actually asking. Do you? Because you don't kiss me like you do. Don't be ridiculous, he grunted, and Rosalie could almost see him rolling his eyes. That's for your protection. Rosalie noticed that Edward had avoided her question. Rose didn't seem to have a hard time kissing me. Why do you? Silence filled the room beside hers. Rosalie frowned, straining to hear, but Edward remained unresponsive. Was everything with James for my protection too? Rosalie looked away, not wanting to hear this. She could leave now. What she needed to know was if Alice or anyone else had told her anything more about Bella. She needed to know what Bella thought and felt, but this wasn't about that. What? Edward laughed. Of course, what do you mean? Don't laugh at me, Edward. I can't help it when you're like this. Goo. Bella cried in frustration. You were horrible when he was coming after me. The silence felt heavy, Edward's anger and confusion charging the entire house. What? The condescending laughter in his voice began to fade. I don't understand what that could mean. I was protecting you. You were so dismissive. Edward, I was scared. 6 months ago, I didn't even know vampires existed. Then suddenly, I'm surrounded by them, and one is after me, intent on killing me. You didn't even bother to explain what was happening. You were just barking orders at Emmett and Alice in some kind of shorthand, leaving me totally out of it. You treated me like a stupid human. Bella, that's... You didn't listen to a single thing I had to say. You didn't care what I wanted. You didn't care about my dad or my mom. I was so scared, and I needed a... You cared about me, but you made me feel more helpless than... You are helpless. Look at what's happening now with Rose. At least she doesn't treat me like a child, Edward. Then she's not taking care of you properly. Anger surged through Bella, and she let out a howl that resembled the vampire threats she had grown used to hearing. Are you kidding me? She cried through gritted teeth. What is wrong with you? Rosalie felt her own anger rise. Had he really just told Bella she needed to be treated like a child? Did he honestly believe that? The chauvinist. Of course he did. She had seen it again and again, and Bella had let him. Good for her for not doing it now. Her mind raged, releasing the anger she could barely contain. Look, Edward interrupted, cutting through Bella's rant. His words stopped her mid-sentence. Bella's mouth snapped shut with an audible click. Look. This isn't helping anything. Edward. Bella. Can you just listen to me and mind me for once? Again, there was a tense silence. It stretched on so long that Rosalie began to wonder if he had gone silent for good. She wouldn't have blamed Bella if she had. Even when she was human, and women were expected to mind their husbands, no man had ever said it so openly. Look, Bella, you just need to figure out what you want. You can't have us both. There was a shifting sound, a small clatter that Rosalie couldn't place. Then a sob floated from the next room. Edward, wait. Silence. Rosalie stood up. Edward had left. That was the sound. Sure enough, half a second later, she turned to see him moving quickly into the forest. He had abandoned Bella there, in his bedroom, in the middle of the night, in the middle of a conversation. He had left her there, unable to get back into her truck on her own. He had just walked away. Bella was halfway to Edward's door when she paused. She didn't want to see him, especially after what had just happened. She turned and headed outside, taking a quick breath to gather her thoughts before moving into the forest toward the scent. Half a mile in, she found Emmett, Jasper, and Alice sitting silently on tree stumps. He left her, Emmett said. What? Alice exclaimed, jumping to her feet. All right. Emmett cheered. Not like that, Bella replied, feeling too upset to laugh or snap at him. Her skin felt tight, and she longed to go to Bella. The sound of gasping sobs echoed in her mind. Edward left Bella there after their talk. He went out into the forest, she explained. He didn't help her home? Alice asked, disbelief evident on her face. No. Will you come? She shouldn't be alone. Bella hesitated, her anxiety rising. Please. Will you help her? Alice nodded, and the two of them started back toward the house. They walked in silence, feeling the weight of the moment until they reached the back porch. Hey, Bella said, stopping Alice with a hand just before they entered. Don't tell her I sent you. Alice looked at her, disbelief etched on her face. Are you serious? Rose. Just, Bella interrupted, raising her hand, don't. Alice's lips pressed into a thin line. With a nod, Bella turned, ready to scale the wall if necessary or head to the car bay, but Alice's hand on her arm stopped her. You know you're worthy of someone like Bella, Alice said, her words coming out like an accusation. Bella's anger flared in response. What the hell? You just need to let her see that. Bella didn't answer, nor did she pull away as she wanted to. As quickly as the anger had risen, it faded into the familiar depression she had been living in. She wasn't sure if what Alice said was true or if it even mattered. Just get her home safely, she finally said. Okay, she said. Then she turned and walked to meet Emmett in the woods. Chapter 20. Overall, the only one in the family with whom Rosalie had an actively contentious relationship was Edward. Sometimes, it was a little creepy that Jasper could feel all their emotions. Alice could be a bit annoying, but for the most part, she was her sister. Like a sister, Rosalie had spent the last 24 hours in the woods, angry and tried to stop the words she had said from replaying in her mind. Alice and Jasper felt like a curse. They were both far too good at getting into her head. She didn't want to admit how deeply her words had bothered her, but that was the truth. She thought about them while taking down a cougar. She thought of them as she cleaned up in a semi-frozen river. Once she was clean, she sat by the little river, watching the sluggish water move in the center, listening to the light snowfall around her, letting it cover her as she reflected. She didn't think she didn't deserve Bella. She had mated with a woman who was dating her brother, and she wasn't going to take Bella's life. She was doing her best to give Bella space since she had gone all crazy vampire on James and ripped him apart with her bare teeth. She might have been a horrible person once, and perhaps many would say she still was, but she didn't believe she didn't deserve Bella, not exactly. She hadn't meant to stay out for a full 24 hours, nor had she intended to act so recklessly. Usually, she was an efficient and clean hunter, but this time, she had picked more than one fight before going in for the kill. That was usually more Emmett's style. He liked to win his food. As she stepped back into the Cullen house, her clothing was ripped and her hair was tangled. She smelled strongly of wild game, perhaps from the wrestling, along with dirt and mud. The house was silent as she walked in, her ripped coat in her hand and her eyebrows raised. It was too quiet. There was no conversation between the others. Couples were gathered without any distractions like television, music, or video games, but Rosalie could feel their presence. It was eerie. She crossed into the living room, her senses heightened. Esme sat on the couch with a drawn expression, Alice was beside her, and Emmett leaned against the far wall, scratching thoughtfully at his chin. Rosalie looked between them, waiting for the bad news. What happened? She demanded. Then it struck her. Nothing could happen to them. Bella? Did something happen to? Nah, babe, Emmett said, shaking his head. She's okay. Are you sure? She asked, noticing the stress still etched on his face. She waited, but no one offered an explanation. So? Edward has left. What? Rosalie snapped, biting at Esme. She shifted slightly, feeling the mud squelch between her toes. She was not one to go barefoot in the woods. It felt dirty. She had never understood the people in Northern California who walked around barefoot in the streets during the 60s. Somewhere in the night, she had lost her Jordan loafers while chasing after a lynx. It was a terrible loss since they were Gucci, but when she had gone back, she couldn't find them under the rapidly accumulating snow. She glanced down, feeling a little guilty. Edward's gone back to Alaska. You're kidding me, she snorted. For how long this time? Esme's shoulders rose and fell as she dabbed at her eyes, as if she had been crying. Indefinitely. I don't think he's coming back. Well, perhaps she wasn't a better person than she had thought. Hearing that, she glanced at everyone, her spirits lifting. Alice looked up at her expectantly, waiting for some sign of upset to match the rest of the family, but Rosalie couldn't even fake it. Of course, he had taken off, the giant man-child. What about Bella? Emmett glanced at her, a look on his face that she rarely saw. Looked nervous. What about Bella? He shook his head. She came by last night looking for him. I don't think he told her. She stared in disbelief. He hadn't told her that he had left? Don't worry, I told her, Emmett said with a sigh, rubbing his fingers over his face and scalp. Rosalie tried hard not to feel hopeful. Had Edward just taken a step back? Had he removed himself from the situation? She wasn't sure there was a situation, but if there was, had he forfeited? Rosalie Hale, you are dripping mud all over my clean floors. Rosalie jumped, swallowing thickly. Sorry, let me shower and, then I'll clean that up. Her words began to slow as she stared at Esme, confused by the warm half-smile on her face. It was the kind of smile she gave Edward when he got into some sort of trouble, not one that Rosalie was ever on the receiving end of. Frowning slightly, she disappeared up the stairs, droplets of muddy water falling behind her and making her swear. It angered her that Edward kept hurting Esme like this. No matter what Esme claimed, it was clear that having one of her children leave for an extended time hurt her. He had left so many times this year, each time breaking her heart. Rosalie used to think that, at the bottom of everything, Edward loved his family, especially Esme. Why was he okay with causing her pain? She huffed, turning the water to hot and stepping in. Then again, this was the guy who had just left the girl he had been dating without a word. She shook her head, pulling a few leaves and twigs from her hair. Ugh, she reeked. She had been seeing Edward in a whole new light lately. Had he always been this way, or had meeting Bella changed him? After showering and cleaning up the mud, Rosalie felt a little restless that night. Her family's eyes followed her as she floated through the house, somewhat bored. Rosalie sensed that her family had questions, but they were likely the same ones she had. What did this mean? Would Bella want her now? Should she make a move? She had no answers. How could she? She hadn't even seen Bella. She hadn't spoken to her or been a part of her life. The thought pushed her off the bed, prompting her to pace around the room. If only she could see Bella. But could she? Rosalie sat down at her computer and began reading medical journals. It had been a while, and there were plenty of articles to catch up on. After a few articles and jotting down notes for Carlyle, she inserted a CD into the player and settled back onto her bed. She gazed at the ceiling, feeling comfortable on the soft mattress as she listened. This was something she enjoyed. She liked getting lost in the intertwining voices and the way the instruments blended like a painting. Tonight, however, her thoughts drifted back to Bella. How could she be sure she couldn't see her? Her mind kept circling the question. She had just assumed Bella wouldn't want to see her, but Bella had never said that. What if Bella was waiting for her to show up? What if Bella felt abandoned? When 3 songs had played and she still hadn't settled, she rose and walked to the small room off her bedroom where her movie collection was stored. Her fingers traced the cases, searching for something, but the idea of sitting alone in the dark didn't sound appealing either. Would she ever have a chance to bring Bella into this room? This was her special space, uniquely hers. It was the only place like it. Even the car bay could be used by others and was sometimes occupied when Jasper worked on bikes. Her fingers brushed against a movie she had always loved, and she let out a small laugh. Fried Green Tomatoes was a more recent film, one that Rosalie loved to cry over. Emmett had never understood her affection for it. Rosalie had always been captivated by the relationship of the main characters in her favorite book. She admired their friendship, feeling both amazed and envious. When Edward had given her the book with a teasing glint in his eye, she was surprised to discover that the characters were not just friends but lovers. Her gaze wandered to the shelves, landing on several other titles. She had a secret passion for movies about women who loved other women, finding those stories especially beautiful. Now she thought she understood why. With that thought in mind, she headed down the stairs to find Emmett and share her amusing realization. "No, that's not a checkmate," Emmett exclaimed as Jasper took one of his pieces. "It is." "Look up the rules," Jasper replied. "That's nonsense," Emmett grumbled, his focus already back on the game. Rosalie settled lightly on the arm of his chair, and Emmett instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist. He reached out to move a rook, but she made a sound of protest. "Don't move it there. He'll get you in 3 moves. "Oh, thanks, babe," Emmett said. "No, not that one either." Yeah, that, eep." Rosalie cried out when Emmett stood up and carried her from the room. Wait. I realized something really funny." He gently set her down, kissed her forehead, and then turned back to his game. She smirked, taking the not-so-subtle hint, and headed out to the car bay. She hadn't worked on the car since before Bella's accident. Yet, as she stepped outside, she realized she didn't want to get dirty again. Nothing seemed appealing. She didn't want to do anything, and she knew exactly why. There was one specific thing she wanted. She wanted to see Bella. She wanted to see her so badly that she couldn't think straight. She felt raw and on edge. With a sigh, she headed back inside. In the library, she picked up a book and curled up in her chair, her mind lingering on the thought of seeing Bella. Okay, tell her that no one is coming after her anymore. Rosalie had spent the entire hunting trip trying to ignore the urge to go to the Swan house. She couldn't convince herself it was all right because she would see Bella the next day when school resumed. She doubted very much that Bella, bruised and broken as she was, would be in school. Her mind drifted as she stared at nothing. She wanted to do something for Bella. She wanted to be near her. How long did she need to give Bella space? Did she need to give her space at all? Would she ever know if she didn't first talk to her about it? She stood up, an idea forming. It might be weeks before she saw Bella again if she waited for her to be well enough for school. She couldn't handle weeks, she knew she couldn't. Bella was hurt. Humans liked comforting things when they were hurt, she remembered that well enough. At a casual pace, she turned into the kitchen, grabbing one of the cookbooks that were set out decoratively to fool any possible human that might enter the Cullen house. It was pointless, Rosalie had always thought. Just like their kitchen was stocked full of cookware, silverware, and cutlery, it was all an act to prove their humanity that no one would ever see. "What are you up to?" She smiled a little as she looked up to see Esme in the doorway. Let me guess. Thinking of doing something for Bella? Rosalie chewed her lip. I don't know if she wants to see me. I'm sure she does. Rosalie looked at Esme's face, so confident in her declaration, and felt her spirit lift. Do you think so? I do. Are you thinking about cooking or something? Nose wrinkled in distaste, Rosalie looked back down at the cookbook, flipping to the back to search for what she wanted. I was thinking about soup. Esme beamed. I think that would be very nice. Rosalie nodded slightly, scanning through what she would need. Rose. I'm proud of you for wanting to take care of her. Rosalie looked up, surprised. You are? I am. She's going to be a very lucky girl. With a quick kiss on the cheek, Esme turned and left Rosalie with the cookbook. Feeling warm inside, Rosalie grabbed her keys and, with the cookbook under her arm, headed out. The grocery store was a mess. Rosalie didn't understand how humans braved places like that daily. It was disgusting and crowded. She entered unsure of herself, having not gone shopping for food in more years than she could remember. How did humans buy their food there? The store smelled of long-dead meat, and looking at some of the items made her realize why humans were generally so unhealthy. Nothing was fresh. She seriously considered turning around instead of buying food for Bella there. Rosalie bought everything organic, doing her best to smell the meat for the freshest option. It was revolting. To make matters worse, it felt as though everyone in the store recognized her. She struggled to figure out what food she needed while hearing surprised greetings like, "Oh, Miss Hale, how is your father?" She was relieved to leave, bags in hand. With a grunt that was more for show than genuine effort, Rosalie tossed the bags onto the counter, still holding the cookbook. This couldn't be that hard. Idiots all over the world managed to cook for themselves. She could definitely do this. She opened the book to the recipe and scanned it with her finger. Warm 1 teaspoon of oil over medium heat in a soup pot until simmering. Add the onion, celery, and carrots with a pinch of salt. She read the recipe as if it were in a foreign language. The vegetables were just beginning to simmer when Jasper and Emmett appeared in the doorway, their noses wrinkled against the smell. She couldn't blame them. Food was occasionally cooked in that room since Bella entered their lives, but it often ended with the windows being thrown open. Rosalie opened the window to clear out the smell. She had been amazed before, watching Bella's enjoyment of a scent that was too rich, too thick, and too wrong. It didn't smell like anything one could eat, yet Bella savored it every time. What exactly are you doing, Rose?" Emmett asked, watching with distaste as she started to cut the raw chicken into cubes, just like the directions said. "You know that stuff can kill someone, right? I don't think you're going to be able to get Edward to eat it. He'll notice something is off." "Ha, ha," she grumbled back. Her response lacked its usual bite as she focused on forcing herself to touch the raw meat. Suddenly, she understood the vegetarian lifestyle much more. The vegetables, though unappealing, were far more appealing than this. "I'm cooking soup for Bella." She dropped the chicken into the pot, shuddering as it began to sizzle. Turning to Emmett, she beamed up at him. "Wait, you're what?" He laughed, clearly not believing her. "Esme said she was proud of me." Emmett's eyebrows rose. "Wow. She said that because of the soup. Humans like soup when they're hurt. I'm making her soup." She hesitated, holding back the thought that she had a non-threatening excuse to go see her. Though she wasn't looking directly at him, she noticed his expression change from the corner of her eye. His amused grin faded, and his eyes darted from the pot back to her. "For Bella?" "Yup." Despite her disgust, she stirred the pot with secret delight, following the directions on how long to cook the meat. She had never done something for Bella before. She had never even admitted that she wanted to do something for Bella. This might have an ulterior motive, an excuse for a visit, but hopefully, if she got there early enough, it would save Bella from feeling alone. Hobbling around the kitchen in search of food while Charlie worked, or even while he watched the game out of town, was a habit Rosalie had noticed left Bella alone more than was appropriate. She thought she might be able to help make Bella's night a little easier. Caring for Bella felt good. Rosalie sighed, admitting she had once felt much better than shoving them down and choking on them. Babe, Emmett said softly as he reached for the spoon, trying to take it from her hand. She held on, her lips pressed into a thin line. Rose? Rosie? She didn't like the softness of his voice. That tone was rarely followed by something like, I'm proud of you too. Babe. He tried to pull the spoon out of her hand again. She held tight, refusing to look at him, and accidentally snapped the wooden spoon in two. Damn it. Babe, don't you think maybe you should give her some space right now? She rolled her eyes. It's just soup, Em. Stinky soup, he grumbled. She laughed, dropping a bay leaf into the pot with a happy flourish and filling it with broth. It was just soup. After all, they had become friends, or at least they had according to Bella, and she couldn't take that back now. Babe. She's hurt, Rosalie said briskly, turning away to chop more carrots. This will help. She gently pushed him out of the way. Emmett let himself be pushed, glancing at Jasper in the doorway. The look on Jasper's face was not one Rosalie wanted to see just then. Oh my God, guys, it's just soup, not a marriage proposal. He didn't respond. Instead, he and Jasper moved to the kitchen island, both leaning against it and watching her. Did I start my own cooking show? She snapped at them, some of her usual attitude surfacing. What's so interesting? Other than you cooking, you mean? Emmett clipped. We're just curious how. You're going to make this, that's all, Jasper said in his maddeningly smooth voice. She glared at him. Well, watch me then. 30 minutes later, she lifted the lid off the pot, trying her best to appreciate the smell like Bella would. She stirred the soup and took a sip from the spoon. It didn't taste good, not at all. She gagged slightly and dropped the spoon into the sink with a clatter. God damn it. She cried, feeling genuinely frustrated. How am I supposed to tell if it's good or not? She grabbed another spoon, seething, and brought a spoonful to Emmett, who immediately backed away from the island, scrambling to get away. No, I'm good, Try it. She growled. He stared at her for a long moment, his eyes pleading with her not to make him. Her eyes narrowed, and he grudgingly leaned forward and sipped from the spoon. You. Ack. He wiped his mouth. It tastes terrible. But does it taste terrible because we're vampires? I don't know, Rose. Emmett shouted back. She scooped another spoonful and turned, but Jasper was gone. Jasper. He's not here, Alice's voice called from the other room after a moment, making Emmett laugh. Ugh, it's in my mouth now, Emmett complained, smacking his lips. Ugh. Ugh. I need to brush my teeth. She looked down at the pot, feeling frustrated. She had no idea. Should she take soup to her maid if she didn't know it was good? What if Bella thought she was a horrible cook forever after this? Where could she find a human to try it first? As she contemplated that, Emmett came back into the room, his face still unhappy. Hand me that tureen, please. He stopped, looking at her strangely. What the heck is a tureen? The large oval thing over there, she said, waving her hand impatiently. There was a clinking of glassware. The tureen appeared before her. Rose, Emmett said. Do you think there's a way I can have a human try this before I go over? Just in case it's bad. Huh. I don't know. Do you know where that Mike kid lives? He bothers me a lot. That way, if it's poison, you kill two birds with one stone. She smirked and began to pour. Rose. The pot came down on the stove with a clatter, and she shot him a harsh glare. It was just soup. She was allowed to bring Bella soup. People liked soup. Okay, he sighed, taking a step back. Who's Mike? He groaned. He's the kid who works at the outdoor store. He's always trying to one-up me, like he knows more about hiking and hunting than I do. I have to pretend this puny dude is right when he's almost always wrong. Short man's disease, she asked. He snorted. Little dick syndrome. That made her laugh. Okay, I'm off. She leaned over, placed her hand on his chest, and gave him a quick kiss. He just nodded, looking wary. Chapter 21. With a tureen full of hot soup on the floorboard of her car, Rosalie pulled out of the garage and onto the long drive. The lane twisted and turned as Rosalie took it too fast. She knew it well, so there was little danger. Approaching the highway, she slowed down. Though there was no traffic, she paused, her car idling quietly. Winter in Washington was such a strange time of year. Sometimes there were snowstorms, and other times it was only a light rain like every other season. Most of the trees remained green, and the moss continued to thrive despite the snow. However, what she saw now was unusual. Along the side of the road, peeking out of the bushes, were small white flowers. The cold and snow should have left them shriveled or even dead. Rosalie thought that if she had come down this lane tomorrow, they would have been. But today, they looked like tiny wisps of lace. The little flowers, so pretty in their purity, were survivors. She stared at them, battling with herself. Flowers were nice. People liked nice things. They reminded her so much of Bella, pale, beautiful, and surviving against all odds, found in a place where they shouldn't be. But it felt like too much. It was too open. How could she give Bella flowers without it saying, "Let me love you, please"? And she couldn't say that. Saying that would be too scary, too vulnerable. It wasn't what she did. She had been the same person for so long that she was sure she couldn't go that far out on a limb. Bella wouldn't want that, right? Of course not. She wouldn't. The snow stuck to her hair as she stepped out of her small red car. Her lips pressed into a tight line, and her jaw set. She walked over to the bush, her heels slipping on the ice, and began to pick the flowers, grumbling at them that it was their own fault she was doing this. With flowers in hand, she glanced around for something to make a bouquet with. The snow fell into little perfect shapes on the ground. Her skin, not melting but appearing like new little beauty marks. Reluctantly, she pulled the ribbon out of her hair, letting her blonde locks tumble down. She wrapped the ribbon around the flowers. She hadn't planned for her hair to be down. It hadn't been brushed, nor did it look its best. But as she looked down at the bouquet in her hand, she added a few small branches from the bush, blending the rugged with the soft, and smiled. It was beautiful, just like Bella. She rolled her eyes at herself, groaning in frustration, and got back into the car. Her tires spun a little on the icy road as she pressed the accelerator, then spun onto the highway, heading toward Bella's house at full speed. She wasn't nervous as she pulled up to the Swan house. She wasn't. Her mouth simply felt a little dry, probably in response to the disgusting soup. She cleared her throat once, then twice, and let herself out of the safety of the car. Soup in hand, she walked carefully up the driveway, wondering how Chief Swan hadn't salted it. Her high heels crunched slightly as she navigated the icy patches, her thoughts focused on Bella and her crutches. This wasn't safe. Before she left, she would salt this driveway. If they didn't have salt, then she could. She could deal with going back to that store. She could. She made up her mind and knocked. It only took Rosalie half a moment to realize that salting the driveway was pointless. Bella hadn't been anywhere. She cleared her throat, shifting in place and blinking, trying to wipe the shocked look off her face before Bella even noticed it. Bella looked horrible. The bruises were abundant, closing one eye and creating new colors up and down her delicate cheek and jaw. He had hit her. The thought pierced her mind, unwelcome and painful. The monster had hit her in the face repeatedly. He had been careful enough to ensure that he only hurt her badly instead of accidentally killing her or causing severe damage. This had been intentional. It had required thought and careful planning. A violent desire to break him again surged through her as her gaze swept over Bella's face, stretching the silence into short but painfully long moments. It wasn't just the bruises that made Bella look so ghastly and broken. Her face was also swollen, splotchy, and red. The eye that James had injured was crusted over, as if it was too painful for her to wipe away the tears completely. She had been crying, and it was clear she had been doing it a lot and for a long time. A whirlwind of emotions passed through Rosalie as she realized this: confusion over why Bella was crying, anger that she had any reason to cry, revulsion at the tears, and genuine pain that Bella was suffering. "Bella," Rosalie said with a sigh. "What is it? What's wrong?" The soup sat forgotten in her hands, sagging slightly under the weight of her worry. She took a step closer, searching for any new injury, a task that felt impossible given Bella's current state. Bella's face twisted, her one good eye looking up and away, over Rosalie's head as she blinked. It was a dismissive gesture, so hard that Rosalie gaped, stung. "What are you doing here, Rosalie?" Bella asked. Rosalie's mouth fell open. Bella often used sarcasm, sometimes in a masochistic way and other times in a sadistic way. She was not the wallflower Rosalie had initially thought. Her flares of temper had proven that long ago, and Rosalie loved that about her. She appreciated the hint of backbone that occasionally surfaced in Bella. She admired her strength and wanted to nurture that spirit, refusing to let anyone bring her down. But never, not in the months since the incident. The school year had begun when Rosalie first heard Bella's voice so cold. Bella hadn't even sounded that frozen after Rosalie had kissed her. Rosalie blinked, taken aback, her head jerking slightly as if she had been slapped. "Wow. It's nice to see you too," Rosalie said. Bella didn't answer. Confused and a little offended, Rosalie held up the tureen, realizing she had forgotten the small bouquet on the passenger seat. A slimy feeling in her stomach told her that perhaps that was for the best. "I made you soup," Rosalie said. "You what?" Bella asked, her jaw clenched tight as she stared at the thin air above her head. Rosalie wanted to massage it loose again. It had to hurt being clenched that tightly. "Soup." A thrill of panic curled in her stomach when a stray tear slid down Bella's already wet face. "Bella, what's wrong? Are you in pain? I can go get Carlisle." Bella crying was something Rosalie had only seen once before, and even then it had been brief. Bella didn't cry. Rosalie wanted to wrap her up, could have done it if she hadn't been so impulsive and kissed her. Friends hugged. Friends who had kissed each other when one of them had a boyfriend didn't. She mentally swore at herself again. Her words seemed to startle Bella. Bella's eyes dropped to Rosalie's face, her one open eye suddenly wide with incredulity. "What do you mean, what's wrong?" "Everything is wrong." Bella huffed, stifling the instinct to snap back at that dramatic statement. "Tell me what you mean." "I almost died." Both of them flinched, looking around to ensure that Bella hadn't been overheard. "I was tricked by a psychopath because I'm an idiot. My whole body is broken. My parents think there's something huge going on with me. I think they believe it's drugs or a gang, which isn't totally inaccurate. And my boyfriend just left in the middle of the night." Bella's words came out in a slicing hiss. Rosalie's frustration made her wobble slightly on her crutches. "He just left without saying anything to me at all." "Oh, and you kissed me." The polite smile on Rosa's face vanished. Until that moment, she had been relieved to be excluded from Bella's list of problems. She had hoped she hadn't messed up too badly. But now, she realized that was just wishful thinking. With her shoulders slumping, Rosalie lifted the soup a little. "Can I come in and put this down, please? It's hot." "You can't feel it." Bella snapped, and Rosalie struggled to keep her sharp tongue in check. "No, you idiot, but you should eat it while it's still hot." "I'm not hungry," Bella retorted, but Rosalie noticed some of the tension between Bella's eyes easing when she called her a name. Rosalie ground her teeth. "Be nice." She wanted to be nice. She wanted to be there for Bella. Calling her an idiot was not the way to do that. Okay, she said, grunting. Without waiting for permission, she pushed past Bella, careful not to knock her over. It was her first time entering the house. She paused briefly, well aware of the kitchen's location from her many hours of babysitting. Her gaze fell on the living room, where the couch had been made up for Bella with a few blankets and some bags of snacks on the table. Her eyebrows furrowed. That wasn't right. Bella should be in a bed where her body could rest and heal. She should be eating healthy, nutritious foods. Where was her father? How could he leave her on the couch with Cheetos and Sour Patch Kids? Rosalie stomped into the kitchen, wondering how she could become a bigger part of Bella's daily life to help her heal. Where was Edward? Shouldn't he be doing this instead of her, the unacknowledged mate? Oh, how she wanted to be the one to care for Bella. Setting the soup on the table, she felt determined to make a difference. Rosalie didn't turn to help Bella as she hobbled in, struggling to support herself on her injured leg. A smile hit Rosalie's nose, and she wrinkled it in disgust. The wolves had been there recently. She wondered if it had been the boy or just the man. Closing her eyes, she barely swallowed her jealousy. I just can't believe he's gone, Bella mumbled, more to herself than to Rosalie. Rosalie felt her teeth grind in aggravation. It annoyed her that she was there for the first time since baseball, and yet Bella was still talking about Edward. Unable to express her frustration about either matter, she found something else to snap about. Why aren't you in a wheelchair so both legs can rest? She asked sharply. Bella shot her a glare. This house isn't wheelchair-friendly, she replied. Rosalie ground her teeth, knowing it was true. Could she convince Bella to come heal at her house? She could have a contractor make the house, the stairs, anything wheelchair-friendly that afternoon. It could be done in 48 hours, relieving Bella's body while providing the care she deserved. She could fix up her bed. There was a medical supply store in Port Angeles that she passed on the way to her bed and breakfast. She could keep Bella's leg elevated and make sure she stayed warm and fed. Rosalie had just signed up for a subscription to Netflix, which would send her DVDs of movies in the mail. She could maximize her subscription and ensure Bella had plenty of movies and warm blankets. She could even get a TV for Bella's bedroom. Her wants and needs could be taken care of, and she would have a doctor nearby. Rosalie was confident she could handle the exams herself. She knew enough about medicine to do that much. Yes, she was going to make this happen. This was the best thing for Bella. She needed to heal surrounded by affection and company, not alone in a house. Rosalie had cooked the soup and could now prepare anything. She was lost in thought when Bella suddenly snapped at her, "You can't just come over here." Rosalie crossed her arms, raising her eyebrows as she turned to face Bella. Bella's pale, bruised face flushed a deeper shade of red. Rosalie wondered if it was from anger or if Bella was struggling to stay upright with her injuries. What? Rosalie drawled, observing Bella's tension. Bella looked like a shaken can of soda, ready to explode. You can't. I don't know. You can't just come over and act like we're friends. Bella shouted, nearly losing her balance. Rosalie reached out, but Bella snarled, pulling back. I got it. Bella exclaimed. Oh, we're not friends now. Rosalie replied, her hand still outstretched, ready to support Bella. You kissed me. Bella shouted at the top of her lungs. I know. Rosalie shouted back, caught up in the moment. And I meant it. I know. A slow, confident grin spread across Rosalie's face. She had made her feelings clear, and there would be no misunderstanding. Bella knew it too. But you can't just come over like this. Bella exclaimed. Like what? Rosalie matched Bella's intensity, her temper flaring in response to Bella's outburst. Eyes wide, Bella stuttered, like pressure. Like you're pressuring me to have feelings for you. Rosalie snorted. You do have feelings for me. The look on Bella's face was priceless to Rosalie. It was a mix of vulnerability and shock that Rosalie had said something so bold. You said my name in your sleep, not Edward's. Mine. You kissed me back, for goodness sake. That means something. Bella shook her head in disbelief. Bella looked confused, not in agreement. Maybe. Maybe? Rosalie opened her mouth to shout again, but Bella swayed, making Rosalie want to reach out. Maybe, she thought. She did have feelings for her. She had to. Please, she wanted her to have feelings for her. Can you at least try the soup, for goodness sake? Rosalie snapped, feeling wounded and scared. I'm not hungry. Oh my, are you a child, Bella? Seriously? Fine. Bella growled. Wobbling unsteadily, she shuffled quickly to the table. The tureen clattered as she slammed it down and lifted the old-fashioned glass ladle. Rosalie watched with nervous pride as Bella took a large slurp, not bothering to be polite about it. For a moment, Rosalie thought the soup might be too hot. Bella's eyes went wide, her face turning the shade of a ripe tomato before she sprayed the soup back out, splattering the table. Oh my God! Rosalie shouted, jumping back at vampire speed to avoid the mess. Bella yowled, covering her mouth as if trying to protect it. Oh my God! Rosalie watched in horror as Bella's face twisted into a grimace. What did you put in that? Bella shouted, hobbling to the sink, where she turned on the water and dumped her mouth under it. Jesus, Rosalie. What the hell is that? Rosalie twitched, frozen in panic as she watched Bella gag over the sink. It's like pure salt. Rosalie blinked and cleared her throat. So, you didn't like it, then? Bella glared, embarrassed. Well, I'm a vampire. Hurt, she glared harshly at Rosalie. I've never cooked. Even when I was human, the house had a cook. Bella's expression was unreadable. Look, she said, her voice soft and heavy. Rosalie didn't like it at all. I was about to lay down, okay? Rosalie stepped forward, unable to stop herself. Can I help you? Let me help you up too. No. Okay. Rosalie snapped, taking a step back. Her frustration grew. Can you just? She took another step, eager to help. I just need to think, okay? Can you just go? Please. Rosalie's mouth dropped open, genuinely shocked. Was she being kicked out? She was getting kicked out of Bella's house. Her heart ached, pain coursing through her at the clear rejection, which quickly turned into anger. Fine. She snapped, glaring harshly. Thank you. Bella shot back, her voice dripping with acid. You're ridiculous. Fine. Bella shouted, her voice rising. Rosalie began to stomp by, seriously considering throwing Bella over her shoulder and forcing her into bed, marooning her upstairs with no way to get down and no choice but to let sleep take over. Or maybe she'd take her home. Instead, she growled, a genuine cat-like sound. Text me if you need anything. I don't have your number. Bella shouted back, her voice strained as she followed Rosalie to the door. Fine. Text Alice. Fine. God. Fuck. Fine. Take your salt soup. Rosalie sneered, offended. That's great language coming from a lady. I'm not a lady. No shit. You're one to talk. Bella shouted, her anger flaring as she turned to watch Rosalie move at vampire speed. Rosalie picked up the tureen and dumped its contents into the sink. God damn it. Rosalie yelled, setting the crockery down. Bella's broken body began to tip, and the chaos continued. Bella slammed the table aggressively, splitting it in two. Damn it. She was in Rosalie's arms before her body hit the floor, her crutches clattering as Bella's unbroken leg gave out. It felt so good to be held by her. Rosalie tightened her grip, holding Bella securely as she cried out in reflexive pain. Rosalie quickly reached out to catch Bella's leg before it could hit the ground, gently resting it on the floor. Looking down at Bella's startled face, Rosalie felt the same warmth, serenity, and desire she had experienced in the ballet studio. Bella's arms flailed as she tried to get upright before fully settling in Rosalie's embrace. "This is what I mean," Bella shouted, struggling to right herself. "Stop standing there, being all beautiful, and expecting things." Rosalie smirked as she looked down at Bella, who glared back. "You ever notice that even when you're insulting me, you call me beautiful?" Her voice came out like silk. "Rose. Fine. I'm leaving." "Fuck." After a brief internal debate about taking Bella home, Rosalie set her upright, crutches in hand, and turned away. "Fuck," she shouted again as she grabbed the door and ripped it open. "Fuck." The door slammed behind her as she headed back to her car. The tires screeched as she pulled away too fast, slipping slightly on the ice. In the passenger seat, she saw the flowers and glared. Rolling down the window, she threw them out with an angry cry. Chapter 22. Rosalie was still angry as she drove up to the garage. She punched the button on the automatic door so hard that the remote crumpled and broke. "Gwa!" she screamed, slamming on the brakes just in time to stop the car from running into Emmett, who was leaning against the far wall. She threw the car into park, turned off the engine, and glared out of the windshield at him. She was not happy to see him there, not at all. She was even less happy to see his usually playful face serious, with his arms crossed and an air of expectancy surrounding him. With another angry cry, she got out and slammed the car door, just managing to hold back her strength at the last second so she didn't crumple the car entirely. The effort only made her yell at the vehicle. Why does everything have to be so fragile? She didn't want to be gentle. She wanted to slam things like any normal person would to vent their fury. Emmett didn't respond as she turned to him, snarling and spitting. She looked at his serious face, and the anger that often shielded her most tender parts faded into its original form, hurt and sadness. Pushing her hair out of her face, she felt her bottom lip tremble. "Alice?" she asked, shame and embarrassment coloring her tone. "Nah," he said, shaking his head as he straightened from his lean. "I just had a feeling." "Now what does that mean?" she snapped at him. There she went again, being a bitch. Damn it. Bella didn't want to see her. It hadn't even been a right now, it had been a not at all. Bella didn't want to see her at all. Rosalie could still smell Bella's misty, wonderful scent on her skin from being in her home for just a few minutes. She could still feel that never-ending desire to connect with Bella, emotionally pulling at her and begging her to do exactly that. Ah, she rubbed at her chest. It hurt. The fact that Rosalie couldn't bond with Bella emotionally. The fact that Bella didn't want her hurt. It all hurt. Rosalie knew Emmett saw this as he watched her face, and she hated it. Turning slightly, she tried to regain control of her emotions. His arms opened, an invitation. Though she would have preferred to pick a fight or yell some more, she allowed herself to slump into his embrace. He wrapped her up so tightly that her feet left the floor. Habitually, she curled her legs up, and Emmett caught them, cradling her to his chest. "Do you think it's possible that she doesn't feel the bond like I do?" Her words were muffled against him, but Emmett seemed to catch them anyway. "I don't know, Rose. I don't get how any of this works. But who couldn't love you?" Despite her mood, that made her chuckle. "Most people, What?" he scoffed. "No way." Her smile faded, not that it had ever fully developed. "No," she sighed. She didn't want to see me, Emmett. Not at all. Taking a deep breath, she wailed, "And she didn't like my soup." "Aw, she didn't?" She gagged. Emmett made a strange choking noise that Rosalie recognized as a hidden laugh. "It's not funny." "No, it's not," he soothed. "I'm sorry. It's not funny." His arms held her a little tighter, and she closed her eyes, resting her head against him and taking the comfort he offered. Rose, do you think there's any chance that you're not, totally seeing what she's going through right now? The anger snapped back into place, giving her whiplash. She bared her teeth and shoved him away, landing on her feet. Of course I see, she yelled. If anyone doesn't see, it's you. And her. Gah. She's supposed to understand that things are about to get better for her. If she would let them. She will never have to worry about love again. I will love her. Rosalie shouted, jabbing herself hard in the center of her chest. She's supposed to feel this. She's supposed to know. She's not supposed to be sitting there crying over Edward. Forget Edward. As she ranted, she paced while Emmett watched her, nodding along. I see perfectly. I see what she's not seeing. I see what you're not seeing. I see it. She gritted her teeth against the pain that flared. Bella didn't see it. How was it possible that Bella didn't see it? How could it hurt so much that Bella didn't understand? She gasped, clutching at her chest, unable to breathe through the pain. Well, Rosie, she can't understand, right? There are whole chunks about this that you haven't told her. Rosalie glared at him, feeling irrationally betrayed by his words. She just doesn't know, Rose. The sound that tore from Rosalie was unfairly harsh. She doesn't need to know to feel. Emmett raised his eyebrows, and she didn't need him to point out that what she had said sounded very much like something Edward might say. Rubbing at her chest, she snarled under her breath. I might have gotten overly excited. You pushed. I pushed, she admitted in defeat. She let him pull her back under his arm. You push sometimes. It's just who you are, Rose. You wanted to see her. That makes sense. But I think you need to give her space. Space. It sounded like the worst thing she could do. But she agreed, and she did it. Her thoughts might have been on Bella constantly over the next few weeks, but she didn't call, and she didn't go by her house. Bella didn't show up at school, but Rosalie hadn't expected her to. Edward didn't return, but she also hadn't expected that. It made Rosalie uncomfortable how quickly and easily life went back to how it had been before. Bella had come into Rosalie's life and turned it upside down. During the day, she went to school. She read books. She watched television with her family, and enjoyed movies alone or with Emmett. At night, she worked on Emmett's car. Before Bella, Rosalie had found happiness in these activities, or at least she thought she had. Now, living this familiar routine felt miserable. She felt empty and alone. Activities she once enjoyed passed by in a haze, and she barely registered what she was doing. She managed the separation well, despite her depression. For about 2 weeks, she respected Emmett's opinion and Bella's wishes. By the 3rd week, her worry turned into a nagging ache in the back of her mind. Alice and Carlisle reassured her that Bella was healing well, assuring her there would be no lasting damage, except perhaps some stiffness when it was damp. Rosalie reminded Carlisle that it was always damp in Forks. By week 3, her desire to see Bella grew stronger than her resolve. Bella had been moved from a cast to a large boot, at least that's what Carlisle had told her, and the bruises had faded. Rosalie took the updates as stoically as she could, swallowing down a desire that felt like a burn. That morning, she wasn't in a bad mood. In fact, she hadn't felt particularly good or bad for weeks. She dressed, relieved that the brief snowfall had given way to the usual rain. Car time tonight? Emmett asked as they got out of the car in the school parking lot. His Camaro had come along nicely over the past month, free from distractions. Under the hood was a systematic mess of gleaming steel and chrome, with impressive logos in red, blue, and yellow everywhere. It was a gearhead's dream. The engine purred as Rosalie turned it over, a sound she could almost enjoy deeply. It was beautiful. The dashboard was finished, if she did say so herself. It had been assembled with a few updated tweaks, but the covering still needed work, as did the seats. The driver's seat wouldn't move forward, and she was sure she would have to replace the original back seat she had found. Sitting in it felt like sitting on exposed coils, and she was still waiting for a custom steering wheel to arrive. The frame itself gleamed a dull gray, with patches of black where it had been filled. "Sure," she said, shrugging as she pulled her backpack over her trendy Xena coat. The two of them started across the parking lot together, side by side but not touching as they usually would have. She was halfway across when the scent hit her. She paused mid-step, closing her eyes as she breathed in deeply. Her body convulsed, making her gasp. "Bella." Without thinking, she turned toward the trail, her self-control momentarily forgotten. Bella was back. Bella was there. "Whoa there, Happy," Emmett chuckled, hooking Rosalie's arm with his own. She looked up at him, confused. "Space." "Oh," she replied, her mood, which had spiked, suddenly fell, making her feel sick. "Right." She frowned, hating it. "Space. And why are you giving her space?" Emmett asked, as he had so often over the past weeks. "Because she asked me to." "Right. Come on. I'll walk you to class." It was hard not to be distracted that day. Her classroom was amazingly and horribly free of Bella's scent, and sitting there felt like an overwhelming attack. For the first time in years, when she was called on for a solution, Rosalie didn't have it. Of course, she would have known it if she had heard it, but for once, her vampire brain, so capable of multitasking, was too focused on other things to remember she was in school. The teacher, Mr. Jeffries, seemed genuinely shocked. "Rosalie, are you feeling all right?" she sniffed. Rosalie nodded once. If nerves had the power to shake her, she would have trembled as she stepped into the cafeteria. She didn't allow herself to look around, knowing Bella had not yet entered the room. She gathered her food without paying attention, paid, and headed to her seat. As she sat there, she fiddled with her food and tried hard to distract herself with her book, but it was impossible. She couldn't concentrate. The voices of the students around her were too loud. There were too many scents and too many things pulling at her attention. She couldn't think. Finally, long after Bella would usually have arrived, the door opened with difficulty, and Bella hobbled in. The book in Rosalie's hands fell back onto the table as she looked up, feeling a mix of emotions. Bella looked better, just as Carlyle and Alice had said. The swelling in various parts of her body had disappeared, and the bruising was gone. She appeared more confident on her crutches, with her unbroken leg looking much more stable. The brace seemed capable of supporting some weight without causing her pain, which had to help. However, the door was giving Bella trouble. It was heavy and closed quickly behind her. Bella managed to get her broken leg in first, followed by her upper body and then her other leg, her cheeks flushed red when she finally made it through. She straightened on her crutches, and her eyes drifted toward the place where the Cullens always sat. A tight grip on Rosalie's arm made her look away, feeling offended. Who was grabbing her? She frowned in surprise, realizing she had stood up until Emmett pulled her gently back down. "Oh," she said, feeling a mix of understanding and heartache. A little embarrassed, it took Rosalie a moment to look up again. When she did, she saw Bella's eyes still on her, a strange expression on her face. Rosalie held Bella's gaze from across the room. The room for a long moment before Bella finally looked away and shuffled toward the lunch line. Rosalie sniffed and picked up her book again. "I'm fine," she squeaked when Emmett put a hand on her arm. She had thought denying their bond was the most painful thing she could do, but she was wrong. Bella refusing to be near her, was so much worse. That hurt in her heart, her stomach, and her mind. Across the room, Bella picked up a thick yellow plastic tray and tried to figure out how to carry it while walking with her crutches. She attempted to hobble but wobbled dangerously instead. Rosalie twitched, caught by Emmett before she could rise. She glanced back at him, desperate to help. What if she falls? She won't. Look. There goes Mike. Who? Rosalie turned back to see an eager-looking boy leap up from a nearby table and approach Bella. "Hey, Bella," he said, his voice clear over the noise of the crowd, perhaps because Rosalie was listening too intently. "Can I help you?" Bella's already warm face blushed deeper. Thanks, Mike." Rosalie didn't like it. She didn't like it at all. She watched Mike move down the food line, picking out what Bella asked him to with a low growl in her throat. She didn't like him. It wasn't jealousy or possessiveness. She didn't know what it was, but she didn't like him. He looked foolish, and his hair was ridiculous. The way he smiled at Bella made her uncomfortable. She didn't like him at all. The next day, Rosalie still tried to stand when Bella entered the cafeteria, even though this time she was accompanied by Mike and another girl who often chattered to her about how silly the school was and boys in one of her classes. Rosalie was sure this girl thought they had a friendship, but she had always spent those conversations giving the minimal amount of response. Rosalie imagined all the ways the girl could disappear while she let out soft hums and affirmations. The next day, she didn't get up when Bella walked in, surrounded by people. That was how it had become. She only saw Bella at lunch. In her classroom, the scent of Bella filled the air, growing stronger and more overwhelming with their separation. Rosalie didn't approach her, and Bella seemed to notice her presence less and less. This filled Rosalie with hatred. She felt moody and jittery. Her work on Emmett's car had come to a halt again as she succumbed to long bouts of staring out the window. Everyone in her family, even Emmett, had started to give her space. Her mood was so vicious that it felt like they were afraid she might lash out at them. She couldn't endure this. She couldn't survive this way. Watching the blonde boy carry Bella's tray every day, staring at her as if she were the greatest thing, was unbearable. Bella was great, but it wasn't his place to treat her that way. Rosalie couldn't sit and witness Bella's indifference toward him slowly shift, as it inevitably would. She couldn't bear to see Bella begin to notice her charming blonde knight in shining armor. There should only be room for one blonde in Bella's life. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. She was Rosalie Hale. This didn't happen to her. She didn't pine for anyone. People pined for her. That was how it worked. She was physically perfect, highly intelligent, and she would not sit there feeling unwanted by this foolish human girl. This is foolish, Rosalie. It took a lot to make Carlyle raise his voice. He had lived through things that taught him patience and the art of remaining calm. But he was yelling then. It's a highly dramatic response to a situation that could change like the wind. Understand what you're thinking. Rosalie screamed, sounding like a wild puma. She was furious. She felt ambushed, and it was so unfair. It had nothing to do with any of them. If Edward could sulk in Alaska, then why couldn't she sulk in Seattle? It was a small request, yet she hadn't even asked. "She doesn't want me," she ground out. "What's so hard to understand about that? You all are so obsessed with your mates and being mated." She said this sarcastically. "Imagine if it were you." She pointed at Esme. "Or you." She pointed at Alice. "Huh." She turned back to face Carlyle, the other side of the small circle that had formed around her when she stepped out of her car. What if Esme hadn't wanted you? What if she had never jumped and was still human? What then? What if Carlyle hadn't wanted you, Esme? Carlyle's teeth ground together in an uncharacteristic display of temper. Beside him, Esme flinched. "Yeah." Rosalie continued. "You have so many opinions and yet no real answers. You can't even hear me talk about the possibility." Her eyes wild, she turned on Alice. "What if Jasper had told you to leave in that diner? What if he thought you were a total creep and had no interest in coming back here with you?" "Hey now!" Jasper exclaimed. Both he and Alice raised their hands in surrender. "Leave us out of this. We see things differently than they do." He nodded toward Carlyle, Esme, and Emmett on the other side of the circle. "Thanks, guys." "Thank you so much," Esme replied dryly. "Why should I stay?" Rosalie asked her. She doesn't want me. I've been rejected. This was insane. She hadn't even been able to enter the house yet. She had just returned home from her trip. Seattle. She hadn't told anyone she was coming back at that time. Yet, when she pressed the newly replaced button for the automatic garage, they were all there, a line of indignant vampires. Yes, she had spent the last 2 days in Seattle looking at houses with a high-end realtor, and yes, she had set up an appointment for the following weekend in Portland. That had apparently been enough. While she had been off doing her secret work, Alice, the little traitor, had seen a vision of her living alone in Seattle, and this had all begun. She had just been shopping. She wasn't even sure she was going yet. She just wanted the options. "Oh, Rose, of course she wants you," Esme cooed in a tone that Rosalie was just beginning to feel comfortable with. "She's just struggling. She thought she had found a forever love with Edward. Okay, saying that is not going to help this. So she's adjusting her views. When she's ready, of course she'll want you." Emmett had been silent, his face pinched as if biting into a lemon. However, he had finally had enough and exploded. "You can't just take off because Bella doesn't want you." "I can, actually, Emmett. I am my own person." "Is that news to you?" "That's not fair." It wasn't. She knew it wasn't and told herself she would apologize later. In truth, she wasn't sure if she wanted to go anywhere at all. She wasn't sure of anything anymore. She had no idea what she wanted to do with her life as it was now. She couldn't go back to how it was before. She and Emmett, she didn't know. There had been kisses, and there had been cuddling, but there had been no sex, a first for them. Could she get that back? Would Emmett want her to? Was it right to try when he knew, just as she did, that there was someone else she had wanted? She couldn't go to Alaska, which was the only place where she knew people. Edward had ruined everything. She couldn't go there to spend time with him. But she couldn't stay in the current situation either. She had considered medical school without much direction. If she finished, she could start her residency, get a night job at an emergency room in a big city, train herself to ignore the scent of blood, and focus on her career. Maybe she could even become a surgeon. Carlisle would be proud of her, and she would be proud of herself. She could date and have a life. Or perhaps she would become the best mechanic in Seattle, working only at night. She wasn't sure. However, she had found a nice house in Seattle. It was spacious, with lots of windows and natural light. It was secluded, but not as isolated as their current home. It could be a good place to live. Then there was Bella. The thought sent a wave of sickness through her. During the drive back, she had considered that maybe the best thing to do would be to head to Alaska. She could let Edward know it was okay now, that Bella didn't want her, and that he could come back. He would take care of Bella, and that was all she really wanted in the end. "Rose, her future hasn't changed," Alice said. "What does that mean, Alice?" Rose glared at them, not in the mood for vague comments. Alice exchanged a look with Jasper, and they communicated without words. Their bond only fueled Rose's anger. She pinched the bridge of her nose and asked again, "What do you mean?" Finally, Alice looked back at her and shrugged. "Bella's future changed the day you accepted the bond. That was when I came into your room to talk while you were showering." Rose's fist clenched. And? If Alice didn't get to the point soon, Rose might lose her patience. "It hasn't changed since then," Alice continued. This was frustrating. Alice could just tell her what she meant. "Meaning?" Rose pressed. "Future still shows her with us." She looked between Alice and Jasper, then to Esme and Carlisle, and finally to Emmett. "With me?" she asked, feeling a mix of comfort and confusion from Alice's words. Alice simply smiled. "See?" Esme exclaimed, her joy evident as she reached over to kiss Alice's cheek. "You can't possibly leave now." Rose stared back, wanting to rage at them. What Alice had said meant nothing. There was no real reassurance there, just empty words. Oh. Alice's eyes glazed over as she looked into the distance. Then she turned to Rose with a bright smile. Don't worry, Rose. She's coming to see you any minute now. Rose scoffed. Great. I'll hold my breath then, shall I? Alice rolled her eyes and took Jasper's hand. Frustrated and desperate for an escape, Rose pushed past her family and into the house, but they followed her. We've all separated before, Rose, and things are always better for us when we're together, Carlyle said from behind her with a sigh. Esme added, we can't tell her what she can't do. She's a grown woman. Yes. Yes, I can. Rose cried, turning on Esme in anger. You put me as the matriarch of this family, and as the matriarch, I'm saying we need to stay together. I'm not allowing this to rip my family apart. Babe, I know it's hard, but you're not going anywhere without me, Emmett said. Then come, Rose replied, narrowing her eyes. Emmett tilted his head slightly, trying to understand what she meant. If I'm not going anywhere without you, then come. God, she wished it were that simple. Now that they knew who her mate was, there was no chance of this happening again. She loved him. But the little voice in the back of her mind whispered that it could happen to Emmett. She wouldn't leave, but he might. Whatever happens with Bella, we can face it together as a family, Carlyle promised, his voice almost making it sound reasonable. Rose groaned and let her head fall back. She knew he was just being his usual kind self, but she wanted to punch him for that kind of ridiculous thinking. This wasn't a family matter. They didn't understand. It was about her. I need a shower, she said with frustration. She pushed past them, and this time they allowed the circle to break. It wasn't entirely true, but out of fear that she would have to endure another conversation with Emmett, she turned on the water and stepped in as soon as it was hot. It was the only place where she could go and be alone. Chapter 23. The shower, usually a perfect place of escape, didn't soothe her this time. She didn't feel the usual release as the very hot water beat into her iron muscles. Her mind was too full. Would she really not be allowed to go if she wanted to? Did she want to go? It felt like the water lasted only moments before it began to run cool from the shower head and then cold, losing all sensation on her skin. It had been unsatisfying, and she was still angry. Her mood remained sour and indignant when she turned off the useless water and stepped out. What was the point of vampires having a shower they could use if it didn't stay hot long enough to do the job? She needed to calm herself before facing her family again. Irina, the frivolous idiot, had told her more than once that Rosalie should try meditating. She had insisted it would help deeply with her anger issues. Anger issues. That term irritated her. She took a deep breath, trying to find some calm. But it took less than a moment before her breath cut off, her head whipping around toward the door. Naked, she tiptoed to it, her mind on high alert, and breathed in deeply. She could smell her scent and hear her heartbeat through the door. She hissed, baring her teeth. Alice could have told her that she meant literally any minute, not just some abstract future. Bella was in her bedroom. In her bedroom. It was so sudden, so unexpected. She closed her eyes, leaning against the wall, trying to steady her breath. She thought that Bella didn't want to see her. For the first time in a while, she didn't feel calmed by Bella's presence. It had been almost 2 months since they had spoken, 2 months of being ignored and unwanted. And now, Bella had just walked in there as if she was completely welcome in Rosalie's room. A wave of bitterness hit her, 1,000 sarcastic and rude comments flooding her mind. Her stomach dropped. Her hands were clenched tightly around the towel, trembling slightly. She looked down in surprise and slowly realized what she was feeling. She was afraid. God damn it, she was afraid. What had happened to her? Squaring her shoulders, she wrapped the fluffy towel around herself, trying to envelop herself in confidence. She didn't feel confident at all, but the slight smirk on her lips was meant to convey something else to Bella. Opening the door, she stretched like a cat, the towel barely covering her and revealing more of her leg and cleavage than she thought Bella had ever seen. Embracing her looks, her body, her nakedness made her feel a little better. She leaned against the door frame, arms crossed loosely, watching her small mate for any reaction. Bella's face quickly shifted from pale to pink, then to red, and finally to a deep crimson. It was the strangest look, one that even Rosalie couldn't decipher. Blinking rapidly, Bella cleared her throat once, then twice, her hand moving to rub her throat. Her eyes darted to Rosalie, then away, before finally hovering just above Rosalie's left knee. Rosalie observed her, feeling her bravado start to fade. That confidence she usually felt in her mostly naked state began to dissolve into a raw vulnerability. The night on the cliff had been different. She had felt Bella watching her and had wanted something she hadn't wanted before. She wanted her looks to draw Bella in, not repel her. She wanted to understand Bella's feelings. Now, her emotions were more confusing than ever. She wilted slightly as Bella's expression remained unreadable. Was that blush simply because she was in a towel? Did Bella desire her at all? What was she thinking? Rosalie wanted her appearance to attract Bella, to make her, desiring Bella as much as she wanted Bella to see her as more. Instead, Bella looked like she was dealing with a bad case of indigestion. Flustered, she glanced at the clock and was surprised to see it was around 3 in the morning. "Don't you sleep?" The words escaped her sharply, making her grind her teeth in agitation at herself. Bella flinched, her unfocused eyes fluttering. She looked up from wherever she had been staring, confusion clouding her expression. "What?" Rosalie shook her head with a small chuckle, feeling pleased. "Nothing." She took in Bella's appearance, noting that she wore pajama pants and a small long-sleeved shirt that looked soft to the touch. Clenching her hands into fists, she held her towel tighter, resisting the urge to reach out and confirm her thoughts. Had Alice carried her again? Her leg seemed difficult to manage. "Are you okay, Bella?" Bella nodded slightly, her eyes shifting from the comforter she was sitting on back to Rosalie. Her face flushed again, then she looked away. "Okay," she said softly. Unsure if she was satisfied with the response, Rosalie moved to her dresser behind Bella. In a rush, hoping Bella wouldn't notice, she grabbed a cashmere sweater and leggings before returning to her previous spot, leaning in the doorframe across from Bella. "You look soft," Bella mumbled. Rosalie crossed her arms, sensing a double meaning that she wasn't sure existed. "I can be." Bella's breath caught, hitching as if she might speak or cry. Rosalie waited, but nothing came out, so she decided to break the ice herself. She had planned to ask Bella why she was there or if it meant she was no longer angry with her. Instead, what came out was exactly what she had wanted to say for weeks but had thought she wouldn't dare. "I'm sorry I kissed you, Bella." Her voice was soft in the quiet room. Confession, heavy with honesty. Bella looked up, genuinely startled, meeting Rosalie's gaze for the first time. Rosalie raised a hand, tilting her head slightly. "What is it?" She waited until the last footsteps faded into the woods, leaving the house unexpectedly quiet. "They're gone," she said. "Who?" "Everyone." "Oh." Bella frowned, nervously picking at a spot on her brace. Rosalie stepped closer, relieved when Bella didn't flinch and settled on the bed beside her. She longed to reach out and touch the back of Bella's hand, but it took all her willpower to hold back. "And I'm sorry for coming over after Edward left." She lowered her head, trying to catch Bella's gaze. "I wasn't thinking." She huffed, feeling the weight of her words. "I wasn't thinking about how he probably made you feel by leaving. I just wanted to see you." There was a hint of shame in her voice, yet Bella remained silent. Rosalie looked back at Bella's face, surprised to find that the pain she expected to see was absent. There was a shadow of it, but it wasn't the same as before. Giving in a little, she slowly reached out and touched Bella's arm. "Bella?" Her fingertips barely brushed Bella's skin before Bella shot up, causing Rosalie to recoil, her hands falling into her lap. Damn it, she thought. She had pushed too far again. Bella glanced around, looking like she wanted to pace. She took a shaky step and then another before giving up, leaning heavily on her crutches. "So you have feelings for me?" It was more of an announcement than a question, leaving Rosalie uncertain about how to respond. She sighed, realizing that if there was ever a time to deny it, that time had passed. Was right now? Was that what Bella wanted? Was she looking for an out? If so, Rosalie knew she couldn't give it to her. "I do," Rosalie said. "For me?" Bella asked, scrunching her nose adorably. Was I in some way unclear? Bella grunted. "No. You weren't unclear. Then why ask?" Bella glared at her. A smile tried to break free on Rosalie's face, but she swallowed thickly to hold it back. "Bella, would you sit down?" Bella ignored the question. She pulled at her bottom lip as she thought. Rosalie sat quietly, watching her. She felt like she was staring at a sky about to release a flood of rain or a cloud cover that was about to dissipate, leaving her with no secure way to escape the sun. "I lied," Bella finally said. Rosalie's mouth turned down at the corners as she tried to follow the conversation, which she had clearly lost track of. "What?" "I lied," Bella exclaimed, sounding a little frantic. She began to pace back and forth in front of the foot of the bed, making Rosalie wince at the noise. "I could feel you. In the hospital. Before. I could feel you. Anne." Bella glanced at Rosalie out of the corner of her eye, then looked away again. "And I could feel when you left." Rosalie didn't move, her eyes unfocused as she processed that. It wasn't a small thing, she knew that much. What Bella was telling her was significant. The realization washed over her slowly, not because it was complicated, but because she couldn't believe it. Elation, pure and simple, rose within her. She clenched her hands tightly to resist the urge to reach out for Bella. Bella could feel her. She had known when Rosalie was no longer in the room. This was it. This was the sign she had been waiting for about whether Bella could sense any part of their bond. Maybe Bella's human body and mind reacted differently. Maybe she didn't fully understand what it meant. Maybe it didn't work fully if the human was in love or thought she was in love with someone else. Regardless of that, it was there. Rose was somewhere inside Bella, just as Bella was inside her. "You said that it had to mean something that I said your name and not Edward's," Bella continued to babble. "I did. I think it did." Rose gawked. "I, could feel when you were in the room. It's like, I don't know, something in my chest, maybe? Like a weight that was missing. And you don't." Bella flicked her a side glance, nervous and scared. She paused her pacing, glaring up at the ceiling as if steeling herself. "No. I can't. I don't feel that with Edward. Not in the same way." She looked at Rose and then away, making Rosalie want to hold her face in place so she could see into her eyes. "Or Alice, or Jasper, or Emmett, or anyone else but you." "Only me?" Rosalie couldn't quite find it in herself to feel embarrassed that her voice came out as a small, happy squeak. Bella just hummed in response, and the two fell into silence. Rosalie tumbled over that moment, allowing herself to feel the release of worry that had accompanied that confession. She didn't know what it meant for them. It didn't solve much, but it was a step in the right direction. "Rose?" "Yes?" She looked up, having completely lost herself in her thoughts. "I'm sorry, what? Will you?" Bella was turning red again. Rosalie could feel the heat of this new embarrassment like a space heater. "What is it?" she asked, curious about what was making Bella blush so deeply. Ugh. Bella's eyes rolled, specifically not looking at her. Finally, she asked her question to the floor. "Would you kiss me again?" Of all the things Rosalie had thought could come out of Bella's mouth, none of them would have been that. Her mouth fell open, her head spinning as if she had just. Rosalie felt as if she had been hit with a ton of bricks. Kiss her? Kiss her. Ooh, she wanted nothing more than to be allowed to kiss Bella again. She wanted to kiss her soundly, long, deeply, and slowly. More than once, Rosalie had regretted their only shared kiss. She wished it had been different, less selfish, more passionate. The thought of it ignited a fire inside her. But Bella didn't look like she wanted to be kissed. Rosalie noticed that Bella stood stiffly with her crutches, her jaw clenched and her hands in tight fists around the handles. She wasn't looking at Rosalie. Instead, her gaze was directed just above her. In fact, Bella looked as if she was about to walk into an appointment for a root canal. She resembled someone facing a firing squad. "What?" Bella asked in a brutal tone. Panic filled her beautiful eyes. They flicked down to Rosalie and then, as if that were too much, they closed. I don't know." Bella cried. "I'm so confused. I don't know what I feel, I don't know." "Romantic," Rosalie said, feeling some of the magic of Bella's request fade. "You sure know how to seduce a lady, don't you, Bella?" Bella's face fell into horror. "I'm sorry, She trailed off, not explaining at all. Rosalie kept her eyes on Bella's, waiting for them to meet her gaze. Bella's hands were gripping her crutch handle so tightly that her knuckles were white. Rosalie reached forward, brushing her fingertips against Bella's hands. She closed her fingers around Bella's gently, careful not to hurt her, and stroked her thumb slowly across the knuckles. It felt like warm velvet under her skin. So soft, Rosalie sighed. Bella's fingers twitched and released, her eyes dropping to meet Rosalie's. She looked startled, but also something else entirely. There was no way Rosalie wasn't going to act on this moment. Rosalie felt a twinge of offense at the lack of emotion behind Bella's request. She wanted to sense that Bella desired her, that Bella needed her kiss. Rosalie craved a desire that was hot, wild, and uncontrollable. The way Bella had asked left much to be desired. Still, there was no way she could resist the chance for one more kiss. Slowly, giving Bella plenty of time to pull away, Rosalie drew Bella's hand toward herself and pressed a kiss to her knuckles, watching Bella's face for a reaction. She was rewarded when Bella's mouth dropped open, her pupils widening in startled surprise. Rosalie's heart raced, even though they were standing still. It felt like a secret confession, and it made Rosalie smile, filling her with confidence. Holding Bella's gaze, Rosalie smiled against her skin. Had she decided to seduce Isabella Swan? She hadn't thought so, yet she could feel her charm spilling out, trying to enchant Bella through their connected gazes. She allowed her sensuality to flow freely, not hiding her desire as she turned Bella's hand over and ran her nose along her wrist. With her eyes closed, she savored the scent of Bella's skin and felt the weight of their bond lift, the scent of Bella's blood, the way Bella's muscles flexed in response. This was different. Rosalie had been the first to seduce Emmett in their relationship, her body already somewhat comfortable with her transition. But that had been the only time she had seduced someone new, and even then, the dynamic had been different. As her lips brushed against Bella's palm, she thought that maybe she enjoyed being the aggressor. Bella hadn't moved, her expression still one of shock. There were small patches of pink in her cheeks, and her breath came out slightly ragged from her open mouth. Her heartbeat was steady, yet quick and strong. Rosalie's smile widened against Bella's skin. Bella might not know what she wanted, but her body seemed very aware, and that was all that mattered to Rosalie. Rosalie had initially thought that, given the way Bella had made her request, she would simply kiss Bella's hand and leave it at that. However, with Bella's skin so close and her heart racing, she couldn't stop there. She gently tugged on the arm she was holding, leaning in to ensure Bella wouldn't lose her balance as she bent closer. As she held Bella's hand tightly in her lap, Rosalie was pleased to see no alarm on Bella's face as it turned toward her. She paused for a moment, taking in Bella's parted lips and the way her eyes widened with curiosity as she studied Rosalie up close. Carefully, Rosalie closed the distance between them, letting her lips brush against Bella's. It was more a touch of skin on skin than a kiss. Bella shivered at the contact. Rosalie realized she had captivated Bella. The sensation where their lips had just met left Bella's lips tingling with pleasure. With a smile, Rosalie licked her lips, enjoying the way Bella's heavy-lidded eyes followed her movement. Leaning in slightly closer, Rosalie noticed Bella's eyes slowly close, waiting and surrendering to a kiss that had yet to happen. Yes, she thought, this was very good. Not wanting to make Bella wait any longer, Rosalie kissed her lightly once. When that didn't feel like enough, she kissed her again, this time more firmly. Then she kissed her a third time, feeling electric jolts of pleasure each time their lips connected. She pulled back just enough to see Bella's face, but not enough that their lips were more than a moment apart. Bella's expression was soft, her eyes still closed. Her lips parted as she sighed, her breath warm against Rosalie's lips. Rosalie's hands in her lap tightened around Bella's, her whole body responding with intensity. It was a feeling that felt. This desire was new and overwhelming. She had always enjoyed her intimacy with Emmett, but this craving was deeper. A soft moan escaped her as Bella leaned in slightly, resting her forehead against Rosalie's. Rosalie released Bella's hand, which didn't leave her lap. Instead, it settled on Rosalie's thigh, holding Bella in place. Rosalie's hands gripped the bedsheet tightly on either side of her, the fabric tearing under her fingers as she fought to contain herself. Her lips were caught between her teeth, and her body throbbed with the promise of more kisses. She didn't want to bite Bella, but she could taste Bella's scent on her breath, stirring a primal urge within her. She longed to explore Bella with her tongue, her hands, her mouth. She wanted to touch, taste, and truly know her. Bella swayed slightly, her nose brushing against Rosalie's cheek, settling there. A shiver ran through Bella's body, and her free hand shot out, dropping the crutches to the floor. The other hand clutched Rosalie's shoulder tightly. Bella swayed again, and Rosalie realized that without her crutches, Bella would soon fall on top of her. Rosalie surrendered to the moment. She had never been good at suppressing her desires, and she wanted more of Bella. Using Bella's weight, Rosalie wrapped her arms around her, twisting gently to lay her on the bed beside her, right over the torn comforter. Rosalie was kissing Bella again before she had fully settled, their lips meeting in a warm, soft kiss that quickly gained speed and intensity. Rosalie found herself annoyed by the need to be gentle, worried that she might kiss too hard. A soft sound escaped Bella, a release of breath accompanied by the slightest noise, and Rosalie felt the gentle brush of Bella's tongue. Unlike Bella, she wasn't shy about her feelings. Rosalie felt Bella's tongue tentatively brush against her lip. She couldn't hold back, letting out a moan filled with longing. Her hands cupped Bella's delicate face as her mouth opened, and her toes curled in excitement. She was drawn to Bella, wanting to touch her completely. Bella's shy tongue flicked against her own, leaving Rosalie craving more. She kissed Bella deeply, wondering if it was too much for her. Rosalie leaned closer, feeling Bella's hands scramble on her shoulders. Bella's fingers scratched her skin, pulling up her shirt slightly as she clutched it, using it to bring Rosalie even closer. Taking that as a sign, Rosalie kissed her more intensely, her tongue sweeping into Bella's mouth, which met her passion. If she thought about it, Bella was kind of attacking her. Bella's good leg came up, pressing into the bed and twisting her toward Rosalie. Rosalie welcomed it, pressing herself against Bella. A hitching breath escaped Bella as their bodies connected, the sound stronger and clearer this time. Rosalie caught that sound, savoring it, and released a soft moan in response. Bella's heartbeat was rapid, fluttering, and oddly alluring. Rosalie moved her lips down Bella's jaw to her ear, biting gently. Bella's breath caught, quickening. "Fuck," Bella gasped, her neck arching to give Rosalie better access as one of Bella's hands moved from her shoulder to the back of her neck, fingers tangling in her hair. Oh, fuck," Bella gasped, her hips rocking against Rosalie's. Rosalie kissed down the line of Bella's throat and back up to her lips. This moment was everything. Arousal tightened around them. Rosalie felt a ball of energy in her belly, sending constant waves of excitement down to her center as her tongue met Bella's. This was unlike anything she had ever felt before. She moaned against Bella's lips, hungry for more. Bella matched that intensity. Breathless and eager, she slipped down Rosalie's throat and gently bit the skin there. Rosalie moaned again, curling around her. Her reaction seemed to encourage Bella. Bella's tongue moved against her skin, trailing open-mouthed kisses up and down, making Rosalie pant. She had asked Bella to kiss her, but this was so much more than a kiss. Then Bella's hands began to move. They slid down Rosalie's shoulders like a soft caress, adding to the sensation that her skin was on fire. Bella gently bit under the junction of Rosalie's jaw, her hands gliding down her ribs. Bella's lips returned to Rosalie's, her tongue aggressively swiping against Rosalie's as her hands cupped Rosalie's breast. Rosalie should have felt embarrassed by the sound that escaped her, by the strong response from her body, the heat flooding her panties, and the cry that had been torn from her. There was a sudden need, a desire to bite down on Bella's neck, to mark her. With a sudden cry, Bella's hands pulled away as if burned, her whole body retreating. Their lips disconnected with a strangled growl from Rosalie, and she gasped, breathless even though she didn't need to breathe. "What's wrong?" she asked, worried as she looked at Bella's stricken face. Bella looked guilty and a little afraid. "What's wrong?" Rosalie asked again, her panic rising. Had she hurt Bella? She had felt that desire bubble up, but she hadn't acted on it. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to," Bella babbled, her voice shaky and weak, overtaken by breathlessness. "To do what?" "To touch you like that." "Right." Rosalie pulled back a little. Gently let Bella's body rest on the bed once more. Edward had not allowed Bella to touch him. Rosalie pulled away slightly, feeling unsettled at the thought that the last lips to touch her mate had been her brother's. She realized immediately that setting Bella down had been a mistake. Bella's face turned pale, her eyes wide with insecurity. "I'm sorry," Bella exclaimed, looking mortified as if she had done something terribly wrong. Rosalie couldn't let that happen. In a swift motion, so quick that Bella didn't even follow it with her gaze, Rosalie draped herself over Bella, pressing her stomach against Bella's and positioning her thigh between Bella's legs. Bella's eyes widened, and she inhaled sharply as Rosalie gently pressed against her with her thigh, trying to make a point. A strangled gasp escaped Bella's lips, and her hands gripped Rosalie's arms in surprise at the sensation. Rosalie paused, recalling that, as far as she knew, no one had ever touched Bella like this before. She waited, allowing Bella to adjust to the feeling of her thigh against her. Rosalie watched with fascination, curious about Bella's reaction. She was not like Edward, she didn't believe that intimacy was shameful or wrong. It could be dangerous, yes, but if Bella wanted to explore that part of their connection, Rosalie would not oppose it. She knew she would have to be careful and do some research, not only on how to ensure safety but also on technique, as she had never touched a woman's body this way before. The thought of giving Bella that experience, should she want it, was both exciting and shocking. Rosalie marveled at how much her life had changed over the past months. "Did I say you did anything wrong?" Rosalie finally asked as Bella's eyes opened again. The question seemed to confuse Bella, prompting Rosalie to clarify. She leaned down and ran her nose along Bella's jaw, enjoying the reaction she received. "I promise I'll tell you if something is too much for me," Rosalie said. She leaned back, wanting to see Bella's face. "Okay?" Bella nodded, her lip caught between her teeth. "What is it?" Rosalie could see the question in Bella's eyes. "Why is it that you can do that?" "Do what?" Rosalie asked, wanting Bella to say it. Bella rolled her eyes, fully aware of what Rosalie was pushing for. "Why is it that you can kiss me like that but Edward couldn't?" Before Rosalie could answer, Bella continued, her voice quickening. "And when I pushed at all, he had to leave or else attack me. He made it sound like all of you were barely in control and that I was always in danger." Rosalie opened her mouth, ready to share her true thoughts on the matter. The urge to express her frustration with Edward's behavior bubbled inside her. She wanted to say something like, "Well, Eddie is a drama queen who can hear our minds and yet doesn't know us at all." But at the last moment, she held back, not wanting Bella to think they were on that knife's edge Edward had mentioned. Maybe this was a moment for sensitivity. The truth was, Rosalie didn't know how to respond without being too honest. She thought about saying it was either because they were mates and she could never be a threat to Bella, or that Edward didn't love Bella but thirsted for her and was preoccupied with not being able to hear her mind. Both options carried too much truth. Carefully, Rosalie shifted, moving her thigh away. I don't have that problem like he does. I don't want your blood. The look on Bella's face was comical, genuinely offended. I don't smell good to you? Rosalie couldn't help it, she threw her head back and laughed. It was a first for her. She had never laughed with Bella like this before. She felt relaxed, loose, and comfortable sitting beside her. There were no more secrets between them. Well, that wasn't entirely true. The secret Rosalie had been hiding, her attraction to Bella, was now out in the open. She could breathe. The smile that grew on Bella's face as she watched Rosalie laugh was slow and shocked, but maybe also happy. Please don't evaluate your worth to me based on your smell, Rosalie said. I swear, I know your blood would taste amazing, and I do enjoy the scent of it, but it's just not what I want. I want it inside your body, keeping you alive. Bella's amazement didn't fade. Her eyes flicked over Rosalie's face in startled wonder. So you do care about me then, huh? Rosalie's laughter faded, replaced by a shining vulnerability. She drew circles on Bella's chest with her finger. I do. Bella just stared at her for a long while, the gears in her mind turning. When she finally spoke, it wasn't what Rosalie had expected. It has to mean something that Edward didn't feel that way too, right? That he was so afraid he'd hurt me? These questions. Rosalie sighed, watching as Bella's eyes fluttered closed. She decided that perhaps not answering would be best. Was the kissing okay? Cheeks turning red again, Bella nodded, a large yawn interrupting her response. Rosalie chuckled, looking down at her with pleasure. Carefully, she lowered her head so her cheek could rest against Bella's. The warmth was amazing. Rosalie purred, letting her head fall to Bella's chest, her eyes closing, her nose and forehead pressed against Bella's sternum. She took a deep breath and relaxed. This is my mate, she thought, feeling total acceptance. It was as though mental shackles fell away, lightening and freeing her. The pressure from the bond that urged her to be closer, to remove the emotional and physical distance between them, suddenly lightened and then disappeared. She wanted. Rosalie couldn't help but groan, it felt wonderful. Above her, Bella yawned again. You need some sleep, Rosalie said. I've been struggling with that, Bella sighed. Rosalie scoffed. Yeah, I can tell. That made Bella laugh. God, you're still Rosalie, aren't you? Hey! Rosalie cried, chuckling too. It was true, Bella was never going to have a completely easy time with her. In fact, she wasn't sure she would want that. Together, with Rosalie's help, they got Bella to her feet and started down the stairs. Should I drive you? Rosalie asked as they stepped out the front door. She glanced nervously at Bella, uneasy about how heavy Bella's body seemed. No, I got it. The boot, Bella replied awkwardly. After breaking the bubble of their first kisses, a new layer of anxious discomfort settled between them. It felt both expectant and exciting, yet stiff and awkward. Are you sure? Rosalie asked, her hand instinctively running up Bella's arm. The touch sent a burst of pleasure through her. Space. The word hissed through her mind, Emmett's warning clear. She let her hand fall but stepped a little closer. Yeah, Bella said, her grin crooked as she nodded. Space. Give her space. Emmett's voice whispered through her mind. She glanced around and spotted him in the shadows just to the left of the house. Give her space, he whispered, cupping his hand, so low that Bella wouldn't hear. Rosalie rolled her eyes a little and opened the truck door for Bella, not realizing how close she was getting again. Bella flushed, trapped between Rosalie's extended arm and the truck door, but Rosalie didn't step back. Instead, a wide smile spread across her face as she looked down at Bella. She wasn't sure if things had changed between them, so she allowed herself to stay close, watching Bella's flushed face. Oh my God, look at her, Rosalie thought. Come on, kiss her. Emmett urged again. Rosalie waved him off behind her back. Kiss her. She flicked him off, her hand hidden from view. It felt like being a teenager, teased by friends. Looking into Bella's face, she could see the awkwardness of a first date. For just a moment, old resentment bubbled up inside her. She had been given no choice in loving this fragile, human girl, and she didn't want to. No, it was more accurate to say she didn't want to. A wave of fury crashed over her, nearly overwhelming her. How dare she think that way? It wasn't true, and she knew it. Bella was anything but weak or stupid. Yes, maybe she was fragile, but she was tougher than Rosalie had expected. Bella cleared her throat, snapping Rosalie out of her thoughts. It was almost laughable. Whether she had wanted to feel this way about Bella before didn't matter. The truth was she did now, and she didn't regret it. All right then. Drive safely. Instead of the kiss she craved, she nodded, squeezed Bella's arm, and forced herself to step back. Bella beamed at her as she expertly climbed into the driver's seat. Rosalie definitely did not watch her as she bent over to get in. She stood there, her heart feeling light, arms crossed, as Bella started the car. With a shy wave, Bella began to drive away down the driveway. Coward, Emmett whispered as Bella's taillights disappeared into the trees. Rosalie turned and jumped at him, punching him as he caught her midair. Emmett laughed heartily, setting her back down. I just got back. What happened? That didn't look bad. She grinned at him, feeling amazed and lighthearted. Yes. He cried, taking her smile as confirmation. Rosalie let out a single happy giggle, something she rarely did. Yes. Emmett roared again, scooping her off the ground and flinging her over his shoulder. Yes, yes, yes. He chanted, spinning her in a circle and jumping up and down with excitement. Yes. He cried one last time, then gently set her back on her feet. Tell me everything. How was it? What did she say? Is she a better kisser than me? Overcome, Rosalie looked up at him. Her heart, already warm, glowed with love. She loved him. She loved him so much, her very first love. That would never change. Though they hadn't discussed their future, she could sense a shift in the air. If she told him about this, it would shape their future together. With all the love she could muster, she gripped his face and brought it to hers, kissing him hard but chaste. When she pulled back, he smiled down at her. She could see, just as she felt, a hint of sadness in his smile too. Then he scooped her up again, throwing her back over his shoulder with a force that made her scream like a girl in a horror movie. He took her upstairs and set her down in the window seat before sitting beside her. She began to share her story, and as she spoke, she felt something shift between them. They were cuddling as they always had, her tucked under his arm, but she wasn't in his lap. He wasn't playing with her hair. As she talked, she sensed the beginning of a new type of relationship. Emmett smiled as she recounted Bella asking her to kiss her, and his smile grew as she described how it went. When her words faded, they sat together in comfortable silence. Rosalie reflected on her evening and its sudden turn of events. I'm happy for you, Rosie, he promised, leaning down to kiss her face. She smiled, feeling a little bashful. Thank you. They sat in silence for a bit. Both were deep in thought. Rose, there's something we have to do, Emmett said. Rosalie looked up, lost in memories of Bella's warm lips against her own. Her fingers absent-mindedly played with her bottom lip. My room, he replied. Your what? She asked, searching his face. There was a new softness there, a sweet yet settled expression. Oh. She glanced around the room they had shared for so many years. She had spent 99% of her vampire life in this space with him. Oh, you mean? She stood, feeling upset as she looked at the room that had defined them as a couple. Don't worry, he sighed, wrapping his arms around her. You'll get Bella in here soon enough. Rosalie hugged herself against him and shook her head. I won't though. What do you mean? He asked, but now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Right now was about them. Do you have to? She questioned. I think it's time, babe, he replied. She nodded, her heart heavy with pain. Are you going to stop calling me that? Never, he smirked. Good. Come on. She turned in his arms and kissed his cheek. Maybe she would never have Bella in this room, as he had said, but this was still the right thing to do. There's a room beside Carlisle's study, she mentioned. Emmett nodded, a small smile on his face, and together they began to pack. Chapter 24. It had been a week since that amazing morning with Bella in what was now only her room. Still, Rosalie's good mood had persisted. At first, her family had been pleased, but after a few days, they began to look at her with concern, as if they feared she had been body snatched. She thought Alice and Esme had been searching for seams in her skin, looking for signs that her body had been resealed over an alien form. Rosalie couldn't help it. She was all smiles and laughter. Nothing seemed to bring her mood down, not even when Carlisle had hit her in the back of the head with a snowball a few days earlier. She had turned on him, and she saw his look of regret, the expression of a father who had just ruffled the feathers of his most hostile daughter. She had been on her way to the car to leave for school, knowing she would have to redo her hair, because there was no way she could go out like that. Still, she had laughed. That felt strange, even to her. The destruction of her perfectly styled hair was never a laughing matter, yet she had laughed until Carlisle, looking nervous, had reluctantly joined in. That whole kissing Bella senseless thing was the best mood elevator she had ever experienced. She didn't understand why humans needed drugs. All they needed to do was spend a few moments kissing Bella, and they would feel a better high. Except they couldn't. She wouldn't allow it. Kissing Bella was her job. At least, she hoped it was her job, or would be soon. The atmosphere in the house had lightened considerably along with Rosalie's mood. Alice and Jasper had simply resumed their lives, perhaps never having thought Rosalie would stay. Esme, however, had spent an entire day in euphoria once she realized Rose wouldn't be leaving. After that single day, though, her previous sadness returned, and she went back to mourning Edward's absence. Rosalie had been doing her best not to take that personally. A real damper on the week was that Rosalie hadn't seen Bella outside of quick glances around campus. They hadn't found each other during lunch, nor had Bella shown up in Rosalie's bedroom in the middle of the night. Bella hadn't called either, something Rosalie half expected. Still, she had kissed Bella. She had really kissed Bella, and with Bella's permission this time, so she let that stress slide. After all, she had never once called Bella for a chat. She wasn't sure she could handle the momentary humiliation if Bella asked who it was and she admitted it was her. She could already hear Bella's pause of silence in her mind and could picture her stuttering a little as she asked, Rosalie? As in Rosalie Hale? No, if she wasn't calling Bella, she couldn't blame Bella for not calling her. Just a little bit. Come on. Admit it. Just a little, Emmett said. No. Rosalie shook her head, turning from the main freeway onto the off-ramp toward school. That's not true. It's so true, though, he replied. It's not. I was completely rational given the situation and the information I had at the time. Emmett snorted, shaking his head. You should study law, not medicine. Rosalie smirked. As usual, she felt a small pang when her not at all established medical career was brought up. She cleared her throat, blinking quickly a few times to brush that off. Emmett had been insisting on the same subject for the last week, laughingly trying to get her to admit that she had been a dramatic bitch for trying to leave, but so far, she refused. She hadn't been. Her response had been perfectly reasonable. Her iPod shuffled, and an upbeat 80s Dolly Parton song came on. Ugh, no. I told you no Dolly Parton in the morning, she exclaimed. Emmett reached for the iPod to change it, but Rosalie slapped his hand away. Yeah, but I'm not sleeping with you anymore, he said. So what, you don't have to listen to me? She replied, smirking. Bitch. Her smirk grew as she began to sing along. You're crazy. As they pulled into the school parking lot, he leaned out of the car window and yelled, She's crazy. A passing freshman boy stopped in his tracks, genuinely startled by Emmett's shout. He paused for a moment, clutching his backpack straps, then hurried away, glancing back at the car. "Ah, look, you scared the child," Rosalie said, mildly scolding him. "My bad," Emmett called after the boy, laughing. The freshman didn't respond, he just walked faster, his head down and his neck red. Rosalie cackled as she parked a few spaces away from Alice's car. "How can you not like her?" she asked. "Can you hear her voice? Listen to that synthesizer. It's terrible. I think she was pretty sexy when she was young." "What? Remember Best Little Whorehouse in Texas? Those dresses were all tight around the waist. Oh, and that lingerie. She had a tiny waist, and thighs, and cleavage." "What?" Emmett just stared at her. "What? Were you always this into women? Did I just never notice it?" Amused but unsure how to answer, Rosalie glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a boy staring at the car. She rolled her eyes. It was a daily occurrence now that she drove her own car. She didn't understand it. The car wasn't that appealing. She had gotten it to meet Edward's demand for simple cars, only pushing for the color. While it was painted in Ferrari red, it still felt lackluster. It was boxy, and though it was only 2 years old, its shape reminded her of the 90s, a time not known for great cars. Her hand slid over the steering wheel. Suddenly, all she could envision were long trips to quiet places with Bella at her side, and this car just. Her BMW was solid, but she liked the new Aston Martin that was coming out soon. "You've got that look in your eye," Emmett said. "What look?" she replied. "The look that always comes before a new car." "Maybe I should sell this one," she said, not really listening. "Or give it to Bella," she thought. "That poor truck deserves a nice long rest." "So I'm right then." I'm sorry." Emmett snorted. "You look like you're suddenly sick to death of your car and can't stand the sight of it a moment longer." Rosalie's smile grew wide and bright, though she wasn't sure if it was an admission or if it was because the guttural roar of the truck she had just thought of had turned into the lot. "Or like you want to show off," Emmett laughed. "I never show off," she said with a haughty expression. That made Emmett laugh hard. "Yeah, right." She fluttered her eyelashes at him, trying to look innocent. "Well, who doesn't like to show off now and then? We'd look good in the new Aston Martin, wouldn't we? Somehow I don't think that I'm part of that we." She didn't answer, just clicked her tongue and got out of the car. Across the lot, Bella had just struggled out of her car and was gathering herself on her crutches. Rosalie smiled to herself as she looked at her. Yes, she thought. She was going to trade in her M3 for the Aston. Hammerhead silver, custom tint. That wasn't too flashy, all right, yes it was, but it was also certainly sexy. It might be a little difficult, she admitted to herself. Usually, if she wanted a car that was about to be released, she would order it a year in advance. This car was coming out in a matter of weeks, and she knew they were almost sold out. She would have to throw a lot of money at it to get one at this point, and that always made her nervous. But she supposed, if she were to, the Aston Martin dealership in Las Vegas would be tricky. Las Vegas was a bright place, and Rosalie doubted that a dealership like that would have night hours. Still, she thought it might just do the trick. Then, she would pick up Bella, and they could see how fast they could get to the warm, moonlit beaches of Southern California. Her plan was fully formed before Bella had even finished adjusting, let alone started through the parking lot. Rosalie debated for a moment, then turned and headed toward the school, listening to Bella's slow footsteps behind her. Just as she stepped onto the curb, she paused, her small phone in her hand as if distracted from walking. Emmett paused too, glanced behind them, and then shook his head. "I'll see you at lunch," he said. Rosalie nodded vaguely, her eyes on her phone. She positioned herself slightly off to the side of the walkway, waiting. There was plenty of room for Bella to pass her, or for Bella to take another path to avoid her altogether. She was giving Bella a choice. Holding her breath, she waited. At the last second, she turned a little and began walking very slowly, allowing Bella to fall in line beside her if she wanted. Bella said nothing as she appeared at Rosalie's side. Rosalie didn't turn or acknowledge her, but inside, she was singing. A smile on her face, they started toward Bella's first class together in silence. As they walked, Rosalie felt the relief of not fighting her long. She sensed Bella's mood and felt the wind blowing through Bella's hair and across her own face, bringing scents and memories from their last meeting. If Bella was surprised that Rosalie knew where her first class of the day was, she didn't say anything. Instead, they approached in reverent silence. Just as Rosalie was about to turn and say goodbye, maybe adding something slightly sarcastic yet secretly heartfelt like, "Have a good day, dear." "Learn a lot," accompanied by an eye roll, "Bella's." A hand suddenly shot out. The strength of it and the fact that it was touching her surprised Rosalie so much that she looked down to make sure it was real on the sleeve of her trench coat. Bella's eyes followed hers, and she blanched. Nearly tipping over, Bella yanked her hand back, her face crumpling into a mix of defiance and hurt. Rosalie opened her mouth, ready to tell Bella that it wasn't that she wasn't allowed to touch her, but rather that she was surprised she had. She didn't think Bella had ever done that before, except for that blissful moment when Bella had taken charge of their kisses. Rosalie shivered, remembering the feeling of Bella's hands on her breast. She realized she hadn't done enough of her own touching, a truth she had become very aware of during her many hours of daydreaming. She licked her lips, relieved that Edward wasn't on campus. Hoping Bella hadn't seen any of her thoughts on her face, she opened her mouth again, then closed it. She had been about to say something flirtatious, something like, "You can touch me anytime you like." She could only imagine how purple Bella would have turned. That wasn't right either. Surely there was something to say when your secret mate touches your arm unexpectedly and you have a meltdown. Frustrated with her speechlessness, she looked into Bella's face. "I think we should spend some time together," Bella suddenly blurted. From again, Rosalie ostentatiously glanced around them. Aren't we?" Leaning in a little, she dropped her voice into a sarcastic whisper. "Isn't that what we're doing right now?" "Yeah, but..." Bella's words trailed off as a girl Rosalie had seen hanging around Bella paused beside them, her eyes on Rosalie. Confused, Rosalie glanced at her. Can I help you?" She finally snapped after a long moment. She glared down at the short girl, slowly realizing that it was the girl who often thought they were friends through gossip. Rosalie stared at Bella with an intensity that felt unnecessary. When Rosalie snapped, Bella jumped slightly. "Nope." But Rosalie turned to the other girl, her eyes wide, clearly trying to communicate. "Talk to you in class, Bella?" Bella just nodded, her face pink and downcast. They both watched the girl take her seat, aware that her eyes never left them. "What was that?" Rosalie asked. "My friend, Jessica," Bella replied miserably. "Jessica. Right. She probably wants to know why I'm talking to you since you don't talk to anyone," Rosalie said, crossing her arms and scoffing, her high-heeled foot tapping. "I talk to people," Bella shot back, her face incredulous. "You are not in my classes." "You can't possibly know," Bella sniffed, her voice sounding snooty. No, Rosalie didn't talk to anyone anymore, but that was beside the point. She glanced back at Jessica, who was watching them intently as if she had a bowl of popcorn. Bella stepped closer, invading Rosalie's personal space to whisper. "Look, I know that there's this thing, now." Rosalie's eyebrows shot up. "Thing?" "The kissing thing." Bella hissed, clearly uncomfortable. Rosalie's eyebrows raised even higher. And I don't know. I feel things, so let's, a rough. Bella, spit it out, Rosalie snapped. Teeth grinding, Bella spoke quickly in a slightly high voice. Let's hang out and see what happens now. Okay? There. I said it. Rosalie struggled to keep her smile in check but managed. She gave a sober nod, feeling like she was in the presence of a skittish deer that could bolt at any moment. Okay, Bella. Let's do that. Bella nodded once. Okay. The 5-minute bell rang, and Bella sighed. So, I'll see you. Rosalie nodded again, feeling the same way she had after their kisses. She wanted to touch Bella in some way, any way. She wasn't sure if she was allowed to touch Rosalie, so she kept it simple. Bella let her fingers trail over the hand that had rested on Rosalie's sleeve, her fingertips following the small grooves of Rosalie's knuckles. Then she turned to head to her first class. At the end of the hallway, she paused and looked back. Bella was still standing there, in the exact same spot, her face beet red and tilted toward the ceiling, as if trying to hide her embarrassment. Rosalie bit her lip, pleased to see that the touch had reminded Bella of the time her lips had brushed against hers. With a smile, Rosalie headed to class. If Jessica's reaction to seeing Bella talking with Rosalie had been strong that morning, it was nothing compared to the silence that fell over the cafeteria when Bella took a seat at the Cullen table without Edward. Edward believed that if they were careful, the Cullens could blend in enough to avoid notice. It was his main mission in life. He insisted on boring cars, clothes that didn't show their wealth, and that they should get good but not perfect grades. He wanted them to be model humans. Rosalie had never understood this. They stood out. People might not immediately think, oh, they are ancient beings who have become no more than myth, but they knew something was off about them. They didn't make friends. They all sat together. They didn't join clubs or go out on weekends. They kept to themselves. The entire high school even knew they were all dating each other, with her and Emmett, and Alice with Jasper. That alone would have made them notorious. Even if none of that were true, their general aura was enough. They repelled people. She glanced to her left as Bella took a bite of her lunch and mentally amended that to most people. Bella had caused quite a stir by befriending and then dating Edward. It seemed the gossip had spread quickly. Bella felt out of place without Edward by her side. The moment she sat down, all the Cullens tensed, aware of the sudden silence that enveloped the cafeteria. As the chatter resumed, Rosalie could sense they were the subject of discussion. What is it about that Bella girl? Someone whispered. Do you think they're still dating? Oh, I hope Edward comes back if they broke up. He's so dreamy. I would love a chance with him. Another voice chimed in. Do you think there's some kind of gang and they mind raped the Swan girl into joining? She should be sitting with us instead of over there. I don't like it. Something is off. Rosalie turned slowly at that last comment. It was Mike. She didn't remember his last name, but it felt like it should be annoying. She hadn't forgiven him for helping Bella when she couldn't, and the desire in his voice only made it worse. He glanced at her, eyes wide like a mouse in front of a snake. Rosalie snarled, and he quickly looked away. Despite being the topic of conversation, Bella simply smiled at them, completely unaware. So Bella, how's the leg? Emmett asked, playfully stacking crackers. Bella shrugged. Oh, you know. Heavy. Awkward. Air, slow making. The group chuckled. Have you ever talked to her? She's not that interesting. I don't get why she was the one they all decided to be friends with. Did they know her before? No, totally, yeah. Something is up. For sure. This morning, Rosalie walked her to our class. Seriously. Like Edward always did. No, really, I promise. When I asked her about it, she just kept saying they're friends, and I'm like, no one is friends with Rosalie Hale. Well, yeah, you realize that she and Edward broke up, right? I mean, I think they did. Bella won't say. But what, he disappears and suddenly she's sitting with us again? That seems suspicious. Rosalie's gaze shifted to the girl Mike had been talking to. Jessica, of course. She could have figured that out if she had thought for a moment. Your friends are wondering why you're not sitting with them, Rosalie murmured. Bella looked up, her eyes drifting over to her friends as if confused that they still existed. Both Jessica and Mike quickly looked away, suddenly deep in conversation about a movie they had both seen. Really? Bella asked, bemused. Mm-hmm. Bella chewed her lip. You know, you could come sit with us at that table. Beside them, Emmett laughed at the idea. With you and those toddlers over there? Rosalie asked, not understanding at all. Bella rolled her eyes. They aren't toddlers. They're the same age as me. Ah, yes, but you don't behave like they do. What does that even mean? As if to prove her point, Mike suddenly yelled across the room as another boy dumped a bag of chips on his head. He swung at the boy, who dodged. They both launched themselves to the floor, wrestling while teachers rushed over. Rosalie looked back at Bella, tilting her head in that direction. Bella avoided her gaze, returning to her food. The murmured conversations didn't stop when Emmett took their trays, only one of which had been cleaned, and dumped them in the trash. Still, Bella didn't seem to notice. Just like she didn't notice the looks on people's faces when Emmett turned left out of the cafeteria and she and Bella turned right, slowly starting down the hall. She didn't seem to see the shocked faces staring at them as Rosalie maintained her incredibly slow pace to drop Bella off at her next class. After lunch, Rosalie headed to her own class, shaking her head as she went. She held the entire school in awe, and Bella didn't even notice. Chapter 25. The next morning, Rosalie waited on the school grounds, not on her phone this time. She wasn't hiding that she was waiting. She felt uncertain about whether this was the right thing to do. Was it too much? When Bella had mentioned spending time together, how much had she meant? Was this adding pressure again? Rosalie didn't want to be a burden in Bella's life. After realizing that Emmett had been right about her pushy nature, she felt mortified at the thought of repeating that mistake. How could she stop being herself? How could she resist the urge to take Bella as her own when all she wanted was more? She had spent long hours the night before thinking about kissing Bella again, her body warming with desire. She wanted more, but how could she restrain herself? Clearing her throat, she shifted, feeling a bit self-conscious. It seemed as if everyone knew she was struggling with self-doubt. Was it her clothes? The problem was that the girls nearby were giggling but not talking, so she couldn't figure it out. Glancing down at her outfit, she assessed herself. Sure, she had spent a little more time on it than usual, but it wasn't strange. Her form-fitting white cotton t-shirt with a deep V-neck was neatly tucked into a pair of black designer high-waisted jeans. She wore her usual black heels with red bottoms and a large pair of sunglasses. Everything seemed fine. She had thought she looked great, and Emmett had complimented her before they left that morning. Still, the girls standing a few feet away alternated between looking at her and each other, bursting into laughter. Rosalie's jaw tightened as she glared at them, though it was unaffected behind her dark sunglasses. Then, Bella's truck rumbled up, and she gave a little wave from the driver's seat as she passed. Rosalie smiled slightly, trying to hide her relief. Bella didn't seem put out by her waiting. The girls had fallen silent. Silent moments, Bella pulled into a parking spot. When she joined Rosalie on the curb and greeted her with an easy, "Hey," they both broke into fits of laughter again. Rosalie took a deep breath, trying to suppress the urge to confront the giggling girls nearby. "What, are you trying to make it clear that you're not only beautiful but also a woman of mystery? It's not even sunny out." "I think it's going to rain," Rosalie said. That caught her attention enough to stop noticing the girls. With a small smile, she asked, "Did you just call me beautiful?" Bella's cheeks flushed red. They turned and started toward the quad, the sound of the girls completely forgotten by Rosalie. "I mean, you are," Bella replied. Rosalie smirked, pleased. She waited until her expression settled into its usual calm before slipping off her sunglasses and putting them in her purse. Bella glanced up at her from the corner of her eye, smiling slightly. "Just wait until you see me naked," Rosalie mumbled to herself. Suddenly, there was a strange choking noise. Rosalie turned to find that Bella had stopped moving. Bella's face looked as if she had something very large and painful lodged in her throat. Confused for a moment, Rosalie reviewed what had just happened. Oh no. Her mouth dropped open in horror. It had been a sweet moment between them, and she had ruined it. "Oh my God, Bella, I'm so sorry," Rosalie said, taking 2 steps back to Bella's side, unsure of what to say or do. Bella's throat bobbed. "Bella, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say that out loud," Rosalie exclaimed. Bella didn't respond, only stared at her, her heart pounding so loudly that Rosalie couldn't hear anything else. Did Bella hate the idea? Pressure. Her mind shouted insults at her as she slowly reached out and touched Bella's arm. "Come on, let's head to class," she said softly, frustrated with herself. Over the following days, Rosalie noticed the same behavior from that group of girls repeatedly. She began to understand. People watched them wherever they went. They whispered behind their hands, stared, and laughed. The response to her newfound friendship with Bella was clear and widespread throughout the school. Within 3 days, Rosalie realized something else. The school was reacting even more strongly now than when Bella had started spending time with Edward. They were practically in a frenzy. Rosalie doubted that anyone believed they were dating. They weren't, as far as she knew. Bella's reaction to Rosalie's earlier comment had solidified that belief. Even if the school wanted to think so, they couldn't. Rosalie and Bella had done nothing at school or outside of it to give that impression. In fact, Rosalie hadn't even seen Bella outside of school, which annoyed her. She thought there might be some small-town excitement if they ever did end up dating. As far as she knew, there was no existing gay couple in town, or if there were, they had managed to stay under the radar. The most surprising thing to Rosalie was that, just like before, she quickly realized that Bella had no idea she was gaining a different kind of notoriety. It reminded Rosalie of her first days in Forks, when she had become high school famous for something she wasn't even aware of. Her first weeks in Forks the previous year had been very distinct. New girls and new people weren't all that common, and the boys had reacted strongly. The moment she began walking the halls, the boys had strutted around like puffed-up birds, eager to show off their masculinity. New colognes appeared within days, and fresh haircuts followed. This wasn't true for all the boys, but it was enough that walking through the halls felt like navigating a swamp of Axe body spray and Old Spice. She received numerous date invitations and even more nice guys wanting to be her friend, convinced that there would be something more later. There had even been one girl who thought, maybe figured out the secret to Rosalie's affections. Rosalie had been annoyed by all of it. She didn't want any of it. She knew she projected a certain image. She understood that her superpower, as Alice sometimes teased, was to make people admire her beauty. But she hadn't asked for that, and by then, she had long stopped appreciating the attention. There had been a group of girls who thought Rosalie fit in with them. She could see where they were coming from. She had always been rude and had rejected everyone who had ever asked her out. They were all catty, and Rosalie appreciated that about them, yet she still had no interest. At first, they thought her insistence that they could leave her alone was just more of their typical behavior, and they admired her for it. Once they realized she was serious, their attitudes changed, and rumors began to circulate. It didn't take long for the word to spread. Rosalie Hale was a mean girl who didn't want friends, and above all, she was dating her foster brother, so she was a freak. Typical rumors flew about her, saying she had been intimate with boys at the movies or behind the bleachers. Generally, people decided she was someone to avoid, and that suited Rosalie just fine. When Bella arrived, the same ritual began again. The Axe body spray returned, along with Old Spice and fresh haircuts. Just like Rosalie, Bella was treated with excitement and then caution as she quickly fell in with Edward. People envied her or envied him. High school girls seemed to love the one thing Rosalie found most obnoxious about him, his brooding nature. She had heard the term dreamboat more than once. Now, with Bella spending time with Rosalie, her friends seemed afraid of her. Rosalie couldn't help that, it was just her nature. By the end of the week, she and Bella had fallen into a sort of routine. Rosalie tried very hard not to follow in Edward's footsteps during her time with Bella. She wanted their relationship to be completely different from his. It was already challenging enough that she had started by walking Bella to class. The last thing she wanted was to whisk Bella away to a private table like Edward had done. It had seemed ridiculous when Edward acted that way, though maybe Rosalie had just been jealous, she could admit that. After a few days of sitting with her siblings while trying to talk to Bella, Rosalie began to feel their scrutiny. They looked at her like cats that had eaten the canary. She knew there was no escaping them, even from across the cafeteria. They would hear their conversations no matter where they were, but at least it gave her some comfort. She had tried to find a different spot for lunch, like an open classroom or an outdoor table, but had little luck. Finally, she relented and led Bella to a somewhat quiet table in the back. That change only seemed to draw more attention from the school and made Bella's friends more curious. Mike, Rosalie thought, was interested because he believed Bella was available. Jessica, on the other hand, seemed to have a knack for sniffing out gossip and was trying to get in on it. No, Bella insisted. It's not the same, and it's definitely not better. There are people at movie theaters. Annoying loud people. Have you ever noticed how loud a silent movie theater is with all the popcorn and candy wrappers? No way. It's better to wait until the movie comes out and then rent it. Rosalie chuckled a little. Yes, but you never experienced movie theaters how they used to be. They were in these grand old opera houses. There were beautiful velvet curtains that were blood red. The ceilings and walls had gold work designed to look like lovely patterns, leaves, trees, or tiny cherubs. It was stunning. People would dress in their best to socialize beforehand. She smiled as she reminisced and looked down at Bella. What? Bella asked, smiling and shaking her head. Nothing, Rosalie replied. I think that's the most you've ever said at one time, Rosalie said, scoffing as she tossed her hair over her shoulder. Leave it to you to love the blood-red curtains too. That made Rosalie laugh, a genuine laugh. It amazed her how easy it was with Bella to throw her head back and laugh heartily at something she would have found offensive before. Bella beamed, pleased to have made Rosalie laugh. Do I not talk to you enough? Bella asked. No, she admitted, chewing her cheek. It's more that you're, a woman of few words. Still smiling and trying hard not to watch Bella too intensely, she changed the subject back to their earlier conversation. Have you ever had a movie theater for yourself? Does that actually happen? Bella asked, intrigued. It does, Rosalie assured her. Then there's no one eating popcorn or making loud noises, and the theater is dark. You can do anything in there, and no one would notice. As she had hoped, Bella's ears and throat turned pink, making Rosalie smirk. She had agreed to respect Bella's wishes to simply spend time together, but these little moments of embarrassment were priceless to her. Across the cafeteria, a group of 3 boys got up and dumped their trays, watching the 2 of them closely as they passed. Rosalie shot them a glare. I don't think I've ever been to a movie theater like that. In Phoenix, the theaters were always full at the times I could go, Bella said. Behind them, the boys were laughing and pushing one another. Rosalie watched as a black-haired boy shoved Mike forward. Mike stumbled, nearly falling over. He glared at them, fixing his hair into spiky spikes, and waved them off, grumbling, all right, all right, all right. Oh, here comes your puppy, Rosalie said. What? Bella looked up just in time to see Mike give her a little wave, his hopeful puppy face broad with a grin. Oh, Bella frowned at him and cautiously returned the wave. Mike was Rose's least favorite of Bella's friends. He reminded her of a fly, always buzzing around them, too much like a lovesick puppy. "What's up, Bells?" He beamed at her, reaching out as if he was going for a high five. Instead, he awkwardly shook her hand. "Heh," he chuckled, shoving his hands into his pockets. His eyes darted to Rosalie once and then twice. With a nervous clear of his throat, he nodded at her. Rosalie." She stared back, her face impassive. "Puppy," he said, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. Right. Well, I'll see you in class, right, Bells?" Bella nodded, slowly chewing a bite of her sandwich. "Every day. We have the same classes together every day." "Right." He gave a forced laugh. "That's true." Cool. I'll, see you." Smirking, Rosalie gave a sarcastic little wave of her fingers. "Bye, puppy." Mike stumbled a little, looking even more confused. "Oh my God, you have to stop calling him that," Bella exclaimed. "But it's such an apt description," Rosalie insisted defensively. "Rose." Bella laughed, her worry fading as a small smile appeared on her lips. "Come on. It's going to take you the rest of lunch to get to your class." "Hey." Rosalie shrugged, unapologetic, and cleared their trays. She held the door open for Bella as she hobbled toward it, her smirk making Bella glare. "I told you." "Shut, Ack." If Rosalie hadn't been so focused on Bella's expression, enjoying the look on her face, she might have been prepared for the boy who barreled into Bella. He hit her like a linebacker, apparently not noticing her as he stepped from the cafeteria, and Bella's crutches slipped out from under her. She had just enough time to think, "How do I handle this?" Rosalie yelped and reached out as Bella lost her balance. She pretended to trip while trying to catch her friend, but instead, she fell gracefully, her legs slipping under Bella. She wrapped her arms around Bella, ensuring she fell into her lap, caught gently. There was a sharp snapping sound as her left heel broke, and Bella let out a small cry of pain. Both Rosalie and Bella froze, their hearts racing. Rosalie felt the warmth of Bella settling in her lap. Her strong arms held Bella securely, her hands resting on Bella's small waist. She could feel the softness of Bella's t-shirt beneath her fingers. Rosalie's fingers flexed, lightly gripping Bella's shirt, wishing she could push it aside and feel the warmth directly. Though less than 5 seconds had passed since Bella began to fall, it felt much longer to Rosalie. She couldn't look away. This was everything she wanted, everything she needed. Reflexively, her arms tightened around Bella, who leaned in closer, her warmth enveloping Rosalie's torso. Internally, Rosalie groaned with delight. Meanwhile, the boy who had bumped into Bella turned slowly, his laughter fading as he noticed who he had run into. His eyes widened in shock when he saw Rosalie beside Bella, and he blanched. "I'm so sorry, Bella. I didn't see you." "I'm such an idiot," he stammered. His words broke the moment for Rosalie, and she snarled, her lips curling in anger. "You idiot. Are you blind?" The hallway, which had gone quiet when he collided with Bella, felt like a church, but Rosalie didn't care. Her fury was overwhelming. She carefully lifted Bella, trying to show some strain, and rose to her feet. Her voice remained calm, though it barely concealed her anger. "Be thankful I caught her," Rosalie said, her tone stiff and aristocratic. The boy stared at her, horrified and stammering. "Do you need a walking lesson?" His mouth dropped open, but Rosalie didn't wait for a reply. She carefully took Bella's elbow and started down the corridor. "I'm sorry," the boy called back, his voice shaking slightly. "You know, that was a perfect example of why people think you're scary." Bella laughed, her voice a little too breathy. "I am scary," Rosalie replied, giving her a feral grin. "Oh, right, I forgot. Are you hurt, Bella?" They hadn't even reached the door when Mike came barreling up, interrupting them with loud cries. "Bella! Bella! Are you okay?" Are you? Excuse me, Rosalie snapped, growing tired of the boys around them, but we were speaking. Mike stumbled back, shocked that anyone could be so rude. Rosalie glared at him, frustrated that he had asked before she could find out herself. She felt agitated, her skin sensitive, and she refused to believe it was because she had held Bella in her arms for the first time since their kisses. She wanted to scream, cry, and press herself against Bella, but she bit off the purr that escaped her when Bella sent her a questioning glance. Her hands balled into fists as she growled softly. Yeah, I'm fine, Mike, thanks. You sure? 'Cause that looked brutal. Yeah, I'm okay. I'll see you in class. Bella urged him away and sent Rosalie another glance. Right, yeah. Okay, but spit it out, puppy. Right. Can I talk to you for a second? Maybe? Please? Rosalie blinked down at him, confused. Me? Yeah, he said, sounding unsure. I'll be over there, Bella said, nodding toward a bench. Rosalie stared at her, caught off guard. Was she really expected to sit and talk with this annoying boy? There were limits to her patience. There was only so much she could take. I'll see you in a second, Bella smirked. Rosalie's eyes narrowed. She knew exactly how much she didn't want to do this. They waited together, Rosalie glancing at Mike in distaste, while Bella made her way to the bench. Rosalie frowned as she watched. She knew Bella would play it off, but the near fall had hurt her leg, no matter how much Rosalie had tried to catch her. Looking distinctly wary, Mike jerked his head back the way he and Bella had just come. Can we, over here? What do you want, puppy? Okay, why do you keep calling me that? Mike turned to her, puffing out his chest, trying to appear more intimidating. Or perhaps, Rosalie thought, he was trying to prove he wasn't scared of the infamous Rosalie Hale. Because it's what you are, a human puppy. His brows creased. Well, people like puppies, right? Rosalie sighed. What do you want, Mike? Shuffling a little, which made her want to hold him still, he cleared his throat. Yeah, so, you and Bella are friends now. She pinched the bridge of her nose. Was there a question there? Are you? You could say that. But like, how long? Since Edward left? 'Cause a lot of us have been wondering when he's coming back, you know? No. No? Mike asked, glancing around as if that would help him understand her response. No what? Just. No, Mike. She wasn't doing this. She could see where this was going, and she thought that if it continued, she might just lose her temper. Rosalie wanted to drain him dry just to shut him up. Her lips curled in distaste. No, she didn't want his blood in her. What's wrong? She snapped, her eyes locking onto him. This conversation. Can you get to the point? Okay, right, he said, jumping slightly as if she had pricked him with a needle. I guess I was trying to ask if Bella is single now. The look on her face sent him stumbling. I know he's your brother and everything. That's why I thought I should ask, because. Walk away, Mike. What? Walk away before I end your miserable existence. She growled, jealousy and frustration boiling within her. But I was just. Mike. What? Shut up. Hey. Wait. Rosalie had already turned, pushing the doors open when a hand fell on her arm. Her response was instinctual, almost enough to create a situation they would have to fix. She wanted to rip it off, to yank it away. She froze, eyes closed, reminding herself of all the reasons why that would be a bad idea. Get your hand off me now. Come on, please. Do not be possessive, do not be possessive, do not. She spun around quickly, the snarl in her throat barely contained. You don't stand a chance with her, understand? I won't let you anywhere near her. Don't even try. Why do you dislike me so much?" he cried. She snarled and turned away from him. Too many people wanted her mate when she couldn't even have her mate. Her broken heel made her walk awkwardly as she stomped. She felt a little better the moment she stepped outside into the gray sunlight. She had always known he was interested, so this wasn't a surprise. Yet, she wanted to hurt something. She swallowed, doing her best to hide her feelings. Was it right to be this way? Rosalie felt a surge of jealousy. She had kissed Bella. She had been close to her, while Mike had not. So why was she feeling this way? "Did you see that tomorrow is supposed to be sunny?" Bella asked as she sat beside her. "Is it?" Rosalie replied, crossing her legs and working hard not to turn into a vampire statue. She bounced her foot with effort, still seething. "What's wrong? What did Mike want?" Bella asked, chuckling lightly. "I want you. I want you so much," Rosalie's mind screamed. "He wanted me to put in a good word for him with you." She forced a bright smile onto her face, pushing away every other feeling. "You're kidding," Bella said. "I told him I wouldn't." Bella eyed her, silent but fidgeting. "Don't worry. I left him walking and talking." Bella almost smiled. Rosalie couldn't look at her, so she stared out across the quad, feeling Bella's gaze on her. The tension in her stomach only grew as Bella remained silent. "So, it's supposed to be sunny tomorrow, huh? You didn't know?" Bella asked, tilting her head to the side. Reluctantly, Rosalie looked at Bella. She saw something in her eyes that looked like a question, but she wasn't sure what it was. "I did," she admitted. "Carlisle is going to call us out of school after third period." "What do you guys do if the sun comes out sooner?" Bella asked. Rosalie sighed and looked out at the sea of students. "It took a while, but you can tell when it's coming. I got caught once. I ended up hiding inside an empty building for hours because the sun came out unexpectedly after a storm. Now, we just excuse ourselves or ditch if we need to get away. It helps that Alice can usually see when the sun will be out strongly enough that we need to worry. Once in the 80s. Rosalie laughed, but her words stopped as she looked down at Bella. The smile on Bella's face told her that she was right. Bella had gotten her talking. Rosalie hoped to help push away her anger, and it had worked quickly. Amazed, she shook her head slightly and continued, "I told a woman that I was wearing glitter-based lotion. It wasn't sunny, and I don't think anything could fool people in that situation, but it wasn't quite overcast enough. She said that I glowed." She glanced down at Bella with a wry smile. "What?" Bella asked, shaking her head. "You don't talk about stuff like this very often," Rosalie pointed out. "Don't I?" Bella replied, shaking her head again, looking anxious for more. "That's twice now you've pointed that out." "You know you don't talk about yourself much either," Rosalie said. Bella considered this. "What do you want to know?" Rosalie's smile was slow and warm. "It's okay. The best part of getting to know someone is getting to know them. Finding these things out for yourself." "Exactly." They shared a smile. "What will Carlisle say when he calls?" Bella asked. Rosalie paused, chuckling as she admitted, "I don't know. Hiking. Sometimes that we have to go see our social workers." "Social workers?" Bella asked. Of course. If we were actually adopted as recently as last year, then we may have those." "Oh. Right." Bella laughed. Out of habit, Rosalie shifted in her seat, her arm brushing against Bella's. The static sensation traveled up her arm, making her hum. Bella was looking out at the other people around them and didn't notice Rosalie taking in every inch of her face. This was so nice. Did she want to kiss her senseless? Yes. But this, sitting, talking, and feeling, was so much better than she had ever thought she would experience, especially after that conversation with Mike. How had Bella known to do that? Even Rosalie wouldn't have realized that was what she needed to calm down. What? Rosalie said, surprised to find she had closed her eyes, simply breathing in Bella's scent and feeling the gentle waves of the mate bond wash over her. She opened her eyes and smiled slightly. Bella had leaned in close. Rosalie felt as if she were waiting for Bella to share a secret. The desire to kiss her was always present, but it was rare for Bella to lean into her like this. Without thinking, she reached out and gently ran a finger along Bella's jaw, from her ear to her chin. Bella's eyes fluttered and then closed. She let out a deep sigh, and Rosalie noticed her heart rate quicken. Rosalie had expected Bella to pull away, still tangled in her own confusion, and she could see some uncertainty in Bella's eyes. But there was something else there too. Without pausing to think, Rosalie cupped Bella's face, marveling at her warmth and the way Bella's scent enveloped her. She leaned in, her lips parting slightly. Just then, a football flew overhead. "I got it," a school football player yelled, diving to catch the ball just before hitting the ground. The moment shattered as Rosalie blinked, snapping out of the trance created by Bella's gaze. Bella blinked as well, leaning forward and pressing her arm into Rosalie's. This made Rosalie smile as she leaned back, releasing Bella's face. Should she apologize? She had gotten caught up in her desire, unable to stop herself, which was exactly what she had intended to avoid. Then Bella asked, "So, are you going to ask me out on a date?" If Rosalie hadn't seen Bella's lips move, she would have thought she imagined it. She gaped, her mouth hanging open in surprise. She had thought this before, but now it felt more real. The girl she had initially seen as a wallflower was not who Bella truly was. A joyous, playfully cocky smirk spread across Rosalie's lips as she leaned in closer. Bella's heartbeat picked up from a slow rhythm to a rapid pace. Rosalie found that exhilarating. Bella let out a breath that was slightly broken, adding weight to the moment as Rosalie bent closer, her lips nearly touching Bella's. Bella's eyes fluttered and then closed in anticipation. A wave of desire settled in Rosalie's belly, making her smile wider. "I guess I should think about doing that," she said. Bella exhaled sharply as Rosalie leaned back. She flopped onto the bench, her body going limp as she covered her face with her hands, laughing. The bell rang loudly, interrupting their shared laughter. Bella looked at Rosalie, shaking her head, and Rosalie beamed back at her. "I guess I had better go," Bella said. "Don't worry. I'm sure you're about to have a lot of fun," Rosalie replied. "What?" Bella explained, worry creeping into her voice. "Nothing. I'll see you later." Rosalie rose and started toward her class. She hadn't gotten 10 feet away when Jessica, who had been lurking in the shadows, appeared beside Bella, hissing like a cat. "Oh my God, Bella, I don't want to spread gossip or anything, but people are totally saying that you're dating Edward Cullen's sister now, and I just saw you. You almost kissed her." Jessica flashed Bella an innocent smile. In response, Bella shot her a fiery glare. "Oh my God, are you gay now? I have so many questions." Unable to contain herself, Rosalie let out a loud laugh, not caring that other students were looking at her like she was crazy. Chapter 26. 2 days later, Rosalie had just left Bella at her morning class. She gave Bella a wink that made her seem equal parts flustered and pleased when her phone began to vibrate in her pocket. "Miss Hale?" "This is she," Rosalie replied in her usual clipped tone, ignoring the condemning look from a teacher as she passed. "Hello, Miss Hale. This is Antonia with Aston Martin Las Vegas. I'm calling to let you know that your car has arrived." Rosalie had made it halfway to the back fence, the one that could easily be scaled because it wasn't in any classroom's line of sight, when she remembered her recent absences. There were moments when their plan, a plan she supported, became hard to stick to. This was one of them. At that moment, she didn't want to be a high school girl. "Damn it," she grumbled and started toward class. There was no way she would stay in school while her new baby sat waiting for her, though. Within 20 minutes, she was on her way to the parking lot, having moaned in a low voice to her very male teacher about menstrual cramps. It was a sensation she didn't remember from her human life. but it was an excuse she had heard from the other female students constantly. He had looked revolted, following every cliché imaginable, and let her go to the nurse. Instead, she skipped the nurse and headed toward the lot. She wanted to run since it would be quicker, but she knew from experience that once you hit the desert, all coverage vanished. So she slid into her M3 in the parking lot. She started the car and paused. Bella would be curious about where she had gone. She closed her eyes and thought very deliberately, I'm leaving for the day. I'm going on a quick trip. I'll be back. Alice should pick that up. It was roughly 20 hours to Vegas. Smirking to herself, she pulled out of the empty parking lot. She'd make it in 7. Rose. What are you doing here? Something wrong at school? She just shook her head, stopping on the stairs that Esme had. Rosalie leaned down to kiss Esme's cheek. The shock on Esme's face made her wonder if she should do that more often. With her hand on her cheek, Esme looked at her and asked, "Things going better with Bella?" Rosalie shrugged. Esme replied, nodding. New car? Rosalie smiled, feeling a surge of happiness. She dashed upstairs to change, determined not to walk into the Aston Martin dealership looking like a teenager. She chose a simple black Alice Olivia dress and slipped it on, along with new heels. Grabbing her Saint Laurent trench coat, she started back down the stairs. My M3 is getting old, she said as she passed Esme. Don't wait up. Where are you going? Esme asked. Las Vegas. Don't get pulled over. Esme called after her as Rosalie rushed out the door. After stopping at a rental agency for a one-way rental, she hit the road. She didn't make the trip in 7 hours as she had hoped. The traffic as she entered the city was unexpectedly heavy, and there was no way to avoid it. It was torture, but after 9 hours, she finally pulled into the dealership. As she parked, she glanced out of the windshield, feeling a bit nervous. While spring was taking its time in Forks, Las Vegas had already embraced summer. The sun beat down, radiating heat off the concrete, and not a single cloud marred the sky. Damn, she muttered to herself. The distance from the parking lot to the front doors was about 50 feet. There was no way she could walk that far without being seen. She looked around and made up her mind. Reversing out of her spot, she drove directly in front of the doors, half on the sidewalk. It was clearly a no-parking zone, likely intended for customers picking up their cars. Still, it meant she only had a few steps to take before she would be inside. The things we have to do, she grumbled as she climbed over the driver's seat to exit from the passenger side. In the shade. Rosalie pulled herself out of the car with as much dignity as she could muster, her back straight and her chin held high. Miss. I'm sorry, excuse me, miss. You can't park. Rosalie ignored the man a few feet away and stepped into the office. The sound of her heels clicking on the marble floor echoed as her jacket swayed perfectly with her movements. She had styled her hair into a tight-side chignon and kept her sunglasses on. She definitely looked the part. The man behind the desk looked up and stared. Rosalie stepped forward, pleased with the sound of her heels, and gave him a tight, impersonal smile. Hail. Here for a pickup, she said. Miss, the exasperated voice came from behind her. Miss, as I was trying to say, you can't park. She held up the rental keys, letting them dangle from her finger. The man's words cut off in surprise. Are you not returning my rental anyway? She asked, finally removing her sunglasses and fixing him with a steady gaze. Oh. He blinked, tentatively taking the keys. I mean, I'll have to speak to my boss, but... Is this not Aston Martin? Did I not spend enough money here to warrant a favor? She snapped, trying to sound like her old self. It made her wince internally. She didn't like being this stuck up anymore, but she didn't know how else to get the rental car returned. Oh, The man glanced at his colleague behind the desk, who still looked stunned, simply staring at Rosalie. I suppose you're correct. All right, right away, I'll get this taken care of for you, he said. Rosalie hummed as he stumbled backward. She watched him approach an important-looking man in a well-tailored suit before he got into the car. Guilt made her snap a little harsher than she intended when she turned back to the desk. "Sometime today, please." He jumped, and his face flushed. Fingers began to clack against the keys as she stood waiting. After a few moments, the strong purr of a car approached. If that was hers, she had made the right choice. Chills of delight raced across her skin. "If you will just follow me, please," the man said. He looked a little more dignified and less like someone who would swoon at her presence. He held a door open, and Rosalie walked through it. "Oh," she let out involuntarily. Had she thought the love she felt in her mate bond was strong? This car was sleek, angular, and the perfect shade of gray. She moaned softly again. "That's a hell of a car, isn't it?" he remarked. She noticed, with a hint of vain pleasure, that while he spoke about the car, he was looking at her. She purred in response, taking in her new baby. She felt warmth beside her and glanced at him. He had flushed at her sound, his expression showing that his pants had suddenly grown too tight. "Does it meet your satisfaction?" he asked. Leaning forward, she ran a single finger over the body from hood to tail. "Oh, it does," she replied. "Good. Come with me, and we will get some formalities out of the way." He offered her his elbow wistfully. "In a moment," she said, a plan beginning to form in her mind as she bit her lip. Her eyes flicked to the clock on the wall. It was nearing 6. Traffic out of Vegas was usually easier in the evening. If she had waited until after school, she would never have made it. Thank goodness she hadn't. If she made the drive back in the same amount of time, everything would line up perfectly. With her name in her mind like a caress, Rosalie carefully placed her hand just inside the crook of his elbow and let him lead her. The formalities were always the worst part of buying a car from a dealership instead of building a car herself or buying from a collector. Mainly because, as a tall, beautiful woman, it often felt like a challenge. It was very difficult for Rosalie to decline the extended warranty that promised top-notch mechanical assistance. She never needed it. She could always do it better. As soon as she got a new car, she learned how to fix it herself. Aston Martins were specifically challenging because they required a unique set of tools, but that only made it more intriguing. After reassuring the office manager for what felt like the 50th time that she didn't need the warranty, he offered her his hand as if she couldn't get up from the chair on her own. "With those done, Miss Hale," he said, holding out his hand with the keys dangling. A shiver ran up her spine as she took them. "Pleasure doing business with you, gentlemen," she replied. Her new car was exactly where she had parked the now-gone rental, facing the opposite direction. She sighed with relief, knowing she wouldn't have to figure out how to get in without the sun becoming a problem. She opened the door and slid in with a groan. It felt amazing. When she turned the ignition and heard the sound of her new baby, she felt a very real physical pleasure. "It's good to meet you," she crooned, running a sultry hand over the steering wheel. "Oh yes," she sighed as she pulled out of the lot. With a happy laugh, she opened the car up on the freeway, tearing down the road as if it were made for her and her new vehicle. It was nearing 4 in the morning when she turned onto the drive. Excitement and pride bubbled inside her as she clicked open the garage door, pleased to see a small crowd of people waiting. "Ooh, babe," Emmett cried, his hands going to his head in shock. "You didn't tell me it was going to look like this." She parked and stepped from the car like a proud parent presenting her newborn. "Edward isn't going to like this," Esme laughed softly. "This is going to be your everyday car?" Rosalie just hummed in response. Rosalie didn't care much about what Edward would think if he came back, assuming he did. She had her own concerns if he returned. After admiring her car with her family and giving it a quick wash to remove the bugs, she headed inside to begin her plans. It was very early when she stepped into the local grocery store for the second time in several years. The atmosphere felt different this time. Instead of a bustling crowd glancing at her in surprise, as if they expected her to shop only at the fancier stores outside of town, the store was sleepy. The cashiers leaned heavily over their counters, coffee in hand and bleary-eyed. She had to admit, she preferred it this way. Ms. Hale, an older man with a red tag that read manager, said, his eyes still bloodshot. "You're up early today." "I need to do some shopping before school," she replied. "I see that. Is there anything I can help you find?" She politely declined. She had plenty of time. A mischievous grin crossed her face as she moved slowly through the store. The internet had been very helpful that morning, guiding her on exactly what to get. She picked out a loaf of bread from the bakery, fruit, cheese, chips, a roll of salami that smelled terrible, and a bar of chocolate. "Ah," the manager laughed, stepping up to her again. Rosalie glared, officially not enjoying the attention. "I think you might have heard the forecast wrong this morning, dear. It's supposed to be dark and rainy," he said. "Oh no," she cried, pretending to care. "That's horrible." She didn't say what she was really thinking, that if you drove fast enough and far enough, there was always sun to be found. Back home, she tossed a blanket into the trunk and paused to look up at the sky. The sun had fully risen, and the others in her family had left for school. It was true, she could see no end to the rain that day. But that didn't dampen her excitement. She double-checked her outfit, wearing a simple t-shirt and a pair of jeans. Rosalie wore flattering jeans as she got into the car and headed toward the school. She arrived just in time. The bell rang to release the first period as she pulled up to the curb, a clear no parking zone. She hopped out, took a deep breath, and set off, hidden under an umbrella because it was really raining. As she rounded the corner, she spotted Bella down the hallway, looking furious. It was clear to see why. Bella was drenched from head to toe. "What happened to you?" Rosalie asked. Bella snarled, reminiscent of her vampire friends, her teeth gnashed together as she spoke. "Mike pushed me out into the rain. He thought it was funny. But my boot couldn't handle it, and I fell." Rosalie frowned. Teenage flirting never made sense to her. Leaning in closer to Bella, she whispered, "Want me to bite him for you?" Bella shivered, though Rosalie couldn't tell if it was from her words or the rain. Then Bella beamed, laughing a little, which warmed Rosalie's insides. Her hand moved without her permission, needing to touch Bella after seeing that smile. It ran up Bella's forearm before closing on her bicep. "Come with me," Rosalie said, giving a gentle pull. "What?" Bella's eyes widened as she glanced toward the classroom where she had been heading. "But I have chemistry. I'm going to be late." "Come with me," Rosalie insisted, her eyes firm. Okay." Bella stumbled a little over her own feet, but Rosalie was impressed when she followed. Sometimes, Rosalie was amazed at how much Bella had left their past behind and wasn't at all nervous about the fact that she was, well, a creature from horror novels. Excited like a child, Rosalie pulled Bella a bit too fast, making the ever-clumsy girl even more clumsy. In the illegal parking spot where she had left it, Rosalie couldn't help but feel proud, presenting a beautiful, newly bought treasure. Bella stared as Rosalie walked over to her new car and gently caressed it. "Okay, I don't know anything about cars, but even I can tell this is a good one." "Is it new?" "Just got it last night," Rosalie replied with a smirk. "Boo, this is where you went, isn't it? Alice told me you left but didn't say where." Rosalie frowned, sensing something was off. As she spoke, she noticed Bella's face turning red and her body tensing. Following Bella's gaze, Rosalie realized she was watching her hand lovingly touch the car. Bella suddenly looked back at Rosalie, her cheeks getting even brighter. Pleased, Rosalie opened the passenger side door. "Want a ride?" It wasn't until Bella was inside the car that Rosalie noticed she was soaked. Surprised with herself, Rosalie blinked as she pulled out of the lot. She wouldn't have let Emmett in unless he was clean and dressed properly. The situation with Bella felt so strange. "Are you cold?" Bella shook her head, but her jaw was clattering. Rosalie snorted and turned the heater on full blast. With another press of a button, she activated the passenger seat warmer. Bella sighed and sank into the seat. "Thank you," Bella said. "You're welcome. You're going to get me in trouble, you know." Rosalie asked, her mind filled with how nice Bella's scent was in the new car that belonged only to her. Had she ever had Bella in such a confined space before? With school. Rosalie gave her a wicked grin. "And who says I didn't give you an alibi?" Bella's mouth dropped open. "What did you do?" "I called and said I was Renee." "And they bought that?" Bella asked, incredulous. Rosalie just smiled back. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Bella sink in a little more, sighing. "Warm?" Rosalie asked. Bella hummed in response. "Good," Rosalie said, more to herself than to Bella. The drive continued. They fell into a comfortable silence as they left the freeway and turned onto a small country road. Bella gazed out the window, and though Rosalie had given no explanation, she didn't mind where they were going. The rain began to lessen, the steady patterning on the roof and windows changing from a musical rhythm to slow, unsteady drops. "You know, when you said a ride, I thought you meant around the block or something." "Where are we going?" Bella asked. "On a picnic," Rosalie replied. A single eyebrow went up, and Bella looked intrigued. "You go on picnics?" Rosalie shrugged, saying something that felt almost funny given how true it was lately. "I do a lot of things these days that I never thought I would." Bella settled back against her seat, her eyes focused on Rosalie. "Don't you have any human things you used to do that you like to do now?" Rosalie noticed Bella turning in her seat, her eyes intense with curiosity. It made Rosalie feel both nervous and flattered. She gave Bella a long look, contemplating while watching the curves in the road. Bella's eyes flicked to the road a few times, looking a little nervous, but Rosalie was pleased that she didn't comment. "I still like to shop." "For just about anything, really," Rosalie said. Bella's laugh was rich. "I could have guessed that." Rosalie smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed. "But that..." "What?" Rosalie asked when Bella trailed off. "I don't know. That seems like something you would say to fit your Rosalie Hale persona." Rosalie stared, shocked. "Is there anything that you like to do just because you like to do it? Not because it looks good or it's something you should say?" "Wah. I don't. I..." Rosalie stumbled, thrown off course. Bella didn't back down, her look shrewd as Rosalie fumbled for an answer. "Fine. Film." Bella looked surprised by that answer, and Rosalie could tell she liked it. "Movies? Really? Is that not a good enough hobby?" Rosalie snapped, feeling a bit peevish. "No, no." Bella cried. "Just unexpected," Rosalie said, sitting up a little. She deflated slightly, taking a deep breath as her fingers tapped on the steering wheel while she turned at a rural stop sign. "Just before my human life ended, I went to the movies with my best friend and saw Virtue." She paused, reluctant to share but equally hesitant not to. "I was amazed," she admitted with a small smile. Movies with actual voices were still so new, and that was the first time I saw Carole Lombard. She glanced at Bella and noticed she was still watching, feeling flattered and a bit bemused. "I was entranced by her. She was beautiful." "I don't think I've ever seen her movies," Bella replied. Rosalie looked at her with a soft smile. "I'll show you." For some reason, this made Bella's cheeks turn pink. "You will, huh?" Rosalie nodded. "I will." Bella's cheeks flushed deeper, a pleased smile forming on her lips. "Okay. So tell me about Carole." "I spent the first years of my new life in those darkened theaters. It was an escape from the things I couldn't escape. My passion for film never died." "So you've always known you liked women?" Rosalie jerked in surprise. If she had been human, she thought she might have driven off the road. "What do you mean?" "What do you mean, what do I mean?" "You said that Carole Lombard was the reason you fell in love with movies." You just said she was beautiful, right? And, Bella squirmed a little in her seat. And you mean? A bit reluctantly shy, Bella nodded. She turned onto a side road, contemplating. What it came down to was that she had never thought about it. She had always been the perfect example of heterosexuality. All she had wanted when she was young was to be married, to have a husband, and to have a few children. In her new life, she had always been with her big bear of a man, the perfect male physically. Women had just never. It occurred to her that she had generally found women prettier than men. The shape of their bodies, their clothing, even their scent, both skin and blood, smelled better than men. And yet, she said, no. This is new for me. Bella nodded and looked out the window. Yeah, me too. Do you think you're a lesbian? Bella startled, clearly shocked by the word. No, I don't think I'm a lesbian. But, I did notice you first. It was you and Edward. You were the two I noticed first. Rosalie nodded. Interesting. What about you? Rosalie studied a sign on the side of the street and cleared her throat. I don't know. And she really didn't. Was it possible to learn you were a lesbian after years of enjoying sex with men? Could you enjoy sex with men and still be a lesbian? She kept finding small things about her past that made her wonder, yet she couldn't be sure. I don't know, she mumbled again. Silence fell as they both got lost in thought. It was strange, she realized, to discuss a sudden desire for women with the woman she suddenly desired. At least, it was strange when nothing had been established with that person, not even whether or not you desired them. As if she knew what Rosalie was thinking, Bella glanced at her and then quickly looked away, her cheek still that pleasant shade of pink that Rosalie knew she would feel as she touched her cheek. So, what do you do at night? Bella asked. Rosalie snorted with amusement. What is this, Rosalie trivia time? I just mean, I don't know anything about you. Edward said you all have different things you do at night. I know about your family and some of your background because your current family told me, but you? Rosalie sighed. I haven't been very nice to you, have I? Bella just shrugged. Well, I do spend a lot of time watching movies. I've also gone to night school. Far more than my siblings, except for Edward. I have degrees in electrical engineering, business, and astrophysics. Those fields are always evolving, so there's always more to study and learn. On top of that, I attended medical school, at least for most of it. I often read about medicine to help Carlisle stay updated in a field that moves quickly, especially in a town where change is slow to come. She risked a glance at Bella, curious about her thoughts on all of this. What she saw on Bella's face surprised her. Bella looked as if she were in heaven. It warmed Rosalie to see that interest. In fact, she felt warm in general these days. They were friends, and there was no arguing that. They were spending time together, and the bond felt more like pleasure than discomfort, something she could choose to enjoy or ignore if needed. So you're a doctor trapped in high school? Bella asked incredulously. Rosalie laughed. Not quite. I didn't begin my residency, nor did I graduate, but otherwise, yes. I don't know if I could stand it, Bella said, shaking her head. Do you do anything for fun other than cars? This is fun, Rosalie replied. Bella's mouth opened, and her pink cheeks deepened, starting from her neck and moving up. Movies are fun too. What, they are? She insisted when Bella rolled her eyes. They're portals. They can take you anywhere and let you be anything. They give you friends or sometimes even family if the movie is good enough. They provide experiences you'll never have, even if it's just for 2 hours. Is there such a thing for you? What? Experiences you'll never have. You're going to live forever, right? There's always time. Maybe, but also maybe not. Movies let you visit times that have passed. Rosalie smiled a little. Yes, exactly. She was pleased that Bella understood. Emmett hadn't been confused by the concept, but he also hadn't fully cared. Emmett was someone who lived in the now and never felt the need to reflect on the past. For an outside company, he didn't connect with movie characters like she did. He didn't need to visit worlds he had once known firsthand. Beside her, Bella shifted in her seat and cleared her throat. Rosalie felt something warm touch her hand. She froze, not breathing. When she drove, her hands were always on the shifter or, in rare cases, on the center console. Her hand had been resting on the Aston's gear shift when Bella reached out gently to touch her. Slowly, Bella began to draw shapes on the back of Rosalie's hand. Elated and nervous, Rosalie turned her hand over and caught Bella's in her own. Their fingers intertwined. It felt silly to be so excited about such a juvenile gesture, but Rosalie couldn't stop herself from grinning. Bella, who had been sitting up anxiously, settled back again, her eyes cautiously on Rosalie's face. Rosalie held Bella's hand firmly, trying to ease some of her own nerves. "Is this okay, Rose?" Bella asked, her voice tinged with worry. Rosalie didn't like the hint of fear in Bella's tone. "Bella," Rosalie sighed, squeezing her hand a little tighter. "I don't want your blood, Bella." No, I mean. I don't know. Because, you know." Bella's eyebrows furrowed as she searched for the right words. Rosalie glanced at Bella's waiting face. She understood that feeling of, you know. She tightened her grip on Bella's hand. They were alone in a warm, comfortable space. Rosalie took a deep breath, taking in Bella's scent, the smell of the rain they had left behind, and the sun waiting outside. This was the perfect moment to finally give in and tell her. It couldn't be more perfect. But when she looked at Bella, she noticed Bella was biting her lips slightly, her expression uncertain. Eyes twinkling. She looked down at their hands, as if she couldn't believe they were touching this way. It felt good. "We're almost there," she said, the words floating out as if they had been exactly what she meant to say. She turned onto another dirt road, entering the gate for the farm. Bella was holding her hand, looking happy about it. But she couldn't fully embrace that feeling, not right now. Bella frowned as the old farmhouse came into view at the end of the long, dusty road. Rose couldn't blame her. The house wasn't beautiful by any means. It looked like a scene from the Dust Bowl. The structure was huge and had potential, at least from what Rose had seen during her brief visit to its condemned halls. Boards covered the windows and doors, and a bright yellow sign warned that the building was condemned. It had a beaten, worn appearance, with wood that had lost its rich color to the sun. Rose had discovered this house one day while running from Forks to Calgary and had fallen in love with it. There was nothing particularly significant about the place, except for one thing. On either side of the house stretched miles of wheat fields, dancing softly in the breeze and shimmering like gold. The wheat reached right up to the house, which had been abandoned for years, leaving only a small area where a large old tree stood, with a single wooden swing hanging from it. "Wow," Bella sighed, seeming to understand the magic of this place. "It's beautiful." Rose smiled and opened the door. The wheat fields were dusty, and her new baby would need a bath after this trip, but it was worth it. Warmth enveloped her as soon as she stepped out of the car. She sighed, tilting her face up to meet the sun, taking in the moment. Warmth. She often missed the sun. It was rare for Forks to see any sunshine. The sunlight wrapped her in memories of her human life, sitting on her balcony, walking through the park, and picking fruit from vendors. It was the only time she truly felt human. "Will you be cold?" she asked as she closed the door and walked around to the back for their provisions. She picked up the blanket and spread it beside the golden field. "Bella? Will you be cold?" She looked up, confused as to why Bella hadn't answered. "Bella?" Bella hadn't moved from her spot beside the car, not even a step. Her eyes were slightly unfocused, and she swayed a little, almost as if she were about to faint. "Bella." Rose was by her side in an instant, arms outstretched, ready to catch her or soothe her. "What is it? What's wrong?" Bella blinked, but her eyes did not clear. I've never seen you in the sunlight before. What? Rose asked, not understanding. You're beautiful. What? Bella didn't answer, just gazed into her face. Rose stared back, taking it in. Once again, it didn't sound the same as how people usually said it to her. Carefully, Bella reached up and touched her cheek, the warmth making Rose want to shiver. Looking at Bella, she realized that Bella was beautiful too. Yes, she had known that before, but she had never seen Bella in the sun either. The sunlight caught in her hair, turning it from brown to a startling auburn. Her skin, so pale in the gray light of Forks, appeared rich and creamy here, almost porcelain. Her eyes, which were always a deep brown, were warm, and the sunlight on her skin made her scent bloom, filling the air with its rich aroma. As Rose looked at Bella in the sun, she was both unsurprised and amazed to see that Bella dimmed the beauty of the sun and the fields around her, making them seem dull in comparison. You're beautiful too, you know, she said softly. Bella flinched, her eyes dropping. I'm not. Not in comparison to you. It's dumb to even say. Her words cut off when Rose reached out and took her hands, giving them a firm squeeze. Don't do that. Bella's eyes flicked up, studying Rose's face. Rose worried she might have hurt Bella's feelings, but Bella didn't look hurt. In fact, she looked flattered. Rose watched as a volley of emotions passed across Bella's face. Most of them were unfamiliar, but a few, like pleasure and bashfulness, she recognized well. What? Bella twitched a little, her hands still caught in Rose's, but she smiled ever so slightly. Nothing, at least I understand what that look you get sometimes is now. Rose laughed, fighting the urge to pull Bella into her arms. Maybe Bella really would take it well. Bella had handled everything better than Rose had expected. Bella looked down at their intertwined hands, unsure. So, Rose let go and took a step back. This was new for Bella. She was still trying it on. It wasn't the right time. So, are you cold? A little, Bella admitted. Rose went to the trunk and pulled out a sweater she had stashed there, just in case. Are you hungry? Looking shy again, Bella smiled. A little. Good. Rose settled on the blanket, enjoying the sun on her skin, and began to pull items out of her bag. She set up the fruit on a small cutting board with a knife, then arranged the cheese and meat. Rose, this is way too much for one person. Sit. Let it. Spit down. Eat something. With an eye roll, Bella sat on the blanket, eyeing the food. Nervously, she reached out for the bread and smelled it. Does it smell good? Bella nodded, ripping off a chunk. I got to the store early this morning when they were just putting the bread out fresh, Bella said. She hummed softly but only picked at the soft center of the bread, feeling self-conscious. Rosalie let her gaze wander over the field of wheat, enjoying the way the blades caught the light. Behind her, she heard Bella begin to eat with more enthusiasm, and she had to hide her smile. Rosalie watched the blades wave, noticing the tiny bugs that lived among them and the gentle dust that billowed and fell when the light breeze moved through. She glanced back just in time to see Bella put a little goat cheese on a pear and take a bite. Bella sighed, looking as if she truly relished the taste. It made Rosalie a bit envious. She wanted to taste whatever Bella was tasting and experience it the same way. The smell of the pear was pleasant. It was fresh and juicy, if a little too sweet. However, the cheese did not smell good at all. What does it taste like? Rosalie asked. Bella's eyes flew wide, unaware she had been watched. She coughed a little, nearly choking. Her hand came up to her mouth, hiding it as she chewed and swallowed quickly. Do you remember what things taste like? Bella shook her head. It was funny, and something she would share with almost no one. While she clung to the idea of life, something that should have been hers, she couldn't remember it all that well. Some things were clearer than others. For example, her memories of morning coffee in the sunlight were sharper than her daily routine. Overall, however, the memories she hadn't cared for had begun to fade long ago. Chewing slowly, Bella furrowed her eyebrows. It's bitter, I guess. Bitter? Rosalie asked, startled. But your face looked like you were enjoying it. Yeah, Bella laughed a little at Rosalie's reaction. The cheese is bitter and tangy, but the pear is soft and sweet. It's not a bad bitter. It's a good bitter. You can't have both sweet and bitter at the same time, Rosalie said. That only made Bella laugh harder. Yes, you can, you dumb vampire, Bella replied. Rosalie snarled playfully, her anger fading in the face of Bella's amusement. It was impossible to feel angry at that moment. One taste doesn't ruin the other? Rosalie asked. No, Bella said, shaking her head thoughtfully as she swallowed her mouthful. It's more like they complement one another. She added more cheese to her pear and took another bite. What would it taste like to you? Edward once compared human food to dirt, Rosalie replied. I wouldn't say that exactly. It's just gross. The flavors aren't right. I think it would be like if someone handed you a bouquet of roses and then asked you to eat them. The pear smells like perfume, and the cheese smells like animal waste. Can you digest it? Bella asked. No. I would eventually have to sick it up. Wow. Bella nodded, finishing her last bite. So, are you going to push me? Confused by the sudden change in topic, Rosalie blinked at her, unsure of what was happening. She felt like she was a step behind Bella all afternoon. Come on, Bella said, offering her hand and pulling her to her feet. Rosalie didn't protest until she realized where she was being pushed. Her eyes rolled, and she scoffed dryly. What are we, 5? Bella didn't answer, she just pushed her a little more. It's dirty. Rosalie whined, but Bella only laughed, her warm hands on Rosalie's waist. The swing creaked ominously when Rosalie sat down, and she winced, waiting to fall into the dirt. Bella crossed behind her and gave the swing a gentle push, but Rosalie didn't move. She watched Bella, her eyes fixed on her face. Come on, old lady. I know this is high-tech compared to when you were young, but you have to know how this works. That finally snapped Rosalie out of her reverie. Old lady? Did you just call me an old lady? Yup, I did. Bella's voice was filled with amused pride as Rosalie scoffed, her mouth dropping open in mock horror. Excuse me, but I am forever 19. Still older than me. Rosalie glared over her shoulder, the sting of whatever she was going to say fading as she watched a breeze catch Bella's hair. She scoffed again, unsure if her mouth would work properly. So pretty, she thought, her mind weak under the realization of how true it was. Bella pushed a little harder, and Rosalie automatically pumped her legs. Are you having fun? She asked dryly. Are you having fun pushing me on the swing, Bella? Yes. Are you, now? Yup. Bella chuckled. She was teasing her, yes, but there was something like glee in her tone, almost as if she were happy. Almost as if she was happy that Bella was there with her. It was such a simple feeling that she couldn't reconcile it. The grin on her face was so large, however, that it couldn't be denied. She was happy. You know, if you wanted, we could stop on the way home and get some coloring sticks and paper. Coloring sticks? Bella laughed loudly, her face lighting up. She bent over, snorting. You mean crayons? What? Rosalie frowned over her shoulder, confused by Bella's laughter. Oh my God, Bella gasped out. Okay, you can never give me a hard time when I call you old. Coloring sticks. Rosalie insisted. She didn't understand the joke, and it made her a little grumpy. The little colored sticks of wax kids used to draw. Yeah. Yeah, totally called crayons now. Rosalie scowled for a long moment before she exploded. Well, how should I know? I hadn't come in contact with them since they were called coloring sticks. Shut up. Bella laughed as she stumbled around Rosalie, stopping the swing with the ropes. Rosalie tried to maintain her glare. How was she supposed to know? When was the last time she had dealt with a child? Never. Not really in her human life, and not once after. Her eyes narrowed as Bella looked down at her, suddenly unsettled. What is it? Some other term I'm using incorrectly? Do I have wrinkles? I swear to God, Bella, if you tell me I have wrinkles, I will leave you here, and you will have to walk home. Bella took a deep breath, her hands reaching forward to cover Rosalie's on the swing. Rosalie looked at their hands, startled. Bella had touched her so many times that day. A flutter of pleasure began in her stomach. Bella, WH. But then Bella, her beautiful brown eyes nervous, leaned forward and gently placed the tiniest kiss on Rosalie's lips. It was their first kiss since the enjoyable one on Rosalie's bed, but more than that, it was the first time Bella had initiated anything between them. Rosalie's breath caught, and she froze on the swing like a statue, her lips unresponsive and her mind suddenly quiet. Immediately, Bella started to pull away, her face horrified. I'm sorry. Before Bella could move far, a huge, goofy grin split across Rosalie's face. It was so big that she couldn't help but turn her face, hiding it in her shoulder like a lovesick human girl. Bella's expression changed when she saw that. The nerves left her, replaced by a semi-hidden flicker of something Rosalie didn't recognize. Carefully, Bella lifted Rosalie's chin with her finger. Rosalie waited, holding her breath, feeling pressure in her chest as she anticipated another kiss. Instead, Bella seemed to grow shy. With her hand on Rosalie's shoulder, she turned again and began to push her. They took turns on the swing for a while. They laughed and teased each other, knowing it was time to head back to avoid worrying Chief Swan. The ride home was mostly silent, but when Rosalie placed her hand on the gear shift, Bella reached over and took it again. There was no goodbye kiss when Rosalie dropped her off, but Bella felt as if she were glowing from the inside out as she drove the short distance back to her house. She practically danced as she entered, where Alice and Jasper were sitting on the living room couch. Jasper held Alice's hand while Alice stared at nothing, her eyes unfocused, clearly in the middle of a vision. Bella wondered if it was about her. Jasper smiled at Bella's joy. Have fun? He asked. I did, Bella admitted as she curled up on the couch. Have you thought about telling Bella yet? The smile faded quickly. Bella didn't want to ruin the memory of her day with guilt. She didn't want to think about what she had to tell Bella. She got up from the couch and headed to her room to change into her dirty mechanic clothes. She didn't want to remember that this was what it was, not after Bella had kissed her so gently that afternoon. Suddenly, her feet stopped on the stairs as a horrible thought struck her. Could Bella have kissed her because she was a vampire, especially after Bella had seen her in the sunlight for the first time? The realization hit her like a punch to the stomach, leaving her breathless. How could she know if anything between them was real when she was a vampire and Bella was human? She was designed to attract Bella. She scowled, all the joy of the day slipping away. She hated that thought. She truly hated it. Chapter 27. It wasn't all the time, but occasionally, Rosalie deeply missed the ability to sleep. It was such a handy way to reset emotional states. She had seen humans do it. She had watched them go to bed feeling like an emotional wreck and wake up as if by magic, as if nothing had happened. She envied that. Unable to find an emotional reset, she spent the night curled up first in her window seat and then under the blankets of her bed, her thoughts sad and slow. She finally rose when the sun was high, ready for the day to begin. She dressed slowly and got into her car for school because that was what she was supposed to do. She didn't feel any better. She couldn't shake it. There was just no way to know, was there? That was the worst part. There was absolutely no way to know. Could she trust anything Bella said she felt? Could she trust the amazement she had seen on Bella's face when she leaned down and kissed her the day before? She got out of the car in the parking lot, her face still stony and her stomach tense. Emmett had tried to find out what was wrong during the drive over. He could sense something was off, even if he couldn't pinpoint it, but she had just shaken her head. She didn't want to explain. She didn't want him to tell her not to think that way, because the reassurances she would hear from him about Bella's feelings being real felt empty. He didn't know any more than she did. None of them really understood the toll the mate bond took on an unknowing human. Her heels clicked wetly on the asphalt as she started toward the sidewalk, her chin high and her shoulders squared, despite, or maybe because of, the feeling of unease. For once, it wasn't raining, and Rosalie was thankful. She already felt bogged down enough without having to worry about an umbrella or her hair. She stepped onto the sidewalk along the parking lot and spotted Bella wrapped in a thick coat, waiting under an awning just to the side of the quad. For the briefest moment, Rosalie considered not approaching. Going to her. Her feet paused. There was no way they could go through their day together as usual without addressing this. It was impossible. She swallowed hard and started toward Bella, determined to do her best. "What, no Silver Beauty this morning?" Bella asked with a slightly crooked grin. "What?" Rosalie frowned. "Oh." She glanced back at the parking lot, realizing Bella was referring to the fact that she had driven the M3. "No. I don't trust teenage drivers not to scratch her." Bella nodded, her eyes focused on Rosalie's face. "You okay?" A knowing look crossed Bella's face. She seemed to see everything Rosalie was trying to hide. Rosalie's jaw tightened as she stared back at Bella. Clearly, she wasn't doing a very good job of concealing her feelings. How could she? The thought that everything with Bella might be empty was tearing her apart inside. Bella's expression shifted from curiosity to discomfort as Rosalie remained silent, gripping her crutches too tightly. Rosalie noticed the change and felt at a loss for words. She was failing at this, and her heart ached for it. Yet, her heart hurt even more at the thought of everything between them being hollow. "Did I do something yesterday?" Bella finally asked, her jaw tense. Rose sighed and gently pulled Bella down onto the bench beside them. "No, Bella, it's not that." She glanced at her and then looked away, her thoughts overwhelming her. What would she do if that were true? The more she pondered it, the more she felt it was inevitable. She was a perfect monster, designed to draw Bella in. She winced, biting the inside of her cheek. Her eyes fell, heavy with sadness, as she stared at her hands clasped in her lap. "It's complicated," she said. Bella looked around. "Try me? We're mostly alone. I don't think anyone would hear. Or we could go back to the car." She shivered slightly, and Rosalie managed a small smile. "Is that just an excuse to be in my cold?" Bella smiled a little, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. "Maybe a little bit," Rosalie replied, trying to force a smile. Instead, she looked at Bella, long and sad. "Rose." Bella sighed and leaned back against the wall, her head turned toward Rosalie. "I don't know how to talk to you about it, Bella. Just try. Please. Just try." It wasn't hard, and yet it was. "It's just hard to know, I think." "What is?" Bella asked, her eyes avoiding Rosalie's. Rosalie did her best to express herself. It wasn't fair. She wasn't a bad communicator, but this felt like an accusation as much as a worry. "Sometimes I wonder if a human can really." Her words trailed off. Bella sat, waiting, so Rosalie tried again. "Do you miss Edward?" She ignored the alarm on Bella's face and pushed forward. "I know it's only been a few months, but do you?" The small worried smile that had been on Bella's lips faded, and her eyes searched Rosalie's. "Is that what this is about? Him?" Bella's expression showed that she hadn't thought this was on Rosalie's mind at all. That was fair because, in truth, it wasn't. Rosalie just had no idea how to ask if Bella was drawn to her because she was a beautiful and inviting vampire. The silence grew as Bella's pinched face looked back at her, seeming to swell with Bella's non-answer. Finally, slowly, with a thick swallow that was audible to Rosalie, Bella nodded once. Rosalie just looked back at her, both surprised and hurt. It hadn't been what she meant to ask, but now she was glad she knew. She didn't want to know, she didn't like the answer, and the answer hurt. But now she understood. Surely, if it had just been Edward's ability to draw on his prey that had enthralled Bella, then she wouldn't miss him, right? Yes, it was true that the ability to enthrall rested predominantly with Rosalie. That was what her beauty did for her. But there had to be enough there for Bella to feel it from Edward too. Rosalie swallowed and looked out into the quad, the pain burning inside her. She watched the first few drops of rain begin to fall and the kids on the quad scamper away. It was funny how squeamish they could be, living in a city where it rained every day. Rosalie could feel the intensity of Bella's gaze on the side of her face, like a physical touch, prodding her. But she didn't look back. She wanted to hide the hurt in her eyes before she did. "That makes sense," she said, directing her words at the quad. "You love him." Had Bella noticed the way her voice had broken? Rosalie hoped she hadn't. From the corner of her eye, she saw Bella shift. She loved him. It was something Rosalie had forgotten. It hadn't been long since Edward left, and she thought they were progressing well, but she had forgotten that horrible detail: Bella loved her brother. That sickening, disgusting, heartbreaking truth weighed on her. God, she wanted to curl up under her blankets again and hide. She wanted to disappear into something safe and warm, maybe a movie she loved, or into a meditative state, the closest to sleep she could get. She wanted to hide from that nod, from the truth she wanted so badly to deny. "You love him," she said again, softly and heavily. She said it as a reminder, as a roadblock to keep her emotions in check. When she had kissed Bella the day before, she had forgotten that she was Rosalie Hale. Life didn't have many good things planned for her. Her existence was punishment for who she was as a human, starting with her brutal death and continuing now with an ever-punishing vengeance. "I don't know." "What?" Rosalie's head whipped around, perhaps a little too fast for normal human abilities, startled by that response. Bella wasn't looking at her, but instead at the ground, her shoulders slumped. "Bella, what do you mean?" Rosalie asked, sighing as she looked down at her. "Knees." Rosalie waited, not daring to hope. "I've been thinking about it a lot since, you." Bella glanced up at Rosalie, her face twisted as if she would rather not be having this conversation, yet she didn't try to avoid it. "I think that if I miss him, it's because he gave me something I'd never had before." The sneer that crossed Rosalie's face was hard and harsh. Had she been wrong? Had Edward touched Bella? Had he given her something that Rosalie now couldn't? Had he taken something from Bella and therefore taken it from Rosalie? "Oh," was all Rosalie could think to say. "But I don't know if that meant I was actually in love with him, Rosalie." The words spilled out of Bella quickly, tumbling over one another in their hurry to escape. "I thought..." Rosalie stammered, hating herself for saying it. "I thought that he had refused." Bella glanced at her, wide-eyed. "No, not that." Her cheeks turned red. "He didn't. We didn't, no, I meant like..." Rosalie was frozen on the bench beside her, eyes on her hands in her lap, waiting to hear what Bella would say. "Like, I've been thinking about it a lot since you kissed me. The first time. So even before he left, something just... I don't know, it didn't feel right." Rosalie didn't move. Bella turned a little in her seat so she was facing her, desperation in her voice as if she needed Rosalie to understand. "We were supposed to be mates, right? That's what Edward told me. Like Alice and Jasper and you and Emmett." What?" Rosalie didn't realize she was shaking her head until Bella mentioned it. She stopped, a little embarrassed and distraught. "What is it?" "Emmett and I were never mates, Bella." "Oh." Bella's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "But..." Rosalie just shook her head again, realizing as she did that this was something she had never talked to Bella about. For all Bella knew, she and Emmett were still... "Wow," Bella mumbled to herself. "What?" "Bella, I'm sorry. I never thought to talk to you about this." Emmett and I were never mates. We always chose to be together, but we knew there was a chance one or both of us would meet our mate one day. I used to think it would never happen, but now I think it was inevitable. She glanced at Bella, who seemed stunned. Emmett and I don't even share a room anymore. Not since, well, it's been a while. Oh. Bella looked at her again, appraising. So Edward told you that you were a mated pair? Yeah, he did. But, I don't know. Have you ever seen the way Alice and Jasper look at one another? Nothing else exists for them. And? Bella shifted again, wrapping herself tighter in her jacket. She was obviously cold. She debated moving this back to the M3. The heat would be nice for Bella and would help calm her too, but she worried if they moved, it would break Bella's spell of honesty. And I think about you a lot. It was only a whisper, but Rosalie easily picked it out over the rising sounds of other students around them. Before Rose could respond, Bella barreled on. About me? Yes. Rosalie swallowed. Since when? Bella squirmed, her face losing color, turning pale with the weight of her answer. Since that first day I saw you guys in the cafeteria. Rosalie rocked back a little, dazed. I've always had to be responsible, you know? Bella looked up, and Rose was delighted and startled to see the steel in her face, the one that always pleasantly surprised her. I've always had to make sure my mom was taken care of because she couldn't do it herself. My dad too, especially since I got here. He just never stopped being sad that my mom left him, so it was my job to make sure he was okay when I was here, Rose said, nodding. She had already noticed this. No one has ever taken care of you. Don't get me wrong, I love them, Bella insisted, her voice a bit frantic. Rosalie nodded again. I know. Don't worry. I know. Bella cleared her throat, her eyes dropping as the panic faded. I think Edward felt good because he did. Rose grunted, unwilling to voice her own opinions. Bella's lips twisted into a small smile. Yeah, she agreed with Rosalie's unspoken words. That's the thing, isn't it? Rose watched Bella with interest. Bella's mind was intriguing. It never worked exactly how Rose expected. He didn't just take care of me. He controlled me. Rosalie's lips thinned into a tight line. I couldn't make any choices. I couldn't think for myself. I just blindly did what he told me because he expected it, and if I didn't, he got mad or sarcastic. You went from one extreme to the other, Rose observed. Bella shrugged a shoulder, her body language uncomfortable. And then he left. I thought he loved me, but he left without any problem. Rosalie nodded, looking away. She had no idea what to say, other than that she would never do that. Bella didn't need to hear that right then. Did you and Edward ever break up, Bella? You mean, officially? Rose nodded. She had been there for those last conversations. In her opinion, they had constituted a breakup, but she had never asked Bella what she thought. Had they been courting when Bella still considered herself Edward's? Bella bit her bottom lip as she thought. I guess we didn't say those words exactly, but yeah, there was a conversation right after the hospital. Rose nodded absently. Even if we didn't officially break up, I think it was over. I think I was ready for it to be over. But he left. That's a breakup moment, right? Don't ask me, Rose scoffed, a hint of venom in her tone. Her voice was a little too sharp. Rose winced, but Bella didn't seem to notice. Bella laughed softly. Gee, thanks, she said. Rose gave her a small side smile, feeling the mood lighten. That was good, she thought, as the campus began to fill. The bell would ring any minute. Did she feel better? She wasn't sure. Did you have fun yesterday? Rose asked. Bella's response surprised her. Rose stared as Bella's cheeks turned from pink to red, then to purple under her gaze. Bella's mouth dropped open, half in laughter. A few guys walking by noticed Bella's expression and began to laugh, making her squirm. Rosalie glared at them. Their smiles faded, and they moved along quickly. What, are you feeling shy, Bella? Oh my God. Shut up. Bella cried, covering her face. Is it because we kissed? Rose teased, knowing full well it was true. Something Bella had said must have made her feel better because teasing Bella felt too good right now. Is it because you kissed me? Bella groaned a little behind her hands. Don't be shy. Rose exclaimed, pulling Bella's hands away from her face. It was good. Bella shifted her hands so her wide eyes could stare at Rose. It was. I liked it. You'll never hear me say that kissing you, that kissing isn't fun, Bella replied, and it seemed she had caught Rose's near slip. She beamed at her. Rose smiled back. After a long pause, Bella finally blinked, breaking their eye contact. Right. So, about that. I was wondering. I wanted to ask, what are you doing tonight? Rose shrugged, doing her best to look nonchalant while inside she felt like bouncing up and down. Was Bella about to ask her on a date? Or even just to spend time together outside of school? Curing cancer, she teased. Bella's face fell into stunned confusion. Wait, really? She asked, sounding almost panicked at the thought of the Cullens coming up with the cure. Working on cancer in their living room was more than Bella could handle. Rosalie rolled her eyes. Obviously not. Not obviously. Bella cried. You never know with you guys. What did you want, Bella? Rose asked, trying to get her back on track, laughing as she did. Bella's eyes widened again. Air. Right. She began to fidget in her seat. Standing up, she wrapped her jacket tighter around herself and shifted from foot to foot as best as her boot would allow. Rose looked up at her from her seat, suspicion growing. Something was making Bella nervous. Is something wrong with your truck? Rose guessed. What? No. No, I'm not trying to ask you to work on my truck. Ugh. I was wondering, do you want to, want to come over tonight? To, my house. With me. Rose eyed her. Sure. She said slowly, not understanding exactly what the big deal was. There had to be more. Bella's shoulders slumped as she took a deep breath for the first time. What time? After dinner. Like 6. Rose nodded. Okay. I'll be there at 6. Overhead, the bell rang, and Bella jumped. Awesome. Okay, great. Yeah. I should, get to class. Rose nodded silently, watching Bella rush off. She still wondered why an invitation to hang out made Bella so nervous. It wasn't because she was asking Rosalie, the one who hated her, right? They were past that, surely. Still, even though Bella had turned a corner and her wobbly fast pace had slowed a little, Rose could hear her heartbeat, much too fast, much too hard. Chapter 28. The day didn't move any faster for her, even with something she was cautiously looking forward to that night. The question lingered in her mind. She considered asking Emmett for his thoughts on Bella's strange behavior, but she imagined he would laugh at her confusion. So, she decided to keep it to herself. Bella was busy during lunch, talking with a group about a history project. Rose sat with the Cullens, watching Bella and wondering. The invitation felt heavy, but she couldn't quite understand why. She prided herself on being smarter than most, yet this left her feeling uneasy. It seemed like a week had passed by the time she finally slid into her car to head home. She had no idea how to pass the time. She used to be good at that, but lately, she just wasn't. She worked on the car for a bit but disliked the greasy feeling on her skin. She took a shower, even though she still had hours to prepare. After carefully doing her hair, she moved to her closet to choose her outfit. She flipped through her clothes, searching for something casual yet not too casual. She wished she understood the plan for the evening. Knowing how she was supposed to look would help ease her anxiety. She resented this feeling of uncertainty. Finally, she settled on a pair of black pants, a soft black silk blouse, and a trendy gray jacket. Why was Bella so uncomfortable asking to spend time with her? If she allowed it, she could admit that this was the real question haunting her. Every time she thought she and Bella were making progress, something reminded her that she didn't really know if they were or not. She didn't bother with makeup, she never did. Carlyle had told her before that beauty was her gift from her human life. She didn't need makeup, it only sullied her natural looks. Still, she studied herself in the mirror again and realized that what she was feeling was nerves. Why was she nervous? God damn it, Bella. When the clock finally struck the hour, she got into her new car and started through the woods toward the town. The nerves hadn't faded when she arrived at Bella's door and gave a sharp knock. She squared her shoulders and pushed the anxiety from her face, forcing a hesitant smile as she heard Bella call from upstairs, "I'll get it," followed by the awkward clumping of crutches on the stairs. Rosalie winced, hoping she wouldn't have to listen to Bella fall. The door swung open to reveal Bella, looking just as nervous as she had that afternoon. Little pink patches of color stood out against her otherwise pale face, and her eyes were slightly wild. Rosalie scrutinized her, trying to decide if it was just her imagination that Bella had groomed herself specifically for this visit. "Hey," Bella breathed, a little short of breath. "Hey, you," Rosalie replied with a smile. Bella's lips twitched into a small smile, a mix of excitement and shyness. Curious about Bella's reaction, Rosalie reached for Bella's hand on the door frame where it was braced. Bella's pupils widened as Rosalie brought her knuckles up to her lips and gently kissed them. She liked the way Bella's eyes followed her, the way her mouth dropped open slightly. Bella let out a little "heh," her eyelashes fluttering. "Bella, who is it?" came her father's voice from the living room. Bella let out a startled yeep. Rosalie's eyebrows rose. Was this a meet-the-parent situation? Was that what Bella's nerves had been about? Rosalie frowned. She wasn't sure she was ready for that. She wasn't a meet-the-parent type. Surely Bella would have given her some warning if she expected her to act like an airhead teenage girl or if she had told her father about them. Chief Swan had a gun. And yes, it couldn't hurt her, but it would bounce off her skin. Am I crazy for being here and possibly hurting someone else? Rosalie's mind raced with anxiety. "I'm sorry," Bella whispered urgently, alarmed by Rosalie's expression. He was supposed to go up to the reservation tonight, but he changed his mind. Rosalie's eyebrows shot up in surprise. She had thought Chief Swan would be gone. She took a half step back, feeling uncertain. "Should I go?" Bella shook her head. She cleared her throat, hoping the night would soon make sense. "Okay then." Bella stepped through the door and walked toward the living room, her shoulders back. Rosalie followed, noticing the sound of Bella's heartbeat was still unusually fast. As she moved through the house, the scent of Bella enveloped her, causing her to close her eyes for a moment in enjoyment. Bella danced around her as they entered the living room. "Dad, this is my friend, Rosalie Hale." Charlie's eyes were glued to the television. Slowly, he glanced up, as if moving away from the screen was a struggle. The moment he saw Rosalie, he twitched, nearly choking on nothing, his eyes widening. "Friend from where?" Rosalie wasn't surprised by his reaction. She had been 19 and well into womanhood socially when she turned. She didn't look like a teenager or have the presence of a high schooler. "From school, Dad," Bella exclaimed, looking genuinely embarrassed. Of course, Rosalie knew him. The Cullens were very aware of the law enforcement in the area. She took a step forward and nodded politely. "Nice to meet you, Chief Swan." Charlie's eyes narrowed, and Rosalie almost laughed. If she hadn't heard his heart beating steadily, she might have worried about it. "You're one of the Cullens that I haven't met, right?" "Have you met any of the Cullens, Dad?" Bella asked at the same time. "Technically, I'm a Hale, but yes." The sharp look didn't leave Charlie's face. Edwin's other sister? Rosalie grinned. Rosalie enjoyed the moment, even if it was the oldest trick in the book. She nodded, and after a second, Charlie's expression cleared. He settled back in his recliner, picked up his beer, and took a sip. "What are you two going to be doing?" he asked. Rose looked at Bella, and they both shrugged. "Movie?" Bella offered. Rose smirked. "Sure." "Okay, have fun, girls." Bella rolled her eyes. "After you," Rosalie teased, sweeping her arm. Bella rolled her eyes harder and followed Rosalie to the stairs, careful behind her in case Bella's crutches stumbled. Bella had gotten pretty good at maneuvering, but Rosalie didn't trust the little metal sticks to hold up her mate. "I don't have a lot of DVDs," Bella admitted as they climbed. "I should have gone to Blockbuster." She paused mid-step and turned to Rosalie. "We still can, actually. Do you want to?" Rose shook her head. "I'm sure whatever you have will be fine." There were movies she'd love to show Bella, hundreds even, but tonight wasn't the night. She didn't care what they watched, as long as it broke the seal for other activities outside of school. "My TV is kind of old too. We got it at a garage sale." Bella's cheeks turned red, and her voice dropped. "We should have gone to your house." "Do you want to?" "We still can. I bet you have more movies and, a better TV and—" "Are you all right, Bella?" Rose interrupted. On the landing, Bella tripped on nothing. "What?" "Yeah. Why?" "Your heart rate is pretty high, and you're babbling." "I'm not babbling," Bella insisted, indignant. "Oh, is there another name for what you're doing?" Rosalie asked casually. Rosalie expected a glare or a snarky comment back, but instead, Bella looked at the door beside them with terror. "Right." Seeming unsure of what to say, Bella pushed into her bedroom. Come in." Rosalie stepped into the room she had only seen from the doorway. Outside, Bella paused, her hands still on the door as she took in everything she hadn't noticed before. Then she let out a laugh. "I guess I can close this, huh? I never could when my dad knew Edward was here." Rosalie smirked. One of the benefits of a sudden change in sexuality. Bella tripped her way to the bed and sat down heavily, looking dazed. "Is that what's happening?" Rosalie hesitated, feeling awkward. "You're not in a relationship with Edward anymore, right?" "Right," Bella replied. "And you've kissed me a few times, right?" Bella looked sheepish, rolling her eyes. "Right." Unsure how to proceed, Rosalie leaned into Bella's space, teasing her just enough to make Bella twitch. Her voice came out smooth and seductive, hiding her uncertainty. "Well, I am very much not a boy." Bella's eyes fluttered as Rosalie spoke, and a sound that could only be described as a moan escaped her. Rosalie gasped, pleased. The intent had only been to tease, but that little sound shot through her, igniting a desire. Instantly, Bella covered her face with her hands, hiding. "Oh my God, I did not just do that!" she exclaimed, crumbling into herself. "Oh God, please tell me I didn't just do that." Caught up in the moment, Rosalie let herself act. She reached forward and possessively ran her hand through Bella's hair, pulling slightly as she clenched her fist, tilting Bella's face back just a bit. Bella's hands dropped, her expression startled. Her eyes were dark as she looked up at Rosalie, whimpering softly in a mix of pain and something that Rosalie knew wasn't pain at all. The wave of arousal surged within Rosalie, and she wanted to do it again. She wanted to pull harder, to drag Bella's head back. Rosalie leaned in, her thoughts wandering to what it would be like to kiss Bella. She imagined thrusting her tongue into Bella's open mouth, her hand pressing firmly against Bella's breast. Suddenly, she cleared her throat and took a quick step back. When that didn't ease her tension, she stepped back again, forcing her hands into her jacket pockets as she turned toward the TV. It was an old model, small with a built-in VHS slot. Next to it sat a small pile of DVDs, along with some VHS tapes underneath, most of which were classic Disney films. Rosalie picked up the first DVD she saw and opened the case. It was a director's cut of Catch Me If You Can. "I liked this movie," she said aloud. "Though Leonardo DiCaprio has done better performances." "I think it's my dad's," Bella admitted. "Have you never seen it?" "I don't think so." Rosalie turned, DVD box still in hand, and surveyed the scene. Bella was sitting nervously on the bed, the TV directly across from her, with the door closed. "You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd think you invited me over to make out." Bella's reaction was immediate and intense. First, the color drained from her face, making her look almost ghostly. Then her cheeks, neck, chest, and ears flushed bright red. Rosalie felt the heat radiating from her across the room. Bella's eyes darted around, her mouth falling open in surprise. Rosalie gasped as everything clicked into place. Her mouth hung open as she sank onto the bed beside Bella, feeling suddenly heavy with the weight of the moment. "Isabella Swan!" Rosalie exclaimed. Bella ducked her head, her blush still bright. "Oh, please tell me that you invited me over to make out." Bella spluttered, "I'm 18. She wanted to be cocky, as she usually was, or even charming. Instead, she felt a rush of glee. She was ecstatic. Rosalie's thoughts raced at the idea. Her mouth hung open, a shout of joy just a breath away. She felt exhilarated, her hands flexing in her jacket pockets. She was glad they were tucked away, otherwise, they might reach out and do something she hadn't allowed. "So this is why you invited me over, huh?" she teased, leaning in a little. Bella's gaze softened, her hair slightly tousled from where Rosalie had grabbed it. The look of longing in Bella's eyes was hard to ignore. "Not exclusively." Bella mumbled. "Oh, so I shouldn't kiss you then?" Rosalie asked, playfully pulling away. "No, no," Bella exclaimed, her hands reaching out to grasp Rosalie's jacket. Okay, that's what I wanted," Rosalie said, biting back a groan as she allowed herself to be pulled a bit closer to Bella. A wave of heat rushed through her, clenching from her stomach to her core as Bella held onto her lapels. Bella was intoxicating in that moment. Rosalie's heart raced, and Bella's scent enveloped her, suddenly musky and filled with desire. The bond they shared felt electric, as if it too was alive with excitement. Seeing Bella's desire for her was overwhelming. She let Bella pull her in by the jacket, their bodies colliding gently. Bella tilted her face up, seeking Rosalie's lips, but Rosalie held back, relishing the closeness, with Bella half under her. Bella whined, unwilling to miss the chance for contact, and instead moved to Rosalie's neck, making her hum softly. "Oh God, Bella," Rosalie groaned, feeling alive in that moment. She loved this. There was no fear in Bella. Instead, Bella's hands tightened in Rosalie's lapels, her mouth moving against Rosalie's skin with a fearless hunger. There was no fear of rejection or coldness. Rosalie felt warmth in her chest at the thought. Bella felt safe with her. That feeling was so powerful and arousing that Rosalie turned her head, a little frenzied, and kissed Bella, who seemed eager to reciprocate. This kiss was not soft, as the warm glow suggested. Instead, Rosalie kissed with intention. She slipped her tongue past Bella's lips without hesitation, caressing Bella's tongue and kissing her fast and hard before pulling away. "Getting right down to business then," she said. Bella looked like she wanted to protest, pulling her jacket tighter around herself. Her nose scrunched at Rosalie's words. "Maybe don't call it a business." Rosalie smirked. "Someone's bossy," she purred. Bella opened her mouth to protest, but Rosalie kissed her again, enjoying the huff of surprise that escaped her. This explained why Bella had seemed so nervous inviting her over. Bella had been asking for something, and Rosalie was more than happy to deliver. Daring to push a little harder, Rosalie leaned back, pleased when Bella leaned with her. Balancing on her knees, she pushed the jacket off her shoulders, swiftly pulling it from Bella's grip. Then she reached up with both hands, threading them through Bella's hair until she cupped her face. Rosalie had known that kissing Bella felt like this, full of power, heat, and warm desire. She had felt it before, but this time it was different. It felt youthful, sticky, and hot, desperate in its longing. Bella melted into the touch, so Rosalie pushed a little more, tipping Bella backward until she fell against the pillows with a soft huff, taking Rosalie with her. Rosalie wanted this to be fun for Bella. She wanted it to be an experience Bella would want to have again and again. Leaning over her, she worked hard to soften her kisses. She gently kissed Bella again and again, before catching her bottom lip and nipping at it. Bella sighed, savoring the taste of the moment. Rosalie felt a wave of warmth fill her, making her moan softly. "Is this okay?" she asked, releasing Bella's lip. Bella nodded quickly, her hands hovering over Rosalie as if she were afraid to touch. "I'm not hurting you at all?" Bella shook her head. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Rosalie asked with a playful smile. Bella's mouth opened, but the desire in her gaze quickly shifted to shyness, and Rosalie's playful confidence faded. "I'm sorry," Rosalie said, cupping Bella's cheek and kissing her lightly. "I shouldn't tease you right now." Bella huffed, her expression suddenly frustrated. "It's just. I'm 18. I have hormones. Of course. I have experiences that I want to have before." "Sweetie, of course you do, and you," Rosalie's words trailed off as understanding sank in, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her mind raced with desire and alarm. Bella was talking about sex. A fierce and sweet longing surged through Rosalie. Did that mean Bella wanted to explore that with her? She had promised herself she would never shame Bella for her desires and that she would be there for her if she wanted to take that step. But what did it all mean? Did it mean Bella was committed to this? Did it mean Edward was truly out of the picture? In the back of her mind, a small voice urged her to speak. "You have to tell her before she lets you touch her, Rose, you have to." "Do you want to tell me what those are?" Rosalie asked. Bella sniffed, turning to hide her warm face in Rosalie's arm. "I don't know, just stuff." Rosalie nodded slowly, processing. "Kissing, and... She gently pulled Bella's face from her arm, her expression turning serious. "With me? Is that what you mean?" Bella's face flushed again, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. Finally, she grabbed a nearby pillow and covered her face with it. Bella mumbled, but Rosalie could still clearly hear her say, yes when it came. "Oh, Bella," she moaned softly, her body instinctively sliding against Bella like a cat in heat. Bella gasped, arching her back and pressing herself against Rosalie's automatic response. Their stomachs pressed together, their thighs met and rubbed against each other. Rosalie paused, scolding herself sharply. She realized they had come further than she had expected. But was this just because she was a vampire? Absently, Rosalie's finger traced back and forth, finding the small gap between Bella's shirt and jeans. She liked the softness of Bella's skin, the warmth. It made her want to stretch her body over Bella's and take all of it for herself. "Bella," she finally said, still hovering above her. "I've never been this close to a human before. Sometimes I think something went wrong with my transition, or maybe it's just who I was before. People don't want to be my friend. Maybe I'm just a bitch who keeps everyone at a distance. I don't know." She chuckled softly, her fingers sprawling out, her hand flattening against Bella's warmth before tracing again. "So I don't have any experience with what I do to them." "What do you mean?" Bella asked. Rosalie sighed. There was no avoiding it, she had to be honest. Looking down at Bella, she said, "I worry that you only want me because I'm a vampire. I'm meant to attract you. That's my gift." Suddenly, Bella grabbed Rosalie's hand, which had moved under her shirt, holding it in place with surprising strength. "I don't like you because you're a vampire, Rose." Rosalie blinked, staring at her in alarm. "You're my friend. I like you because I like you." You're not what you pretend to be. And what's that? Rosalie asked. Some cold-hearted model who hates pretty much everyone and everything. Bella's smile turned honest and open. Bella laughed. What? Shut up, it's true. She pushed at Rosalie, but Rosalie didn't move away. Instead, she leaned down and kissed Bella's neck. Bella gasped and leaned into her lips. I feel the difference. What? Between you and Edward. What? This time, Rosalie's question came out deadpan, offended and appalled that Bella would even mention his name in a moment like this. It's not like it was with Edward, okay? It feels normal with you. Normal good, I mean. I feel like myself. I never really felt like myself with him. I always felt more like I did the one time Renee's ex gave me a cocktail. Not exactly drunk, but not right in my head either. I don't feel that with you. I just feel, I don't know, like I want to be near you all of the time because I like it. Rosalie watched Bella's face. It was a lot for someone who usually said very little. Finally, Rosalie felt as though she could believe her. Normal. She wanted normal so badly. Under Bella's hand, Rosalie began to trace random shapes into her skin again. Just as before, Bella started to squirm, her cheeks turning purple once more. Oh, Rosalie had thought it was the confession that caused that reaction. She hadn't realized it was her touch. No one had ever touched her before, not even something as simple as this, and it was a heady and nerve-wracking thought. Her finger traced around Bella's belly button, and Bella's breath caught. This was something Rosalie needed to remember. To her, she was simply enjoying Bella's skin, but for Bella, this seemingly benign touch meant something. A new scent began to fill the air, one that Rosalie was sure she recognized because it smelled so much like Bella, yet she knew she hadn't encountered it before. She bit her lip, wondering if she could guess the source. Edward never touched you, did he? Bella shook her head, her lip caught between her teeth. And there was never a boy in Arizona? Again, she nodded. Not even like this? Rose asked, shaking her head. She flattened her hand and pushed it deeper under Bella's shirt, moving across the satin skin of her stomach. Bella's breath became uneven, her stomach rising and falling beneath Rose's touch. Rose could feel Bella shaking a little. Touching her skin was addictive. This girl was meant to be her mate. Everything that had happened between them had proven that. Rose traced Bella's belly button again and leaned forward, breathing in the scent at her neck. Beneath her, Bella shivered. Bella still had her virginity, which was important to remember. Rose chuckled internally at the old-fashioned term. All right, virginity then, she corrected herself with a mental eye roll. She licked the skin there just a bit, and Bella shivered harder. The steady beat of Bella's heart picked up, and Rose understood that Bella liked it. She did it again, and again Bella's heart rate spiked. Bella's hand snapped to Rose's arm, clutching it tightly. Unable to stop herself, Rose carefully bit Bella, making sure to barely brush her skin. It took concentration, but the result was worth it. A strong, shaking moan escaped Bella's lips. Immediately, Bella's hand flew to cover her mouth. I'm sorry, she whispered. Rose ignored her, nuzzling deeper under Bella's jaw, breathing in her scent. Something more feral began to rise within her. There it was again, the urge to bite, not to drink, but to claim, to fill Bella with her venom. Before she could stop it, a small animal noise escaped her, not a growl, but not a whine, and definitely not human. It was hungry, violent, and possessive. Bella froze, her sudden stiffness bringing Rose back to herself. She checked to ensure Bella was still safe. Yes, she thought. She wasn't going to lose control and do something horrible. Her hand shifted, wrapping around Bella's bare back, pulling her closer. Rose moaned softly, feeling all her most sensitive places respond. It satisfied a deep longing within her that she hadn't realized she had. Having Bella's skin between her teeth felt incredible. Bella's heartbeat was like music, fast and upbeat, reassuring Rose and answering her unspoken desires. Gently, she bit again, her teeth grazing the tendon in Bella's neck. It was just enough to feel the pressure, not enough to leave a mark, and the thrill of it was unnervingly exciting. Rose could feel her body growing with desire. Her panties dampened, and her hands ached to touch Bella. Bella remained still, barely breathing beneath her. "You're safe, Bella," Rose said, her lips trailing back to Bella's skin as she made her way toward her lips, still growling softly. Bella nodded, but her body was rigid, unmoving. The scent surrounding them was strong now, driving Rose wild with curiosity. As her teeth gently scratched against Bella's jaw, a small sound escaped Bella, and her body shook. Rose smiled against her skin. Oh, she realized she had been wrong. It wasn't fear that Bella had felt. Aware of her teeth, she let them scrape lightly against Bella's skin. This experience was different from what she had with Emmett. There had been no need for such care before, but this was infinitely more rewarding. Holding Bella's chin, she pulled her jaw down and kissed her deeply. Bella's rigid body didn't move, which was both alarming and telling. Another small sound came from Bella as her hands twitched over Rose's back. Rose propped herself up, running her hands over Bella's arms. First, she restrained Bella's hands at her sides, then guided them beneath her own shirt and around to her back, giving her silent permission for what Bella clearly wanted to do. Bella's nails dug into her skin as she leaned up and gasped. Rose moaned as her hands roamed Bella's back. Her breath quickened, and her hips began to rock gently against Bella's. Bella matched her every kiss and movement. Rose's hand moved, cupping one of Bella's breasts under her shirt. Bella let out a small sound, her hands resting on Rose's sides. Rose thought Bella felt so soft and fragile. She wondered if being intimate would actually be easier than this. During sex, you were so aware of the other person in a different way, wanting to ensure they felt good and enjoyed what you were doing. She thought being inside Bella would be simpler than being careful not to press too hard. As her hand moved to Bella's ribs, Bella made a sound that seemed a little too much like pain. "I'm sorry." Rose cried, worried, but Bella didn't seem to be listening. Rose realized Bella was different now. The initial stillness had faded into something more alive. Bella leaned up into Rose, her hands hovering just below her waist as she kissed her fiercely. Bella pressed forward, and Rose let herself fall back with a soft moan of pleasure, willing to let Bella take control. Bella's hair fell across Rose's face, and Rose arched her back as Bella's teeth sank into her neck. "Oh, shit," she breathed, craving more. "Oh, Bella. Jesus." She wanted a more solid touch. She gasped as Bella pressed hard against her, their hips grinding together. Unable to resist, she grabbed Bella, her hands gripping Bella's backside, pulling her closer. Bella's body hitched and then ground into her roughly. Bella's hands moved, cupping Rose's breast. "Oh," Rose gasped. "Yes." Was she begging? She thought she might be. She wanted to beg. Suddenly, Rose heard the distinct sounds of footsteps climbing the stairs. Annoyance, hot and fierce, burned through her. She hissed, wild and angry, her teeth snapping together. Rose nicked Bella's throat just a tiny bit. It wasn't enough to worry about, but she felt bad seeing the small scratch. There was no time to dwell on it. She sat up slightly, struggling under Bella's touch to regain her composure. It took a full second of human time. Then, she quickly pulled down Bella's shirt, as well as her own. In one smooth movement, she spun Bella around, propping her upright in bed, and knelt at the foot of it, in front of the DVD player. She could hear Bella behind her, gasping and spluttering. The scent from Bella was stronger than ever, making her mouth water. She realized the DVD had been playing the menu this entire time. Had Charlie heard? What? The door burst open, and Charlie stepped in before Bella could finish her thought. "Awk!" Bella cried as she fell off the bed, but Rose smiled at Charlie innocently and clicked the play button. "Hello, Chief Swan," she said. "Air," he nodded at her, his eyes on the floor. "Is that DVD player giving you a hard time?" "A little bit," but I think, yup, I got it, Rose replied. Good. Here. I found a bag in the cupboard. Grinning, he thrust the steaming bag of freshly popped corn at her. She swallowed, biting back a scowl. She hated the smell of popcorn. That's great. Thanks, she said. He nodded once, his gaze moving to Bella, who was just crawling back onto the bed. You okay, Bells? He asked. Bella froze, her eyes wide as she stared at her dad. Rose laughed. We found a spider a few minutes ago, and it freaked Bella out, I think. Charlie looked at his daughter, still concerned despite Bella's silent agreement. I never knew you were so skittish, Bells. Do you need me to get it for you? Rosalie ducked her head, barely able to hold back her laughter as Bella shook her head vigorously, her hair flying. I got it for her, Rose said. Oh, Charlie nodded once. Good. Okay. I'll set some traps tomorrow, Charlie said. That's probably wise, Rose replied, nodding and giving him a sweet smile. He smiled back at her, still glancing at Bella, and then excused himself. Rose turned to Bella, grinning mischievously. She looked incredibly alluring. Her hair was a bit tousled, and her lips suggested that Rose might need to be a little gentler in the future. Bella's face was flushed, wild roses blooming in her cheeks as she panted. Finally, overwhelmed, Bella collapsed back onto her bed, moaning as she covered her face with a pillow. Rosalie laughed heartily. Chapter 29. Rose stepped out onto the porch, listening to the truck rev and rumble down the drive toward their house. She realized she should have expected some change after the night before. It seemed obvious now, and she felt pleased. Bella's grin was sheepish as she parked and hopped out, as much as her booted leg would allow, which wasn't much. Rose smirked, leaning against the column of the porch with her arms crossed. Couldn't stay away, huh? Bella rolled her eyes, her feet dragging slightly in an embarrassment that wasn't quite strong enough to stop her from moving. All right, babe. Emmett called from inside, making them both chuckle. You busy? Bella asked, her hands digging into her back pockets. Of course I'm busy, Rosalie replied playfully. You should have called first. Bella shrugged, her posture leaning a little to the side as her nose scrunched up. I still don't have your number. Rose shrugged again and didn't answer. Instead, she bit her lip, looking Bella up and down without shame, remembering all the ways she had touched her the night before. Bella went pink, but she didn't look away. So you're busy then? Bella asked as she joined her on the porch, her attitude suggesting she didn't believe it for a second. Of course. Curing cancer and all. Bella nodded, still holding eye contact. Rosalie's smile grew, challengingly maintaining the gaze that hadn't yet been broken. Bella's eyebrows lowered, tight as if she wasn't sure how to greet her. Rose bit her lip a little harder, trying to hide a smirk that couldn't be concealed. Throwing her a bone, she reached out a hand. Looking relieved, Bella took it, and Rose intertwined their fingers. How about a movie? As expected, Rose felt the blush more than she saw it. It made her. One we actually watch, Bella said with a laugh. Right, Rose replied. She gave their hands a little tug before letting them go, allowing Bella to navigate while ignoring the smug looks on Alice and Jasper's faces as they caught sight of them. Rose paused in the living room for a moment, debating. Her first instinct was to take Bella to her movie room, but if they did that, there was no way they would actually watch the movie. While that wasn't necessarily a bad idea, Rose thought that Bella's first time deserved more attention and preparation than that. Take a seat, she said with a smile, gently pushing Bella toward the couch across from the TV. Rose then went to the freestanding fireplace beside the couch and crouched down. She leaned in closely, her body brushing against Bella's as she reached for the gas. Looking up, she saw Bella gazing down at her from just a short distance away. Feeling a spark between them, Rosalie winked. Across the room, a book fell from Esme's hand with a smack, her face lit up with glee. Fully aware of Esme's shock, Rose headed to the kitchen and popped a bag of the microwave popcorn that Bella loved, only growling at its smell once. Using her vampire speed, she ran up to her room while the popcorn cooked, grabbing the first DVD she found that sounded good. With a smile, she handed it to Bella and gently pushed her closer to the glass that encased the fire before sitting down beside her. They didn't touch, yet Rosalie could feel the electricity between them as she crossed her legs, her knee just an inch away from Bella's leg. "So, this is the Philadelphia Story," Rosalie said. It was released in 1940, starring Katharine Hepburn, Jimmy Stewart, and Cary Grant. Bella nodded as Rosalie gushed, "It's an amazing cast." The credits began to roll. Rosalie noticed that as Bella took a bite of popcorn and leaned back, she also leaned a little closer to her. The warmth pressed against Rosalie's arm made her chew the inside of her cheek to hide her smile. Esme stepped out of the library and paused just inside the door. She didn't hide her appraisal, making Rosalie feel like they were on display. Rosalie pretended not to notice, sighing as Katharine Hepburn appeared on the screen. "You know," she leaned closer to Bella, moving in so their bodies were flush, "there's something about her that's just so sexy." Swallowing some popcorn, Bella laughed. "You know, Rose, you're pretty gay for a woman who has never been with a woman." From upstairs, a loud booming laugh echoed, unmistakably Emmett's. Alice skipped down the stairs, her laughter tinkling. "Movie?" she asked, folding herself into the far end of the couch. "Ooh, Jimmy Stewart." Bella shot Alice a side look, one that Rosalie was sure was meant to highlight that, as a woman who had only been with men, Alice's excitement was misplaced. Rosalie gave Bella a dry glare that clearly asked, "Do you really want me to sound like that?" Bella scrunched her nose and turned back to the screen. Soon, Jasper joined Alice, shifting her so that she was cuddled into his lap. Esme then joined them, sitting on the floor until Jasper insisted she take a spot on the couch. Rosalie felt a mix of annoyance and something else. If she wanted time with Bella, she should have put the movie on in her room. Yet, there was something nice about this too. She began to understand why Edward had insisted on bringing Bella over so often. It felt good to have her girlfriend, though they weren't using that title, with her family. With a somewhat nervous glance, Rosalie reached over and carefully took Bella's hand. Rosalie beamed at Bella. Things changed from that moment on. The next day, Rosalie met Bella on the porch again, even though they hadn't made any plans to spend more time together. Bella approached, looking nervous and anxious, which made Rosalie wonder. Had the kiss changed something? Could Bella now feel that pull, that desire to be near? Or was she just coming over because they were almost dating? The following morning, Rosalie parked the M3, missing her other car dearly, and found Bella standing in the rain next to her truck. Bella's face was nearly buried under her hood, but Rosalie could see the smile on her face. She pulled out her umbrella and walked over to meet her, watching Bella rock back and forth from toe to heel. "Morning," Rosalie smiled. "Hey," Bella replied, twitching. They hadn't figured everything out yet. The day before, Rosalie had simply taken Bella's hand. But today, on campus, things felt different. Bella's hand rose for a moment, then faltered and fell, as if she wanted to reach out and touch Rosalie. It was nice to see Bella showing signs of feeling what Rosalie had always felt. However, until Bella was ready for their relationship to be open, Rosalie would have to settle for this. Rosalie looked down at Bella, who looked up at her, their eyes locked for a long moment. Then they began to walk, and it was almost enough. Rosalie knew there would be gossip. There was already some swirling around, unsubstantiated for now. She knew Bella was aware of it, but what teenagers thought was happening and what actually was often differed greatly. As they walked shoulder to shoulder, their arms brushed against each other now and then, sending a spark of static electricity through Rosalie. It made her skin tingle and feel alive. "Bella," Rosalie said. Bella turned her hooded head toward her as they stepped onto the curb. Rosalie pushed back her hood a little when her boot nearly slipped. "Would you like to go to prom with me?" Bella yelped in surprise. Bella's boot caught on something that Rosalie hadn't noticed. With a shout, she began to fall, but Rosalie caught her easily and set her back on her feet. However, the expression on Bella's face suggested she hadn't even realized how close she had come to falling. "Prom? With you?" Bella asked, her surprise evident. "That's what I said. It's this upcoming weekend," Rosalie replied. Bella's expression grew more alarmed, her skin turning a shade of gray as if she felt sick. "Bella?" "No, I really don't want to go," Bella said quickly. Rosalie paused for a moment, just long enough for Bella to notice. "Not because it's with you or because I don't want people to know or anything." Bella rushed on. "It's just, I don't want to go. I've skipped all the other dances this year, and I was hoping I could skip this one too, maybe, please." Rosalie looked into Bella's face, searching for a sign that she wasn't being truthful. She wasn't sure what she would do if she found one, but thankfully, it wasn't there. Instead, she saw only dread. "All right," Rosalie said. "Wait, do you want to go?" Bella asked, spinning toward her so quickly that Rosalie had to steady her again. "Bella, until you get that boot off, perhaps you need to be a little more careful on your feet," Rosalie advised. Bella didn't seem to care about that. "Do you?" Rosalie shrugged. "I would have gone if I were still with Emmett." It was true, they had always gone to school dances as an excuse to dance together. This time, Bella stopped walking, her face falling. "So are you not going to go because of me? Or, oh, do you want to still go with?" Rosalie smiled and raised a hand to cut off Bella's stress. "Bella, I've been to so many proms that I can't even remember them all. I'm okay missing this one." Bella looked like she wanted to argue. "Would you like to do something instead? We could go to the movies or in Port Angeles?" Bella asked. "Be less distracting." Rosalie's face lit up. "Sure. Yes." Bella nodded once. "Yes, let's do that." Looking relieved, Bella began walking again, a smile on her face. That night, Rose leaned against the counter in Bella's kitchen, watching as Bella dipped fish in batter and tossed it into the pan. "Ugh, see? That smells better than that," Rose insisted, pointing first to the fish and then to the pot of potatoes. Bella just laughed. "That's because the fish at least had blood at one point." Rose nodded slightly. "I still can't imagine eating it." Bella snorted. "Yeah, well, I can't imagine eating your favorite food either." Teasing, Rose flashed a grin that showed all her teeth. "Don't knock it until you try it." Bella shook her head a little, placing another piece of fish in the pan. "I'll let you know," she replied dryly. The front door opened, and Charlie stepped in, looking tired. "Hey, Dad." "Good evening, Charlie." Unaware that Rose was there, Charlie's face relaxed slightly, his eyes blinking rapidly. Bella made a noise of displeasure. Hello." He nodded in her general direction, his eyes averted. Rosalie coughed a little to hide her laughter. "Smells good, Bells." I'm gonna get changed." With her arms crossed, Bella turned to Rose the moment Charlie's bedroom door closed. "Can you stop doing that to my dad?" she hissed. "What?" Rose cried, already feeling caught. "I'm just sitting here." "I know," Bella exclaimed, exasperated. "What would you have me do exactly?" Bella eyed her while continuing her dinner prep. "I don't know. Can you put a bag over your head or something so my dad can function around you?" "A bag?" Rosalie replied dryly, her vanity deeply offended, arms crossed and jaw jutting. "You want me to put a bag over my head?" "Yep," Bella nodded, popping the pea, "that way you'll be less distracting." "Stop being every guy's fantasy," Bella said. Licking her lip, Rose leaned closer, just beside Bella's ear. "Am I your fantasy?" The audible gasp and shiver from Bella were perfect rewards. Bella's heart skipped a beat, and Rose felt satisfied. Gently, she brushed her nose against the shell of Bella's ear. The warmth radiating from Bella's face was dazzling. Shut up, Bella grumbled. Rose grinned, realizing she could smell that scent again, faint but present. She had aroused Bella, and she loved that fact. It would be a useful tool. She hummed, wanting to pull Bella in again, but just then, Charlie's footsteps approached the door. Rose stepped away, her eyes still locked on Bella, who pretended not to notice the attention. When dinner was finished, Rose excused herself to Bella's room, claiming she had already eaten. While waiting, she finished her homework, a necessary evil, then rested against the bed, thinking about Bella's scent and the way her heart had skipped until she heard Bella's footsteps on the stairs. As soon as Bella entered the room, Rose wrapped her arms around her, pushing her against the door and kissing her soundly. Bella had apparently stopped by the bathroom first, and her taste was minty and sweet. Bella let out a small moan and melted against Rosalie as she kissed her hard enough that Bella's head gently banged against the door behind her. "Ow," Bella said. Rosalie laughed softly, pulling away just enough to rub her nose against Bella's soft cheek, just as she had wanted the day before. She groaned a little too loudly as her tongue traced Bella's throat. Bella chuckled and shushed her, pressing herself harder into Rosalie. Perhaps it was that she had been aroused for a while now. The desire surged in Rose, stronger than before. She felt it hit her hard this time. Snarling, she clamped her mouth shut. She wanted to bite, to snap, to pull Bella closer. Startled, she yanked away. With her hands still in Rosalie's hair, Bella looked surprised and guilty. "What's wrong? What did I do?" Bella asked. Rose smirked, trying to mask her sudden nerves. "You're messing up my hair." "Oh." Bella gently pulled her hands away. "I'm just teasing, Bella." Rose smiled and kissed her again, then again, her tongue brushing against Bella's. Her hands traveled first over Bella's waist and then up her ribs, planning to explore further if Bella would let her. Bella's head fell back, then shot forward, hissing. "What's wrong?" Rose asked, alarmed at the pain on Bella's face. "Nothing, I just bumped into something." "Really? How bad, Bella?" Before Bella could protest, Rose lifted her shirt to see where she was hurt. Under one side of her bra, covering her ribs, was a sizable purplish bruise. Rosalie gasped and pulled away, despite Bella's arms trying to hold her close. "Bella. Oh my God. This is from me," Rose exclaimed. She remembered the moment clearly. She had known she hurt Bella a little, but this was a clear mark of her hand. "I don't mind," Bella insisted, trying to pull Rose back, but Rose wouldn't budge. "I mind." "No, don't mind," Bella whined, stepping back into Rose's space and kissing her neck. Rose didn't move or respond, horrified, so Bella gave up. "Come on, I'm okay." "You're injured." "I injured you." "Hey!" Bella cried, wrapping her arms tightly around Rose. Rosalie gasped, taken aback. This was new. Bella had never done this before, and it was impossible not to melt into the embrace. Bella was holding her, stepping up and wrapping her up. Rose felt a mix of guilt and concern as she rested her head on Bella's shoulder. "I hurt you," she exclaimed. Bella replied, "It's okay. You're still getting used to me being human." Rose shifted, burying her face against Bella's throat. "You're so fragile," she sighed. But Rose wasn't really listening. She knew she had to improve, she couldn't hurt Bella like this. In the back of her mind, she thought she heard Bella say, "Not forever." Eventually, Rose decided it was time to go home, leaving Bella to do her homework in peace. Bella protested, insisting she wasn't that hurt, but Rose needed some time to think. "I'll see you tomorrow," she promised, giving Bella a light kiss before heading down the stairs. The house was quiet when she walked in, with everyone starting their nightly routines. On her way to her room, she passed Alice and Jasper's open door and paused to knock. Alice looked up from the floor, where she was playing a card game, and frowned. "I no longer see you and Bella going to the prom," she said. Rose chuckled softly, leaning against the door frame. I asked her, and she didn't want to go. I didn't want to make her. We're going to the movies instead. Alice's face lit up. Oh, she'll enjoy that a lot more. Rose shifted nervously, her habit of appearing human so ingrained that she hadn't even realized she was doing it. Worrying her lip, she asked, will she? Alice looked at her again, her smile kind. She will. She likes junior mints, by the way. Rose nodded, making a mental note, but she didn't leave the doorway. Instead, she fidgeted with her fingers. What is it? Alice asked. Clearing her throat, Rose stepped inside and nodded toward Jasper, who was sitting on their large couch with a book. Can I ask you a question? She asked, sitting down on the opposite side of the couch beside her sister. Jasper closed his book. Alice nodded. She knew these two were not the best sources for the answers Rose sought. After all, neither had been with a human. However, someone who had been at the Cullen house was very hard to find. Rose remembered that Tanya had once been with a human, but she didn't think it had ended well for him. Plus, she and Tanya were not exactly on speaking terms. In a low and embarrassed voice, Rose shared her recurring desire, the urge to bite Bella. But I thought you didn't want her blood? Jasper asked, confused. I've never felt that from you. I don't. Rose insisted quickly, appalled at the idea of being compared to Edward. I've never felt that. Then I don't. It's not about drinking from her, she insisted. It's more about the physical act of sinking my teeth into her. Like. Although she couldn't blush, she felt the emotion behind it and ducked her face as she admitted, like I want my venom inside of her. Alice and Jasper exchanged a look that only made Rose feel more embarrassed. Alice tilted her head. Carlisle? She asked in her normal voice. A moment later, he stepped into the doorway, scratching his chin thoughtfully. I'm not sure, Rose, he said. She wasn't surprised he had overheard. She knew he was somewhat fascinated with her and Bella, and it wasn't as if everyone in the house couldn't hear her. She ran a hand through her hair, huffing moodily. As Esme told you before, this situation is somewhat unprecedented, Rose, Alice, and Jasper said in unison. Carlisle chuckled. I guess I've said it once or twice, have I? Rose chuckled darkly. Just once or twice. The problem I face is that while I know this has happened in the past, I personally have not seen it, and so a lot. Most of my thoughts are just speculation, Rose said. So, if you had to guess, is it just that she's never really going to be safe from the monster in me? Carlisle smiled a little at her, not put off by her bitterness. She snarled at him. Rose, you are the most rigidly controlled of us. If there is ever something that you can't handle, then none of us would be able to. She looked away. That wasn't what she was asking. If I had to guess, would say that it's the mate bond, he said gently, his eyes shining with understanding. What? I think that it is the vampire in you wanting to fix the problem of Bella's humanity. She was on her feet in an instant, her teeth bared in a sharp hiss. Bella's humanity is not a problem. From beside her, Alice's expression shifted to open surprise. Of course it is. Not wanting to hear it, Rose started toward the door. She hadn't actually had this conversation with anyone other than Jasper, but she could sense it in the air. She wasn't having it. She wasn't taking Bella's life. That was the end of that. Rose. Carlisle called after her, but she politely clicked her door closed on them. The next day, despite her upset from the night before, Rose found herself in an outrageously good mood. It was impossible not to be. She had realized something that morning that completely shook away her sour mood. As she met up with Bella for lunch, the second time of seeing her that day, she realized that they were dating. Yes, it was without the official girlfriend title, but nonetheless, they were dating. Bella waited for her in the mornings, and Rose picked her up for lunch. Bella had a bruise on her body from their kissing, and they were finally spending time together. She was in such a good mood that when she arrived home from school that afternoon, for the first time, she didn't feel sad when she looked at Emmett's empty side of the room. She dropped her bag just inside her door. Rosalie opened her bedroom door and surveyed the empty space. She walked over to her small stereo and called out, "Anyone mind if I put on some music?" When everyone said they didn't mind, she inserted a CD and pressed play. Fleetwood Mac's album, Rumors, began to play. "Boo," Emmett called from his room down the hall, but Rosalie ignored him. She hummed along as she started moving things around. She had enjoyed sharing a room with Emmett, but now she found herself planning a shopping trip. She had always held back from feminizing the room too much, not wanting Emmett to feel uncomfortable. Now, she could decorate as she pleased. As the next song started, she began to dance. With ease, she shifted her dresser, lifting it and placing it where Emmett's used to be. She moved paintings, pulling a few out of storage to hang over her bed. The recliners that had previously been for Emmett's sake were moved. She took one to Emmett's room and carried the other out to the garage to get rid of. Instead, she envisioned a cozy book nook with soft, beautiful chairs. As she picked up the coffee table with one hand, ready to place it somewhere new, she let out a yelp. Her favorite song from the album had started, Christine McVie's voice a little rough as she sang Songbird. Without thinking, Rosalie began to sing along. But when she turned around, she was surprised to see Emmett grinning widely with Bella on his back. She froze, her mouth closing around the half-sung lyrics, the coffee table still in her hand. "I snuck her up." Emmett cheered, looking smug. "I see that." Rosalie snapped, setting the table back down. Bella slid off Emmett's back unevenly, her eyes wide. "Jesus, Rose, you have an amazing voice," Bella exclaimed. Rosalie glared first at Bella, then at Emmett. "Hey." She wouldn't have heard this for at least 50 years if I hadn't. "Wow," Bella mumbled, still staring at Rosalie's face. "How come I didn't know that?" Emmett grinned at Bella. "Rose is shy," Bella said, snorting. Rosalie glared at her again. "Will you sing some more?" Bella asked. "Nope," Rosalie replied. "Please?" "Nope." "But." "No." They glowered at each other. Finally, Bella sighed and turned away, her backpack in hand. Emmett just grinned. Once Rosalie finished with her room, she headed down the stairs and joined Bella in the dining room. Bella was sitting at the table doing her homework. Pulling out her own books, Rosalie sat down too. Homework was usually quick for them. Rosalie had been through school so many times, and Bella was simply smart. Still, they were there long enough for Rosalie to notice her family walking by and grinning. She glared each time, but she couldn't deny she felt lighter and lighter. Later, when they came home from school, Rosalie and Bella burst out of the cab of the car, their voices raised as they argued. "You can't possibly know," Bella shouted, her face red with fury as she maneuvered on her crutches. "What do you mean?" Rosalie scoffed, yelling back. "I'm a vampire. Of course I can know." They continued shouting, ignoring the people in the living room who had gone stiff as statues. They moved through the crowd, their argument growing more intense. Rosalie focused on proving her point, ignoring the way her family followed them with their eyes as they headed up the staircase. "Just because you're a vampire doesn't mean you know everything about human nature, Rosalie," Bella argued. "That's exactly what it means, Isabella. Mike Newton is going to lock you in a hole in the basement and make a coat of your skin. That's insane. You're insane. You're just jealous, and I don't even know why. Ugh, you're so annoying," Rosalie cried, slamming her bedroom door closed. From the floor below, Rosalie heard Carlisle and then Jasper begin to laugh. "So I guess Bella and Rose are in a relationship, huh?" Carlisle said. In a low voice, Rose felt as though she could walk on air, even though she was furious with her at that moment. Chapter 30. The next morning, Rosalie pulled up to Bella's house just as the sun was beginning to rise, a big grin on her face. Not wanting to explain to Charlie, she quickly moved around to the side of Bella's room. She glanced around and easily climbed into Bella's room. She would have to talk to her about leaving her window unlocked. "Bella," she whispered, moving over to the bed where a mop of brown hair was all that was visible from under the covers. A grumpy moan came from the blankets. "Bella." She shook her a little. "What?" Bella sat bolt upright, alarmed and rubbing her eyes. "Rose? What's wrong?" Bella grinned up from where she was kneeling, shaking her head. Sleep mussed and confused, Bella looked so cute and so sexy that Rosalie considered giving up her plan for the day and simply crawling under the covers with her. She could only imagine what those Bella-warmed covers would feel like against her naked skin. She shook her head a little to clear it. "Come on, get up. We're playing baseball." "No, last time I almost died." Bella groaned and fell back into her bed. It took a lot of convincing before Bella was willing to get up, dress in something warm, leave a note for her father, and then make her way out to Rosalie's Silver Beauty. "Bella's here." Esme cheered as they stepped into the Cullen house a few minutes later. Bella, still seeming partially asleep, stood next to Rosalie with only half a smile on her lips. "She's still sleepy." "Yeah, dude, it's 5 in the morning on a Sunday," Bella grumbled, making the room full of never-sleeping vampires laugh. I don't know," Emmett teased as he came down the stairs. "Are you sure this is safe for her?" Rosalie flicked him off. "'Cause, last time." Emmett sucked in air through his teeth, easily dodging Bella's thrown punch. "I don't know," Rosalie sniffed. "Let's ask Alice," someone suggested. "Gee, thanks, guys," Bella mumbled. In less than a second, Alice appeared beside her face twisted comically as if she were peering hard into the future. Well, it looks like she'll be, oh." Rose froze, her eyes wide with horror. She had only been teasing. Was Bella really not going to be safe? She glanced around to see that everyone had frozen, all eyes on Alice. But Alice turned, looking toward the living room door. Oh. Then she heard it too. Footsteps moving at vampire speed. "You've got to be kidding me," Emmett laughed, shaking his head and gently clapping Bella on the back. "Man, Bells, you have the worst luck when it comes to baseball." Bella turned pale. "What is it?" she asked, looking at the statues in the room again. What is it?" A moment later, there were footsteps on the front porch, causing Bella to freeze as well. Rose's teeth ground together. His timing was impeccable, she thought, and watched as Edward pushed through the front door, his eyebrows raised. "Oh," Bella said in a shaky voice, and then added, "Shit." Edward paused, his gaze falling on Bella, who had covered her mouth as if she had just accidentally vomited on the floor. "My, you have been spending time around Rose, haven't you?" he mused. "Jump off into a fire, Edward," Rose shot back. "Edward." Esme leapt forward, wrapping him in a hug that made him laugh. Rose just glared. She wasn't happy to see him, not at all. Things had been nice, and now, her eyes trailed to Bella's face, searching for any hint that she was happy to see him. It was just blank, and that didn't make Rose feel any better, especially since Bella was still staring at him. She had forgotten to worry about Edward's return. She had forgotten to think about him much at all. "Hi," Bella finally breathed, a stab of pain shooting into her stomach. Edward, for his part, picked up his bags and with a slight nod in her direction, headed up the stairs. "Okay," Carlisle finally said after a long silence. "Who's ready to play?" "To be fair, babe, of course he's going to come. He's our best outfielder," Emmett said. Rosalie scoffed as she crunched through the morning frost on the leafy ground. "I'm our best outfielder." "Well, yeah," Emmett shrugged, years of placating her evident in his tone. "But still." She glared at him. "Are you warm enough?" Bella, who was wrapped in Rosalie's thick jacket over the one she had brought, laughed. "I feel like a balloon." "But are you warm enough?" Rosalie pressed. Instead of laughing, Bella smiled affectionately. "Yeah, Rose, I'm warm enough. Okay. Rosalie nodded, her energy high as she stepped through the edge of the woods and into the clearing. Across the grass, the rest of the family stood, all able to get there much faster without a human companion. As she watched, Edward glanced their way, swinging the bat. Rosalie glowered and, unable to help herself, reached for Bella's hand, which was covered by thick gloves. "Bella, come sit with me," Esme called as Rosalie took her place on the pitcher's mound. "What?" Rosalie called back. "Let her play." It wasn't only Bella's head that whipped around to look at her like she was crazy. "Oh no. No way." Bella laughed, starting toward Esme with determination. "Come on." Rosalie grinned. "I bet you'll have fun." From across the field, Bella looked at her like she was insane. "Fun? Playing baseball with a bunch of vampires?" Jasper chuckled, tipping his baseball hat with southern charm. "She's got a point there. I'm in a boot. You don't have to run. I can't even throw it to first base, Rose." "Oh yeah?" Rosalie smirked. She wasn't sure if Bella playing would be fun or not, but Bella's insistence on not even trying was triggering her competitive side. "Yeah," Bella replied, eyeing Rosalie. Bella looked at Rose, possibly seeing a playful challenge on her face. "Okay, fine," Rose said, teasingly pushing Jasper off first base. She held out her hand for the ball, keeping her eyes locked on Bella. Jasper tensed slightly at the sudden closeness but smiled and tossed her the ball, which Bella promptly dropped. Rose enjoyed the competitive standoff. If Bella wanted to play, she would make sure to help her. It was too much like Edward to assume Bella wouldn't participate or, worse, that she couldn't. "Ready?" Bella asked, now holding the ball again. "Oh, I'm ready," Rose promised. "Okay. Here goes." Bella cocked her arm back and, with evident effort, threw the ball toward home plate, where Esme was waiting with open hands. Rose watched it arc through the air, stifling a laugh. It was nothing short of pitiful. She launched herself, dashing toward the ball at full vampire speed, too quickly for Bella to react. Rose snatched it out of the air with a small leap, catching it just as it began to fall about 5 feet from Bella. In a flash, she threw it to Emmett, who caught it and tossed it to Alice, who passed it to Carlisle, who then threw it to Jasper. Before Bella's arm had even returned to her side, the ball smacked into Jasper's hand, making her yelp and cringe away, her arms flying up over her head. When she peeked out from under her arms, her hair tousled across her face, Rose couldn't help but smirk. "Whoa," Bella said, surprised. "See?" Rose insisted with a wink. "You can totally play." The rest of the Cullens cheered as the ball returned to Rose's hand after passing through everyone else. Everyone except Edward, who was glowering at her. Rose raised an eyebrow at him, sending a mental reminder that he should stay out of her thoughts because he might not like what he found. He turned away. His face was expressionless as he walked toward his spot in the outfield. Bella shook her head. "I'm sitting down." The game wasn't particularly exciting. Rose thought if she and Edward had been on opposing teams, it would have been much more interesting. Instead, being on the same team turned the game into a landslide victory. Both she and Edward couldn't help themselves. They threw harder, ran faster, and stole bases, all to share an arrogant glare with each other. However, no thirsty vampires interrupted the game to try to take her mate's blood, so Rose considered it a good game. As they played, Rosalie found herself very aware of Bella and Edward, watching them closely. She was so focused that she nearly missed a ball flying her way more than once. She couldn't tell if she had seen something between them or not. Sometimes it seemed like she did, but she thought it might just be in her head. She didn't trust it. She didn't trust him. As tradition dictated, when the game ended, everyone shook hands, including Bella for her brave effort to get the ball from first base to home. Everyone except Edward. Rose watched, arms crossed in anger, as Edward shook Esme's hand and then, with a glance at Bella, turned and slowly walked back toward the house. She looked back at Bella, who was also watching, her face filled with hurt. Rose's teeth ground together, her temper flaring. "So," Bella said, turning to Rose as if they hadn't both noticed Edward's coldness. "Can I drive?" That stopped Rose in her tracks, stunned. "What?" Emmett approached, already laughing. "No way. No way is Sappho going to let you drive her." Rose whipped around, leveling Emmett with a confused stare. "Am I Sappho or is my car?" Bella turned red, and Emmett's laughter doubled. "You're a pick," Bella exclaimed, gaping at Rosalie, unsure if she liked either option. "So, can I?" Bella asked, her grin revealing that she knew exactly what she was asking. There was a glint in her eye that Rosalie hadn't realized was missing that day, overshadowed by Edward's sullen behavior. "Yeah, Rose, are you going to let her drive your brand new car?" Emmett chimed in. Rosalie's mind raced. Emmett was right, this was not something she usually allowed. Her cars were hers. She didn't like sharing. Watching her prized possessions driven by someone else felt like watching a significant other kiss someone else. Plus, she couldn't let her baby be wrapped around a tree due to someone with human reflexes. But both Bella and Emmett looked at her as if they knew exactly what she was thinking. Then, relief washed over her when she found a way out. "Oh. It's manual," she said, her shoulders slumping as if disappointed. "You could teach me," Bella said, with a hint of innocence that felt a little too calculated. "What?" Rosalie replied, confused. "You could, teach me," Bella insisted. Then she did something Rosalie had never seen before. She waggled her eyebrows at her, suggesting more than just driving lessons. "All right," Rosalie said, not wanting to agree, but unable to say no to that. Emmett's face dropped in shock. "What? You never let me drive your cars." I got next. Cornered, Rosalie managed a sneering smile. "Fine," she ground out, and the three of them started toward the back road where the car was parked. Rosalie felt like a stiff rod of tension as they approached her car, glimmering in the late morning dew. "You having a heart attack yet?" Emmett teased. Nose in the air, Rosalie sniffed. "Of course not. Why would I?" However, Bella didn't look convinced as she took the keys. "So this goes into the tourney thing, right?" "Okay, I'm just kidding," Bella exclaimed, laughing at the look on Rosalie's face. They climbed in, with Bella taking the driver's seat, and Emmett sat in the passenger seat, leaving Rosalie in the back. Her jaw was clenched tight, and the smile on her face probably wasn't convincing anyone. "I don't know if I feel safe," Emmett complained. "Where's my seatbelt?" Bella rolled her eyes, but Rosalie, on edge, snapped back, "You're a 300-pound vampire. You'll be fine." She turned to Bella, trying to maintain her composure. "Okay, Bella, driving a manual is all about balance. It's all about timing. Hey. Peanut gallery. Shut up." Bella glanced between them, amused. "Now, Bella," Rosalie said sweetly, "you notice how there's an extra pedal?" The lesson on clutch versus gears quickly devolved into chaos, filled with yelling. Rosalie shouted at Bella as the gears ground, causing her to hyperventilate in the back seat. Bella yelled back for Rosalie to stop yelling at her while the car jerked and shuddered. Emmett added to the noise, teasing them both. "Press and release. Press and release at the same time, Bella." I am. The car revved as Bella pushed the accelerator too hard. It jerked forward and stalled because she hadn't released the clutch enough to catch first gear. Rosalie let out a whine as the car made a concerning noise. "This doesn't make any sense. Why are there two pedals?" "What the hell? There aren't. There are three. It makes plenty of sense. You're just doing it wrong." Emmett laughed, emphasizing his point. Bella tried again, and for a moment, the car moved. Yes, Bella, yee." But the car stalled again. "Damn it." Bella shouted, smacking the steering wheel. Do not hit my car. It's just a car. Rosalie's head dropped to the back of Emmett's seat, hiding her face. Her poor car. Her poor, beautiful car. Okay. She took a deep breath. Trying to sound sweet and loving. We can do this. Bella scowled at her. It's all about delicacy. Remember, balance. Think of it as a dance. One foot releases while the other presses down in equal measure. With determination in her gaze, Bella tried again. The car revved harshly, but to Rosalie's relief, it caught in first gear. I'm moving. Bella shouted, her excitement causing her to fumble her feet. She shot forward, pushing the RPMs into the second gear range. Whoa! Whoa! Emmett cried, while Rosalie clutched his arm. Gah-uh. Ow! Bella screamed as the car lurched and stalled again when she released the pedals. Breathing hard in the back seat, Rosalie tried to maintain a smile. That was good. Try that again. Bella shook her head. I'm done. I'm good. Rosalie's hands tightened into fists in her lap, but she still smiled. You almost have it, Emmett encouraged, prompting Rosalie to glare at him. After a few more attempts, they began to move slowly but surely. They turned off the service road, but Bella stalled again during the turn onto the empty highway. You know, Bella, Rosalie said in her lightest, sweetest voice. Bella, tense with tight eyebrows and stiff muscles, barely glanced at her. If we don't get going soon, we're not going to make it back before Charlie comes home for lunch. Startled, the car stalled once more, and Rosalie fought to hold back a wince. It was becoming harder for her to sit passively. Emmett smirked, seeing through her. She shot him a silent glare to be quiet. He's on his way home now, Rosalie added. Bella looked up, surprised. Wait, you can hear him from here? We're miles from town. Of course I can, Rosalie replied. Bullshit, Bella, don't listen to her, Emmett interjected. Just wants to get back into the driver's seat, Bella said. Ignoring that, Rosalie smiled, tossing her hair over her shoulder and trying to look as pretty as she could. Bella glanced into the mirror and then over her shoulder at Rosalie, a little slack-jawed. You know, sometimes it's intimidating, Bella admitted. What? Rosalie asked, running a finger along the side of Bella's neck, making her blush. Oh, Bella, I know this trick. Resist. She's trying to get in your head. Emmett warned, his eyes flicking over to Rosalie. Rosalie gently tickled the shell of Bella's ear and asked, What is intimidating? Bella's cheeks turned pink again. You looking like that. Rosalie's mouth dropped open, surprised by the compliment. Emmett howled with laughter. Bella still looked a little dazed as she pulled over and got out of the car. Rosalie paused, kissed her soundly on the side of the road, and then pushed the seat up for Bella to crawl in. Sliding behind the wheel felt like an instant headache cure. She hummed, biting her lip, and glanced at Bella in the mirror. Bella was looking at her with amusement and something else that Rosalie couldn't quite place. You gonna show me how it's done? Rosalie asked with a grin. That's right, Bella replied. With a wink, Rosalie shot off down the road, making Bella squeak and laugh. They made it to Bella's house in 4 minutes, a record, Rosalie was sure. Have a good Sunday, sweetie, Rosalie said, smiling sweetly, only half teasing. Bella glared at her as she closed the car door. Rosalie frowned, feeling that familiar pull she had noticed every day since they kissed on Bella's bed. She winced as Bella climbed onto the porch and gave a small half-wave before heading inside. Rubbing her chest, Rosalie took a deep breath and pulled the car out. This was new, this feeling. It wasn't bad, she thought, but it hurt. As a vampire, she noticed pain now, and it happened so rarely. Starting down the street, Emmett. He turned slightly in his seat, his eyes sharp. So, are we going to talk about it? Startled, Rosalie glanced at him. How could he know what she was feeling? She didn't even understand her own emotions. "Edward's back," he prompted when she remained silent. "Bella." Rosalie's gaze snapped back to the road, focusing intently ahead. "So?" She shook her head firmly. "No, we're not." He nodded slowly, his expression serious for once. "Okay." Chapter 31. Rosalie didn't want to be there. She knew that after walking away from their recent conversation, she was setting herself up to have it again. She had tried to avoid this, refusing to put herself in this position, but she was so tired of having questions. She had put it off as long as she could, but after another week since the baseball game and another week of feeling unsettled every time she stepped away from Bella, she had to ask someone. Once again, she debated a trip to Italy. Despite the Cullens' efforts to keep to themselves and avoid the Vulturi's attention, Rosalie thought it might be worth it to have all of her questions answered. The thought of shopping in Italy almost convinced her. The trouble was, she never knew how the Vulturi would react. For all she knew, they could decide the Cullens had broken a fundamental vampire rule by allowing Bella to know about them, and they might seek vengeance. They could insist that Bella must die or demand that Rosalie drain her blood and dance in it under the full moon. You never knew with those unpredictable individuals. So, she found herself grudgingly there. Her heels clicked loudly as she strode down the hall, her chin held high, forcing an air of confidence as if she didn't want to turn around and run. "Keep walking," she urged herself, her mind gritting and snarling at her. She needed answers. She needed Carlyle to have them. He had better have them. "Miss Hale, how are you?" "So lovely to see you again," an elderly man with tufts of white hair smiled at her as she turned the corner. "Good afternoon, Dr. Denton." "I'm very well, and you?" she replied. "Good, good. Looking for your dad?" "I am. In his office." She nodded and thanked him politely, already aware of where he was, and headed down the correct hall. This felt degrading. She knew her family did this, but she had only felt the need once before, ironically to discuss the problem of Edward with their surrogate father. His growing obsession with a human girl troubled her. Rosalie resented that she felt the need for this one-on-one attention. She couldn't have this conversation at home, where everyone could overhear and feel inclined to share their opinions. So, she had used the excuse of going hunting the night before. Afterward, she dressed and started her day. It was early, so early that Carlyle could not have been there long. He still struggled to keep normal hours, willing to work as much as needed. To avoid looking bad, he settled for being on call most nights and arriving early. As she approached the door, indignation bubbled within her, and she paused. From inside the office, she heard the scratch of a pen on paper. Gritting her teeth, she knocked firmly. "Come in," he called. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door and stepped inside. "Rose." Carlyle greeted her with a warm smile, a smile Rosalie felt she didn't entirely deserve. "Come in, take a seat." Avoiding eye contact, she closed the door and sat stiffly, crossing her legs. "Are you all right?" he asked. She nodded once, her head barely moving. "And is Bella doing well?" Again, she nodded. "Okay," he said thoughtfully, finishing whatever he had been writing and setting it aside. He leaned back, looking comfortable, while Rosalie felt like she might implode in this humiliating situation. She didn't usually come to him for advice. He waited as she sat there, her mouth closed and her gaze fixed on him. She needed to speak quickly before he got called away to an emergency or a meeting, but her jaw felt too heavy to open. So, she just stared. His eyebrows rose slightly, prompting her to shift in her seat. "Busy day?" she asked, immediately rolling her eyes at herself. She wished she hadn't asked. She didn't really care. "I've had busier, but I know you didn't come to ask me that." "I have a meeting in 30 minutes, I should warn you," he replied. "Right. Is it something with Bella?" Her eyes narrowed. She felt defensive. She wanted to snap at him that it wasn't Bella and that he was being rude for asking. But, of course, it was. Is it Edward's return? Are you having doubts about her feelings? No. Why did people keep asking her about Edward? She didn't care about him. She didn't. Then how can I help? She gritted her teeth. To avoid more stupid questions, she began, there's something I've noticed recently. Something new, again. With Bella? Yes, she said through clenched jaws. Jesus wept. Yes. With Bella. God, she would rather be doing anything else. I've noticed a new sensation when I leave Bella. Carlisle's expression didn't change. He remained steady and professional. That lack of response helped her continue. She thought that if he had shown any reaction, she might have left then and there. Can you tell me about it? She held back the snarl of sarcasm she wanted to unleash and responded, it's not all the time, or at least it wasn't until now. Quickly and succinctly, she explained the new pulling sensation. And it's only when you leave her? Correct. I do not feel it when I'm with her or even if we've been apart for a few hours. He nodded, his eyes unfocused as he stared at a wall. Interesting. She always aspired to be like him. His human mannerisms were impeccable. He was the only person who worked as hard on them as she had. The connection between you strengthens the more time you spend together, correct? She thought about it for a long moment. She had noticed that things felt more solid between them, even with Edward's return. She added that last part passively, refusing to give the thought weight. Yes. I think so. Bella did seem more comfortable with her, especially over the last week. Edward hadn't returned to school, so things felt easy there. After school, they spent time together. Bella's house filled her thoughts, but she quickly pushed those ideas aside. Edward was not the focus here. He didn't matter. She was with Bella now. He was a non-issue. And you still feel the desire you spoke of before? The desire to bite her? Rosalie shifted and cleared her throat. Her response came out as a croak. Not that she had felt that way in the past week. There had been no heavy kissing, no time or place for it. Edward's face flashed in her mind, and she shoved it back down. It wasn't his fault that Bella hadn't tried to start anything. It was because Charlie's caseload had been light, and he had been buzzing around. That was all. Leaning forward slightly, Carlisle cocked his head. I've had a theory since we discussed that desire. And? Could it be that you must be mated to be mates? Rosalie stared blankly. Meaning? He laughed. I'm sorry, that came out as more of a riddle than I intended. What I mean is, could your connection be pushing you to take the final steps to truly, well... Rosalie jerked as if she had been hit with a cattle prod. Are you trying to talk to me about sex, Carlisle? For a brief moment, Carlisle seemed embarrassed. Sex was something the Cullens had to be open about, given their exceptional hearing. Rosalie knew that, though Carlisle and Esme were often sweet and passionate rather than destructive, they still had sex most days. In fact, he had bought her an island just for that purpose. They all tried to be sensitive to their housemates, but it was just the way things were. It was an unspoken issue. At least Carlisle never had to discuss it with them, as far as she knew. No one had ever needed the finer points explained. He cleared his throat, and his medical training seemed to take over. Is that starting to click for you? He asked, nodding. Yes, I am, she replied. And why exactly are you asking me about sex? Once again, this is theoretical, he said. Rose waved her hand impatiently, tired of hearing that. The point, I think, of what we feel when we meet our mates is to ensure we don't pass up our soulmates. Internally, Rose rolled her eyes. Soulmates? This was where Edward got his flair for the dramatic. How could a man of science believe these things? I know, you think that's hogwash. I believe the scent lures you in, the desire to know, the inability to ignore. I think your desire to turn Bella into one of us is. The chair under her gave a warning splinter as she tightened her grip on the arm. I do not have a desire to turn Bella into one of us, she insisted. Carlyle's smile was soft and kind, and Rose hated it because it was also placating. Rose, the exact words you said were that you have a desire for your venom to be inside of Bella. That sounds very much like not only sexual desire but also a desire. No. She interrupted, frustration rising in her. She held his gaze, refusing to feel embarrassed, even if she did. She had said it. She knew that. But that didn't mean. I think all of those feelings are the unacted upon bond trying to make things more harmonious. I think it may become more and more insistent until it is satisfied. Imagine, if you will, pushing two magnets together. Eventually, their connection makes it impossible to keep from one another. Right. Has Bella expressed any concerns about this new sensation? At this, Rose looked away, out his window at the quickly growing gray day. She hasn't said anything. Then, because it had to be admitted, she continued, I'm not entirely sure she's capable of feeling the mate bond. He studied her with a frown. Have you not told her yet? No. Why? She scoffed. It was an obvious answer. She can't, right? Can't she feel the things that I feel? You mean because she's human? Yes. I honestly don't know, Rose. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to hear that. You're right. I don't. She snarled. Carlyle gave a slight apologetic nod before continuing. I have to imagine she can feel the bond to a point. After all, whether through the bond or because of it, you two have taken to one another very well. She scowled under his gaze. I understand your hesitation, Rose, but you know things are not as simple as they once were. Which means? She snapped. Here it was. She had known it would come to this. She stared back, her gaze hard enough, though her insides were beginning to feel sore. I think you know what I mean. Uh-huh. Right. She looked away again. She shouldn't have to defend this. She wasn't going to have this conversation. She simply wouldn't. And intimacy? That is the pinnacle of the bond, right? That is the point where the pulling sensation will stop. So is it a possibility? I mean, she huffed. I know it is, but, ugh, forget it. This isn't worth it. I should have talked to Esme, who then would have talked to Carlyle and brought back what he said. That would have made more sense. I trust my ability. I have heard Bella a little, but I could be more aware. I think if you're very careful, it could be a wonderful experience for you too. One that she should have while still human. But I do not think it's the pinnacle of the bond, no. Nor do I think it will cause the sensations you're speaking of to slacken. Teeth grinding, she stared, wanting to break something. You just said that we need to mate to be mates. I didn't mean sex, Rose. Right, she shot back. You think I should bite her? She closed her eyes as a tingle went up her spine, betraying her and angering her. You think I should take her life? Of a teenage girl. When she opened her eyes again, Carlyle had leaned back, his fingers steepled. He seemed very aware of Rosalie's reaction. She growled softly. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told Edward, Rose. The sharp hiss she let out echoed her frustration. If Bella is your mate, then things are different from if she were just a romantic interest. If most vampires only get one mate, surely that means our mates are predestined. Otherwise, how would we be in the right place at the right time to meet them? He chuckled lightly. Can you imagine the strength of destiny for those who mate with 2 or 3 people? I know Edward is always worried that our souls are doomed, but to me, that speaks of divinity. Seeing you and Bella together, I do not doubt that you are indeed mates. And that, Rose, I did not say to Edward. She sniffed. That helped. It was silly, but the thought that he hadn't shared that with Edward eased some of the anger in her chest. You're trying to tell me that you think intimacy will increase the strength of the bond. He nodded slowly. Doesn't it for every couple? She didn't respond. But Rose, it's only fair to let it. Right. That was her cue. Okay, thanks. She pushed herself to her feet, ready to escape the awkward situation. Carlyle raised his hand, his voice sharp. Sit down. Please. Alarmed and feeling even more anxious to leave, she sat back down. Rose, there can be no halfway in this. It isn't fair to try to contain it like you're doing. It's not that simple. Tell Bella, Rose. Tell her, and see what she says. After all, she deserves a say. Chapter 32. To avoid being late, Rose drove from the hospital directly to the high school campus. The first bell was only minutes away when she stepped out of her car, worried that she had forgotten to switch to the M3. She had parked at the far end of the lot, trying to think of everything to make the morning simple. It was a stupid mistake she had overlooked. With careful precision, she smoothed her hair, straightened her back, and kept her face blank. Her shoulders felt heavy, and she wasn't sure she could breathe under their weight. She glanced toward the school, certain that Bella had already started class. Even from that distance, she could see Bella in a small huddle of people beside the parking lot. Mike was telling a story, his expression goofy, while Jessica stared at him with affection. From what Rose could tell, the two had recently begun dating, and that was good. Still, it didn't seem to stop Mike from casting moony looks at Bella. Although Bella was smiling, her eyes were on Rose, perhaps only partially listening to Mike's story. Rose's heels clicked on the cold ground as she approached them, her gaze directed downward. Carlyle's words echoed in her head, deepening her brooding mood. She didn't know what she had expected from her talk with Carlyle. Actually, she did. She had expected encouragement towards sex and the general attitude that if she was feeling anything unusual, it was probably due to the bond. She had also anticipated encouragement to change Bella. What she hadn't expected was for it to make so much sense. She hadn't expected to feel so guilty. Had she been trying to contain their bond? She was sure she hadn't. Why would she? Why would she want to take away something good? But if she hadn't, then why did that thought sound so familiar? Her mind was full, too full, and she didn't want to deal with the swirling thoughts. Morning, she nodded at Jessica and Mike as she approached. Although she spoke to them, her thoughts remained elsewhere. Both of them looked startled when she approached. Rose didn't hide her eye roll, she was tired of this. They offered quick greetings, looking like they wanted to escape. I'll see you in class, Bella, Jessica said, glancing at Rose every few seconds. She tightly grasped Mike's hand and began to pull him away. Mike hesitated for a moment, his gaze lingering on Bella, before he allowed Jessica to drag him off. Right, Rose mumbled, her mood darkening. She felt fearsome. This was a perfect example of why she wanted to keep Bella's world simple. Didn't Carlyle see that? Did everyone with opinions about Bella not understand? Hey. Rose pushed through her grimace and forced a bright smile. Hello. She prided herself on being a good actor, it was part of their life. But the smile was perhaps too bright, as it caused Bella's smile to fade. Come on, Rose, she chided herself, trying to make her smile look natural. It wasn't that she wasn't happy to see Bella, she just needed to think. Are you okay? Bella asked. Of course I am. Bella's gaze scanned her face, her brow furrowed in thought. The first bell rang around them. Come on. Let's get you to class. They walked side by side. Rose worked hard to keep her expression neutral as her thoughts whirled. It wasn't divinity that brought mates together. How could it be? But what other answer was there to the question she had pondered so many times? How could her mate have been born so much later than her? Was it random? Was it chance? Was Edward right that their souls were lost and therefore lived outside the universal plan? Was Jasper? Carlyle? She felt Bella's gaze on her as they slowly made their way to the classroom. Rose smiled back once, but mostly pretended not to notice. There were too many things to think about. One thing was clear to Rose. She had been stalling the progression of their relationship. She had told herself that she was being respectful and letting Bella set the pace, but she had been stalling for weeks. She knew that Bella wanted more. Bella had expressed that over a week ago. Yet, she hadn't acted, and they hadn't moved forward. It wasn't just the physical aspect. Emotionally, Rose had been holding back too. She hadn't told Bella the truth. Carlisle was right. She deserved a say in what their bond was doing to her and to them. She had the right to know. Carlisle had meant something very different with his words, but that wasn't the point. There was nothing to discuss regarding taking Bella's life. It wasn't hers to take. Then there was one other thought, one she refused to acknowledge yet couldn't shake, like a bad song stuck in her head. She didn't want to notice it. She didn't want to think about it. She didn't want it to have any power over her. But there was no denying it any longer. He was back. Did he still want her? Did she still want him? Did she still love him? Why couldn't she be sure? No, she pushed that thought away. He didn't matter. Bella had been so warm to her, so open. Bella had said she didn't think she had ever loved him. So then, why did his face keep appearing in her mind, toying with her and causing her worry? It wasn't until she felt a warm hand on her wrist that she realized they had stopped in front of Bella's classroom. She looked up, surprised, and met Bella's anxious, rich brown eyes. "Rose, what is it?" Bella asked. Rose looked down, the hand on her wrist grounding her more than she could admit. Her mouth opened, and she took Bella's hand, holding it tightly. She felt vulnerable under Bella's gaze. Rose's gaze lingered, and that was a good sign, right? Her mouth closed again. There was just too much to say. "I'll see you at lunch," she said, winking before turning toward her class. Lunch was not much better. Rose could feel the weight of her thoughts. Once they were all sitting at the table, she struggled to pretend to feel the way she usually did. She fell quiet, and it didn't take long for Bella to notice her unease. Bella had sat them with her siblings, hoping they would help lighten the mood, but it hadn't worked. After school, instead of lingering by the car as they often did, Rose sighed and turned to leave. "Hey," Bella said, catching her arm. "You're not coming over?" Rose offered a small smile. "I think I should head home. I have some things on my mind today." "Yeah, I can tell," Bella replied. Rose took a deep breath, enjoying the scent of her in the newly budding spring. "I'm sorry," she said. "Can I still come over tonight?" Bella asked. "What?" "Yes, of course." "I assumed you would," Rose replied. Bella nodded, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. "Okay. I'll see you then." Rose felt relieved when she finally sneaked up to her room to be alone with her thoughts. She didn't feel alone, which was what she wanted. The house was too loud and too full, and her hearing was too sharp. But it was close enough. She debated for a moment whether to cancel with Bella that night and head to her BB for some quiet, but decided against it. She wanted to be alone, but not that alone. Instead, she settled into her window seat, her head resting against the wall. Edward had already made up his mind about Bella, hadn't he? She remembered the arguments before Bella had come over for the first time and the fights between Edward and Alice when she mentioned seeing Bella becoming one of them. At that time, Rose had thought it foolish to bet against Alice. Now, she envied Edward for his certainty. Rose felt a deep sense of arrogance within herself. It wasn't that she wavered, she would never waver. However, she envied Edward's ability to let Bella age and eventually pass away, while still being with her until that moment. It seemed silly, a moot point since she and Bella were essentially together. Yet, Rose doubted her ability to fully commit, knowing she would ultimately lose Bella. A human's life was so brief. How could one build a future with someone when they knew that one day, they wouldn't be there? That day was not far off. She had faced these thoughts before. They always circled back to the same painful question. How could she take something so precious from Bella, just as she had done with Emmett? How could she live with herself after that? The mere fact that she was contemplating this disgusted her. But what if everyone else was right? Carlisle, Alice, Jasper, and Esme had all told her that this was how it was meant to be. What if they were correct, and this was the way things should unfold? What would that mean for her? It would mean her entire philosophy on life would need to shift. She had always believed she was meant to be dead. It was a dreadful way to go, but she had long accepted that she wanted to fade away on those dirty cobblestones of that dark alleyway. Yet, here was Bella, living proof that she might have been mistaken. And if she was wrong, this was the part where Rose always turned away, unwilling to confront the reality. If she was not meant to die back in 1933, but rather to live and meet her mate in 2005, then what did that say about Bella's life? If only there were a way for Rose to be human with her. Their lives could have been so different. They could have met and fallen in love simply because they clicked, not because of any bond. They could have started dating in high school and spent their summers in tears, worrying about having to break apart. They had almost decided to go to school separately but changed their minds at the last minute and went together. They went off to college, sharing a dorm and spending weekends studying, eating dorm food, and exploring one another's bodies. They could have bought a house while working on their graduate degrees and even had children while pursuing their doctorates. Their life could have been like a movie. They could have been a family. Over the past few weeks, she had watched as many lesbian movies as she could find. Most of them were terrible, but some made her want to cry. She longed to live like the characters in those films. Instead, she faced a constant, recurring question. Did Bella being her mate mean that Bella was meant to become a vampire? The thought filled her with a mix of longing and despair. She could see it clearly. Bella would be exquisite. They could move through time together, always by each other's side, always happy. There was so much of that life she desired. Who said they couldn't have children? Many children needed homes in their world. Who said they couldn't find a way? They could separate from the family if anyone felt that having a human around full-time would be too much, but she doubted they would. It was true that she would outlive those children, but she could still give them a happy life. They could also become foster parents, providing temporary homes to those in need. There were possibilities. She wanted it so much that it physically hurt. She wanted it so much that when she heard Bella knock on her door, she knew she couldn't talk to her about this. Not now. She couldn't let Bella see how deeply she wanted something that she would never allow. She wanted Bella, all of her, forever. She ran her hands over her face, rubbing harshly. She needed to change her mood. She absolutely had to. She couldn't stay in this state. She shook out her hair, running her fingers through it until it was smooth. Then she opened her mouth wide, stretching her muscles. With effort, she clicked on her best plastic smile and said, "Come in, Bella." The door opened, and Bella pushed her way inside. Rosalie smiled brightly, genuinely happy to see her despite the ache in her chest. Bella's crutches came to a halt before she fully entered, her eyes focused on Rosalie's face. "Still upset, huh?" Bella asked. Rosalie's fake smile faded instantly. Frustrated, she tried to force the smile back, but it felt impossible. Instead, she managed a small half-smile. "I'm sorry." "It's not you," she said. Bella set her crutches in the corner and hobbled over on her boot. "What is it then?" Bella asked. Rosalie shook her head, sighing as Bella stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. Rosalie tilted her head. There was so much pain in Bella, and in that moment, the weight of it felt overwhelming. How was she supposed to carry it all? How could she face these questions? Rosalie turned her face and nuzzled Bella's hand, savoring the closeness. She wished to be even closer, to soothe the wounds that felt so raw. Why did one hurt lead to another, leaving her insides in turmoil? Would she never be able to share her burdens? The thought of losing Bella filled her with dread, reminding her of loneliness and all the pain she carried. As if sensing Rosalie's turmoil, Bella stepped closer. Rosalie turned, resting her face against Bella's chest. She breathed in the scent of Bella's skin, closing her eyes as Bella's hair brushed against her face. "Whatever it is, you can tell me. You know that, right?" Bella said. Rosalie nodded, but she didn't want to talk. She craved a distraction, a break from her thoughts. This moment felt so good, with Bella's arm around her, making her feel something she had never experienced with Emmett. Beginnings of peace. It was alarming and addicting. It was arousing in a way she had never experienced before, and she and Emmett had never lacked in that area. But if she kissed Bella, if she touched her, would it only make things worse? If she kissed her too deeply or touched her in the wrong way, would it increase the pain she felt when leaving Bella? Would it create a new sensation that would only complicate things further? The questions made her want to cry. Why couldn't she have this one thing without fear? She just didn't want to be afraid anymore. So she turned her head again, letting her lips trail across Bella's chest. They were alone. She had planned it that way the day before, knowing everyone was due for a hunting trip. She gave in a little, ignoring the questions pounding in her mind. She nuzzled Bella's collarbones and asked, "Can we do some of this instead?" She had to be honest with herself. It wasn't only Bella who hadn't pushed over the last week. But why? Why hadn't she held Bella like she wanted to every day? Why hadn't she let herself touch her? Why had her mood been so low? God, she just wanted these thoughts to stop. Bella's fingers tangled in Rose's hair, and she groaned. "Need to get out of your head?" Bella understood. How was it that Bella always understood? "Yes, please." Without waiting for an answer, she turned her face and kissed the underside of Bella's jaw and her throat, her hands unwinding from around Bella to slide up her back. Bella nodded, though Rose wasn't sure if she knew why. "Okay," Bella hummed as she crawled into Rose's lap, straddling her with her arms around her neck, holding her tightly. Rose liked that. She liked how Bella wrapped around her like a sloth when they kissed, liked that she held her as if she were hers. Which she was, even if Bella didn't know it. Her lips moved to Bella's ear, enjoying the moment. Bella gasped as Rosalie carefully sucked on her earlobe. "Where is everyone?" Bella asked, her voice already growing gravelly and thick. "Hunting." "Oh." Bella hummed softly as Rosalie licked her throat, tasting her skin. Rosalie sucked lightly, trying hard not to leave a mark while wanting very much to do so. "Rose?" Rosalie hummed against Bella's throat, her hands slipping under the back of Bella's shirt to touch her skin. "Are you upset because Edward is back?" Rosalie's lips froze, and her entire body followed suit. Her eyes opened wide, and she had to swallow the wince that threatened to escape. Usually, when the vampires around her froze, Bella did too, worried that it was her fault. This time, Bella didn't freeze. Instead, she moved faster and with more intent. She held Rosalie tighter, her hands running up the back of Rosalie's neck, so familiar and intimate, then into Rosalie's hair. Rosalie could have broken Bella's grasp, but she didn't want to when Bella was so insistent on keeping her close. Her eyes closed again, this time with tension as she enjoyed the feeling of Bella's fingers tugging at her hair. There was a challenge in it, an aggression that she wasn't sure how to face. "You've been different this week." Rosalie ground her teeth. "Do you think?" "No," she finally interrupted. It wasn't the point, damn it. So why did her chest throb with pain when she thought of Carlisle and Edward having a conversation similar to the one she had with him? Why did she feel Edward's eyes on her when she was at the house? Why was she waiting for Bella's gaze to shift to him? "Rose." Bella started, perhaps about to call her bluff that she refused to acknowledge. Rosalie didn't want to hear it, so instead, she stood quickly, sweeping Bella up in her arms. Bella gave an unhappy squawk as Rosalie wrapped her legs around her waist. Rose spasmed, wrapping her legs around Bella and clinging to her with an unhappy whine of her name. The trip was short. Rose turned toward the bed and crawled on, holding Bella to her with ease. She sighed as she rested Bella on the bed, hovering over her on her hands and knees. This was what she wanted. This was perfect. Bella looked up at her with complete trust, little patches of pink in her cheeks. Her eyes held the same mix of excitement and nervousness they always had when they ventured into uncharted territory together. Rose settled, her body splayed across Bella's, her face resting in the spot she liked just under Bella's jaw. Bella sighed a long, somewhat shaky breath, her heart racing in her chest. When Rose kissed the skin there, she did so with intent. She forgot her worries and didn't care that this could become complicated. She intended to touch Bella in all the ways that felt comfortable at that moment. She wasn't sure if she was ready to deepen their bond. She didn't plan on letting their touches turn into something more because she didn't have answers yet. However, she knew she wanted to touch Bella, needed to feel her. Pulling back slightly, Rose looked down at Bella and gently stroked her hair, nuzzling her cheek before pressing a light kiss to it. Bella's eyelashes fluttered. Had she surprised her with the gentleness she was showing? Rose cupped Bella's face, pulling her chin up, and kissed her lightly once, then twice. Bella lifted her head slightly, not allowing Rose to pull away again. So, Rose cupped the side of Bella's face, turning so they were side by side. Her free hand wandered up and down Bella's side. Rose smiled a little as her hand moved, passing over Bella's ticklish spots. "What?" Bella asked, her lip quirking at the corner. Rose silently shook her head and continued to look at her, studying her face and learning it. "Stop it," Bella said, blushing as she hid her face. "Don't be shy," Rose replied gently. Bella grunted, clearly shy, and lunged forward to kiss her. Rose smiled slightly as Bella crashed into her, accepting the kiss and allowing it to awaken her desire. There was something different about their kisses today, something that made Rose feel exposed and electrified. Bella seemed to sense it too, letting out soft sounds and moans without Rose needing to touch her. Rose stroked Bella's cheek, meeting her kisses with intense tenderness. Flipping them over, Rose settled across Bella again. Bella's eyes were hooded and heavy with desire, yet she looked at Rose in disbelief. Was she really so cold that a few moments of affection surprised Bella so much? If that was the case, Rose vowed then and there not to let it be true anymore. She ran her hand down Bella's arm, intertwining their fingers, and kissed her again, letting her tongue sweep Bella's moan into her mouth. She wanted more. She always wanted so much more. "Bella," she murmured. Bella didn't answer but hummed against her lips. Instead of speaking, Rose pulled their intertwined hands to her ribs, leaving Bella's hand there as she kissed her. She wanted to feel Bella on her skin. She wanted Bella to take her as her own. She wanted to see Bella desire her. Bella's hands instantly balled into fists, her nails digging softly into Rose's skin, creating a delightful burn. The sounds Bella made were intoxicating, pulling at Rose's mind and body. She shifted, deepening their already tingling kisses, meeting Bella's tongue with abandon. Since Bella hadn't understood her request, Rose decided to show her. Her hand moved up, over the ribs she had bruised, then carefully up and over Bella's breast, squeezing very lightly. Bella's lips pulled away, falling slack as she gasped, her eyes wide as they looked back at Rose. Rose bit her lip, still caught up in the moment. Rose gently cupped Bella's breast, waiting for her reaction. When Bella didn't protest and her eyes widened, Rose rested her forehead against Bella's. She watched as Bella carefully ran her thumb over the firm nipple beneath her hand. Bella's mouth fell open, her body jerking in surprise. "Are you all right?" Rose asked. Bella's wide eyes were clouded, but she nodded uncertainly. "Shall I do that again?" Rose inquired. Bella nodded quickly, and Rose traced the shape of her nipple with her thumb. Rose noticed Bella trying to focus on her face, but her head kept falling back onto the pillow. Enjoying the moment, Rose leaned down and kissed Bella's throat, massaging it gently. Bella arched her back, and Rose continued kissing her way down to Bella's chest. With her eyes closed, Rose savored the scent of Bella's skin, the fragrance of her arousal. The bond between them was strong, and Rose allowed herself to embrace it, wrapping her arms tightly around Bella, relishing the closeness. Some of the pain she had felt throughout the day slipped away as Bella gasped in her embrace. Bella's eyes flew wide open, making Rose wonder if she could sense the connection, if she could feel it every time they surrendered to the bond. Resting her cheek against Bella's, Rose craved even more closeness. Perhaps Carlyle was right, perhaps it was the bond. With Bella so near, she felt the intensity of the sensation lessen. Her hands tightened around Bella as she felt herself sway, as if on a ship rocked by the sea. She closed her eyes, waiting for the overwhelming desire to rise, then fade. She gasped as Bella's arms wrapped tightly around her, their bodies intertwined. Rose buried her face into Bella's skin, giving a quiet sob. She wanted so much. "Please," she sobbed. "Please. Please, don't be in love with someone else." Bella, still trembling from Rose's touch, froze. She pushed firmly against Rose's shoulders. Although she felt embarrassed to show her face, she allowed Bella to push her back so she could see her. Yet, she couldn't look at her. She couldn't make eye contact. Bella gently pulled her chin, trying to catch her eye, but humiliation kept her hold stiff. "Hey." Flinching, Rosalie finally looked into Bella's face. Bella's expression softened as she noticed the tormented look on Rose's face. She shook her head. "I'm not." Rose believed her. How could she not, when Bella was still shivering from her touch and had a look of certainty on her face? "You're not." Bella's head shook, her eyes intense. "I'm not." So, Rose let go of the worries she had been refusing to acknowledge. She let go. Bella was hers. No one was taking her from her. Her thumb ran down Bella's chin, pulling her lip down before she kissed her, this time harder, this time fuller. Bella let out a sound that Rose couldn't help but mimic. Her hands explored gently. Now that she had touched Bella once, she wanted to do it again and again. She wanted to discover her in new ways. Bella's hips pressed against Rose's, surprised by the sudden onslaught. Bella's head fell back against the bed as Rose's chin moved down Bella's chest, tugging at the button of her shirt. She hesitated, biting her lip. Bella nodded, and with nimble fingers, Rose popped the first button open. She waited, then popped the second. Desperately anxious and far too excited, Rose groaned softly as the expanse of Bella's pale cleavage was revealed. She wanted to kiss and explore every inch of her, but she paused, looking back at Bella uncertainly. Bella's mouth opened, her cheeks flushed. "Rose, I'm yours." The words came out stilted, timid, and embarrassed. However, Rose couldn't help but moan loudly. Rosalie was intoxicated by Bella's words. Her mouth moved, pressing against the soft, warm skin she had exposed. Nothing had ever been as arousing as hearing those words come from Bella. In the back of her mind, a voice reminded her that she would not make this choice today, that she would not decide about their bond or tell Bella how she felt. But that voice felt distant now. Her body pulsed with desire. Rosalie pushed the cup of Bella's bra aside with her chin, her lips brushing against the skin of Bella's breast for the first time. She sighed in pleasure, discovering that there were parts of Bella yet to be explored, and they felt even softer than she had imagined. Bella's hands found their way into Rosalie's hair, gently urging her back to her skin as her body trembled. But Rosalie didn't move. Instead, she pulled the cup away with her finger, eager to see Bella's reaction. The rosy hue of Bella's nipple surprised her. It was such a warm and pleasant color. She let her fingers brush against it, amazed by its softness, yet it was firm beneath her touch. Bella's reaction was immediate. Her back arched, and she gasped, her hands gripping Rosalie's hair tightly. Rosalie smiled softly. She felt powerful in this moment, not in a way she was used to, like ripping apart a tree or splitting a car in two, but in her gentleness. Leaning down, she carefully closed her mouth around Bella's nipple, sucking lightly. "Shit," Bella mumbled, her hips instinctively jumping against Rosalie. "Cold." Rosalie smirked and teasingly blew against the nipple, knowing her breath was just as cold. Bella shivered, a strangled sound escaping her. They had never gone this far before, and every time they had gotten close, Rosalie had been the aggressor. So when Bella let out a grunt, Rosalie felt a thrill of excitement. Rosalie was honestly surprised when Bella pushed her back. Bella was not soft or gentle like Rosalie was with her. Instead, she straddled Rosalie quickly, a determined glint in her eye as she pushed up Rosalie's shirt, exposing her stomach. Bella shot Rosalie a quick glance, which Rosalie responded to with a smirk. Then, slightly awkward yet fully enthusiastic, Bella leaned forward and kissed Rosalie's stomach. Rosalie groaned as she felt the warmth of Bella's tongue glide over her belly button. She hissed when Bella's teeth grazed her rib. "Fuck, Bella," she gasped, her stomach muscles flexing. Had she said she wanted to wait? In that moment, she wasn't so sure she did, especially as Bella's hair tickled her sensitive skin. "Your stomach is so hard," Bella mused, her hands gripping Rosalie's hips through her pants. Rosalie's mouth fell open as she nodded. The thought was unsettling, shaking her out of the pleasurable state she had been slipping into. She had heard what their bodies felt like to humans: marble, stone, rock. Bella made small mewling noises as she moved across Rosalie's skin. What would it feel like to kiss something so solid? Was it truly that arousing? When Bella bit just above Rosalie's hip, Rosalie growled. The sensation of Bella on her skin for the first time was almost overwhelming, clouding her mind and challenging her resolve. Her hands twitched, wanting to rip off her pants and grab Bella, taking her hard and fast. She bit her lip, covering her eyes with her hands, forcing herself to remain calm. "Would that feel different if I were a vampire too?" Rosalie nodded, only half aware of anything other than the feeling of Bella against her. Bella pushed up, her hands reaching under Rosalie's shirt. When she cupped Rosalie's breast, it was everything Rosalie wanted. She could feel Bella's hot, fast breath against her bra. Jesus wept. Rosalie exclaimed, rolling them back over so quickly that Bella yelped. She couldn't do it. She couldn't let Bella touch her that way, knowing. It felt like stone to her. She wanted to be soft and beautiful. Instead, she buried her face against Bella's skin, lavishing attention on one nipple and then the other. She pushed the bra away, moving up to kiss Bella more fiercely. She could still feel Bella's warmth against her skin, and it felt so good. She craved more. She wanted Bella unclothed against her, wanted to touch her everywhere. She wanted to discover all of those warm secret places and hear all of those secret sounds. It was almost impossible to keep her hands above Bella's waistline as Bella panted and groaned. Their hips bucked together as their tongues danced, while Rosalie's fingers explored the newly exposed skin. "Rose, it's okay. It's okay," Bella said. Rosalie moaned, pressing her hands into the bed to avoid pushing too hard against Bella as her mouth traveled down Bella's side. Oh, how she wanted this. Her hands slipped to Bella's thigh, curving to cup her backside and pulling her closer. Bella nodded a little absently. "Yeah, that's. Rosalie's hand moved around, cupping Bella through her jeans, while her mouth sucked just above the waistband. Bella let out a sound Rosalie had never heard from her before, a delightful sound that she wanted to hear again. Her resolve vanished. She wanted Bella in her mouth. She wanted to be inside of her. Her fingers found the button at Bella's waist, moaning her name into her skin. Bella's hips rocked, pressing herself against Rosalie's hand, whispering Rose's name. Suddenly, the door flew open with such force that a crack splintered up to the ceiling. Rosalie's head shot up just in time to see Edward's furious face before he grabbed her arm and pulled her away. It happened too quickly. Her mind had been so clouded by the moment with Bella that she hadn't thought fast enough to stop herself. She hit the glass of her large window, twisting in the air like a cat as she smashed through it. Rosalie landed hissing and spitting on the grass of the backyard. Enraged, she let out a panther scream and launched herself back toward her window. Edward, seeing her coming, threw himself at her, his face contorted in fury. They collided in midair, the sound echoing loudly. Furious, Rosalie bared her teeth in a threat as she wrapped herself around him, taking him down to the ground. They hit the grass hard, dirt flying, and she rolled, trapping Edward between her legs. She released him, and he spun twice before righting himself, landing on one knee with wild eyes. "What the hell, Edward?" Rosalie shouted. "I will not let you hurt her, Rose," he bellowed. "I will not let Bella be hurt that way. I will not let her be hurt by you." He lunged at her, hands reaching. Rosalie sprang out of the way, delivering a solid punch to the side of his head as he passed. Too angry to stop, she launched herself again, missed, and finally landed on him. "Stop. Stop." The back door flew open, and Bella raced out, throwing herself between them. It was like stepping between two high-speed trains. Rosalie roared, leaping and twisting through the air to avoid Bella, going over her head, while Edward spun to go around her, both missing Bella by mere inches. Rosalie was furious at him for his attack, for his words. "Stop. What the hell?" Bella shouted. Rosalie leapt over Bella again, her hands landing on Edward's back. But he must have glimpsed her thoughts because his hands shot up, grabbing her by the neck and slamming her down to the ground. I won't let you." Bella jumped, reaching for Rosalie to physically stop her if needed, but Edward shoved himself between them, blocking Bella away. This only fueled Rosalie's rage. She screamed like a banshee, dodged, and then grabbed Edward's arm, yanking it hard enough to make him cry out. She wasn't hurting her. Rosalie shouted as she swung Edward by the arm, sending him crashing into a tree. Bella was her mate, how dare he? Her anger became primal. "Go inside, Bella." "No." Bella yelled back, trying to grab one of them. "Edward, stop." "Rose. Go inside." "No." Bella whirled around, exasperated, and at that moment, she looked away from Edward. He attacked, shoving her face into a boulder with such force that the stone cracked. Bella screamed in horror. "Edward, stop." Rosalie ducked, suddenly crouching and grabbing Edward by the ankle. He flew over her head and high into a tree. "I'm not afraid I'm going to hurt her." She yelled at him. "I'm not like you, Edward. I'm not afraid." Bella was running at them again. Rosalie jumped high into the air, avoiding Edward's attack. "Bella, move." Edward, perhaps unaware that Bella had been approaching, barreled under her, headed straight for her fragile body. "Bella." Bella's face set, and she didn't move. She crossed her arms, an unmovable object in the way of Edward's unstoppable force. His face twisted as he ground to a stop, digging a deep divot in the ground. He halted just inches from Bella, making Rosalie fall to her knees in relief on the boulder where she stood. Bella, however, didn't seem to care that she had nearly been turned into roadkill. She roared and shoved Edward hard in the chest. "Rose won't hurt me," she shouted, punching him in the chest. "She won't hurt me." His scoff was cruel as he caught her hand easily. "You can't know that." Perched on her boulder, ready to attack if needed, Rosalie watched the confusion on Bella's face. "But I can." Edward's expression twisted, raw and tormented. "So I guess you made your choice then." Bella gaped. "What do you mean?" "We broke up, Edward." "You left me." "No," he insisted, refusing to release her hand. He still held on when Bella yanked her hand away. "I told you to choose," he said. Rose watched closely, knowing this confrontation needed to happen. Yet every instinct in her urged her to attack him again, to force him to let go of Bella's hand. "And then you left." Bella's shrill scream echoed off the trees, making Rose wince. "You don't get to stand there and act like you didn't. You might have said it poetically. It might have been thinly veiled. But that was what you meant." Edward's expression remained pained as he took a deep breath and finally released Bella's hand. "Maybe I did," he admitted. His hands sank deep into his pockets, and his shoulders slumped as if he hadn't just attacked his sister and destroyed the back of the house. He turned, staring deeply into Bella's eyes. He took a step away, then turned back. Rose was on her feet in an instant, positioning herself protectively beside Bella and blocking Edward's path. His face had shifted from melancholy to pure anger. She hissed harshly, her stance firm. He would not hurt Bella, she wouldn't allow it. The anger in his expression faded, and he turned, walking back into the woods. Rose watched him go for a long moment before she realized Bella was shaking against her. Her own body ached, and her face throbbed as she turned to Bella. "Hey, it's okay," she said, pulling Bella into her arms as she shook and cried. "I know," Bella roared, shoving out of Rose's embrace. "I'm mad." "Okay." "Okay," Rose replied, nodding as she tried to fix her ripped shirt. "Do you think he thought I was going to be waiting for him whenever he came back?" Bella's anger cracked, and she sobbed again. "Hey," Rose cooed, pulling Bella against her once more and stroking her head as Bella's face fell to her chest. "I think he decided that was going to happen, despite everything he knew. He wanted that to be the case." Bella sniffed, and Rose held her for a long time, comforting her until Bella's shaking intensified, and she realized she was cold. "Come on, let's get you home," she said. Chapter 33. The drive back to the Swan house was silent. It wasn't uncommon for Bella and Rosalie to sit in silence together. Usually, it was comfortable as they both drifted in and out of their own thoughts. This time, however, was different. It reminded Rosalie of the chilling sensation of nails on a chalkboard. Generally, not much could affect her physically. Very few things could cause her harm. Yet, the spontaneous fight had been vicious, if not quick. Now, her face throbbed, and she sensed a new bite mark forming on her leg. That thought royally pissed her off. She hadn't bitten him. She could have. She had wanted to rip his throat out, but even during their fights, they were family. The prick had gone too far. He had left her with a scar, and he had crossed a line in more ways than one. What had he even been doing there? Why had he come back early from hunting? Beside her, Bella seemed lost in her thoughts as well. Her arms were wrapped around herself, her face displaying complete horror and anger as she stared out of the passenger window. Rosalie looked at her frequently, trying to find something to say. The problem was, she didn't want to speak. She wanted to yell. She wanted to yell about Edward. She wanted to yell about Bella throwing herself between two vampires more than once, an act that could have cost her life. She wanted to tell her how reckless it had been. The feelings bottled up inside her threatened to break free, so she stayed silent. It was late when she finally pulled into the driveway and turned off the car, startled by the loud roar of the engine stalling. She needed to get Bella to let her work on this issue, she thought again. Turning slightly in her seat, she hesitated, unsure of what Bella wanted. "Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" Bella asked without turning to face her. Rose shook her head. No. It was a white lie, she thought. Not badly, anyway. "Do you want me to come inside?" Bella was silent for a long moment before she nodded. "Okay. Come on." She got out of the truck and opened the door for Bella, surprised, yet not surprised, to see that her hands shook. She was trying to be calm and gentle with someone who seemed pushed past her point of endurance, but the anger hadn't left. It simmered harshly under her skin, burning her from the inside out. She couldn't leave things like this. She needed to talk to him and find out what was wrong. She had to say something, or this anger might consume her. Up in Bella's room, Rose wrapped her arms around Bella. Kissing her head, she sighed. "Are you okay?" Bella nodded, but the nod was stiff and disjointed. Rose watched her as she turned and sat on the bed. "You're hurt." It wasn't a question. In the car, Rose had thought Bella was cradling herself because she was upset or cold, but now she saw Bella was cradling one arm. "I'm fine." "Bella." Rose dropped to her knees, frustrated that Bella probably wouldn't have told her if she hadn't noticed. "Let me see, please." With a long look of indecision, Bella finally pulled off her jacket. Bella. The bruise was still forming, but it was going to be a magnificent one. Her right arm, from shoulder to elbow, was inflamed, red, and already turning purple. Seeing it, Rosalie's vision wavered. "What happened?" she ground out. Bella shrugged, as if this were no big deal. "I think something bumped into me." "Don't say it like that," she cried, snapping more harshly than she intended. "Like what?" Bella shot back, her fire igniting as she shoved Rosalie away. "Like it's nothing. We hurt you. I don't think that's the biggest issue. Here, Rose." Rosalie sat there, still as a statue, her eyes fixed on the bruise as she tried to keep her temper in check. Which one of them had caused this? She had stepped in between them more than once. It didn't matter who it was. "Are you mad at me for this?" "Yes." Bella responded quickly, as if she had been waiting for the question. Rosalie flinched, feeling another sharp pain inside her. Bella groaned, rubbing her arm gently. "I'm sorry, no, I don't. I promise I don't." Bella reached out for Rosalie, but Rosalie flinched away from her hand. "Rose?" Rosalie's gaze hardened as it met Bella's. Her teeth ground together, and she held her breath. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I don't understand." "What was that?" Rose clenched her jaw, trying to suppress her anger. She gently placed her hands over the forming bruise. "That feels nice," Bella sighed. Rosalie didn't respond. She felt as if she might shatter. The anger simmered inside her. "You're shaking." "I'm angry." Bella nodded after a long look. "At me?" Rosalie met Bella's gaze, searching her face for a moment. "No, sweetie, not at you." Bella nodded, though doubt lingered in her eyes. "Hold on." Rosalie excused herself. Though Charlie was in the living room, she moved swiftly to the kitchen, filled a few bags with ice, and returned to Bella's room. "Here. Use these, please. I'll bring you some arnica later tonight." Bella looked up, alarmed. "Are you leaving?" "Yes, but I'll be back." With a cry, Bella reached out, grabbing Rosalie's wrist. "Don't do that." Rosalie knelt beside her, tucking Bella's arm against her body. "You probably bruised the muscle, love. Here." She pulled a. Rosalie grabbed the scarf off Bella's dresser. With quick, efficient hands, she bound Bella's arm to her body, immobilizing it. "When I get back, we'll do some stretches for the muscle," she said. "Rose." "I have to go, Bella," she replied, not meeting her gaze. Bella looked up at her, her face unreadable. "Will you stay with me tonight?" Rosalie blinked, taken aback. She glanced at the bed and then at the door. She had never stayed overnight with Bella, not once. She wasn't sure why, but she hadn't. "All right," she said finally. Bella's expression didn't change. "Are you going to talk to Edward?" Should she lie? She knew without asking that Bella wouldn't like the answer. Bella shivered, so Rosalie picked up the blanket from the bed and wrapped it around her. "I am," she said. Bella nodded. "To fight more?" "I don't know." And she honestly didn't. She wanted to. She wanted to rip him apart. "No. I don't think so. I'm not sure. I think he and I need to talk. Let me come with you. Please." Bella begged. Rosalie shook her head. "You were already in too much danger today." "I wasn't." "You were, Bella. You were." Bella's anguished face looked up at her. "No more fighting, okay?" Rosalie bent down and gently kissed Bella's cheek. Bella's fingers caught her wrist before she could turn away. Rosalie paused and then smiled down at her. "I'll be back." Go take a long shower and try to relax, okay? I'll be back soon. Bella nodded and reluctantly let go. Tracking Edward wasn't hard, even though she was no tracker. She had always left that skill to Emmett or Jasper. But the moment she dropped to the ground under Bella's window, she caught his scent. That only fueled her anger further. How often was he there? Did Bella know he was? Did he just come to stand outside? How dare he ignore Bella's right to privacy? As she dropped from the window, she truly felt what she had said. No fighting. They needed to talk. But now, as her thoughts raced, she knew she had to confront him. Rosalie's nose was filled with Edward's scent, and she regretted saying anything at all. The smell only fueled her anger. Why was it there? That creepy jerk. Baring her teeth, she set off in the direction of the strongest scent. It was so fresh that it could only mean he had been there that night. When had he come? While she and Bella were talking? Before they had arrived? She moved quickly, holding back enough speed to calm herself a little. If she found him in this state, she would hurt him, really hurt him. And that would hurt her family. The thought wouldn't leave her mind. He had been there. He had attacked her, and then he had come to Bella's house. The things he had said echoed in her mind, and she hadn't thought much of them until now, racing through the trees in search of him. What gave him the right? How dare he make those assumptions about her? If he believed everyone was a danger to Bella, that had to come from within. It meant he was sure he would hurt her, and if that was the case, he needed to stay away from them. He needed to go back to Alaska. He needed a break until he could get himself under control. He needed to reflect on his actions because this was unacceptable. Her anger intensified as her feet pounded against the forest floor. When she burst into an unfamiliar clearing and saw him standing there, looking up at the moon, her fury tripled. No fighting, no fighting, no fighting, she reminded herself, but the words felt empty in her head. She roared and crouched, ready for his attack. But it didn't come. He just stood there, shoulders slumped, eyes downcast. What the hell is wrong with you? She boomed, barely managing to stop herself from lashing out. She stopped just inches from him, her face close to his. She's hurt. I don't know if it was you or me, but one of us hurt her because you, she roared. Rosalie felt fury when Edward didn't move or respond. She shoved him hard in the chest. She's hurt, Edward. Don't you care about that at all? Of course I do. He shouted back, causing a flock of night birds to suddenly take flight above them. Do you? Rosalie shoved him again, sending him staggering. What was that? Why were you at Bella's house? Huh? Why? His mournful eyes slowly met hers, but he remained silent. Why, Edward? Why were you there? I had to see her. What? Rosalie had to take a step away from him. She had to, or she would do exactly what she had promised herself she wouldn't. No. Okay, no. You decided you got to call the shots when you were together. Well, now I do, and the answer is no. You do not get to invade her privacy. You do not get to stand on the edge of my relationship like a mentally unstable voyeur begging for scraps. Your relationship, Edward scoffed, laughing deprecatingly. That's right, Edward, my relationship. Scoff all you want, but it's mine. Edward didn't respond, shaking his head a little as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Why did you attack me? No, why were you even there? Why did you come back? Huh? The whole family knew I was spending time with Bella. That was why I didn't go. His head turned away, grimacing. I know. That's why I came back. She froze, stunned by his honesty. What? His head shook, his voice cracking with pain. I just couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand the thought of you spending one-on-one time with her. His face twisted again. And then I heard her. He stopped, shaking his head. I just couldn't stand it. Arms crossed, Rosalie glared down at him, unmoved by his pain. You couldn't stand what? To hear her that way. He bellowed, his arms sweeping back toward the direction of Bella's house. The direction the house was in. To hear her say your name like that. Rosalie screamed in anger, horrified to be reminded that he had overheard such an intimate moment. She resented it. She resented that the first time Bella said her name in pleasure was something she had to share. That moment should have been hers to cherish and keep close. She should not have to share it with anyone. I don't understand, Edward whined. How are you able to be so close to her? Because I'm not weak. Rosalie snapped. She knew it was a cruel thing to say, but she couldn't care less at that moment. But you are. He howled like a wounded animal. Excuse. Clothes, cars, money. Those are the things you care about. Those are what you have always cared about. Possessions. It's what got you killed. You cared more about what he had than who he was. She stared at him, her insides burning cold as ice. She couldn't argue. That was the worst part. She couldn't argue with him. Do not talk to me about my death, she warned in a low voice. Do not make that mistake, Edward. But it's true. I don't understand. I care more for her health and happiness than the fact that I'm sure Bella's blood would taste amazing. I want her, I need her to be happy and whole. Is that why you haven't told her that you think you're mated? The words hit their mark. Already shaken by his painfully true comments about her life and death, that statement sent her reeling into self-hatred. It felt like a slap to the face, and she did not miss the keyword, think. It's complicated. The roar that Edward let out froze her in place, her teeth bared. You mean because she's mine? He shouted, fury pouring out of him in waves. You mean because I love her? Because I care about her? Because she loves me? She is not yours. Rosalie barely bit back the desire to retaliate. Rosalie shoved him again. No one owns her, Edward. Not you, not me. And you lied. You lied to everyone. She told me you said you were mated. That doesn't make you better suited for her than I am. It makes you a creep who used something against her that she couldn't fight or argue. Surprised, Edward took a step back. What? You lied. You lied. He shook his head, and somehow that cut Rosalie off. How could he argue this? There was no way to argue this. I didn't. You did. He scoffed and looked up at the moon. That's not true. Are you telling me you felt what I felt? I know you felt it in my head when you go investigating. I know you have. His head was still shaking, and she wanted to knock it off his shoulders. I've been surrounded by mated pairs for 100 years, Rose. 100. Everyone else has romance. Everyone else has sex. Everyone else has someone. I have music, and school, and my books. Can you blame me for jumping at the chance to be with someone? She glared at him. Under false pretenses. That's not love, that's manipulation. I didn't lie. Then you clearly don't know what it feels like to find your mate. No. He shouted back. I don't. With a snarl, he turned away, trying to calm himself. It didn't seem to help. The moment he turned again, the snarl was back. I trusted you. He roared. I asked you to stay with her over and over again because you were the only person in our family who seemed just as aware of her as I was. You stood up for her, even against me. Didn't you ever think about why that was? She asked calmly. Not shouting seemed to anger him more. I trusted you. You're supposed to be my family. She is supposed to be mine, and you took her from me. You took her. He snarled, exposing his teeth. His body was semi-crouched, ready to attack. Rose didn't retaliate or respond in any way. She wasn't going to fight him. His desire for the brawl made her own desire falter and die. She just stared at him, at his enraged face, and slowly shook her head. "I'm sorry about that, Edward," she said. And she was. She always had been. "I honestly am," she continued gently. "I didn't do it on purpose. I fought against it. Not very hard. I did. I want her back, Rose. I'm getting her back." She laughed a little, looking up at the night sky. The stars were beautiful, so many in the sky that they seemed countless. He wanted her back. He didn't get that choice. Even if she and Bella weren't mated, he didn't get to just make that choice. How was it that he still didn't understand that? "Is that funny to you?" he asked. She shook her head slowly, her eyes dropping back to him. "No. It's not. I'm sorry, Edward, but you can't have her. Don't you understand that yet? You would refuse her if that was what she wanted?" Rose thought about it, honestly considered it. Would she? If Bella told her tomorrow that she wanted Edward, or Mike, or Jessica, would she refuse her? The answer was surprisingly easy. No. I'm getting her back. She looked at him, and a new feeling rose within her, one she hated because it wasn't from anger and it wasn't from pain. It was pity. She pitied him, and that made her even angrier. The guilt, the pity, it was all ridiculous. It was all so unfair. "I'm sorry, but that's not how this goes," she said, turning to leave. Her vision pulsed as something sharp and hard grabbed her by the shoulders. She hissed, spitting furiously as he suddenly was there, his teeth a threatening inch from her neck. "Always the same, aren't you? The same Rosalie. A selfish, vain person who doesn't care about anyone else but herself," Rose said. "You would attack me when my back is turned? Is that who you are now, Edward?" She screamed, ready to throw him off. "You're going to be poison for her, Rose. You are poison. You were rotten as a human, and now your decay leaches into everything you touch." Her hands began to shake again. Her vision blurred with upset as she listened. She felt spellbound, hearing everything she feared from someone she loved. "You will be her undoing," he hissed in her ear. She turned her face away from him. She knew she shouldn't listen, that he was just trying to hurt her, but his words sank in, dropping on her skin and hissing like acid. They touched the part of her she tried to ignore. "You will take her, you will use her, and then you will discard her when you're bored. And I will protect her from that." "No. I won't. You will. You can't help it. It's who you are. I've seen it in your head. I won't." She shouted. Anger pounded in her head. "You will. You were broken that night and now you can't help but break. It's who you are, you vile bitch." Her fingers twisted into claws, ready to rip him from her when he promised one more thing and then disappeared into the woods. "I'm getting her back. I will protect Bella." She stood, barely in control of herself. Pity, guilt, anger, a sneaking sense of betrayal, and pain swirled inside her. Shaking, she stood in the darkness, shocked by the sudden tilting of her world. The words echoed in her mind. "You were broken and now you can't help but break." Blinded by emotion, she took off at a run, her head pounding with unshed anger and disgust. She pushed harder, her feet moving at a speed she wasn't sure she had reached before. He was wrong. He was wrong. She told herself this over and over, trying to silence the words that sounded so much like her own fears. Did she not feel dirty? Did she not feel rotten on the inside, like a bad apple? Did she not feel the pain of being broken, of man after man penetrating her as she bled and screamed? Did she not still hear their laughter in the silent moments of her life? How could she not poison someone as pure and good as Bella? Was he right? For her own protection, should Rosalie give Bella up? She passed the town, unable to stop her forward motion. Then she turned and came back to it. The anger was still there, barely controlled and filled with pain. He had done this to her. The man she was supposed to marry, the man who was supposed to love her, had ruined her. Why? For a moment of pleasure? She was poisoned now, and it was because of him. She hated him. She moved through the town like a ghost, feeling not human at all. It was as if something wild had taken over as her mind ground through her anger, turning everything else to dust. It was instinctual. She hadn't planned to go there. She hadn't agreed to do so at all when she pushed herself through the window and found herself in Bella's room. She froze, staring at Bella in shock. Edward was right, she realized. How horrible, how disgusting was she to come to the one person she was supposed to protect when she was in this state. Self-loathing made her mouth taste vile. Her lips curled back against it, a low growl rumbling up from her chest. She heard the sound and, with an agonized internal cry, she turned, pressing her face into the corner. She was afraid of herself, afraid for Bella, yet unable to leave this room that smelled so much of her. He was right. She wanted. And so she had come here. She had put her love in danger. Why? For her own needs. Rose, she whined in fear, the sound of an animal caught in a trap. What happened? Bella breathed from behind her. Rosalie didn't respond. She took a long, deep breath, and then another, concentrating. She wanted to rip his head off. She wanted to hurt him. She wanted to hurt herself. He wasn't right. He wasn't. Did this make her like him? Was she really here when she could so easily hurt herself right now? Did this make him right? Was she willing to endanger Bella for her own sake? She didn't want to leave. Rose? She snarled when she heard Bella rise from the bed and take a step toward her. Horrified, her hand clamped over her mouth as she turned to look at Bella in revulsion. Bella paused, her eyes wide. Slowly, like a mouse before a cat, she reached out her hand. Rose flinched away, turning toward the corner again, hiding her face. Was she so disgusting? So vile? So horrible? Rose, Bella said again, her voice a gentle whisper. Rose flinched when Bella's hand first touched her arm. Looking down, she saw the pale fingers move to the front of her arm, pulling her gently so she would turn. She blinked, searching for her humanity, looking for a way past the anger, past the pain, and the guilt. Bella's hand ran slowly down her arm into her palm. Squeezing tightly, Bella lifted Rose's hand and carefully brought it to her lips, kissing it. Rose watched, surprised and slightly distracted. Bella didn't seem afraid of her. It was confusing with the shouting and clutter in her head. Slowly, Bella took her other hand and did the same, kissing it lightly. Rose watched, fascinated, as she looked into Bella's eyes. They were calm and caring, and Rose. I would never make you be with me if you didn't want to, Bella. The words came out before she realized it, yet they felt right. Bella looked up at her, startled. What? I wouldn't, Rose grunted. Bella shook her head. I know that. Rose shifted in place. Do you know that? She didn't answer. Do you, Rose? Rose blinked a few times, fighting back tears that were not there. Bella didn't ask what happened. Instead, she turned and sat on the bed. Come here, she said. Rose hesitated. She wasn't one to do this. She wasn't one to have so many feelings. Bella reached for her hand and gave it a gentle pull. Rose let herself go. She fell onto the bed beside her, wanting this desperately yet feeling resistant. She didn't want to be poison. She didn't want to be that. Bella shifted until Rose's head was in her lap. Gently, Bella's hand began to stroke her hair. Rose closed her eyes. It was a feeling so foreign. Emmett didn't do this. No one did this. She allowed it to happen, letting Bella soothe her. I know you would never make me, Bella said. Rose opened her eyes, staring in pain at the wall across from her. The anger faded, but the pain remained. She had to tell her. She had to. Bella's fingers scratched across her scalp, and Rose's eyes slowly closed again. Just maybe, not that night. Chapter 34. Something in Rose felt different the next day. As the sun rose, Bella was asleep curled into her side, and Rose felt a sense of calm settle over her. She jogged home the following morning, feeling somewhat off balance. She was used to swallowing her pain and anger. She had built a wall around herself and allowed herself to be called a bitch. That was how it had been. Even Emmett, who had loved her deeply, had never gone so far as to simply hold her. But Bella had. Bella had held her head in her lap until the worst of Rosalie's feelings had faded. Then, she had insisted that Rose crawl under the covers and lay with her for a while. Bella wrapped herself around Rose, holding her tightly as if she were something precious. They had stayed that way, talking quietly until Bella began to shiver from the closeness. Even then, Rose hadn't left. Instead, she put on a movie so quietly that Bella could barely hear it and stayed by her side. The pain was still there. The truths that Rosalie knew deep within herself still existed. Yet, she had been cared for. Bella had reminded her that she was hers. There was no arguing with fate, apparently. So much of her pitied Bella. She felt stuck with a rotten apple. Yet, so much of her felt blessed. As she jogged, she looked up through the trees, unsure. Forks was never exactly a bright and sunny place. However, as summer approached, the skies brightened more often. The Cullens often missed more school toward the end of the year because it became increasingly unsafe for them until summer arrived, allowing them to leave the public eye. She might be rotten, but she felt better, and that was amazing. She paused just outside the house, standing in the sun and debating who she wanted to be. She could let herself sink into darkness and pain, or she could allow what had happened with Bella to lift her. She sighed and put on a smile. "Good morning," she called as she entered. Rose heard her family gathered in the living room. They all turned to greet her, except for Edward, who seemed completely unaware of her presence. He sat at the piano, his fingers moving gently as he played the song he had written for Bella. That was fine with her. She didn't want to talk to him or even acknowledge him. "So, what do you guys think?" she asked, knowing they had been discussing what was on her mind. "I'm not sure," Carlyle admitted. "I think I will go into the hospital since I will be indoors all day, but for you guys, I can't say." "It's not quite bright enough," Alice suggested, though she seemed uncertain. "Yes, but is it still too bright?" Esme asked as she studied the sky. Alice tried to peer into the future, her expression going blank. "I can't see much. There will be a few looks, but I can't tell if they are from the sun or if they are the usual looks we get." With his hand on Esme's waist, Carlyle nodded. "I think each of us should make up our own minds today. You all know best. If you'll excuse me." Just then, the piano stopped abruptly as Edward stood up. "I'll see you all later." "Edward, it's a bit early for school, isn't it?" Esme asked, but Edward didn't respond. Rose scowled as she watched him leave through the front doors and into the woods. Her skin prickled whenever he was near. She didn't know what would happen, but just hours before, he had threatened her with his teeth at her neck. The bite mark on her leg had finally stopped burning, yet the fact that there was a bite mark at all was significant to her. The only time she had ever bitten any of her coven members was when she had bitten Jasper while Bella lay dying, and she hadn't done it on purpose. She hadn't even realized he was there or that he was her brother. She glared after Edward, his words still echoing in her mind. Rose hated that feeling. She knew Edward had only said those hurtful words to wound her, yet they still felt true. She watched him leave, wondering if there was a way for her not to be poison. If she fought hard enough and long enough, could she change what her past had made her? She wanted to. She wanted to be more. She wanted to heal. The house reflected her unease. There was no hiding what had happened the night before. From her bedroom, Rose had seen Esme step out to survey the damage, her hand covering her mouth in horror. Emmett stood beside her, discussing how they would fix it. Rose had made eye contact with him from the floor above. His lip told her they knew something had occurred between her and Edward. Still, whether Jasper had felt the leftover violence or Alice had seen it, no one had bothered to ask what had happened. They all seemed to know. That made her uneasy. Did they think she had started the fight? What would they do if she told them Edward had attacked her, bitten her, possibly hurt her mate? Would they support her, insist Edward was out of line, and talk to him about moving on? Or would they give him sympathetic frowns and remind her he had recently had his heart broken? She wasn't sure and didn't trust they would be on her side, so she didn't ask for support. Instead, she put on headphones, feeling isolated, and began to clean up the broken wood, plaster, and glass. Her family seemed divided over whether the sun was too bright that day. Alice and Jasper decided to go to school, while Emmett, who didn't often get called beautiful and might be noticed if the sun highlighted his extra beauty, opted to spend the day with his gaming console. Tired of the tension in the house, Rose decided it was best to leave. She dressed quickly and nearly ran out the door. Her charm into the smile. She had put off this decision until the last moment and was genuinely surprised when she glanced over the quad and didn't see Bella waiting there. Was she late? Rose checked the clock and saw there were still 4 minutes before the bell rang. She frowned and, hoping not to seem desperate, casually walked by Bella's classroom. If Bella was inside, Rose couldn't hear her, and her scent seemed stale. She attended her morning classes feeling somewhat bemused. By lunch, when it was clear Bella wasn't there, worry began to settle in. "Have you guys heard from Bella today at all?" she asked her friends at the lunch table. Both Alice and Jasper shook their heads. It seemed Edward had also decided to skip school. Concerned, Rose excused herself and headed toward the parking lot. "Miss Hale." A voice called out just as she was about to get into her car. "Miss Hale, we do not offer off-campus lunches." Rosalie straightened up and stepped back out of her M3, which she needed to remember to list soon. She muttered to herself in frustration. Her mind had been on Bella, and she hadn't paid attention to the surrounding campus or the teachers. She turned, putting on a huge smile that was both polite and slightly insincere. Her calculus teacher approached with a stern expression. "Good afternoon, sir. How are you?" He snorted, clearly unimpressed by her courtesy. "Kindly explain to me what you're doing. I know for a fact you have my class in an hour and a half. School has not been cancelled." "Of course. And I'm sure I'll be there." However, lying was easy for her. She had become skilled at it over time. "I have an appointment with my father. He called a few days ago to inform the school." Her teacher frowned. "Don't worry, I plan to do my best to be back before calculus," she added, grinning and putting all her charm into the smile. Rosalie put on her charm and said, "I wasn't informed of this." She shrugged slightly. "I'm sure someone meant to inform you, sir." His eyebrows raised, and the stern look on his face softened. He chuckled and reached forward to pat her shoulder, his hand lingering for a moment. "Ah, well." He sighed, looking a bit dizzy. "What is being a senior if you can't leave campus now and then, huh? It will be our little secret. Just make sure you catch up on your assignments." He wagged a finger at her. She beamed at him and fluttered her eyelashes. "Of course, sir." He smiled down at her as she slid into the car and turned over the engine. "Now don't say I've never done anything for you, my dear." She smiled back at him and slowly pulled out of the lot. The moment she was out, she let her forced smile fade. Creep. It felt dramatic to go to Bella's house just because she wasn't in school, but they had spent the entire night together, and Bella hadn't mentioned anything. That made Rosalie uneasy, as if something had gone wrong. When she parked, Bella's truck wasn't in the driveway, but she knocked anyway. Nothing. Should she be worried? The night before had been chaotic and dramatic, and she wondered if her emotions were clouding her judgment. Disconcerted, she got back into her car and started home, unsure of what else to do. She knew Bella's boot was coming off soon. Had Bella forgotten the date? Had something happened to her on the way to school? Should she go by the station and speak to the chief? Her confusion deepened as she pulled up to Bella's house, ready to follow the road around to the garage, and saw Bella's truck parked out front. "Bella?" she called as she entered the house. Esme stepped from the library, a book in her hand. "She's upstairs. In your room." Rosalie didn't like the look on Esme's face. "What is it?" Esme didn't answer. Instead, her lips pressed into a thin line. Worried, Rosalie nodded slightly. "Thank you." She turned and headed up the stairs. "Bella?" she called, opening the door to the bedroom. At the edge of her bed, Bella sat, her face drooped as she stared down at the floor. Rosalie rushed to her, relieved to see that Bella's arm was still in the makeshift sling she had put it in. Had Bella hurt herself trying to keep her arm tucked while walking on her boot? Bella was walking well now, but had she done something else to get hurt? "Bella?" Rosalie asked again. "Are you okay?" Bella shifted, turning her face toward her. Alarmed, Rosalie froze. Bella's face was splotchy and red, her eyes swollen. It was clear she had been crying for a long time. "Oh my God. Bella. What's wrong?" "Hey, what's wrong?" Rosalie tried to pull her into her arms, but Bella resisted. "Bella?" Rosalie frowned as she looked into Bella's face and noticed her eyes were hard. She leaned back on her knees, confused. Bella sniffed thickly and rubbed at her nose. "Belle. We're mates?" Rosalie froze, staring back at Bella's ruined face. "What?" she breathed, unable to believe she had heard those words. They had been so long awaited and yet felt impossible. She couldn't have heard that correctly. Those words weren't supposed to exist in reality. "We're mates?" Bella said again, her voice stronger, almost an accusation. "Bella, wah. That's what Edward told me, at least." "He what?" Bella ran her fingers through her hair, her hands shaking as she exhaled. "Is that just like the Cullen go to line with human girls?" Frustrated, she ripped off the sling and threw it on the bed, moving her hands more easily now. Rosalie's mouth dropped open. She struggled to follow along, too numbed by her shock. They were. Bella knew they were there, and Edward had told her. Edward? Wait, go back. I don't understand. What did Edward say? Is it? Bella bit out, her chin jutting with anger. What? No, that's not what we tell all the girls. Rosalie waved that off. Please, tell me what happened. Sniffing again, Bella balled her hands in the sleeves of her jacket, fisting them into her lap. He came up to me when I first got to school and asked to talk. I told him no, not after last night, but he didn't really give me a choice. He kind of just carried me out into the woods. Rosalie growled. I was so mad at him. I don't know what he said to you, but I knew it was something, and I wanted to tell him that he was wrong. Bella. He was, Rose. You don't have to tell me what he said, but he was. Bella swallowed hard. But then he told me that he wanted to be with me. He said the mate bond didn't matter. He knew of vampires who had ignored the mate bond to be with someone else. He said we could go away together. Bella punched her lap a little, her anger barely contained. Rosalie wanted to reach out and stop her, but she felt frozen in shock. He said that's what you think. That we're mates. Bella looked at Rosalie, waiting. Rosalie just stared back, not breathing, not blinking, not moving. Her mind, usually so fast, felt stuck in the mud. She sprang to her feet and turned away from Bella, pressing her hands into her temples. Edward. Edward. She paced quickly. He hadn't. Surely, he couldn't have, her brother. Pain lashed through her. How could he? He said you weren't going to tell me, which proves that it isn't true. Rosalie swung around. That is not true. Ugh, the fucking asshole. She exploded. That fucking asshole. I wanted to tell you, but you didn't. Bella snapped. Bella suddenly shouted, leaping to her feet. Her fury rolled through the room like thunder. So is that it? The big secret? We're mates? Like Alice and Jasper and Esme and Carlisle? She demanded, her face flushed with anger. The secret? Oh, come on, Rose, Bella scoffed. You guys are about as subtle as a bulldozer. I knew there was something. So is this it? Is it true? Is he right? Rose winced, unsure of what to say. She had no interest in outright lying, but this was not how it was supposed to go. No one else was supposed to tell her. She was supposed to find the right time and know what to say. But she didn't know what to say yet. She wasn't ready. What else did Edward say? Is there more that he should have? Bella shot back. No. I mean, I don't know, Rose amended. Was there more? She wasn't even sure she knew. Answer me. Bella's glare made Rose shrink back. She whimpered a little. What if Bella decided this was too much? What if she didn't want to be tied to her this way? Rose looked at Bella, her eyes furious, daring her to lie, but she couldn't. Yes. Yes. Yes, it's true. It's true. Bella just stared at her. Rose swallowed and twitched. Bella, she tried, but Bella didn't seem to want to hear from her at that moment. God, what is it with you Cullens and your secrets? Bella shouted. Is this even real? I mean, that is what Edward told me, so. Of course it's real. Bella. Rose stepped toward her, but Bella jumped back, snarling. Rose stopped, her hand falling limply to her sides. Bella, of course it's real. I knew Edward wasn't your mate because I knew you were mine. It's why I never approved. It wasn't because I didn't dislike you. It was because I wanted you. Bella blinked at her, her eyes wide and round like dinner plates. Do you have any idea what this feels like? I'm so tired of being treated like the stupid human who can't handle your vampire stuff. This is exactly how Edward treated me. You should have told me. I had the right to know, Rosalie. I had a right to know something this big. I deserve to be told things. But Bella, don't you understand? That's exactly why I couldn't tell you. Rosalie groaned and sat heavily on the bed, her face in her hands. What could I say? Hi, we're destined to be bound for all time, and oh, by the way, I'm Rose. Or, oh hey, I'm Rose, and I don't hate you. I think you're beautiful. And also, my brother is wrong. Or maybe, hey, you're not Edward's mate, random girl I don't know, and I know this because you're mine. The sarcasm dripped heavily from her words, all her frustration overflowing. You've known for that long? Bella shouted, her voice cracking. She stepped forward, her eyes hard as she confronted Rosalie, fuming. When, Rosalie? She looked back at her, knowing she was about to dig her own grave. Rosalie was so beautiful, even now. Bella thought mournfully that she didn't want to lose her. She didn't think she could handle losing her. Rosalie licked her lips and replied, when you came over to meet us, the first time. Bella frowned deeply. But you weren't there that time. I remember, you weren't even there. I was, Rosalie said, shaking her head. I was there until a second before you walked in. The look of shock and horror on Bella's face felt like a slap. She knew this was her fault. If she had only told Bella from that day, she wouldn't have left her open to this. Confusion filled the air. Yet, she couldn't fully regret her choice. There was so much to learn and so much to handle. She believed Bella could manage it, but the real question was whether she, Rose, could handle it. Bella staggered back, blinking rapidly. Are you kidding me? She gasped. Bella, it's a lot to tell someone, Rose replied. I can't believe you've known this for so long. I can't believe you've been keeping this from me, Bella exclaimed. There are reasons. Rose snarled, then crumpled under the weight of her emotions. Bella, I'm so... No. Bella interrupted, raising her hand. Rose recoiled from the finality in her voice. No, I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of everyone knowing things that I don't. I'm so sick of being the stupid human, Bella shouted. Bella, Rose tried to reason, reaching for her. Bella snapped her hand away with a glare. No, Rose. I can't do it anymore. I hate this. Bella turned on her, jabbing a finger. You need to make up your mind. If you're going to treat me like Edward did, then I have no interest in this. Do not compare me to him. I was going to tell you. Either this stops or we stop, okay? I'm not stupid or frail because I'm still human. Bella, no. Rose pleaded, unsure how to move forward. I'm not. Bella insisted. I know you're not. I never meant to make you feel. No. Bella snapped, silencing Rose. Just think about it. When you want me to know everything, if you want me to know everything, then come and let me know. Otherwise, just leave me alone. Rose stood still, stunned as she watched Bella slam the already cracked door to her bedroom and stomp down the stairs as best as her boot would allow. She could chase after her. She could apologize, but she didn't. Was there more she wanted to say? Maybe that she loved her. But that was implied, wasn't it? The truck roared to life. Rose moaned, her face buried in her hands. How had she let this happen? How had she allowed things to reach this point without telling Bella? She had taken the easy way out, and she knew it. She had realized it while she was doing it. A small knock made her look up, her expression distraught. When she saw it was Esme, her look shifted to a glower. Esme could have at least warned her. I heard, Esme said. Rose pressed her lips together. I'm sure it was unavoidable since she was screaming at me, he told her. After doing this. Rose waved at the wall. He bit me, Esme. He came home early from hunting, found Bella and me together, and attacked me. Esme sighed, and Rose was alarmed to see that her expression showed no surprise at all. Are you okay? Rose scoffed. What was she supposed to say? No, she wasn't okay. How could she be okay after the last 24 hours? Rose, you need to fix this. She leapt to her feet, her emotions swirling in chaos. Yeah, I know that, Esme, thanks. She stormed toward the door, but Esme's hand shot out, grabbing her arm. Rose snarled, ready to snap at her, to yell, to hurl harsh words. She felt like she was bleeding inside. Before she could act on her anger, Esme pulled her in for a tight hug. Rose gasped, shocked. She stood stiff against her, unsure despite the warmth of the embrace. Why didn't you tell us that he turned on you? Esme asked. Rose scoffed, her breath escaping in a noise filled with uncertainty. Esme pulled back but didn't let go, her expression waiting for an answer. Because everyone prefers him, Rose finally admitted. Esme shook her head, her eyes filled with sadness. Rose, you don't seem to understand, so I'm going to say it. We respect your relationship with Bella and your right to have it. Esme's hand gently cupped Rose's cheek. You didn't do anything wrong, sweet girl. Rose stared, taken aback. I think you need to stop assuming that no one is on your side. She struggled to find her voice. She had done exactly that. She hadn't asked for help or told anyone after Edward attacked her. He told her because he's trying to get her back, she admitted softly. He said horrible things to me. About who I am and who I used to be. I hope you didn't believe him. Rose looked away, shrugging. Rosalie Hale, you are not a bad person. Unable to respond, she stood there in silence. She didn't know what to think anymore. Esme nodded. I promise, I'll talk to him. She swallowed, her hand still on Rose's cheek, offering comfort that felt disorienting. Come here. Esme pulled her into a hug, and this time Rose melted into it, holding on tightly. I do love you. Rose sighed. Now. Go talk to Bella. She nodded. Don't be withdrawn. Esme called after her as Rose fled down the stairs. Tell her how you feel. Determined, Rosalie moved out of the house. Esme was right. She needed to fix this. She paused at the garage, decided against the car, and set out on foot. The trip was quick and easy. Halfway there, she heard the sputtering roar of the truck as she passed, so she knew Bella wouldn't be home yet. As she approached the woods behind the house, the driveway was indeed empty. Nervous, she climbed into the tree and made her way toward Bella's always unlocked window when she caught his scent. Her face lifted, sniffing the air with anger. Edward. The scent was too fresh to be anything other than currant. She turned, perfectly balanced on the branch, her hair fanning in the breeze, ready to attack without a second thought. 100 yards away, she spotted him. Rose saw him standing under a tree, his hands in his pockets, watching her. Anger surged through her, and she barely managed to keep from breaking the branch she was touching. She stared at him in disbelief, and he stared back. You need to leave, she said. This time, she didn't yell. Esme's words gave her strength. Besides, she knew he could hear her. Edward didn't move or blink. I'm waiting for her, he replied. You're going to be waiting a long time then. She snarled as the truck pulled up angrily behind her. After one last long look at him, wondering how their relationship could ever be fixed, she climbed into the window. She had more important things to focus on. Let him stay there. Let him listen. She was going to be honest with Bella and tell her everything. All she needed was the chance to do so. Her stomach churned with nerves as she waited by the window, half expecting Bella to throw her right back out. Downstairs, the door slammed with a grunt that sounded like frustrated anger. Charlie? There was silence, and then Bella's feet began to thud up the stairs. Rose took a deep breath, turning to face the door. She could do this. The door swung open, and before Rose could say anything, Bella let out a piercing scream. Bella tripped backward, stumbled over her feet, and would have fallen if Rose hadn't caught her. What the hell? Bella shouted, struggling out of Rosalie's arms. What the hell, Rose? How did you get here so fast? Rose paused, frowning, unsure if it was a real question. Vampire, she finally answered when Bella just glared at her. Stomping into her room, Bella turned on her. What are you doing here, Rose? Did you not just hear what I said? Rose sank onto Bella's bed, her chest heavy and her breathing shallow. She was scared. She could admit that to herself. She felt genuinely scared. Carefully, she pulled her legs up. Rose hugged her knees to her chest, unsure of where to begin. She pressed her cheek into her knee, feeling overwhelmed. If you're just going to sit there then. I'm not, Rose promised. Bella glared at her, and Rose could feel the intensity of it, yet she kept her gaze focused on nothing. When Bella finally spoke again, her voice startled Rose. Your hesitation is because of me, isn't it? Rose looked up, her heart aching at the expression on Bella's face. The anger had faded, replaced by a deep, painful sorrow. What does that mean? Bella shifted uncomfortably. You all feel the same, I think. You want me, but I'm not good enough, right? What? Rose gasped, dropping her legs. She struggled to comprehend Bella's words. Ugh! Bella cried, frustration evident in her voice as she gestured toward Rose. You! God! Look at you! You're beautiful. Rose flinched back, momentarily speechless. You like beautiful things. Your cars, your clothes. Your bedroom looks like a freaking palace. Bella's expression was agonizing to witness, filled with pain, horror, and anger. And then there's me. One of these things is not like the other, right? So you can't. Or you don't want to, whatever. Rose stared at her, confused. This line of thinking made no sense to her. But you're beautiful. Bella's response was a deep frown, and lines appeared on her face that Rose had never seen before. She blinked, her shoulders slumped, and she shook her head. Not enough for you to love, though. Rose frowned, suddenly aware that she had stood up. She didn't remember getting to her feet. Bella looked alarmed by the sudden shift. Rose felt uncertain about what to do now that she was standing. Should she demand an explanation, or should she be gentle? Bella asked. That's not it, Rose insisted, stepping closer. You don't understand. Then explain it to the stupid human. Bella, please, she begged. Stop saying that. I don't think that at all. That's not why I didn't tell you. This is so much more complicated. Don't you understand what this means? She dropped back onto the bed, rubbing her face and scratching through her hair. This bond. It means you have to like me. You have to love me. Your choice would have been taken away the moment I told you. Don't you understand? She knew she was pleading, and she thought she should feel embarrassed, but all she felt was desperation. You deserve your free will. You deserve the choice. You shouldn't have to feel this pressure because it is pressure. There would have been so much pressure for us to be together because Edward told you what it means to be mated, and you've seen the mates in my house. She looked up at Bella, wishing desperately that she wasn't so far away. She wanted to touch her, to be near her, to seek reassurances she knew she couldn't ask for right now. And Bella cried, her arms flailing before slapping back into her thighs. The universe forcing me to be happy isn't such a bad thing. You're the only one, Rose, who could be upset with forced happiness. But then I'll never know. Rose roared back, offended. Don't you get it? I'll never know if you actually cared about me or if I'm just a vampire who drew you in or if it's the mate bond. But nothing good can come from it anyway, Rose moaned, folding over to rest her face on Bella's bed. Wow. She shot up, not liking the tone Bella had just used. Bella had sat in the computer chair, her eyebrows raised, her face pale. Wow, Rose. Wow. No, Bella, what I mean is that there is no way for this to. What can we have? A short life together before you die? It's all wrong. It's not how it should have been. That's not the only choice, Bella said softly. Rose gritted her teeth. Here they were. It hadn't taken long. No, you listen to me. Bella cried, noticing Rose's expression. Right before James happened, Edward and I had this talk. Rose growled. I already told him that I wanted to join your family. That hasn't changed. I assumed it was still happening. Didn't you? Oh. A few of Bella's comments suddenly made more sense. Of course, that was what she had been thinking. How had Rose not seen it? No, she insisted, her voice leaving no room for negotiation. Rose. No. I'm not taking what is not mine to take. But aren't you telling me that it is yours to take? Bella shot back easily. I don't want that, she insisted, shaking her head quickly. I don't want this life for you. I don't want that. The pain the thought filled her with must have been obvious because Bella rose from her chair and pulled Rose so her face settled against Bella's stomach. Rose wrapped her arms around Bella, holding tightly, taking in her scent. It answers so many questions, Rose chuckled once. Does it? Bella nodded, running her fingers through Rose's hair. She sighed, a sound of pleasure much like a cat purring coming from her chest. I like that. Bella didn't respond, but her fingers scratched Rose's scalp a little harder. What does it explain? Bella let out a frustrated sound, her fingers snagging in her hair a bit. After we kissed, it was really hard not to be near you. Rose chuckled and nodded, That was definitely something she had experienced. Anne, I think about you all of the time. Smiling a little, Rose tried to look up at Bella, but Bella's arms held her down. Instead, Rose turned her head, nuzzling into Bella's stomach. I feel more comfortable when you're here. Like, complete, maybe? Rose nodded. Her eyes closed as Bella's fingers moved, scratching down the back of her neck. Rose could feel the pressure Bella was using, and it felt good. It was comforting, relaxing, and erotic all at once. She shifted slightly, aware of her body. I want you. All of the time. Those words shot through her, igniting a fire within. Her teeth ground together, and her hands balled into fists. Holding Bella by the hips, Rose leaned back, breaking Bella's firm hold on her. Bella wasn't looking at her. Instead, she stared straight ahead, her face red but fierce. Carlisle thinks that the bond is trying to seal the deal? Rose laughed, her hands moving from Bella's hips down to her legs and back up, gripping her tightly by the backs of her thighs. Bella cleared her throat, her face deepening in color as her heart raced. Yes, exactly, she admitted. Carefully, Bella lifted her shirt a little, letting Rose's lips run across her lower belly. Bella's breath hitched. To Rose's satisfaction, far enough away that she could almost not hear it, branches snapped with the sound of Edward moving quickly away from the house. They were alone. Smiling to herself, Rose let her tongue flick out, brushing the soft skin of Bella's belly. Bella's hands found their way back into her hair and around her neck, making Rose hum. Bella, I don't want this for you. I don't want this pressure for you. Bella's nails scratched hard, and her voice broke, not from upset but from the sudden arousal she couldn't contain. She coughed out a grunt, closing her eyes to steady herself for a moment. I just want things to be normal for you. I want to be human with you. Bella's hands clamped down. Rose felt a hard tug on her hair, a pressure that should have hurt. She let out a strangled cry. Jesus wept. Bella's nails raked down Rose's neck, hard enough to make her grunt with effort. Rose squirmed in her seat, trying to suppress the sound of pleasure that escaped her. Well, you can't. So let me be a vampire with you, Bella said. What could Rose say to that? Leaning down, Bella kissed her forehead. Rose turned to meet the kiss, feeling a fire sizzle through her body. Emphatic, Bella crawled into her lap, straddling her like she often did. She pressed into Rose, her tongue flicking against Rose's lip and then aggressively against Rose's own. Rose moaned, her body reacting quickly and intensely, as it always did when Bella behaved this way. Her hands slid up Bella's back, under her shirt. They had more to discuss, a lot to discuss, but Rose sensed that this moment was different. To her surprise, she wasn't nervous. She didn't worry about forgetting herself or hurting Bella. Bella's mouth moved to Rose's neck, placing clumsy open-mouthed kisses under her jaw. Rose closed her eyes, every brush of Bella's lips igniting sensations everywhere. Bella, I don't want you to feel like you have to now. She tried to open her eyes, but Bella's teeth on her neck drove her wild. She swore softly as Bella sucked hard. Her hands dropped from Bella's back to her own thighs, pressing down. Her voice broke. Bella pulled her hands back, shaking her head. She instructed, placing them on her waist. Rose moaned, struggling to rein in her reaction. Bella was doing all the things that drove her insane. I didn't know yesterday, and I wanted this, Bella said, pulling back. Rose felt a deep pull of longing in her body. Bella's lips were pinker, her pupils wide, and even though she was smiling, there was a serious look on her face. Or have you forgotten? She chuckled. No, Rose definitely hadn't forgotten. Carefully and slowly, struggling to control her speed, Rosalie drew her hands up Bella's stomach, lifting her shirt with her. She watched as she pulled it over Bella's head, captivated by the soft, pale skin that glowed in the afternoon light. She groaned. The warmth from Bella's exposed skin was delightful, and the sight of her made Rose want to see more. She wrapped her arms around Bella, wishing she could bear herself to fully embrace her. Instead, she let her hands move up Bella's back to her bra. Try as she might, Rose couldn't contain her enthusiasm, and a ripping sound broke the moment. She watched as Bella's jaw dropped, staring at the piece of fabric in Rose's hand. "I'm sorry," Rosalie cried, but Bella just laughed. A soft blush crept up Bella's body, causing Rose to pause. The shy blush reminded her to be slow and gentle. It was Bella's first time. She quickly shoved the ruined bra under her to hide it and lightly ran her hands down Bella's sides, taking her in. Bella shivered, and her nipples hardened into small points. "Oh, Bella," Rose whimpered. Still seeming shy, Bella offered her a half-smile. "Are you sure?" Bella didn't answer. Instead, her hands reached down to take off Rose's shirt, but Rose held onto it. Suddenly, Rose's smile faded, like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. All at once, the things she hated about herself flooded her mind. She might look beautiful to Bella, with the perfect shape for a woman, but her skin would feel hard, and her breasts would be like marble. She couldn't. "No," she said gently. "If I do, then you'll be cold." Bella frowned, clearly doubtful. Rose leaned forward and began to kiss the underside of Bella's breast. They had been close to this before, but everything felt so new this time. When she moved up and took one of Bella's nipples into her mouth, she felt Bella's hot breath escape, causing her body to arch in response. She twisted them around, laying Bella down on the bed, and carefully stroked her stomach, her chest, and her face. Rose could feel Bella shivering, but she was sure it wasn't from the cold. She trailed her mouth across Bella's breast, down her stomach, up her neck, and over her lips, longing to touch and taste. It was Bella who reached down and unbuttoned Rose's jeans. Rose paused, watching Bella fumble with the buttons, listening to the excited pace of her heart. Bella's fingers struggled, as if they had forgotten how to work, unable to release the button. Taking pity on her, Rose pushed Bella's hands away and unbuttoned the jeans herself. Then, she leaned back and pulled them off, revealing the pale, creamy skin of her tights. "Oh, Bella," she sighed, leaning over to let her lips trail down the side of Bella's thigh. Rose had never thought of Bella this way. Of all the ways she had pictured her, and there had been many, she had never imagined Bella lying on her bed in nothing but her panties, her body shivering. She wanted this. She wanted this badly. With soft fingers, she pulled Bella's panties away. Bella's face turned, her hands clutching the blankets, and Rose noticed the blush returning. She turned Bella's face back to her and shook her head. "Don't do that. You're beautiful. Don't hide from me." Bella frowned, and Rose wasn't sure she liked it. Holding Bella's chin, she kissed her long and slow. The kiss was tender, warming Rose's cold interior. As she kissed her, Bella seemed to settle. Her hands moved up as she moaned softly into Rose's kiss. Her soft legs shifted, rubbing together, clenching and releasing. Rosalie focused on Bella's reactions, on her nakedness, and her responses. She didn't notice when Bella's hands brushed against her clothed breasts. The kiss broke as Rose gasped, surprised by the intensity of the sensation. Bella smiled a little, her hands growing firmer, her thumbs moving across Rose's nipples just as Rose had done to her. Rose's mouth dropped open, a soft grunt escaping her. It felt good, too good, even through her clothes. Hungry, she wrapped her lips around Bella's nipple, sucking until Bella's hips moved, her breath coming in obvious gasps. Rose released, letting her teeth slide across Bella's skin for her own pleasure. Her hand moved down Bella's hip, around to cup her bare backside and squeeze. Bella let out a small cry, and Rose knew, with a hint of sadism, that there would be fingerprints on Bella's skin the next day. She smirked, which quickly turned into a gasp when Bella bit her neck hard. Her whole body stiffened, her moan caught in her throat. She pressed her forehead against Bella's, dizzy with desire. "Are you okay?" Rose asked. Bella nodded. "Good," Rose choked out. Carefully, she let her fingers wander, tangling in a soft patch of curls between Bella's thighs, sliding down through her for the first time. Bella bucked, her hands balling in Rose's shirt as her mouth dropped open in surprise. Instantly, Rose's eyes snapped shut, a moan escaping her that was more of a broken exhalation. Bella felt so warm, so slick. Rose? Still okay? Bella nodded again, kissing Rose's cheek, face, throat, and chest. I know you don't want me to touch you. Rose pulled back, her eyes searching Bella's. Had she been so obvious? But if you're going to touch me like this, then can I too? Please. Emotion surged through Rose in a dizzying wave. Please. She looked at Bella for a long time, uncertain, before she nodded. Eagerly, Bella cupped her breast. Rose let out a soft whine, which seemed to encourage Bella. She tried to push Bella back, but Rose resisted, allowing Bella to kiss her and explore what she could reach. That's good, Bella. That's good, Rose said. Yeah? Bella replied. God, yes. Panting, Rose began to stroke her. Bella trembled. Soon, both arms wrapped around Rose's neck, her body bending into Rose's, and Rose welcomed it. Should I keep going? Rose asked. Bella cried out softly as Rose gently circled her clit, burying her face into Rose's shirt and nodding, her noises muffled. Rose held her close, feeling her own deep hunger build as she continued to stroke Bella. Bella's body shook in Rose's arms, her sounds light and surprised, deliciously sexy. Rose took a nipple into her mouth, sucking gently, leaving a slight mark on Bella's throat. Never having been with a woman before, Rose had thought she might feel lost when they finally made it to bed together. Now that they were there, she was pleased to find she didn't feel lost at all. Though she had only been touching Bella for a few minutes, she could tell it wouldn't take long. She envied Bella. What was it like for her to have her first time be sweet and tender? At the thought, Rose leaned down and kissed Bella's face, her closed eyelids, and her cheeks, trying to make her touches as gentle as Bella needed. Suddenly, Bella cried out, her whole body stiffening as she clutched Rose tightly. That's it, Rose whispered, sensing Bella was nearing her first climax. I've got you. Bella's strangled cries escaped her as her body arched off the bed. There now, Rose purred in Bella's ear, her fingers still swirling gently. There now. That's a good girl. I've got you. Rose didn't stop as Bella's body relaxed. Bella's arms moved, leaving only her fists balled in Rose's shirt. Rose traced her lightly and then slid a single finger inside, followed by a second. Bella stiffened again and cried out. Relax, kitten, Rose hummed. Kitten? Bella laughed. Rose frowned, her nose scrunching. She wasn't sure why she had said that, but now wasn't the moment to care. She swirled her finger very carefully once, and Bella stopped laughing. Bella's hands began to fumble, pressing between Rose's thighs. Rose cried out as Bella brushed against her. She groaned against Bella's lips, rocking against her hand as her fingers began to move inside Bella earnestly. She expected the quick second wave of orgasm from Bella. What she hadn't expected was how it would make her feel. Bella's walls clenched around her fingers. The fingers that played lightly with Rose stiffened, pressing hard. Bella's hips stopped rocking and instead jerked up, pressing against Rose. Bella cried out in shock and need at the power, feeling the urgency in her own body. Rose ground down into her fingers, panting at the sensation of Bella holding her close. She cried out as something within her changed. Bella's sounds doubled, echoing Rose's own. A moment later, Bella went slack under her body tight against Rose's, her eyes still closed. From up close, Rose stared at her in awe, studying her face and this new feeling when she looked at her. Why had she waited? Nothing about how this felt was bad. Holding Bella close, she crooned to her until she felt Bella begin to shiver. Then she tucked Bella under the blankets, keeping herself on the outside. She laid back, her body still aching with want, her mind remembering all that had just happened. She wanted to bask in this feeling. Carlyle was right. She felt different. She felt very different. This hadn't been like the experiences she had before. Emmett was nothing compared to this. Rose had always enjoyed sex with him, but this experience was so much better and more exciting. There was something in it that she hadn't realized she craved, a whole new element because Bella was a woman. She smiled to herself. Touching her mate felt so different. She felt at peace, warm, and incredibly happy. Unable to help herself, she laughed a little and said, "I can't wait until we get good at that." Grinning, she turned her head toward Bella. But beside her, Bella was not smiling. "Oh, no, sweetheart," Bella cried as she leaned up. "I just meant it takes time to learn one another's bodies." Bella nodded, but there was still no smile, no sign that she felt anything like what Rose was feeling. Rose cringed. She felt light, whole, and happy. She wanted Bella to feel that too. "You might have to let me touch you for that to happen, kitten." Whatever happy words Rose had been about to say died in her throat. Hurt washed over her. "What?" she squeaked. Panic rose as she looked into Bella's blank face. Had Bella not enjoyed herself? Everything felt different now, like the world had shifted. "Bella." Bella turned, and in a move that shocked Rose, she rose from the bed, holding the blanket to herself. Rose watched her walk around and sit down beside her. Rose sat up, wrapping her arms around herself in a protective gesture, honestly scared. It was a beautiful sight, Bella sitting there with the blanket draped over her, her back exposed, revealing small bruises that Rose could see. It was powerfully arousing. But the look on Bella's face was one of unavailability, as if she had closed herself off behind a wall. "Did I do something wrong? Did I hurt you?" Rose asked. Bella looked at her for a long moment and then leaned over. Rose met her in a searing kiss, hot and ready for round two if that's what Bella wanted, eager to fix whatever she had done wrong. The kiss was long and deep. Rosalie stroked Bella's arm gently. She growled softly when Bella pulled away, creating a space that Rosalie desperately wanted to avoid. "You need to go," Bella said. "Huh?" Rosalie replied, sounding confused. Bella nodded, kissed her again, and then turned away. "Nothing has changed, Rose," Bella repeated. Rosalie stammered something unintelligible. "Nothing has changed, Rose. You have to think. Please. Go." Rosalie stared at Bella as she stood and left the room. Moments later, Rosalie heard the shower turn on. She stood, shaky on her legs, staring at the door where Bella had exited. What just happened? She glanced around Bella's room, unsure of what to do. Did she leave? Did Bella really want her to go? Did she not feel this connection? Rosalie rubbed her chest, gasping for breath. What should she do? She felt lost. Panic set in as she tried to think. Emmett would say to leave. She could almost hear his voice telling her that Bella had made her feelings clear, and that was the right choice. And she had. Unable to accept the harshness of the situation, Rosalie straightened herself and, feeling she had no other option, she left. Chapter 35. Feeling bleak, Rose didn't run home as she normally would. She was too impatient with the human speed. Instead, she walked, ignoring the rain splashing into her high heels. She tried to sort out everything that had happened recently. Edward had revealed her secret in an attempt to steal her mate from her. In just one day, he had shattered any familial lines that should not be crossed and proved time and again that he cared more for himself and his desires than for what the universe deemed right, or for the people he claimed were family. How many times had he told her that they were a family and that was all that mattered? How many times had he boasted that he was a better family member than she was, with her constant snark and anger? And now this. Bella had challenged her, almost calling their relationship off. They had finally been together physically, and everything had changed. Rose felt different, as if she had transformed into a new person. For the first time, the feeling of peace she often experienced with Bella lingered even after they parted. The pull of their bond was absent. Instead, it was as if she had divided, one whole becoming half of something new. It felt steady, easy, and factual, like the ground beneath her feet. She was Bella's, and Bella was hers. The bond had been completed, at least mostly, and now it felt solid. It was permanent. But Bella was angry with her. Bella didn't want to see her. Now, Rose felt like she was hobbling on one leg, missing half of herself. She felt lopsided, and it confused and overwhelmed her. She opened the front door, feeling the rain running down her back. Though the living room was full of people, she didn't acknowledge them. She didn't want to talk. She wanted a fresh pair of clothes and her bed. Whoa. Rose. She looked up, not interested in whatever Emmett had to say. He was planted in front of the TV, watching a football game. Beside him, Carlyle sat still in his white coat. Esme curled up against Edward with a book in her hands. Across the room, beside the stairs, Alice and Jasper sat at a small table with a chessboard set up. All their faces were turned toward her, beaming as if she was bringing them a great gift. Suddenly, the piano behind her stopped abruptly. She heard a creak of wood, a splintering sound, and keys fell to the ground with a musical clatter. Edward. Esme scolded, her eyes filled with maternal disapproval. She hadn't even noticed him there until now. Glancing at him, she saw his usual expression of horrified anger, his teeth bared. What? She asked the room. Emmett's grin widened. You smell different again, babe, he said. Esme looked at their pleased faces and felt a wave of realization. Oh, she said. She looked between them, unsure of what to say, and cleared her throat. Okay. Carlyle raised his eyebrows. Did they mean her personal scent? It didn't surprise her, she thought, considering how intimate it had been with Bella. Enough. Edward shouted, and more keys hit the floor as his hands tore through the wood as if it were butter. Startled, she glanced back at him, having forgotten he was there. She tucked those memories deep within herself, not wanting to share. Mentally, she snapped at him. So, it went well? Esme prompted. The last few keys fell from the shattered piano, drawing her attention. Yes, I guess I owe you a favor, Edward, she snapped back. He remained still, unblinking, a statue of petulance. Rose didn't care anymore. Will you tell us about it? I mean, Esme raised her hands, horrified by the idea. Not in detail, but something. The truth was, she didn't want to talk. Not to them. She wanted to be with Bella. She shook her head and walked up to her room. She didn't bother to shower as she usually would. For once, she didn't care that her hair was a mess or that her feet were muddy. Instead, she pulled her wet hair off her neck, changed into dry clothes, and sat on her bed, looking out through the broken wall. Overall, she felt horrible. This feeling was too new, and she hadn't had time to adjust to it. She needed Bella. She needed Bella close, just for a little while. She craved her like she craved warmth. It wasn't just her body that she wanted. There was so much more she had wanted to try and learn. It felt as if her walls and inhibitions had been removed. She missed her. She desperately wanted to figure out the gray area they were in. She wanted to talk to her and fix everything. It felt like being extremely thirsty. Her throat didn't burn, but there was an endless ache inside that made her want to ignore the fact that she had been ordered away from Bella. She wanted to crawl into Bella's bed and hold her while she slept. It made her hope that Bella's dreams would be of Rose, and that was something she just couldn't understand. She was miserable. She hated this. What was worse, she had no idea how to fix it. She couldn't make it right by being beautiful, smart, or wealthy. She couldn't even talk her way through it. And she ached. So, she alternated between pacing and sitting on her broken window seat in thought. As the sun began to set, she called to make plans for the wall, only speaking to Edward to inform him that he and Emmett would fix it the next day since it was his fault it was broken in the first place. Finally, around 1 in the morning, she gave in. She knocked softly on Carlisle's door and stepped in before he could invite her. She grimaced at him. Without needing to be told her issue, Carlisle began to listen. She silently snarled, her pride feeling particularly low at that moment. "Don't worry, the beginning is pretty intense, but it fades into something a lot more manageable," he promised. She whimpered, wishing she could cry. She felt like crying. Why was it that she often felt the need to do something that vampires couldn't physically do? "But Bella seemed fine when I left. She kicked me out. She's mad at me. She kicked me out 5 minutes after." "Right after? There wasn't time to let things settle?" Carlisle asked with professional interest. "No." "Well, that would explain why you feel so bad, would think." "Obviously she doesn't. She isn't exactly here either. Can this be one-sided?" With his signature sympathetic smile, Carlisle rose and placed a hand on her arm. She sighed at its steady confidence. "Take another deep breath." She did, and had to admit that it helped ease the rising panic. "I think you know that nothing is one-sided in this." Unable to stay in the house, Rose finally slipped out into the night air. From the cliff where she had first kissed Bella, she watched the sunrise, thankful that a new day was beginning. She would see Bella. They would talk. Bolstered by that idea, she went home and got ready for school. 45 minutes before the morning bell was supposed to ring, Rose stood beside her silver beauty, hollering for Emmett. "You do know what time it is, right?" he asked when he appeared in the garage. She did. "If you want to ride with me, then now is the time. If not, you're welcome to the back seat of the Volvo." Seemingly stricken, Emmett disappeared and then reappeared a second later with his school things. "We're taking Sappho today." "My car is not named Sappho," she snarled, sliding into her Aston. They pulled into the empty parking lot, with only 1 or 2 cars present, and Rose slammed her door a little as she got out. "Okay, we're here." Emmett glanced around. Around the empty campus, Emmett settled next to Rose on the bench by the parking lot. "Now what?" he asked. "Shut up, Emmett," she snapped, waiting for Bella. The parking lot began to fill slowly, but they stayed put. Emmett threw her concerned glances now and then, but behind her sunglasses, she pretended not to notice. "Do you think something happened to her?" Rose finally asked when the rest of their family arrived, along with Mike and Jessica. "Who?" Emmett replied, raising an eyebrow. She shot him a glare, and he nodded. "Ah. This sit-in is about Bella, huh?" She looked away, not answering. "Man, being mated seems hard," Emmett said. Her eyebrows raised as she stared vacantly at the teenagers around her. "Only for me, Em. Only for me." The bell rang, but she didn't move. The quad gradually emptied, and still, she remained seated. Emmett excused himself to class, and she stayed, her jaw clenched tightly. Finally, just after the late bell, she rose and strode away. The first chance she got, she would buy Bella a cell phone. This latest development didn't help how she felt at all. During her first period, she worried, wondering if Bella had skipped school because of her, or because of them. In second period, she considered leaving. It wasn't until she walked into her third period that the scent of Bella calmed her. Bella was fine. Bella had been there. She stepped back and, sure enough, at the end of the hall, Bella was walking with a small brunette whom Rose recognized. As if sensing her gaze, Bella turned her head and looked straight at Rose. Rose didn't move, barely breathed. After a brief moment, Bella turned away again. Everything in Rose screamed for her to follow her, to go and talk to her. She took a step in that direction but stopped herself with sheer force of will. She wouldn't. She refused. If Bella didn't want to talk to her, then she wouldn't push. She wouldn't force her. At lunch, Rose was already sitting in her usual spot when the door opened and Bella entered with a crowd of people. Rose had been playing with a grape, but seeing Bella surrounded by those who were allowed to be near her, people who were distinctly not her, filled Rose with a wave of jealousy. She threw the grape down hard enough that it smashed into the tray, splattering juice everywhere. It was clear now why Bella had been late. She seemed a little shaky without her boot, but she moved much better. Rose watched as Bella picked up a tray and began selecting her food. Rose thought absently that Bella must be pleased, though her jealousy remained. Bella paid for the tray and turned with her friends. At least Puppy Boy wasn't carrying her tray that day. In fact, Puppy Boy seemed entirely infatuated with the annoying one, which Rose thought was something, until Bella looked at her with a long, lingering gaze that filled her with hope. Bella then sat down with her friends a few tables away. Jasper gave a low whistle. Ah. Let go, Xena. Rose barely heard him, hardly noticing that she had a painful grip on Emmett's arm. Edward laughed down at his tray and snickered, "Trouble in paradise?" Rose spun around, wanting to slap the stupid grin off his face. A low snarl escaped her, so primal that the Cullens stopped smiling and started looking around. All of her frustration was behind it. "Fuck off, Edward," she said. She stood up quickly and stormed across the room, throwing her tray full of food at the garbage can in the corner. With a resounding crack, it hit the wall hard enough to be satisfying but not hard enough to break it. The rest of the day was no better. In her next period, her teacher pulled her aside and informed her that she now had detention after school due to her stunt in the lunchroom. Rose felt a mix of emotions, laughing at the mundanity of her life filled with secret mating and life and death questions. Unfortunately, this laughter had not helped her situation. Now, she faced detention on both Saturday and the following week. Anger surged within her as she approached Sappho. No, she would not call her car that. As she paused, she heard the familiar, slightly uneven gait across the parking lot. Bella was looking at her when she glanced over her shoulder. Rose turned on her heels and walked toward Bella, catching her just before she reached her truck. She grabbed Bella's arm and spun her around, pinning her against the truck while her emotions flared. She refused to feel pathetic or desperate. All she wanted was to be close to Bella. Without meaning to, a snarl escaped her lips, surprising both of them. Bella raised her eyebrows, unimpressed. "What exactly do you want here?" Rose demanded. Bella opened her mouth but hesitated as a few girls walked by the truck. Rose heard them giggle, one gasping, "My God, I can't believe it's true." "Hey. Look at me." Bella glared, returning Rose's intensity with her own small snarl. "Well? I want to be like you," Bella hissed. "I don't understand how that wasn't always your plan. I don't understand how this is news to you." Rosalie scoffed and crossed her arms, but she didn't step away from Bella. Whether it was a challenge or simply a desire for closeness, she didn't care. "Look, Rosalie, this is obviously the path my life is supposed to take," Bella shouted in a low voice. "I think that's clear now." Rosalie groaned. "We're mates, Rose." "I know." "Well then. How can you be sure you want to be like us? You don't know that you want that. You're too young. Stop saying that as though it's an excuse. You don't know what you will want in the future. Bella. So many things will no longer be possible for you. So many things will be possible for me, Rose. We'll be together." Rose sneered to hide the sudden surge of desire she felt. "Or is it that you don't want me?" Bella stepped closer, her eyes challenging Rose. "What the hell does that mean? Didn't we already cover this? You hated me. I'm good enough to be your friend, I'm good enough to do things with, but not to be your mate, is that it?" Rose could tell Bella was pushing her buttons, and still, her anger rose. After all, Bella couldn't still think that, could she? She wrapped her arms tighter around herself as she spat out her words. "I would love to love you, Bella." And that was the truth at last. The weight of it softened the snarl on her face. Her voice became much softer, more honest when she spoke again. For all of my days. Bella shrugged, as if she hadn't just said something significant. Then do it. Then do it, Rose thought bitterly as she slammed into her car, watching the truck rumble out of the parking lot. What did Bella think she was trying to do? She wasn't trying to build a missile or break a team of horses. She was trying to love her, for goodness sake. Putting the car in reverse, she sped off, only slamming to a stop at the edge of the parking lot when she heard Emmett yelling her name from the curb. Once home, she wasn't sure what to do with herself. Bella wasn't coming over, that was for sure. She glanced around her room and realized she didn't want to be there. The light classical music coming from the next room only confirmed it. She wanted to be alone. Just knowing he was one wall away drove her short temper over the edge. Roughly, she grabbed a bag and began to throw things into it. Her B&B. She would head there in her new baby, going at top speed and in 30 minutes. She could be relaxing in a scalding hot bath, far away from all of this. She still couldn't believe him. She wanted to tear him apart. She wanted him to feel just a fraction of what she was feeling now. I did what I had to do, he said. His voice came not from the room next to her, but from the floor below. And on top of everything else, he had the nerve to invade her thoughts right now. Was he kidding? She snarled and ripped her barely hanging door open, then raced down the stairs to the kitchen, planting herself right beside him. He stiffened, and she felt a surge of satisfaction. To make her point, her mind began to replay the same scene over and over again, Bella at school, turning to her as Rose approached, her eyes bright and happy as she said her name. The memory was innocent, but the look in Bella's eyes had filled her with such joy. His jaw clenched, and his hands fisted on the dining room table where he sat. It wasn't yours to tell. It was between Bella and me, she thought, her voice laced with venom. Esme approached the doorway, not entering but keeping a close watch on her feuding children. His eyes shifted first to Esme and then coldly up to Rose. I'm involved too, he replied. Edward, if you think there is any reason why what you did was, Esme started, but her words were cut off when Rose held up a hand. Glaring down at him, the memory in her head faded, replaced by genuine hurt. She pulled out a chair a few feet away and sat, trying to stifle the pain, not wanting him to sense it in her thoughts. You're supposed to be my brother, she accused. In the doorway, Alice and Jasper joined Esme, looking uncertain. A moment later, Emmett appeared as well, his arms crossed and muscles flexing threateningly as he glared at Edward. If you had found your true mate, I would have supported you. You never supported me. Edward growled through clenched teeth. Because she was my mate, Edward. Are you really telling me that you don't understand that? His scoff was so derisive and dismissive that the scene began to loop in her mind again. With a grunt, he pushed away from the table and moved quickly up to his room. Rose smirked, feeling viciously pleased yet wholly hurt. She wasn't going to get what she wanted from Edward. They had always had a rough relationship, ever since they discovered they could not love one another the way Carlisle and Esme had. But this, she had never thought it would get to this. She glanced up at her family watching and felt smothered. With a forced smile still on her face, she went to her room. She threw on a sweater and some running shoes she often wore when hunting, then leapt through the hole in her room and started into the woods. She wasn't thirsty and hadn't thought to bring her wallet, so she wouldn't be going to her bed and breakfast. Instead, she followed the trail of the river, listening to its gentle gurgle as she made her way deeper into the woods. Wandering, she eventually found a spot where the river pooled into a small lake, overlooked by a large boulder. Climbing on top of it, she sat and watched the overfull spring lake, seeing the stars reflected in the water. It was quite beautiful there, surrounded by trees. She wanted to think. She desperately needed to decide what to do. She hated that she hadn't yet figured out the perfect plan to make everything right. The problem was that there was nothing new to consider. As always, it was the same wall. How could she take Bella's life? She supposed that she had always known Bella would want her to. Perhaps that was even part of why she had put off telling her. She didn't want this responsibility, this burden. Did Bella honestly understand what that would mean? How could she give Bella something that she herself hated? The night buzzed around her. Night creatures moved about, generally avoiding her. Once, she thought she smelled a wolf, but the scent faded away. Was gone by the time she rose to her feet. She laid back and looked at the stars, noticing the flares of color between them and the different gases that made up the sky. It should have felt peaceful, but it didn't. Instead, the vast sky felt empty, or perhaps it was just her that felt empty. She missed Bella deeply, and she couldn't help but criticize herself for it, especially since she had just seen her that day. It felt insane. She believed she was the worst thing that had ever happened to Bella. Now, because she still existed, Bella's life was in question. Because of her, Bella's mortality was in danger. Instead of being a better person and disappearing to leave Bella to her normal human life, she obsessed over her, wanting to be near her always, wanting every drop of love Bella could give her. This proved that she was indeed poison. Edward had been right about that. All she wanted was to protect Bella, to hold her, to love her, and keep her safe. She closed her eyes against the pain of it. She felt she was never good enough, never right. She had entered this with the best intentions, not wanting to ruin anyone's life, and yet, here they were. It was Jasper's voice she heard in her head when the question trickled in. She could hear it as clearly as if he were standing there, sharing his own opinions. But what if she wasn't the worst thing that ever happened to Bella? What if everyone was right? What if this was how it was supposed to be? What if this had been inevitable? What if she wasn't rotten from the inside out? Or if she was, what if she could be healed? Had she not felt closer to that in the moments after making love with Bella? She rolled onto her side, rubbing her head. She didn't know. She couldn't think. Why couldn't she think properly? Frustrated, she gave up and started back to the house, feeling heartsick. She didn't want to go back. She didn't want to be where Edward was. She didn't want to be where so many were watching her. She just wanted to be near her. But what would she have to do to earn that privilege? Agree? This wasn't fair. She took a sharp turn and headed toward town. Chapter 36. Rose couldn't help but ridicule herself as she jogged. Bella didn't want her there. She needed to give Bella space. She wasn't Edward. She wasn't creepy like that. She didn't sneak in while Bella slept. She didn't stand by watching. She listened to what Bella wanted. But her soul ached, begging for comfort. The house was quiet as she approached, which was something she had expected. She paused behind the house, hidden in the forest, and sighed. This was what she had come to. She climbed into the tree where she had spent those first few nights. Bella's scent and the sound of her deep breathing washed over her like a blissful coolness to a burn. The night must have been warmer than she realized, or Bella wanted her room cold because the window was open, letting the cool air flow out. She stretched out on the branch and closed her eyes, but it wasn't enough. So, she scrambled up to the roof, just beside Bella's window. With her hands behind her head, she closed her eyes, reveling in the feeling of being able to breathe again, of being able to be still. She missed her so much. When was the last time things had been easy between them? It felt like so long ago, even if it hadn't been. She didn't know, but she didn't want to think. Instead, she rolled onto her side, much like she would have if she were spooning with Bella, and closed her eyes. She stayed there, meditative, her mind finally quiet and calm as the sun began to rise. When Bella's alarm went off, she didn't move, didn't stir other than to turn onto her back, looking up at the foggy sky. She listened to Bella yawn and stretch from inside the room. She smiled a little when Bella groaned. There was a flutter of blankets being tossed aside, followed by Bella's pattering feet as she left for the bathroom. The smile on Rosalie's face fell. She had found a place of zen in the night, listening to Bella sleep, but now the anxiety returned. Came fluttering back. Bella wasn't going to talk to her that day. It was a simple thought, but it brought back all the problems. Her teeth ground together, and her skin suddenly felt too tight. She sat up, wrapping her arms around herself as she tried to breathe. What was she supposed to do to fix it? There had to be something other than agreeing to change Bella into a vampire. That wasn't an answer, it was a death sentence. She remained on the roof, holding herself still when Bella said goodbye to Charlie and left for school. Perhaps she wouldn't go that day, Rose thought. This charade of trying to be a high school student was beginning to wear thin. She watched Bella walk down the path toward her truck, knowing she was about to get caught. Unlike when she had stayed in the tree, there was nothing to hide her now. Her light yellow sweater and brilliantly blonde hair would be easy to spot. Still, she didn't move. Bella wasn't going to talk to her, and she didn't know what else to do. Rose smiled slightly as Bella tripped over a crack in the driveway, stumbling but not falling. Bella swung herself into the cab of the truck. Rose looked down at her face, noticing the deep V of her brows that indicated something weighed heavily on her mind. The truck roared to life, and even over that noise, Rose heard Bella's startled scream when she looked back at the house and saw her there. Rose remained still, her chin and nose buried between her knees, her arms wrapped around her drawn-up legs. She just looked down at Bella as Bella stared up at her. Maybe she had wanted to get caught, she could admit that to herself as they locked eyes, the truck idling loudly. It was a confession, if nothing else. Bella's hands tightened on the steering wheel, her eyes narrowed. Behind her knees, Rose smiled just a little. Bella glared, a sudden determination in her eyes. Rose raised her eyebrows in surprise. Then, Bella jerked her head over her shoulder and began to pull away. Rose remained still, listening as the truck turned the corner. She tilted her head slightly, debating what she wanted from the day. The thought of going to school seemed unbearable. She didn't think she could handle the monotony. Yet, she also didn't want to stay home. Her brows furrowed in confusion when Bella turned left instead of right, the direction that would take her to school. Where was she going? Frowning, Rose hopped down and started jogging. Was she supposed to follow? Was that what Bella had meant with her little head jerk? Where was Bella headed? Rose easily caught up with the truck, but it wasn't until it turned off the main road toward the outskirts of town that she understood. She sprinted ahead, reaching the house before Bella and was met with a living room full of family. She paused just inside, her eyebrows raised. All the faces turned toward her, their expressions expectant. She stepped back, feeling a bit on edge. "What's going on?" she asked. Alice tilted her head, as if seeing something, and shrugged. "You tell us." "Right," Rose mumbled. She realized she didn't know any more than they did, but she had seen that glint in Bella's eye, so she sensed it was significant. She turned to join her family, growing still and quiet as the truck slowly made its way up the drive. As always, it took an impossibly long time before Bella, without knocking, threw open the front door and marched into the room. None of the others moved, watching her with curious eyes. Rose smirked, impressed. It never ceased to amuse and surprise her how willing Bella, their natural food source, was to confront them. Bella threw herself into a room filled with vampires. She walked in confidently, as if she owned the place. Air. She paused, surprised to see every single Cullen there. "You wanted to speak to us?" Alice asked. Bella nodded once. "Family meeting." Beside Rose, Esme beamed at Bella. Rose almost rolled her eyes, knowing it was Bella's use of their family words that brought her joy. It was the fact that Bella included herself that made it special. "All right," Carlisle said, already dressed for work. He glanced at his watch and nodded. "We're all here." "Yeah." Bella looked around, her eyes lingering on Rose while avoiding Edward. Rose shifted, crossing her arms and raising her eyebrows in challenge. "Well?" Both Bella and Esme glared at her, which made Rose uncharacteristically wither. She felt nervous. She admitted it to herself. She didn't know what Bella wanted, but if she was addressing the whole family, it wouldn't be a small matter. Bella cleared her throat, her face set despite her obvious nerves. I have a question to ask, and it's very simple. I just need a yes or no. All right, dear, Esme smiled, reaching forward to squeeze Bella's hand. Bella squeezed back with enough pressure that it would have hurt anyone not made of stone. She took a deep breath, her eyes on Esme's warm face as she spoke. I want to know if you all want me. For the first time, there was a hitch in Bella's voice, an uncertainty that Rose didn't like. Did they want her? Rose opened her mouth to speak, to argue, but Bella cut her off as if she knew exactly what Rose was about to say. I'm not asking you. Bella snapped her mouth shut with an offended scoff. Fine. She turned away from Bella, giving her mate her back while snarling inwardly. She should have known. What else could Bella want? Bella seemed unfazed by the tension in the room. I want to know if you want me, or if you would mind if I joined the family. Esme's response came quickly, almost making Rose laugh. Yes. Of course, yes. Rose watched as Esme moved with inhuman speed to embrace Bella tightly. Bella yipped in surprise but then melted into the hug, sighing with relief. After a moment, Carlyle joined them, placing a hand on Bella's shoulder. It's going to be complicated, but I think the answer is a clear yes. Rose stared at them, feeling hurt. She had known their opinions, but to voice them like this, to so openly ignore the other issues that came with it, was painful. Bella didn't turn to look at her when Esme released her from the hug and wrapped an arm around Bella's waist. Rose's eyes pleaded for acknowledgement, but Bella instead focused on Alice. All signs have pointed to you joining us for a long time, Alice said, her voice bright. But they finally became solid when Edward told you that you and Rose are mates. Alice beamed, her happiness almost musical. So yes. It's going to happen, Bella. Don't worry. Rose glared at Alice. Stupid, annoying pixie. She hated this. It felt unfair. Yet, a mixture of anger and something fluttery stirred in her stomach. She swallowed hard and squared her shoulders, determined to resist the strange urge she felt. She would not give in. Bella's gaze shifted to Jasper, but he wasn't looking at her. He was focused on Rose. She lifted her chin defiantly. He could feel her emotions, fine. That meant he could sense her desire, but he also had to feel her resolve. The longing she felt wasn't to fill Bella that way, to tie her to herself. It wasn't. It was the stupid. The vampire side of her did not win. Jasper seemed to sense it all. As she stared back at him, she saw everything pass across his face. Slowly, his own feelings took over, and the look he gave her was soft and understanding. This only fueled her anger. She wanted to shout at him, knowing what was coming. Jasper turned his attention to Bella and nodded silently. Rosalie's hands balled into fists. When Bella turned to Emmett, Rose expected a joke or a tease, something very Emmett-like. Instead, his arms were crossed, and his face was serious. He was not looking at Bella but at her. Rose looked back at the man she had loved for so long, the man she still loved in many ways. She knew he understood her feelings about this. He should be the one person on her side. But then, fire touched her gaze as she realized she knew what he would say. Emmett had loved Bella from the beginning. She knew him well enough to understand that he would vote against her if he thought it was for her own good. She could see the apology in his face. I'm sorry, Rose, he said. She let out a frustrated cry. I know you think it's taking something from her, but it's not. No, it's giving me something, Bella agreed. Yeah, so I say yes, Emmett said. Bella grinned at him when he winked. She swallowed and turned away. Rose's eyes followed hers to the last remaining Cullen. She had forgotten he was part of the conversation. Looking at him now, she was startled to see him. His hands were clenched, his eyes dark and murderous, and his neck muscles were tense. Edward? Bella asked in a small voice. No, he roared, standing up and slamming his fist into the wall, which crumbled around him. Edward. My wall. Esme cried out. Emmett shook his head. Uncool, man, uncool. You have to stop breaking the house. Rose barely heard them over Bella's shout. Are you serious? So because I won't be with you, I can't be with the one I'm actually supposed to be with either? If you can't have me, then no one will. Rose raised her eyebrows, shocked by Bella's boldness. Actually supposed to be with? Behind Bella, Rose saw Jasper give her a warm smile, as if to say, see? Rose ignored it. She cannot be turned. She cannot be changed. Edward roared. How can you vote for this? Edward. Esme warned. No. This has to be a joke. A farce. You cannot be taking this seriously. Edward. Rose snapped, unable to listen to him for another second. She barely managed to stop herself from launching at him and grabbing him by the scruff of the neck like a puppy that had gotten into something it shouldn't. You do not get to yell at her. Edward spun around, and Rose straightened her back. Someone has to. Edward, it's understandable that you would have feelings about this. No one doubts that you once cared deeply for Bella, Carlyle said. Bella scoffed. We understand you're upset, but you do not get to dictate. I do. I do because someone has to. She will not be changed. Carlyle shifted. No, Edward, that's exactly what I'm saying. You don't get to. No. Edward, I'm not sure that's your choice anymore. Dick. Rose scoffed, unable to believe his behavior. He turned on her, breathing hard, his teeth exposed. It was a threat, and Rose knew it. If it makes me a dick to be the only one making sure Bella is protected, then I'll be that dick. I will protect her soul. Whoa. Hold on. Bella cried. Hold on. Even if you were still together, Eddie, you still wouldn't get to choose. Don't you understand? Rosalie glared at Edward and then turned to Carlyle. She isn't an extension of you. She never was, and she isn't that to me. Carlyle nodded once. You're right. That was poorly worded. My soul is not in danger. Bella shouted over the raised voices. We know that, sweetie, Esme cooed, but Rosalie noticed that Esme also quieted Bella while the others yelled. Our souls are damned. Edward shouted, his voice rising higher. Our souls are not damned. Carlyle cried, exasperated. If they were, then why can we walk into a church with no repercussions? Rosalie scoffed. She had heard this argument hundreds of times. You cannot change her when she has no way of understanding what it will do to her soul. You cannot. I will not let her. She has a right to her own choices. Rosalie shouted over the other voices, adding to the chaos. Bella spun around and finally looked at Rosalie. She has a right to her own voice. She frowned, her last few words trailing off when she saw the look on Bella's face. Bella looked like she had just discovered the possibility of her next checkmate. Rosalie took a step back, wary. What? Bella's smile grew into a wide smirk. So then you're going to do that, right, Rose? What? Rosalie frowned as Emmett laughed loudly. She mentally processed everything that had happened and realized it. She gawked at herself. How could she have been so foolish? She had trapped herself. You don't want me to be oppressed. You feel so strongly that I'm my own person, so you're going to let me choose my path, right, kitten? Emmett's laughter doubled. Kitten? Whoa now. Kitten? Bella barely shot him a glance. Like he said. Because you do believe that, don't you? Really? Rose scoffed, her mouth hanging open at the unexpected pressure she felt. Worst of all, her stomach warmed at the silly nickname that never should have been a thing, yet was quickly becoming one. She wasn't supposed to like it. Her eyes darted to her family's faces and back to Bella. She felt cornered. She believed it, but this wasn't what she had intended. I think she's got you there, Rose, Jasper said in his softest, most gentlemanly tone. Humiliation washed over her. How could she argue now? Carlyle spoke up, coming to her rescue, and she felt grateful. Well, Bella, to be fair, Rose should have some say since it's her bed you'll be sharing. Edward ground his teeth audibly. Okay then. Rose, do you want me in your bed? Though she didn't want to, a smirk crept onto her face. Is that what it's about now? Sharing my bed? Bella's cheeks flushed pink as she held her gaze defiantly. Edward pushed away from the ruined wall, shaking his head. This is wrong. I hope you all understand that this is very wrong. He shot one last long look at Bella before he turned away. I can't be here for this. They all watched him leave the house, heading slowly toward the woods. You know, we really know how to get Edward out of a room these days, Jasper chuckled. So? Rose? Rose looked back at Bella's determined face, and something new rose within her. Pride. Look at how strong her girl was. A smile almost twitched at her lips but didn't quite make it. Bella, it's not this simple. Her voice sounded remarkably like she was begging, even if she refused to see it that way. I would be the one who would have to do it. How can you ask that of me? Didn't Bella understand what she was asking? Bella shrugged. You'd be doing something I asked you to. She said it with such flippancy that Rose wasn't exactly sure how to respond. Rose was supposed to argue. So which is it? Do you respect me enough to let me choose my own path? Or? Rose didn't answer, her eyes on the floor. Do you love me enough? Rosalie's eyes shot to Bella's face, noticing the wobble in her voice. Bella's eyes were bright, suddenly damp, and nervous. Did she love her enough? That question made her want to laugh and cry at the same time. Did she love her enough? My God, she loved her enough. Trapped, she gave the only answer she could. Of course I do, she breathed out. Bella nodded, sniffing. Okay. Then it's set. Let's go. Rose's stomach dropped. Now? Just like that? Hold on, Carlyle jumped forward, chuckling. He clasped Bella's shoulder with an indulgent smile. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but it's not that simple, Bella. We need a plan. Bella nodded, looking like she might ask for a handshake on their agreement. Instead, she moved over to the seat closest to Rose and sat. Okay then. Let's plan. As a family, they began to discuss, each offering their concerns and thoughts. Rose, however, stood beside Bella's chair, not listening. She was busy looking down at her, the ever-present smirk on her face gone. What did she do now? Did she fight? Did she become allies with Edward, someone whom she felt was wrong to force his opinions on anyone? Could he be wrong and yet she agree with him about this? She didn't think so. She didn't want to be on the same side as Edward. Bella's face turned up to hers, and Rose saw an honest light in her eyes, a joy that Rose just couldn't understand. She bent, kneeling beside her, taking her hands. Sweetheart, you might want this now, but who knows what you will want later? She pleaded. You're so young, love. You're so young. The sincerity of her voice seemed to hang in the air. Focus, Bella. Rose turned in her seat, giving her full attention. That's not how this works, right? Vampires mate for life. Yes, Bella sighed, touching her cheek. But humans don't. Gently, she leaned forward and kissed Rose's face, soaking in its warmth. Maybe this time it was about letting Bella be her own woman. Maybe it was time to trust fate. But how could she? Fate had been cruel to her. Bella smiled gently, warm and just for Rose. For a moment, Rose wondered if that was still true. The past had been harsh, but here was Bella, looking at her like that. Bella, the person I was at 18 is very different from the person I am now. I know. But I think that for me, this is an inevitability. Whether I'm 19, 20, or 30, this has to be my future. But why? Just tell me why. Please. Bella shook her head, her eyebrows drawn. Her chocolatey eyes flicked over Rose's face. Because, how could I ever want anything else? Vampire life. Immortality. Of course. I mean you, Rose. Rose stared, her mind struck silent and stuck. How had Bella known exactly what she was thinking? Was it possible that it was true? The room grew silent as they looked at one another. This is my choice, and I want to make it. Rose didn't respond. What could she say? Well, Bella. Carlisle finally broke the silence after a long moment. I have to head to the hospital, but we will continue this talk soon, okay? Be patient. Bella laughed, her eyes lighting up again. Her smile was so big that Rose thought she might feel the rays of the sun if she got close enough. Rose didn't look away from her profile. How could she want anything else either? Come on, Bella, I'll walk you out, she offered, rising from her crouch. Bella nodded, her hand slipping willingly into Rose's. Okay? Bella asked as they stepped out onto the porch. Rose's smile was small and forced. She opened her mouth to speak, but the words caught in her throat when Edward stepped out of the shadows beside the door. Rosalie felt her body tense, causing Bella to turn in surprise. Please, Bella. Let me talk to you. Let me try to talk some sense into you, he begged. Ah. Bella gasped as Rose's hand tightened. Shit, I'm sorry, Rose said, releasing her grip while glaring at Edward. She didn't like the look on his face and didn't want to leave Bella alone with him. Beside her, Bella let out a deep sigh. All right. Bella. Rose began. Bella shrugged. It's okay, Rose. I'm fine. This is going to happen eventually. You don't have to worry. I choose you. Edward stepped back, his eyes averted in pain. Rose felt a warmth in her chest, but that wasn't her primary concern. Okay. She nodded slightly, then shot Edward a snarl before stepping back into the house. She could still hear him, and she knew he was aware of it too. Still, she forced herself to sit on the couch, trying not to listen. She glanced out the front window, then looked away again. Edward was walking Bella to her car, holding her hand. Silently, Alice glided over and settled onto the couch beside Rose, resting her head on Rose's stiff shoulder. Rose swallowed hard, surprised yet pleased by the gesture. The silence outside felt suffocating, a stark contrast to the chaotic tension inside her. What did you see? She asked, her voice thick and choked as she posed the question she dreaded. Before. What did you see? Alice remained still, unfazed. Are you sure you want to know? Rose let out a humorless cough. If that wasn't the most ridiculous question. No. But. I think I need to know, Rosalie said. Alice nodded. Well, the first thing I saw was confusing. I saw it right before Edward brought Bella to meet us. Wait, what? Rosalie asked, surprised. Alice nodded again. It was just you and Bella, but you were looking at her, like you do now. Rosalie shook her head slightly. So, Alice had seen something before she even knew? Why didn't you say anything? To Rosalie's surprise, Alice laughed. To be fair, you had been with Emmett for a long time. I never would have thought. I just thought you two were going to become friends. Rosalie snickered, finding that reasonable. But then I saw you kiss her. It didn't make any sense until you started to avoid me. I mean, did you really jump out of a window to avoid me? Rosalie chuckled. I did. Alice shook her head, scooting a little closer to take Rosalie's hand. Rosalie's smile faded. What do you see now? She asked, her voice heavy with uncertainty. Alice sat up, her hands still over her sister's. Her expression grew distant, as if looking at something only she could see. I see struggle. Anne. Alice's eyebrows drew together into a deep frown. And things that I'm not sure I understand. There are gaps. I don't. Suddenly, she shook her head, snapping back to the present. She blinked and offered a small smile. I see happiness for all of you, though. In the end. But Bella, Rosalie pressed. Alice sighed. I can't make that choice for you, Rose. But I've always seen Bella as one of us. So I'm going to do it? Rosalie asked, a sense of despair filling her. Alice nodded. You always were going to, Rose. Rosalie felt a heavy weight in her heart. So, she hadn't changed as much as she wanted to. You're going to be happy, Rose. You just need to let yourself. She nodded, locked in her grief. She was going to do it. She supposed she knew that already. How could she not do it now? Bella, just because. You two are supposed to be mated, but that doesn't mean you have to be together. You're human. You don't feel what she feels. You told me that you would always want me. We can leave, he begged. Be with me. We can still do this. But I do, Bella said with a sigh. I do feel what she does. In her seat, Rosalie pulled her legs up, holding them tightly and smiling. She does. She did. Outside, the silence that Bella and Edward had been locked in finally broke. Okay, I'll talk first, Bella said. Edward, I'm sorry I'm hurting you. I really, really don't want to be. But we weren't good for one another. I didn't feel strong when I was with you. I don't think what we had was real. Edward made a noise of protest, but Bella continued. I think Rosalie was right that it's my blood that you want. Look at you, Edward, you're struggling just being this close to me. I can see it. I'll be fine. We're not mated, Edward. I'm sorry. I know that because now, with Rosalie, I feel something different. Bella, no. I'm sorry, but I want to be with her. I want to be. You're wrong, Bella. You're. But I'm not. And I think it's time you accept that. It's time for you to be a good brother and let this go. Never. I will never let this go. Edward, that's. The silence outside stretched after Bella's fading words. Rosalie waited, and when nothing changed, she rose, giving Alice's hand a squeeze, and went to the porch. He left, Bella sighed, looking out toward the woods. Rosalie just nodded. Chapter 37. Rosalie stood in front of her full-length mirror and smoothed her dress with a critical eye. She wanted to dress up for the day because it was significant. But as she looked at herself, she frowned, wondering once again if it was a mistake. Who traveled like this? No one got on a plane for 15 hours dressed in a red pencil dress and black heels. Was she revealing their plan before they had a chance to try? Stop second-guessing yourself, Rose. You look beautiful, Esme said. Rosalie smiled a little uncertainly over her shoulder. It's not too much. Esme shook her head. Not at all. Not for today. And I'm sure Bella will love it. She smirked, her eyebrow rising in suggestion. Rosalie bit her lip and looked at her reflection again. She hoped Bella would. That was the point. Is everything else ready? Esme nodded. And everyone? Her hand settled on Rosalie's back, lightly pressing and massaging the muscles that were far too tense. Don't worry, it will all go according to plan. Rosalie cleared her throat. All right. She smoothed her hair and cleared her throat again. I'm going to tower over her in these. She laughed a little, but it sounded hollow and nervous. She was nervous, far more nervous than she had thought she would be once they finally got there. Well, Esme leaned in, sharing a secret, sometimes us little people like that. Rosalie had to laugh. I guess you would know. Esme was tiny in almost every way and far below Carlisle's stature. I would, Esme replied. Rosalie studied herself, looking for any flaw. She was stalling a bit, she knew that. This was it. Once she left the house, everything would be in motion, and she still wasn't sure this was right. Despite what Alice had said, despite the euphoria Bella had been experiencing, and despite her own words in Bella's defense, she wasn't sure. Right or wrong, however, the choice was long out of her hands. Every time Rosalie tried to remind Bella that she had reservations, Bella responded with the same words. But it's my choice, right, Rose? And you respect me enough to let me make it, right? This left Rosalie feeling trapped. The worst part was that she truly believed Bella deserved to make her own choices as an individual. It was how she and Emmett had always operated. They had never needed to be one, they were comfortable being two together. That didn't mean she hadn't protested. For weeks, she had been in a terrible mood, distressed because her own choice was slipping away. After all, it would be her who stole her mate's human life. When Bella, understanding but firm, changed her plan to have Carlisle be the one to do it, Rosalie's feelings shifted. The idea of Carlisle taking that role instead of her had sent her into a jealous spiral. She could barely talk to Bella for an entire day. She refused to allow someone else's venom into her, which plunged her into a week-long depression. She felt confused and upset because part of her wanted this, and that made her loathe herself. She was disgusted. Bella didn't understand what was going on in Rosalie's mind, but Carlisle did. He pulled her aside and assured her that this was the right thing to do. Though she had always disliked the situation and had some resentment toward him, he had never treated her poorly, and she listened to him. As the school year came to an end and Rosalie prepared to graduate once again, she, Bella, Carlisle, and Esme made plans. It all came down to this. Bella was going to tell her father that she had applied for an exchange program in Spain for her final year of high school. According to Bella, Charlie would likely be a bit confused but ultimately happy and proud of her achievements. Renee would protest, but since Bella wasn't living with her anymore and had been increasingly busy, Bella was confident she could avoid any arguments with her mother. Exactly as Bella had predicted. Rosalie smiled warmly while keeping a respectful distance. Charlie looked up at her, confusion evident on his face. "You want to go to Spain, Bells?" Bella rolled her eyes slightly. "Well, yeah, Dad. This is great." The room fell silent as Charlie stared at her with vague eyes. Bella waited, but Charlie's lack of expression made Rosalie nervous. Unsure if he was lost in thought or struggling with the news, she stepped in. "It's a really great opportunity, Chief Swan. I'm going too, as a postgraduate." "You are, huh?" he asked, seeming a bit intrigued. "All of you Cullens get good grades, right? Didn't you get into Harvard Med?" She nodded. She hadn't actually applied, she had just named the first school that came to mind when Charlie had asked the month before. It felt good to have a place she was supposedly off to. He blew out a whistle. "Harvard Med. That's quite a school." Rosalie smiled and sent Bella a quick wink. "The admissions board seemed very impressed that I was going to be part of this program." "They did, huh?" Bella nodded. "Carlisle says it's an opportunity that I'll probably never get again." Bella too. Rosalie thought she might be laying it on a bit thick, and Bella seemed to think so too. She shot her a warning glare, but Charlie appeared to be eating it up. "He did, huh?" In the end, Charlie agreed, looking bemused but proud. All they had to do now was wait out the summer, spend some time with Charlie, and send Bella to visit her mom. In truth, Rosalie hadn't seen Bella much over the past few weeks, and that had been hard, but not as hard as she had expected. It felt as if their bond understood that her absence was not a negative one. It was as though their bond knew it was about to strengthen. A few weeks later, Bella announced to her father that she had secured the spot, and that was. Their plan was in motion. Bella had arrived from Phoenix the week before, looking stressed after her time with Renee. She had come over to the Cullen house in the middle of the night, which seemed to have become a habit, and announced that it was time. She insisted they could say she was settling in early and that she was ready, but the Cullens stuck to their plan. This was a good thing. It allowed Esme the time she needed to prepare the house for the next few days and for the possibility of it being empty for the next few years. It was an alarming prospect, but also too real. Rose sighed into the mirror and turned. It was time to go. She smiled at Esme, whose face resembled that of a mother on her daughter's wedding day. Her hands were clasped under her chin, and her expression was filled with emotion. After a year of pretending to be in Spain, Bella would tell Charlie that the program had given her the option to renew for another year. At the end of 2 years, they would see if, with some hints to avoid questions, they could reintroduce Charlie into their lives without raising suspicion. If Bella didn't seem ready, she would announce that she had decided to stay in Spain, whether for school or for love. Bella would make that decision later. The Cullens would flee to Alaska, where they would stay until it was safe to return. Bella felt uncomfortable with that idea, guilty about them possibly needing to leave. Rose thought it wasn't much of a problem since they had only one more Cullen in school. Within the next 4 or 5 years, they would need to leave anyway, waiting a generation or so to come back. That was all if things went according to plan. Esme, however, had prepared the house just in case. Bella, as a new vampire, was likely to be erratic and possibly a danger to others. If that were the case, the house was ready, and the Cullens were packed for an impromptu move. Carlisle had spoken to a hospital in Anchorage about a possible job, and the rest were willing. But that was only if things went as planned. Bella felt a knot in her stomach as she descended the stairs. She slid into her car, which she still refused to think of as Sappho, and drove over to the Swan house. "Hello?" Rosalie called as she knocked on the open front door. "Hey." Bella jumped up on the couch. Her eyes were wide and a bit pale. Her hands shook as if she had consumed several cups of coffee, but her smile was enormous, maybe too big to be genuine, Rosalie thought. "Air." Bella blinked, her gaze trailing down Rosalie's body and back up. Rosalie smiled and winked. It was remarkable how often Bella made her smile like that. "So, do you like it?" Bella swallowed, her already large eyes growing even wider. "Are you ready to go?" she asked, her tone intended for Charlie, but her eyes were asking something else. "Are you ready? Are you sure?" Bella seemed to understand, but Rosalie was uncertain about her response, which made her anxious. She stepped forward, reaching out to touch Bella, but just then, the sound of footsteps echoed as Charlie emerged from his room. "I don't know how we're going to get all of this to the airport," Charlie grumbled, dropping another bag onto the pile. "Does the airline not have a bag limit?" Rosalie laughed when she saw the mountain of bags beside the door. It was indeed a lot, far more than they would be allowed if they were traveling overseas. "Don't worry, Charlie, the program covers our baggage," she reassured him. "Still," he grumbled, eyeing the bags with a frown. Rosalie noticed a slight nasal quality to his voice, as if he had been crying recently. She studied Bella's father's face, surprised and impressed. His eyes weren't very red, but there was just enough to notice. She wondered if Bella was aware of it. An awkward silence settled over them as they stood in the foyer, unsure of what to do or say next. "Well, let's get loaded up," Charlie finally said, clapping his hands together. "Right." Rosalie picked up a handful of bags without thinking, but then she noticed Charlie's surprise. She let out a playful cry of strain and dropped half the bags. "Here, let me help, Rosalie," he mumbled, grabbing a few bags. "Oops," she laughed as Charlie headed out the door. "Thought you were stronger than you were, huh?" Charlie chuckled. "I guess so, Charlie," Rosalie replied with a forced laugh. Bella rolled her eyes at her. "What?" Rosalie exclaimed, indignant. She knew she didn't always get it right. For just a moment, she had forgotten to pretend. It happened. Bella shook her head and kissed Rosalie's cheek, causing the glare Rosalie had been giving her to vanish. Following Charlie, Rosalie tossed the bags she had carried into the bed of Bella's truck. They would stop at an office building where they had told Charlie their luggage would be picked up and shipped by the program. In reality, it was an office that Carlisle sometimes used for off-campus meetings. She and Bella would swing back by on their way home to gather the bags. After weeks of planning, no detail had been overlooked. "That's Rosalie's car?" Bella asked a few minutes into the drive. Being stuck behind the truck, especially with Charlie driving, was a little nerve-wracking. The truck was moving incredibly slow. Rosalie put in a CD and hummed along, trying to distract herself from the 45-mile-per-hour speed limit. It was an insult to her truck. No car this beautiful should be stuck going so slowly. Yeah. Rosalie chuckled at the confusion in Bella's voice. They had planned for everything, but perhaps they hadn't considered that Rosalie should have driven something a little less eye-catching. Charlie huffed, and Rosalie caught his eyes in the rearview mirror. She adjusted her sunglasses and pretended to sing along with the CD. "Nice car." "Oh. Actually, it's not hers. It belongs to Carlisle. He lets her use it." Rosalie smiled to herself, pleased. "And she's just parking it at the airport?" She sighed. This was the worst time for Charlie to start noticing what was happening around him. "What?" "Oh, no. One of the Cullens is flying in from a trip tomorrow. They're going to take it." "Oh." After what felt like an eternity, the three of them walked into the airport, Rosalie trailing a bit behind Bella and Charlie. Charlie looked around in confusion and directed Bella to the left toward the airline on their tickets. As far as he knew, they were supposed to take a small plane to Seattle, then a flight to New York, and from there a direct flight to Barcelona. "So I guess this is it, huh?" Charlie said, glancing around the airport. Bella nodded, and Rosalie wasn't surprised to see tears in her eyes. She hoped, deeply hoped, that Bella wouldn't have to lose him. In her opinion, Charlie was lacking in the fatherly department, but she knew Bella loved him. She took a small step back from the father and daughter. This was a big day, and she would be there in whatever way Bella wanted. "Okay, come here, kid." Charlie pulled Bella in, his own eyes sparkling like hers. "I'm glad you came here, kiddo. I hope it wasn't a miserable time." "Of course not, Dad." Bella sniffed into his jacket, holding on to him awkwardly. Rosalie averted her gaze, studying the poster beside them. Charlie nodded and held Bella at arm's length. "Now you call me every day, you hear? I gave you about 1,000,000 calling cards. I put them in your blue duffel." Bella nodded. They would call for the first few days, but then... "I know, Dad," Bella said with a watery laugh and an eye roll. "You told me twice this morning, remember?" "Oh, right. That's right." Bella glanced at Rose, fear evident on her face. Rose stepped forward, holding Bella's gaze, trying to convey sympathy and love. If she thought for a moment that Bella's fear was about her life rather than leaving home, she would intervene. She would put her foot down and welcome it. As it was, Bella took a deep breath, and the fear faded. "I gotta go, Dad." He nodded and pulled her in for another hug before pushing her back again. "And don't forget to call your mom." "I won't." He took a quick step away, clearing his throat gruffly. "You, look after her, Rosalie." Rose stepped up beside him, doing her best to appear warm and comforting. If she were human, this would be the time to touch him. She should put her hand on his arm or even hug him. But as it was, she tried not to touch humans. The last thing she wanted was to make Charlie aware that something was different about her. In that moment, she mourned that inability. She deeply wanted to provide comfort to the man who had created her mate. "I will. I promise, Charlie. I will take very good care of her." "She will, Dad," Bella agreed, offering Rose the smallest teasing smile. "No parties. No boys," he insisted, shaking a finger at her. Rose nodded, her face serious. "I promise," she said with all the conviction she could muster, "no boys." Bella choked back a laugh. "Good." He clapped her on the shoulder, something she found she kind of liked. "Goodbye, Charlie." Bella smiled and leaned forward to kiss his cheek, pretending she hadn't noticed him blush. "Shall we?" Bella took a deep breath, accepting the ticket from Rose. Yeah. They joined the small line to go through security, Charlie silently wiping his eyes, just like Bella was. You don't have to leave him, Rose reminded her gently. We don't have to do this. Yes, I do. We don't. You could stay as you are. We could still move in. We could get an apartment in Forks or somewhere else. Rose looked at Bella, noticing her small frame, her pink nose, and her wet eyes. Bella, she said gently. It doesn't have to be this, Rose. I want it to be, Bella replied firmly. Rose nodded, already knowing that would be Bella's answer. Bella's eyes were beautiful, glistening and slightly red as she fought back tears. Rose wanted to reach out, to pull Bella close, but they had agreed to keep their relationship a secret from Charlie. Instead, she stood awkwardly, thinking, Bella, my love, I will do anything to make you happy. All right, I promise, we'll do everything we can so you can still know your parents, Rose said, determined to do whatever it took for Bella's happiness. Bella smiled faintly. They passed through security, and with one last wave at Charlie, they turned the corner and began walking down the long hallway toward the terminals. You know, Rose said with a sly grin and a nudge, we could use these tickets. We never talked about that idea. What do you mean? Bella asked, her expression suspicious. I mean we could get on a plane. You know, spend a few weeks in Spain. Bella raised an eyebrow. You're not getting cold feet, are you? My feet are always cold, Rose replied playfully. Bella groaned. Ha, ha, very funny. I'm not, if you're not, Bella, Rose reassured her. Bella nodded, twisting to avoid a man standing still in the walkway. Rose noticed Bella's warmth suddenly increase. It dawned on her that Bella was having a thought that made her blush deeply. What? Rose asked, intrigued. Nothing. Bella shook her head quickly. Clearly, Rose said, glancing sideways at Bella. I was just thinking, have you thought about what this is a lot like? Rose pursed her lips, raising an eyebrow as she focused ahead, ignoring a man who was staring at them. She had actually thought about it not long after their plans had been set in stone. The moment Rose's teeth sank into Bella's skin felt like the moment Bella said, I do. Perhaps it could be argued that it had already happened when they separated from Charlie. However, the moment Rose bit her, their bond was sealed. They would become each other's other half. I have, Bella admitted, surprised by her own sheepishness. The silence from Bella didn't surprise Rose. Still, without looking at her, she squared her shoulders and stood a little taller despite her insecurity. Do you want to do it in a more conventional way? What? Bella squawked. No. No way. I'm a teenager. Rose scoffed. Bella was old enough to become one of the living dead, but too young for marriage. Are you sure? She teased. We could go to Vegas or Niagara Falls. We are in an airport, after all. Bella spluttered and hiccuped, trying to form words. Rose was sure. You're going to have to marry me eventually. I like weddings. You like parties that are for you. That too, Rose laughed. Are you sure you don't want it to be now? I'm sure we couldn't find you a big white dress today. Something traditional, Anne. Don't do that. Bella cried. Rose gave a slightly evil chuckle. They waited for 30 minutes before heading back through security, tossing their useless tickets as they went. I didn't see, Bella said, covering her eyes from the sun. Where'd you park Sappho? Rose's feet stopped. My car is not named Sappho. Bella looked at her curiously. Oh. Did you get a new one? Because I could have sworn I saw you drive Sappho up here. Lips pursed, Rose decided the best idea was to ignore her. Hey. Bella called, laughing. Rose had left her in the dust as she started toward her car, which was definitely not called Sappho. She paused just long enough for Bella to catch up, her hand slipping into Rose's. Bella gave a tug, but Rose continued to ignore her. Bella pulled harder, turning with a fierce glare. Unfazed, Bella leaned up onto her toes and pulled Rose's face down to her level. "You're too tall in those." "They have to go," Bella said. "Like hell." Bella smiled as she kissed Rose, which made Rose smile in return. "You look beautiful, by the way," Bella added. Rose's mouth opened, feeling a rush of schoolgirl pleasure. "Do I?" she asked. "Very." This time, Rose kissed Bella long and deep. "Thank you," she said, pulling Bella's hand to her lips and kissing it. "Come on. I think the sun is going to come out soon." Chapter 38. They took back roads as they made their way to the Cullen house to avoid crossing paths with Charlie, whose truck Bella had been honestly heartsick to give up. Rose opened the windows, letting in the hot breeze, and put on another CD. As they drove, Rose couldn't help but notice Bella's silence, their hands intertwined on the gearshift. Bella's grip was surprisingly tight. "Bella?" Rose finally asked when she heard a small sniff. She could smell the scent of Bella's tears, which alarmed her. "I'm sorry," Bella sniffed. "What is it?" Rose asked, turning slightly in the driver's seat, her eyes still on the road. Bella shook her head, not looking at her. "Nothing. I think I'm still just surprised that he gave me up so easily." Rose nodded a little, understanding. She had found it surprising too. Charlie hadn't put up much of a fight at all. But from what Rose understood, Charlie didn't put up much of a fight about anything. He was crying this morning. "What?" Bella looked over, startled. "He was," Rose nodded. "When I came over, he had been crying." Bella's face fell open, her nose so pink that it was adorable. "Besides, Bella, we set it up so he thought he was doing the right thing by letting you go." "He is." Bella squeezed Rose's hand. "He does love you though." Bella nodded. "Thanks." The tears dried not long after that, replaced by a stiff and nervous excitement. They picked up Bella's bags, and Rose teased her about the amount of them. When they pulled into the garage, Rose turned to her with a nervous smile. "Welcome home." Bella's eyes widened a little, but she smiled back. They went through the garage door, and Rose stopped, grinning foolishly at her family. Bella laughed at the sight of them, Esme and Carlisle on the stairs, Alice and Jasper on the landing, and Emmett sitting on the couch, all trying to welcome her home. Bella noticed her friends in the living room, appearing as if they had just happened to be there. "You guys aren't very subtle, you know," she teased. "How do you feel?" Esme asked, appearing at Bella's side. "Nervous," Bella admitted. "It's a big day for you," Esme reminded her. Bella shifted a little, glancing awkwardly at Rose. "I wish people would stop saying that." From the living room, Rose watched as Esme beamed with pride, showing Bella the fridge and cupboard stocked full of food. "Oh my God, Esme," Bella laughed. "I can't eat all of this in 2 days." "Well, if anything happens and it needs to be longer, then we're prepared," Esme replied. Bella shook her head vigorously. 2 days. She turned and pointed a finger at Rose. 2 days. Rose held up her hands in surrender. "I didn't say it." Bella said, eyeing her playfully rather than suspiciously. Rose had thought there was a good chance that Esme was going overboard, but it made her so happy that it was hard to argue with her. Whatever food Bella didn't finish, Rose decided she would take to the food bank on the other side of town. Looking a little overwhelmed, Bella turned back to Rose, who smiled at her, excited and nervous to say what she was about to say. "Shall we bring your things upstairs?" Before Bella could respond, Emmett laughed. "Why? Does dinner get to have a room?" Bella shot him a glare, not at all amused, but the rest of the room, including Bella, laughed. "I have to admit," Carlisle said through his good-natured laughter, "I never thought there would be a human living in this house." "It's only for a few days," Bella replied. He smiled down at her, and the fondness in his expression pleased Rose deeply. "Very true." So, he said, turning to clap his hands, is everyone ready? Edward had fled to Denali weeks before, hiding away after his loss in the fight, but he was the only one missing from the living room. The rest now stood with a sense of anticipation. Bella nodded in agreement. So we'll be back in a few days, right? She looked slightly overwhelmed again. Rosalie understood how she felt. Have fun, you too, Esme said with a smile, kissing each of their cheeks. Yeah, don't do anything I wouldn't do, Emmett teased, ducking to avoid a hit from Rosalie's purse. They waved goodbye to the family as they got into their sportier cars for the drive to Denali. Once the last car disappeared around the bend, Rosalie lowered her hand, feeling butterflies in her stomach. She glanced at Bella and felt relieved to see that Bella looked a bit nervous too. Come on, Rosalie said, taking Bella's hand as they walked inside. She hadn't prepared much for this day, perhaps unable to believe it was finally happening. She had cleared out a side of her closet that she had just filled. It had been a challenge to give Bella half of her space. With Emmett, it had always been more like Rosalie 2/3 and Emmett 1/3. She had even added a second dresser to match her own. Rosalie settled herself on the bed, waiting for Bella to gather her thoughts. The bed is different, Bella said. Pleased, Rosalie nodded. It was actually a completely new bed. She had initially bought new linens but decided against using a bed she had shared with someone else, especially since that bed had never been used for sleep. Yes, I didn't think the gray was right for our bed. Do you like this? She had chosen a pale purple that closely resembled Bella's own style. When Bella didn't respond, Rosalie turned to look at her. Bella hadn't moved, and her expression hadn't changed. What's wrong? Rosalie asked. Our bed. Rosalie bit her lip to hide her smile, debating whether to pull Bella down onto the bed now. They were alone, and they hadn't had much time together in the past few weeks. In truth, they hadn't been intimate since their first time. There hadn't been a chance yet, and Rosalie would happily admit she was looking forward to it. However, Jasper had reminded her repeatedly that Bella might need some time and space over the next few days. Instead of moving forward and taking Bella into her arms as she wanted, she stepped back to give Bella some physical space. Are you hungry? Rosalie asked. Bella shrugged, her nerves evident on her face. A little. Rosalie found it endlessly fascinating. What was it that made Bella nervous? Was it the fact that they were alone together? Was it the end of these 2 days? She wanted to ask but decided against it. I'll make you a sandwich. Would that be good? Bella's eyebrows shot up, and the peaceful, calm air Rosalie was trying to maintain snapped like a dry twig. I can make you a sandwich, Bella. If I can build a car engine, I can make a sandwich. Rosalie's tone was sharper than she intended, perhaps not harshly aggressive, but definitely not calm and kind. She immediately began to kick herself. Bella just shook her head slightly. Okay, Bella said. Rosalie nodded matter-of-factly once and stood up. Instead of going to the kitchen, she headed to the couch. She sat and listened. Did Bella seem happy? She wasn't sure. Was she happy? Rosalie knew she was, but the weight of what she had to do loomed over her like a guillotine blade. Would Bella be happier after it was done? It was all so overwhelming. She pushed that thought away, unwilling to face it. She sat still, not even twitching as she listened to Bella slowly move around the room above her. She worried. She wanted Bella to feel welcome. She wanted Bella to feel like this was her space too. How could she achieve that? She knew the family wanted to find them a place they could call their own in the coming years, a sanctuary for the newly mated pair. Perhaps starting on neutral ground was the best way. With a sigh, she ran a hand over her hair carefully. She had a lot to think about. Rosalie felt she was overthinking things a little. Upstairs, Bella's feet took her further to the left than before, and the door opened. Rose was up and making a sandwich half a second later. Looks good, Bella said with a small smile as she poured herself a glass of milk and sat at the table where she had left her plate. Rose slid across from her, trying not to watch Bella. Bella took a bite and chewed slowly. "It's not too salty?" Bella asked, looking up, startled. "Did you add salt?" she continued. Rose looked away, studying the clock as if it would reveal something interesting. "Okay, what?" Bella dropped the sandwich back onto her plate. "What?" Rose asked, feeling affronted. "Why are you being so weird?" "I'm not being weird," she exclaimed. She wasn't being weird at all. If anything, she thought Bella was being strange for just sitting there and staring at her. "You so are." "I am not." "You are." Rose cut herself off before she could continue the silly argument. She pressed her lips into thin lines to keep them in check. "I'm trying to be supportive," she said, her voice sharper, sounding more like her usual self. Bella took another bite, her eyes narrowed in consideration. "You're weirding me out." Rosalie rolled her eyes. "Are you happy? Are you okay?" "I would be if you would calm down." "I am calm," she snapped, feeling annoyed. "That's better." "Bella," she groaned, her head falling to the table. "Even if what is coming weren't coming, it would still be a big deal. Leaving the nest is a big step. You did research, didn't you?" Rosalie stiffened, sniffed, and looked away. She had, actually. Over the past few weeks, she had read a few books about the challenges young people face when they leave home. Most of it had been unenlightening drivel. It was amazing how much medicine and psychology could advance while offering nothing new. Silence seemed to confess everything to Bella. "Is there anything you would like to do today?" she asked, hoping for a distraction. Bella shifted a little, her mouth full. "What?" Well, I'd never been in your bathroom until today." "Our bathroom." "Right. And?" "Your tub." "Our tub." "Right. What about it?" "It looks nice." Teenage excitement surged through Rosalie like a shot of adrenaline. Bella's face flushed, her eyes averted, revealing her thoughts just as clearly as if she had said them aloud. "Finish that." Bella swallowed the rest of her sandwich in 3 large bites that looked like they could choke her. Rosalie shook her head at her. She would be lying if she said she wasn't pleased by Bella's eagerness. Upstairs, Rosalie opened her side of the closet and pulled out a box. "What's that?" "A space heater." "Rose, it's August." Rosalie set it down, plugged it in, and adjusted it to high so the room would be ready for later. Then she turned and took Bella's hand, pressing it lightly against her chest to share her warmth. "It's so you can be next to me." For a long moment, Bella seemed even more confused. Then the confusion faded as she let out a soft "ooh." Her face, ears, and neck turned pink, then red. Seeing this, Rosalie smiled to herself. "I wonder." She stepped into Bella's space, resting her cheek against hers. "What?" "I wonder if you'll be this shy after." Bella didn't move or react, but Rosalie heard her heart give a sudden thump. "I'm still gonna be me though, right?" Rosalie nodded, knowing that was true. Eventually, Bella would be exactly who she was now, only enhanced. "Will you still call me kitten?" Rosalie wondered if she was teasing or not. Bella looked at her, ready to tease or laugh, but seemed to sense her uncertainty. "You actually like that," Bella said. "What's going on?" Rose laughed lightly at herself. "It feels kind of sexy," she admitted. "Okay, then I will." A little giddy, Rose gave Bella a lingering gaze that sent a thrill through her body. She slipped into the bathroom and turned on the tap. "Bella," she called softly over her shoulder and her best purr. "I think I'll need your help so I don't make it too hot for you." Suddenly timid, Bella entered the bathroom, her eyes on the ground and her cheeks flushed. She began to fiddle with the temperature while Rose added her favorite oils and bubbles. "Make it as hot as you can without burning," Rose instructed. Bella nodded, her hand under the spray. "Is it good?" Bella nodded again, her eyes still averted, and her ears very pink now. "Unzip me?" Rose asked. The air in the bathroom was steamy and thick as a wide-eyed Bella shuffled closer, looking a bit stunned. Bella took a moment before she started to move the zipper, mumbling, "Yeah. Right." As she did, Rose smiled over her shoulder, enjoying the effect. "Thank you." Bella's response was more of a rough exhale than a word. This was something new. There had been no call for Rose's nakedness except for their one time together, and even then, it hadn't happened. She had never bared herself before Bella. She could feel Bella's eyes on her as she let the dress slowly fall to the floor. "That is, assuming I'm welcome in your bath." She glanced over her shoulder to gauge Bella's reaction while picking up the dress and hanging it on a hanger on the back of the door, standing in nothing but a matching bra and panty set, pantyhose, and heels. No reason to wrinkle the dress. After all, it was cushiony. The look on Bella's face almost stopped her. Was she all right? Bella looked a little like she was choking. "Belle?" Rose asked. Bella's eyes snapped up to meet hers. "Of course." "All right, then." Rose's eyes remained on Bella's reflection in the mirror. In front of the mirror, Rose unhooked her bra and slipped out of everything else. Wow," Bella breathed, smiling up at her with a hint of smugness. "Are you getting in?" Looking a bit daunted, Bella started to awkwardly pull off her clothes. Rose kept her gaze steady, knowing it would help Bella feel more comfortable. However, as soon as Bella's clothes were off, she hopped into the shower, splashing water and making Rose yelp. "Shit, sorry." Bella exclaimed, her hands raised in apology. Sorry, I got nervous." Rose smiled and pulled Bella against her, feeling the warmth of Bella's wet body pressed against her. It felt as good as she had imagined. "Don't be nervous," she said, kissing the shell of Bella's ear, making her shiver. "I've never actually seen you before." "Don't worry," Rose hummed, pushing Bella's hair to the side to kiss her neck. "You'll see plenty of me." With her eyes closed, Bella hiccuped. "I never thought I would like seeing a girl naked this much." Rose chuckled. "I am not a girl." Bella raised her eyebrows. "I thought we already established that you are not a boy." "Remember that?" "I do. I'm still not a girl. I am a woman." "There is a difference." Bella groaned, and Rose grinned as she smoothed Bella's hair. "So we're really doing this, huh?" She turned Bella's head slightly, her eyebrows drawn in question. "I don't know." "This. Us. Me, here." Gently holding Bella's chin, Rose looked into her eyes, feeling a mix of confusion and concern. "Only if you want to, Bella." Bella looked back, her eyes darting back and forth. "Do you want to?" "Yeah," Rose admitted. "I do. It's just. My life changed so much after I moved to Forks." Rose chuckled, picking up the bath sponge and submerging it. "I would say it did." "Do you? Will I regret it?" Rose asked as she ran the sponge over Bella's back, delighting in how relaxed Bella seemed. "No, it's just hard to believe all of it when I think back," Bella replied. "That's understandable," Rose said. That's nice," Bella murmured. Rose added some of her expensive body wash, letting it glide over Bella's back, neck, arms, and hands. She pulled Bella tight against her, adding more hot water, and ran the sponge across her chest and down between her breasts. Bella's breath caught as she turned in Rose's arms, her lips brushing against Rose's jaw and then finding her lips. Their kisses were slow, deep, and languid, while Rose's fingers trailed up and down Bella's spine. It felt too soon when Bella began to shiver again, prompting Rose to let some cold water out and refill it with hot. "This won't happen when I'm like you?" Bella asked, melting into the warm water before sliding back. Rose wrapped her arms around her, her finger playing with Bella's belly button. "The water going cold, yes," Rose admitted. "It's annoying. I like baths, but the water has to be changed constantly and very hot to feel warm." "How does this water feel?" Bella inquired. Rose considered the question. I can't feel its temperature. It's not hot enough to feel warm. But I won't get cold? Bella asked. No, I don't. Bella looked relieved. No, I won't get cold with you. Rose thought for a moment, shifting Bella so she could kiss her neck again. Emmett never felt cold to me. Good, Bella nodded. She pulled Rose in close again, kissing down her neck and watching goosebumps form on her skin. Will it hurt? Bella asked. Rose froze, realizing this was the question she had expected from Bella. She had waited for it, but it had never come. After a moment of silence, Bella turned to look at her. I mean, do you remember your turning? How did it happen? I never thought to ask, Bella said. Rose looked at her, feeling uncomfortable. This was another question she had anticipated but had never been asked. Rose felt a rush of emotions, making her grimace. She had anticipated this moment when Bella would ask about her transformation. It was a question she had dreaded, knowing she couldn't keep the truth to herself, yet she had always avoided discussing it. Are you cold? She asked, wanting to delay her answer. Bella shrugged, but Rose decided to empty half the tub and refill it. She took her time, carefully mixing oils into the water. A gentle hand rested on her arm, bringing warmth. What's wrong? I know Edward said you shouldn't ask vampires that, but I thought with you. Bella's voice trailed off, resigned. It isn't that, love. I promise you can ask me anything, Rose assured her. Okay, Bella replied. It's just. Rose clenched her teeth. She had only told this story once before and wasn't sure how to approach it. My turning was violent, Bella. What do you mean? Bella asked, confusion in her eyes. Rose pushed some wet hair from Bella's cheek and offered a sad smile. You'll be the first of us, other than Carlisle, who was not already dying when you returned. Did you know that? Bella shook her head slowly, her voice soft. You were dying? I was. I was attacked, by a group of men. By my fiancé. Memories flooded back, like a film she didn't want to watch. She remembered his face in that moment when he transformed from the caring man she had known into a monster. It was impossible to reconcile the two versions of him. She recalled how he had brought her flowers and then how he had laughed about his deeds, stepping aside for his best friend. A random thought had crossed her mind, they do everything together. Bella would surely want to experience this too. Bella shivered again, but Rose knew the water was warm. She glanced back at Bella, feeling guilty. Whatever Bella saw on her face had clearly disturbed her. There was so much more to share, but now was not the time. To answer your question, yes, it will hurt. I'm sorry about that. I was broken and bleeding. I thought I was already dead, or at least close to it, and the pain. Her voice trailed off as memories flooded back. She remembered being picked up from the floor, cradled by the phantom, and the agony of being bitten. In that moment, she realized she hadn't truly understood pain before. Bella nodded. Rose pulled her close, seeking comfort in her warmth. But it's for a very short time. Bella nodded again, and Rose noticed a click in her throat as she swallowed. Thanks for telling me. And for being honest, Bella said. Rose sighed and forced a cheerful smile as she picked up a bottle of shampoo. Now turn and let me wash your hair. Wash my hair? Really? But you won't. It's not a story for today. Bella looked ready to protest, but Rose continued, one day, I promise you. She squeezed some shampoo into her palm, taking a moment to gather herself. When she looked up, she was able to smile genuinely. Come here. Bella relaxed against her, letting out a long moan of pleasure. Good? Rose asked. Bella simply moaned in response. I used to love having someone wash my hair. You did? Bella replied. Rose hummed, kissing behind her soapy ear. Can I do it one day? Rose smirked. I'm very protective of my hair now, you know. Bella looked up at her and grinned. I know. Rose got out of the bath first, allowing Bella to look her fill. The bath had been long, and as they stepped outside, the sky was beginning to turn a rosy hue with the sunset. Bella's fingers had started to wrinkle, which Rose found fascinating. She dressed much quicker than Bella did. Noticing that Bella seemed to want to linger for a while, Rose sat down with a book. However, she didn't read as she would have liked. Instead, her eyes followed Bella as she quickly put on a tank top and comfortable pajama shorts before meandering around the room. Bella's fingers gently touched the silver hairbrush that Rosalie had received on her 16th birthday. She paused, looking curiously at the new iHome where the latest iPod was docked, and smiled to herself. Emmett had been right. She could hardly believe it. Bella was there, in her room, in their room. This was really happening. Would you like to put some of your things away? Rose asked. Bella looked back at her, startled, and closed her book with a huff. Bella, you understand that you're moving in here, right? As my mate? Yeah, but what? Bella shook her head, her eyes returning to the room. Rose picked up her book again, continuing to watch her. Can I really just, I don't know, move in here? Bella asked. I hope you do, Rose answered, not looking up from her book. Bella hesitated, staring. You really can, Bella. Bella nodded once. This is my room. This is your home, Rose agreed, nodding down at her book. Bella swallowed and went to her bag, pulling out an old, beaten book. She glanced nervously back at Rose and then slid it onto the small bookshelf where Rose kept her private books. Rose pretended she hadn't seen. A small smile spread across Rose's face as Bella pulled out a handful of DVDs and headed to the movie room. She was in there long enough that Rose thought Bella might have arranged them in alphabetical order among her own. When Bella stepped out, she was smiling and cast a tentative glance at Rose. Bella moved with the speed of a vampire, trying to appear relaxed. As she carefully pulled her clothes from a bag, her genuine excitement was contagious, and Rose felt a similar thrill within her. Bella was moving in. This was real. Although things felt a bit uncertain, Rose knew she had found her mate, and they were going to be happy. It seemed almost impossible, too good to be true. Once the bag was empty, Rose set the book aside and sat up. Are you ready for this evening? She asked. The plan for the next few days was simple. It was Bella's last chance to enjoy all her favorite human activities before they would no longer be available to her. This evening? Do we have plans that I forgot about? Bella replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. Rose grinned mischievously. Oh, just wait and see. Bella gasped in surprise when she saw the spread laid out on the living room table. Jesus Christ! She exclaimed, laughing. Rose stood beside the table, her hands clasped behind her back, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. She knew it was too much food for one person, but she had gotten a little carried away. It was amusing to her, learning about human food. And I got a movie, Rose added, pulling the DVD from behind her back. Bella's face lit up. Of course. The movie was a comedy, and it felt good to laugh with Bella, sitting beside her on the couch while Bella enjoyed the food. After the movie ended, Bella lay across the couch, groaning. I didn't mean to eat so much, she said. I'm impressed. You ate more than I thought you would, Rose replied, smiling. Bella groaned again, holding her stomach. Your cooking is getting better. Rose cleared her throat. Well, I ordered in, she admitted, her nose held high. Bella laughed and groaned, still clutching her stomach. Rose hadn't planned much for herself, but she had been looking forward to their first night together. Seeing Bella so full and content made her heart swell. Bella felt sleepy and reluctantly changed her mind. She handed Bella the softest pair of pajamas she had ever felt, bought especially for her. They cuddled up in bed together, with the space heater on. What are you reading? Bella asked, her eyes heavy with sleep. Rose looked over as Bella, seeming content, curled up under her arm. It's from a relatively new author. Well, new in comparison. A Feast for Crows? Bella read, tilting the book to see the title better. I think you might like it. I have the previous 3. Bella nodded, her eyes already closed. I'll add it to my list. Rose smiled and kissed Bella's head, earning a small hum in response. Would you read it to me? Rose's mouth dropped open in surprise. Read to you? She looked down at Bella, feeling the warmth of her curled into her side, the heaviness of her head. She blinked a few times, moved by the sweetness of the moment. Unsure how to process the emotions swelling within her, she reached down and brushed some hair off Bella's forehead. Of course. She opened the book back to the page she had left off and began to read in a low and steady voice. It wasn't long before Bella's body pressed heavily against her side, her breath deep and rhythmic, her face buried in Rosalie's waist. Rosalie let her voice fade into silence, feeling a tightness in her chest. A strange emotion stirred within her. It felt like panic and bliss all at once. It was new to her, yet so welcome and wonderful. With her arm curled tightly around Bella, she made sure it was on the outside of Bella's blankets. Heart full, she leaned down and kissed Bella's head. Thank you, Bella, she whispered. Bella twitched but continued to sleep, so Rose picked her book back up and settled in for the night. The next morning, Bella woke up late. Rose had stayed in bed until the early morning hours, finishing her book before she slipped out and headed to the kitchen. Was still waking up. She stood in the car bay, where Rose was finishing a final degrease on the vehicle before painting. Suddenly, Bella entered, looking sleepy in her pajamas, her hair tousled. Rose couldn't help but admire how effortlessly attractive Bella appeared. Hey, I don't know if you realize, but I live here now, Bella said with a playful smile. You do. Crazy, isn't it? Rose replied, wiping some grease from her hands. Yup. They exchanged amused glances. What are you doing? Rose lifted her arm, and Bella snuggled under it as Rose explained her work. Can I help? Bella asked, but her stomach protested with a loud grumble. I think someone needs some breakfast first. Want me to cook something for you? Rose offered. Bella scoffed, no. Hey! Rose exclaimed, feigning offense. She was learning, after all. No more salt was the lesson of the day. She shot a glare at Bella, who laughed heartily. Fine. Rose returned to the car, applying the finishing touches while Bella prepared her breakfast. Once they were done, they went out to the cliff, sitting close together and watching the sunlight dance on the water. Is there anything you want to do? Rose asked, gazing out at the view. You mean today, or? No, in life. Do you want to go to school? Do you want to travel? What do you want it to look like? Are we just talking, or are we making plans here? Instead of answering, Rose picked a small dandelion from the grass and tucked it behind Bella's ear, waiting for a response. I don't know, Bella sighed. I don't think I ever really thought about the path my life was on. I want to go to school eventually, but not right away. What do you want to study? Rose inquired. No idea. That's all right. You have time. And it was true. If they followed through with their plan, Bella would have plenty of time to explore various career paths. It was one of the greatest gifts they had been given. In some ways, Bella was just beginning to figure things out. Bella was still so young. It made perfect sense that she wouldn't be sure yet. The pressure society put on teenagers to know exactly what they wanted their lives to look like by 18 or 19 was absurd, considering how much they would change. Bella nodded slightly. Do you want to travel? Sure, of course. Where? Everywhere, Bella replied, scrunching her nose as she thought about it. I don't know. I don't know what I want, so I want the chance to try things and see. Rose nodded. And what about a family? She asked, taking Bella's hand and playing with her fingers. Bella's head whipped around, surprised. You mean a husband and kids? Hum. Did I want those? Hum. Bella gaped, stumbling as she tried to come up with an answer. I don't, I mean, it's... What? Rose asked, pressing the back of Bella's hand to her cheek, intrigued by her hesitation. I don't know. I guess I assume I would have eventually gotten married, but I had never even dated before Edward. I don't know. Sometimes I think this path was the right one for me because I just didn't work in the human world. And children? Bella made a face that made Rose laugh. Hey, there's nothing wrong with wanting children. I want them quite badly. Bella eyed Rose. Does that surprise you? Bella squirmed, and that was answer enough. I do. I don't know if it's possible for me. I don't think it is. But I want children very much. I always have. Did you not? I don't know. I don't think so. I think before Edward the First felt too young to think about things like that, and then after Edward it was clear that wouldn't be an option. But you really wanted kids. Is that so hard to believe? A little, Bella admitted, her face serious as she understood what that meant for Rose. I did. I do. I wanted them badly in life and now. There's no way, Bella said. Come on, there has to be a way. It's modern times. There's always adoption. Are you saying you'd adopt kids with me, Bella Swan? Bella looked as if she had suddenly choked on air. I mean, not now, but maybe when I'm older or something. I don't know. You keep telling me that desires change. I don't think it's possible though. A human baby in our house? You don't think they'd be safe? I do, but how would that even happen? A social worker would never just give a baby to a bunch of vampires. Bella laughed. That has to be a plot of a comedy. Rose chuckled. I don't know. I think they'd believe anything before the idea that we're vampires. Rose hummed, elated by this turn in the conversation. So a woman who doesn't want kids would agree to them so easily? I want to give you what you want. Rose smiled, and because she couldn't help herself, she pulled Bella into a long kiss. Come on, let's go back home. They stepped back into the house, fingers intertwined, enveloped in a weighty silence. Rose paused just inside the door and turned to Bella. Cupping her jaw, she placed a kiss just under it. What do you want to do now? Bella shifted in place. I don't know. What do you want to do? What did she want to do? Rose could almost laugh. She had something she wanted to do, that's for sure. Rose looked down at her, and Bella seemed to sense her point. As they looked at one another, the air began to spark. She watched Bella swallow again. Just give me a minute, Bella said. Bella nodded, her heart dancing. By the time Bella made it up the stairs, Rose had the space heater on full blast and the covers of the bed pulled down. Excited and a little bit nervous, Rose sat on the edge of the bed. Are you nervous? She asked as she stood, pulling Bella into her. She knew she was. She could hear Bella's heart beating and could smell the fine sheen of her excitement. Sweat glistened on her skin. Bella swallowed and nodded. Don't be, please. She opened her mouth to say something, but Rose pulled her in by the hips and kissed her. Bella sighed as her hands slipped under Rose's shirt, gently stroking her back. The touch was simple yet intoxicating. Rose reached up and slowly pulled Bella's shirt over her head, letting her fingers trail down Bella's stomach. Bella's stomach flexed as Rose tickled her a little. Can I? Bella asked, her hand hovering at the tie of Rose's wrap shirt. Rose nodded, and Bella began to undress her. They worked together, each focused on the other as Bella removed Rose's clothing. Hey, Rose said, catching Bella's chin as she looked away shyly. Don't look away. But I'm naked. Rose smirked, her charm evident. I know. She let her hands trail down Bella's arms, her lips hovering just before Bella's, lightly brushing against them. Bella made a sound of frustration and reached out, but Rose pulled back. Did you want something? Rose whispered, her breath brushing over Bella's lips. Bella responded with a frustrated sound. Rose chuckled, but the chuckle turned into a gasp as Bella's hands trailed down Rose's naked torso, catching on her hardened nipples. Bella cupped them, her thumbs rubbing gently. Rose's body arched away, pushing into Bella's hands while pulling back, her thoughts battling between the sensation and the coolness of marble skin. She let out a strangled cry when Bella pinched lightly. Rose was so sensitive, and she craved more. She wanted to feel Bella on her, inside her. She imagined what Bella's warm mouth would feel like and what Bella experienced as she brought Rose to climax. The thought was intoxicating. She wanted it. But she couldn't stand it. She cowered, a cry escaping her, and Bella's hands were suddenly on her arms, holding her close. Hey, it's okay, Rose, it's okay, Bella said, looking into her eyes. It's okay. I can wait. Rose looked back, wanting to believe, longing for touch, while dreading her inhuman body. I can wait, Bella repeated, pulling her in for a hug. Rose groaned. Bella's body was so warm, her breast so soft against her. Without warning, Rose swooped down, picked Bella up off her feet, and carried her to bed. The next morning, Rose was in the kitchen when Bella finally came down. She had woken early, and they had spent a long time in bed together before showering and dressing. No one here yet? Rose asked, cocking her head and listening. They're almost here, Bella replied, swallowing and nodding. Are you hungry? Rose asked. Bella shook her head and went to the refrigerator, pouring herself a glass of juice. She took it with shaking hands over to where Rose sat. At the last second, Rose scooped Bella into her lap and held her. I look like I was attacked, Bella said, glancing at her neck. Rosalie laughed, remembering how fervent she had been with the love bites the night before. Bella's neck was littered with them. Looking at the marks, Rose bit her lip, feeling the arousal she had experienced the night before spark again. I like seeing them. It's proof that you're mine, Rose said. Bella grinned down at her. You should bite me there. Rose pulled back, surprised. On your neck? She had planned to bite somewhere hidden, perhaps her thigh. There will be a scar, Bella. Bella nodded stiffly. I know. Rose smiled slowly, her body clenching in arousal and desire. Okay. They sat there silently when the door opened and the family, sans Edward, came in. There were inquiries about how the last 2 days had been, which Bella answered with a tight and nervous voice. Rose asked how everyone in Alaska was. Carlisle replied with a smile. They're going to come down in a few weeks to meet our newest coven member. Bella nodded, her face a little pale. Carlisle and Esme exchanged a long look, and Rose noticed it with mild surprise. She hadn't expected them to be nervous, but she could sense it from them. Well, Carlisle finally said, his professional smile in place. Are we ready? All eyes turned to Bella. She swallowed, her gaze darting between them before she nodded. Okay. Bella, Esme said, holding out a hand. Honey, why don't you come with me? Carlisle and I have been talking about your vacation, and I wanted your opinion. Bella nodded and stood, pausing long enough to give Rose a kiss flavored with orange juice before she followed Esme up the stairs toward Carlisle's office. Nervous? Emmett asked, pulling her into his arms. Rose exhaled deeply. She was very nervous. You know you've got this, Emmett reassured her. She sighed, rubbing her face against his chest. She wasn't drinking from Bella, she reminded herself. All she had to do was bite. But what if she did it wrong? What if she couldn't handle the scent, the taste of Bella's blood like she thought she could? She would need at least a mouthful to ensure she bit deeply enough. What if it turned her into a mindless animal? Carlisle had warned her it might. You've got this, Emmett insisted, hugging her tightly. She nodded in response. Come on. Let's go get ready. There wasn't much to do, really. She tidied up their bedroom, surprised to think that Bella would be even messier than Emmett had been. She made the bed and then pulled back one corner. Does she seem ready? Emmett's question lingered in her mind. Bella seemed nervous, very nervous even, but everyone was anxious about the unknown, weren't they? Yes. I think so. She seemed more prepared than she realized. Was surprised by how ready Bella seemed, yet it was also not surprising at all. In the doorway, Carlyle appeared and asked, "Are you ready?" When Rose didn't respond, Emmett sighed and said, "There's always the injection, Rose." No, Rose firmly denied again. She knew Carlyle was worried too. He had gathered a vial of her venom for an injection, but that felt impersonal. If she was going to do this, which it was clear she was, then she needed to do it right. A small knock from behind them made them both turn. Esme stood there with Bella, her hands resting on Bella's shoulder. Rose didn't know what Esme had said, but Bella's cheeks were bright and her eyes sparkled with excitement and nerves. "I'll be right down the hall, okay?" Carlyle said. Rose nodded and held out her hand for Bella. "Me too, Rose," Emmett promised as he left. For once, knowing her entire family, or almost her entire family, was nearby felt comforting. She pulled Bella close, hugging her tightly. Bella wrapped her arms around Rose, and Rose wasn't surprised to feel her shaking. She held her tighter and closed her eyes. She couldn't believe she was doing this. It still felt unreal. Maybe she could talk Bella out of it. There had to be something else Bella wanted more. There had to be something that would convince her. "Are you rethinking this?" Bella asked. Rose pulled back and replied, "How do you always do that?" "You can't, Rose. You can't." The seriousness and determination on Bella's face made Rose give up before she even tried. Instead, her hands moved to the hem of Bella's shirt. Bella allowed her to pull it off, and to unbutton and remove her jeans. A seductive look in Rose's eye made Bella blush and her heart race. Then Rose slipped the silken garment she had chosen onto Bella. "You know, you look very sexy in that," Rose said. Bella stumbled, unintelligible words spilling from her lips, making Rose laugh. Rose leaned over and pressed her cheek against Bella's, feeling the warmth and sighing. She would miss that. "Bella, are you sure?" She could hear Bella's heart pounding and see her nervous swallow. Bella nodded, so Rose took her hand and kissed it. Was she? She knew she had lost this fight and had prepared for that, but now that it was here, she wasn't sure she could go through with it. "Are you sure?" Rose laughed softly. "This wasn't my idea, you know." "Yeah, but you know what I mean." "Yes. I want you." "I do." Bella nodded, flushing a little as she scooted in closer. Rose watched in awe as Bella bent her head, pushing her hair over her shoulder and exposing her neck. Rose swallowed, feeling a surge of desire as she looked at Bella's pale neck. She hummed softly. She was going to miss human Bella. "Then let's get it over with, huh?" Bella didn't respond as Rose moved in closer, wrapping her arm tightly around Bella's waist. Savoring the moment for the last time, Rose felt a whimper escape her as she ran her nose along the exposed skin, the tendons and muscles tight in Bella's neck. Gently, she let her tongue slide across it, tasting it. But then she paused. Bella's hand, the one not holding her hair back, squeezed her arm. "You can do this, Rose." But Rose was simply enjoying the moment. She relished having Bella so near, her throat on display. Only now, with her nose brushing against Bella's skin, could she finally admit that yes, she wanted this. She pulled Bella closer, and Bella's heartbeat quickened in response. Rose listened to it beat, so fast, so strong. Bella's hand gripped her thigh, holding on tightly. Rose closed her eyes, breathing in her scent, her lips just a breath away from Bella's neck. "I love you," she whispered into Bella's skin. and then she bit. Chapter 39. Rose's feet made little sound on the forest floor as she ran at top speed, her laughter ringing through the trees. "I'm right behind you." Ahead of her, the beauty she was chasing glanced back, her hair flying over her shoulder, her face alight and glittering in the afternoon sun. Bella saw Rose closing in, and with a look of adorable determination, pushed harder. Not about to be outrun, Rose leapt over a fallen tree. The force of her movement sent her into the air. With learned agility, she hit a giant tree halfway up its thick trunk and sprang off, sending her bulleting straight for Bella. Her grin grew as she was about to catch her prey. Seeing Rose coming, Bella's running figure suddenly stopped, creating grooves in the earth with her force. Instead of colliding with her, Rose went sailing right past. "Damn it!" Rose cried, her arms closing around nothing but air. With a musical laugh of sheer delight, Bella took off in a different direction. Rose growled, her teeth exposed in a playful threat that had no meaning at all. She wasn't angry, for once in her life. In fact, she was filled with happiness as she shot after her. She loved seeing Bella this happy. She began to question just how much Bella had hated being the only human, given the way she enjoyed her vampire self. Rosalie vaulted over a sapling, hitting the ground running. It was over, finally. It had taken Bella longer than usual. Now that she was on the other side of that pain and fear, that fact made Rose laugh. Of course, Bella hadn't been able to do it the easy way, she was too stubborn. Instead, she had to do it her way. Rosalie rolled her eyes as she ran. The average time for a vampire to rise fully transformed was 2 days. Bella had taken 4 days. Rose had begun the process composed, horrified with the feeling of sinking her teeth through Bella's skin, horrified with the ambrosia on her tongue, filling her mouth. There had been one moment, just one black moment where Bella had lost her head, and she had fed. The blood flowed hot and delicious, unlike anything Bella had ever tasted before. When Bella whimpered in pain after the second bite, Rosalie's mind cleared. She didn't pull away. Instead, she focused on producing as much venom as possible. After that, she managed to remain composed, even when the screaming began. She and Carlyle had agreed in advance to sedate Bella, hoping it would help with the pain. Yet even unconscious, Bella screamed. When the screaming and thrashing suddenly stopped, Rosalie lost her composure. This was not what Emmett had experienced, nor what Carlyle had warned her about. According to Carlyle, Bella's transformation had been the worst. At first, Rosalie thought the silence signaled the end of the transformation. They had settled Bella under the blankets of their bed, and Rosalie sat in a chair beside it, ready for her to wake. But Bella did not rise. Rosalie sat with her arms on her knees, her eyes never leaving Bella's changing face. She remained there for a day before the worry became unbearable. She confronted Carlyle, demanding to know why Bella hadn't awakened. He could only tell her that Bella would rise when she was ready. They could hear Bella's heartbeat, so they knew she hadn't died, but Rosalie was deeply concerned that she was dying slowly and painfully. That night, unable to bear it any longer, Rosalie began to pace. As she did, she noticed something change. She hadn't left Bella's side during the transformation, watching each slight difference. To her amazement, she felt their connection strengthen. It had not grown insistent but had woven itself into an unbreakable bond. This gave her some sense of peace, but it was not enough to calm her. Eventually, unable to handle it any longer, she changed into a... Rosalie wore Bella's sweatshirt, pulling her hair into a loose knot, something she rarely did, and began to wait. It had been 4 days, a full 4 days. But it was over now. After everything Bella had endured in life, she had somehow found perfection. Rosalie had never known it was possible, yet it clearly was. Bella was perfect. Life was perfect. She was happy. Rosalie closed the gap between them. Bella leapt over a boulder and then dove over a small pond. She reached out, her hand brushing Bella's long hair. "I'm right behind you," Rosalie called out. Bella's jeans were torn from their impromptu game, and her Converse thudded on the dirt, leaving behind prints so light it was as if Bella barely touched the ground. "No way, you're too slow," Bella teased. Rosalie laughed and put on a burst of speed, but just before she could grab Bella, Bella dodged hard to the left. "Damn it!" Rosalie exclaimed, her competitive side emerging playfully. It was clear Bella had been training too much with Jasper. No, she had been training with everyone, in Rosalie's opinion. That was all life had been since Bella had finally risen, shaken but excited and healthy. She had trained with Carlisle, who had taken a short leave from work for a family emergency, to teach her how to fight the urge for human blood, which Bella seemed to barely feel. Bella had also trained with Jasper to learn how to fight and to become the best version of herself. Esme and Edward had coached her on human quirks, something Bella needed to learn. Bella had spent long hours with Alice, learning how to dress and hunt. It annoyed Rosalie that her family had taken these roles away from her. Esme had explained kindly that they weren't taking them from her, they simply wanted to be involved. Rosalie understood, but she wanted to be involved too. Everyone had understood, yet they promised that unless they wanted to take the lead, they had to let others step in. They headed to Alaska, where there would be fewer people. They planned to take their alone time in a few days. It had been a week since Bella had opened her new eyes, and this was their first chance to be alone. What had started as a peaceful walk had turned into a game of cat and mouse. Rosalie smirked as Bella dodged her again. Thinking strategically, Rosalie changed her approach. Instead of following Bella to the left, she turned to the right, moving silently. She leaped from moss to moss, then to a tree branch and onto a stone, landing lightly before shooting off. Alice might have taught Bella the basics of hunting, but this stealth was Rosalie's specialty. After a moment, Bella's grinning face turned, alerted by the sudden silence. The smile faded into a frown as she realized Rosalie had disappeared. Biting back a giggle, Rosalie landed softly in a patch of dirt before easily shimmying up a tree trunk. She had maneuvered around Bella, and while Bella's head was turned, she leaped, landing on Bella's capable back. "Got ya!" Rosalie shouted, wrapping her arms and legs around Bella, who let out a startled yell. Playfully, Rosalie bit Bella's neck. Bella feigned a shudder. "Oh no!" she cried in a playful monotone. "Please, don't drain me of my blood, mighty vampire." "I can make no promises, my little blood blister," Rosalie replied, attempting a deep and admittedly bad impression of Dracula. Bella cackled, and Rosalie couldn't help but laugh along. "You're supposed to be scared," Rosalie said, pushing her shoulder in fake annoyance. Bella shot her a dry stare, and Rosalie beamed back. It felt amazing that Bella was so much less breakable now, and she didn't have to worry. Smirking at her, Rosalie pushed off and started running. "Wait. How did you do that? You disappeared," Bella shouted after Rosalie. "I'll never tell," Rosalie called back. Bella took off after her, but Rosalie had a head start. She vaulted off a boulder, leaped into a tree, and sprang off a nearby trunk before hitting the ground. Her feet moved fast, leaving Bella behind. "Crap!" Bella cried as she jumped, not ducking enough to avoid a face full of tree branches. Rosalie howled with laughter, her speed never faltering. Bella landed clumsily, a glint in her eye and leaves in her hair, making her look wild and incredibly sexy. Too sexy, in fact. Without warning, Rosalie suddenly turned and charged at Bella, colliding with her in a powerful embrace. In less than a second, she had her legs wrapped around Bella's waist, her teeth playfully biting Bella's lip. She had been longing for this moment. Bella let out a moan as she met Rosalie, the force of their movement causing them to spin to the ground. They rolled with the momentum, kissing heatedly as dirt flew around them. They quickly separated and rolled to their feet. Rosalie gave Bella a snarling grin, her eyes fixed on her as if Bella were her prey. Bella beamed back, her face glowing and her eyes dancing with excitement. Affection surged through Rosalie, making her dizzy. With a shout, Bella launched herself back at Rosalie. Rosalie dodged to the left, but Bella anticipated the move, grabbing her and shoving her against the boulder behind her. There was a resounding crack as Rosalie's back hit the stone. She grunted from the force and mild pain, a spiderweb of cracks appearing around her shoulder blades and behind her head. Rosalie raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Oops," Bella said, pausing just long enough to flash Rosalie a cocky smile she had never seen on Bella the human. Then, her lips were on Rosalie's. The sudden kiss made Rosalie's whole body lean into Bella, who seized the opportunity to take action. Bella's hand reached around and settled firmly on Rose's backside. She groaned with delight, startling Rose out of their kiss. Rose looked down at Bella's hand, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Bella smirked back and said, "I can now, right? You don't feel like marble anymore." Rose's grin widened as she felt Bella's body against hers. She tried to hold back her response and asked, "What do I feel like?" Bella's newfound confidence faltered for a moment. "Soft. Warm." The smile that spread across Bella's face reminded Rose of the shy girl she had first kissed, melting her heart a little. Rose reached up, her fingers gliding down Bella's cheek and into her hair. "Do I?" she asked, leaning forward to tenderly trace her hand down Bella's throat, over the bite scar. A hum of satisfaction escaped Bella's throat, and her red eyes sharpened, sending a thrill through Rose. She gasped as Bella aggressively kissed her neck, her hands boldly cupping Rose's breast as if she had desired it for a long time. A jolt surged through Rose, causing her head to snap back, cracking the stone beneath her as Bella ran her thumbs over her nipples. With a playful shove, Rose pushed Bella back, sending her crashing to the ground and creating a small crater. They wrestled, both trying to gain the upper hand. Bella's newfound strength made her difficult to defeat, and soon she was on top, pinning Rose's hands with a look of euphoria. "I can't believe I did that." Rose surrendered for a moment, letting Bella dominate her. Then, like a dog asserting its place, she bit and held Bella's neck. Bella moaned and went limp. Victorious, Rose rolled them again, pinning Bella with her hips. "I hope you understand," she muttered, trailing the tip of her tongue over Bella's bottom lip, "that I am still the top here." Bella laughed, her breath shaky as Rose's hand cupped her firmly through her jeans. "Yeah, we'll see about that," Rose said with a sneer, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, we will." Bella leaned down, biting the curve of Rose's shoulder and neck hard enough to make her cry out. Bella pulled Rose in tighter. This part of them, in a life where so many parts remained undiscovered, was what Rosalie desired most but felt unfulfilled. Even after Bella's last day as a human, Rose didn't feel like she truly knew Bella's body. Now, Rose pulled Bella's mouth to hers, delivering a blistering kiss that was all tongues and teeth, filled with no fear. Her hands slipped under Bella's shirt, intent on exploring. She pushed the bra cup away without hesitation. Bella responded with a grunt, her eyebrows drawing into a look of focused attention. To Rose, Bella's skin felt much like it had before. It was still warm, though no longer hot. Bella was still softer than anything she had ever imagined. Knowing she couldn't hurt her changed everything and made it so much better. Rose kept her fingers soft, exploring and teasing Bella's nipple. Just like before, Bella's head fell back, her arms curling around Rose to pull her in close. "So, we're outside," Bella gasped in a breathy voice as Rose quickly undid the button of Bella's jeans. Rose laughed softly, recalling a private joke she had shared with Emmett. "Welcome to being a Cullen. We have sex outside so that no one in the house has to hear it." Bella's response was cut off as Rose's fingers slid into the unbuttoned jeans, under her panties, feeling the same heat and moisture she had always known. "Do I feel the same?" Rose asked, her smile soft. The kiss she placed on Bella's lips was gentle. "You feel perfect." The sudden look of nerves that had been on Bella's face faded as her head fell back, and Rose stroked her gently. "You don't have to be gentle anymore, right?" Bella asked, her eyes closed and her face serene. Rose leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss on Bella's lips. "Don't worry. I won't be." Bella's laughter faded as Rose's mouth began to explore down her stomach. She carefully pulled off Bella's jeans, making sure not to rip them since Bella still needed to walk back into the house. Rose kept her eyes on Bella's face, wanting to ensure she was okay. After all, sex was still a new experience for Bella. Rose, Bella hummed as Rose's tongue traced her belly button, while her free hand teased Bella's breast. Rose bit lightly at Bella's hip bone before letting her tongue trail down. She watched with curiosity, eager to see Bella's reaction as she tasted her for the first time. Jesus, Bella gasped, her shoulders lifting off the ground. She grinned, pleased. Rose had been afraid to do this before, worried about her teeth being so near such tender skin. But now, as she watched Bella's body twitch and her head roll back, pushing off the ground, Rose felt a thrill. Bella's hips moved against Rose's mouth, and she gasped, "Row, row," while clutching handfuls of dirt around them. Rose grinned, intrigued by what would make Bella's hands move to her. "How does it feel?" she asked. Bella paused before breathlessly replying, "New." Humming with delight, Rose's body throbbed with anticipation. She began to suck gently, her tongue working over Bella's clit. Bella's back arched, a raspy "oh, fuck" ringing through the trees. Rose slid in a single finger, and Bella's legs buckled, pulling in at the knees and squeezing Rose's arm. She added a second finger, watchful as she pulled out to just the tips of her fingers before lacing them back in. Bella's dirty hands tangled in Rose's hair, prompting an involuntary grunt of dissatisfaction from Rose that quickly faded. As she pinned Bella as best she could, despite Bella's twisting and writhing body, Rose let her tongue continue its work. Bella's heels pressed against the ground, each thrust of her hips powerful and hard to control. Above her, Bella's hands caressed Rose's hair and cheeks, reaching for anything she could touch. She gasped Rose's name repeatedly. Rose held her tight, her own body filled with need as Bella's heels locked and her hips arched off the ground. Bella began to shake. "Shit, shit, shit," Bella cried. Her usual sounds were light and soft, but this time, without worry of injury, her noises were loud. When she came, it was fast and accompanied by a growling grunt. Her legs curled in, her whole body twisting with the intensity. Rose continued her work for a moment, cherishing this new experience as Bella went limp beside her. She turned Bella's face and kissed her lazily. "Wow," Bella said. "Was it different?" Rose asked. "Yeah, it was so different." "Good different?" Bella's eyes rolled back as her head dipped to kiss Rose's neck. She kissed up Rose's neck, gently biting her ear, then moved to her lips. Rose pulled Bella into her embrace, their legs tangled, holding her tenderly close. Caught up in the kiss and the sensation of holding Bella, Rose gasped when she felt Bella's fingers on her stomach, slipping under her shirt. They both froze at the sound. Bella's touch felt different now, and Rose had not allowed herself to think about it much. Bella, her mate's touch. A small whine escaped Rose's throat. "Rose?" Bella's voice was raspy. Rose nodded slightly, and Bella's relief was evident. "I've never done this," Bella admitted, resting her forehead against Rose's and tracing patterns on her stomach. "Neither had I," Rose replied. "Really?" Bella paused, surprised. "Really, just do what you want to do," Rose said with a proud grin. Bella nodded and pushed Rose's shirt up. She leaned over, letting her lips tickle Rose's side. The sensation was different from her experiences with Emmett. The skin Bella brushed against was sensitive, more so than ever before. She gasped, feeling frustrated by the desperate sound of her voice. It was not how she liked to sound, in control and in charge. Instead, she sounded needy, as if she would do anything Bella wanted if she just kept touching her. Encouraged, Bella began to move up Rose's rib cage. "Whatever I want." "Whatever you want," Rose replied, her voice catching. "Okay." Bella quickly pulled Rose up and removed her shirt and bra. "I've wanted to do this for a really long time." She took off her own shirt, leaving herself blissfully naked. Then, she settled atop Rose and pulled her back into a kiss, her hands beginning to explore. "Tell me if I'm doing something wrong, okay, kitten?" Bella asked. Rose whimpered and nodded, speechless as Bella's mouth moved down her chest to her breast. Her head began to spin. The sensation was warm and strong. As Bella's tongue brushed over her nipple, it felt like more than just a physical touch. "Jesus wept," Rose gasped, her hands moving to Bella's hair. She felt the sensations both physically and mentally through their bond. Desire washed over her as Bella's hands skittishly played across her stomach and sides. Bella lavished one breast and then the other before returning to her neck. Rose didn't want to beg, but her body was thrumming with need. She wanted Bella's mouth on her, wanted her inside. "Bella." She growled, but Bella only laughed. Rose's nails scratched up Bella's side, as if trying to pull her closer. When Bella finally... Rose gasped when Bella ran her hand over her. As Bella finally slipped off her pants and brushed her fingers through Rose's hair, Rose's eyes widened in surprise, and she fell silent. Bella leaned back on her knees, trailing her hand over Rose's hip as she gently pushed inside her for the first time, her expression uncertain. Rose let out a loud snarl, baring her teeth as she fought to suppress a girlish moan. Bella retracted slowly, then thrust quickly, and a moan escaped Rose despite her desire to remain composed. Bella repeated the movement, and Rose couldn't help but respond, her body igniting with sensation. The bond between them sparked with joy, like electricity. Bella swirled a finger, her thumb brushing over Rose's clit. "Bella, oh my!" Rose exclaimed. Bella beamed and said, "I've been doing some reading." The rhythm shifted from slow to fast as Bella pressed her hand into Rose's lower belly, moving rapidly and forcefully. She leaned over Rose, and soon, Rose was approaching her edge embarrassingly quickly. She leaned up and kissed Bella, their teeth bumping together. "Bella, Rose started, but before she could finish, her first orgasm with Bella erupted within her. She roared, her body shaking as the sensation coursed through her, amplifying in her mind. She clutched the back of Bella's neck, needing to connect with her. It was usually not so easy or fast. Bella chuckled, swearing a little in surprise. She fell back, shocked. "Okay, I like that," she grinned. Rose laughed, covering her face in embarrassment, though it wasn't as intense as she expected. "I can't wait to see what it will be like in a bed." Bella leaned down and kissed her deeply. "What were you saying about being the top?" she asked, wiggling her fingers still inside Rose. Rose let out a sharp gasp that turned into a growl as Bella hopped up, ready for the playful challenge. Rose whimpered at the loss but glared, ready for the game. "I can't believe you got me this dirty," she said. "Hey, at least now you get to shower." "Race you." Bella took off quickly, pulling her clothes on as she ran. "Cheater." Rose shouted after her. Still, it was only a moment before she flew after Bella. Dirty and momentarily sated, with her mind feeling like a puddle, they raced back through the woods. They burst into the Cullen house, laughing and messy, with Bella smirking as she reached the back door first. "I win," Bella declared. Rose snarled, "I demand a rematch." "Sore loser," Bella teased. "Wow, look at you two," Esme laughed, holding a rag and furniture polish. Seeing that, Rose laughed and shook her head. They had seen their Denali cousins many times, but Esme still cleaned before their arrival as if they had never seen a speck of dirt, despite living in the middle of a national park. Granted, Esme's newfound cleaning spree was a nice change from the relentless task of designing a house for them, so Rose thought she couldn't complain. There had been no questions about room size or design that morning. "What have you two been up to?" Esme asked. Rose shared a look with Bella, losing herself for a moment in Bella's eyes. Needing to touch her, she reached out, and Bella's hand clasped hers in return. From the piano, Edward looked up and laughed. "What do you think, Esme?" he asked. Rose glanced at Bella, who looked like she would blush if she could. Bella brushed off her shirt a little, looking guilty at the new rip in her jeans. Bella said, glancing back at Edward. She and Rose shared the same look they had exchanged many times since Bella's awakening. Neither of them was sure how to feel about Edward now. After Carlisle had called the Denali clan to invite them to meet the newest member of their coven, Edward had finally returned, looking as though someone had. Rosalie had suspected that someone had died. She braced herself as he approached, while Bella sat with Esme, still adjusting to her new senses. He walked in and took a long look at Bella's new face. Rosalie's theory proved to be correct. It had only been Bella's blood that he had wanted. The moment he returned, everything changed. His tight expression relaxed, and he seemed confused. Within a day, he was back to the Edward that Rosalie had known before Bella. He showed no romantic interest in Bella now. A few days later, he welcomed Bella as another member of the family. He seemed interested, having once cared for Bella, asking her about her plans for Charlie and Renee, but that was all. All aggression had vanished, and the house felt much more comfortable. That was nice, yet Rosalie still didn't know how to feel. Something between them had broken. She understood where his pain came from, but there had been no apology, not yet. Rosalie scoffed at Bella's awkwardness, noticing a twig in her hair. "Don't embarrass them, Edward," Esme gently chided, making Bella look even more awkward. With a playful glare at Bella, Rosalie announced that she was going to take a shower. "I have dirt in my hair." "How did you get dirt in your hair?" Esme asked, surprised. At the piano, Edward scoffed while Bella shifted, looking guilty. "I don't know," she said. Rosalie's voice was dry as she narrowed her eyes at Bella. "The forest is a dirty place." Apparently unable to take any more, Bella shifted back toward the dining room. "I'm going to ask Alice a question about the flat." "I'll take one after." Rosalie kept up her glare even as Bella slinked away and kissed her on the cheek. "I won't be leaving any hot water for you," she called after her, her eyes on Bella's shapely figure. Bella turned back, her expression suggestive and challenging. Emmett and Esme had needed an escape from their worry about Bella. The day before Bella returned, they began working on the house. It had once been a paper factory, and together, they designed it into a large, beautiful loft in the middle of the forest. Emmett was having a lot of fun with the project, especially since he had found a warehouse in Sappho, Washington. He found that endlessly amusing, and Rose suspected it was intentional. First, her car, and now her house. She might consider keying his new car in retaliation, if she didn't love him so much. Before she and Bella moved in, they planned to take a vacation. Alice had rented them a tiny flat in Paris for 6 months as a gift. It was a city filled with beauty, just like her mate, and one Bella had never visited. Seeing the excitement in Bella's eyes as they talked about it was reward enough. Knowing they could live exclusively at night and still experience the culture made Rose even happier. She was eager to show Bella her Paris and see what she thought of the city's hidden beauty. As Rose passed the framed graduation caps on the staircase, she smiled to herself. Someone, likely Esme, had created a new line that was waiting for Bella, but it was yet without hats. They hadn't decided as a group what they would do, but Bella was leaning towards starting high school later, after the high school class turned over and the Cullens began again. Rose didn't mind. It meant more time to be with Bella, to travel, and to be a family. Opening their bedroom door, Rose rolled her eyes at the sight of a pair of Converse shoes in the middle of the floor, along with the shirt and jeans Bella had worn the night before, now soiled from when Alice had taken her out. Pressing her lips into a thin line of annoyance, she scrunched her face at the scent of animal on them. She went down to the washing machine and tossed them in. Back in her room, she picked up the shoes and tossed them into the pile on Bella's side of the closet, unable to hide her smile. She had no idea how much joy she could find from a pair of shoes left in the middle of her bedroom floor, getting dirt on her clean carpet. Her shower was quick, she didn't want to linger. She was dressing by the time Bella came up, looking a little more composed than before. "So, you're about to be mad," Bella said. Rose turned to her, taking in the guilty-looking Bella. "Why?" she asked, already suspicious. With a click of her tongue and a shrug, Bella replied, Emmett put a bumper sticker on Sappho. Rose's first reaction was her usual. My car is not, then it clicked in. He what? Bella's nose scrunched up, as if this was exactly the response she had expected. I told him that you were gonna kill him. Still as stone, Rose stared at her with narrowed eyes. What is it? She asked, her words sharp. Bella grinned, and Rose tried hard not to melt. It's a rainbow. What? And it says, raging lesbian. Rosalie stared, her mind short-circuiting. You're kidding. Nope, Bella shook her head, pushing her hands into her torn jean pockets. Stammering wasn't something that came naturally to Rose, but at that moment, nothing else seemed to come out. Turning, she started down the stairs, with Bella following. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to rip his head off and use it as a fruit bowl. What's wrong? Esme asked, startled when they stormed through. Rose burst through the garage door and immediately looked at her bumper. He put a bumper sticker on my beautiful car. She cried, the words coming out more like a sob. Just as Bella had said, there it was, a bright rainbow with flowing white letters. Emmett stood there, grinning. Beside the car, Emmett beamed at her like a child proud of a messy art project he had just made on his mother's freshly cleaned floor. Rose stared at the bumper sticker, with Bella and Emmett looking down at it alongside her. She hated bumper stickers. They were tacky. You didn't defile a beautiful car like Sappho with one. This car was meant to remain unmarked and glorious. But as she stared, her anger quickly faded into something unexpected. She let out a hiccup, and then, like an explosive sneeze, a loud laugh escaped her. Both Bella and Emmett took a step back, their eyes wide. Emmett bent slightly at the knees, trying to pretend he hadn't laughed, his face excited and waiting for the attack. Rose covered her mouth with her hand, trying to hide her laughter, but it only made her laugh louder. Rose? Bella asked, her voice soft, as if Rose were having some sort of breakdown. Rose pulled Bella in tightly, looking at the sticker over her shoulder. What's so funny? Bella asked. Rose laughed a little more, staring down at the oh-so-offensive sticker, which suddenly didn't seem so offensive. Nothing. She saw Bella looking over her shoulder at her, her face so disconcerted that Rose laughed again, hiding her face in Bella's neck. It's just that. It's that. I just think I am. Emmett punched the air. I told you she would like it. He crowed, making Bella sag and groan in her arms. All right, all right. Bella threw her hands up in the air. I still have a few things to learn. Shaking her head, Rose turned to head back into the house. Idiots, she called over her shoulder as Bella and Emmett began an argument about who had been the most right or wrong in the situation. That night was spent doing very little of anything. Rosalie made Bella clean her side of the room since they were still adjusting to sharing the space. The next day, they would have a guest. Emmett was amazed at how messy things could get in just a week. Since they didn't need to sleep, the fact that their guest room was no longer available didn't matter much. There were 5 of them, so they could easily share a room with one of the other coven members for necessities like a shower and a place to change. As Bella cleaned up, she and Rosalie argued about what was acceptable regarding Bella's messy habits. The argument ended with Rosalie playfully dominating Bella on the bed, kissing her passionately. The next morning, Rosalie took Bella back out to the cliff to watch the sunrise. It's strange not to sleep. But I don't feel tired, not like I used to, Bella said. Rosalie nodded, squeezing Bella's hand. I remember the transition to being a vampire was very hard. Has it been difficult for you so far? Bella seemed to think about it, her eyes drifting over the water. Rosalie enjoyed watching her. No, and yes, Bella finally admitted, scrunching her nose, a gesture Rosalie loved. I knew a little about what to expect. Alice, Carlisle, and Esme told me. Rosalie nodded, allowing silence to settle. She could see Bella contemplating something. What is it? I was just thinking, kitten. Rosalie cleared her throat, trying to hide her reaction to the nickname. When you kissed me here. Despite everything that had happened since then, Rosalie felt a familiar shame wash over her. She looked down at their intertwined hands, her breath catching in her chest. What about it? Did it feel like this for you inside? How could you ignore the bond so well? Bella asked, a hint of laughter in her voice. Rosalie laughed a little derisively, feeling as if Bella had forgotten their own history. I didn't ignore it. I kissed you. Yeah, but... Bella leaned over and kissed her neck, just below her ear. You didn't do much more, and now that I'm like you, that seems crazy. I had no idea about the bond, not really. It was hard, Rosalie said. Bella admitted with a nod. But it wasn't like it is now. It's hard to explain. It was more like having an itch that you can't scratch. It was like this constant tap on my shoulder. It was hard not to be near you. But it didn't feel like this solid connection, until after we slept together. I actually struggled with my desire to bite you. Bella smirked. See, I was tasty. You are tasty. Rosalie kissed her soundly. Pushing a little, she crawled over Bella, straddling her and kissing her deeply. Bella responded enthusiastically, a little grunt and whimper were Rosalie's reward. Forcing herself to pull back before she lost control, Rose scooted down to rest her chin on Bella's chest. But it wasn't like that. It was more like I needed my venom to be in you. So, you like that it is? Rose's smile faded a little, darkened by shame. She didn't want to admit just how much she did. I can smell it. Just a little, but it's there. Always inside of me now. Rosalie swallowed, feeling the specific reactions in her body to that statement. Bella seemed to know it too, Rose thought. Her grin was wide and excited. It felt like only moments before Rose had Bella wrapped around her again, Bella's jeans not even pushed down as she took her slowly. When they were done, they lay there in the sun together, enjoying the sensation of it. I get it now, Bella said. What? The sun. Why you always liked it so much. Rose chuckled. Just wait. In 50 years, it will become a tradable commodity to you. Bella laughed. Come on, you. I should probably bring you back home to meet everyone else. She stood and pulled Bella up, brushing leaves and grass off of her. When they were sure they looked presentable, they started back toward the house. There you are. Esme cried, a mother on the brink of collapse before her guests arrived. Go. Esme gave them a shove toward the stairs. Put on something clean. They'll be here any moment. Esme, it's just our cousins. Rose cried, being herded by their mother, who could be impressively strong when she wanted to be. Go. Don't worry, we're going, Bella said with a grin as she paused to kiss Esme's cheek. Esme beamed at her. They changed quickly and returned to the living room. Everyone was sitting together, some talking lightly, just waiting. Rose sat on the couch and pulled Bella into her lap. Bella gave a squawk but settled down. Rose grinned at her and held her tight, making Bella roll her eyes. Oh no, was the couch not good enough for precious Bella? Emmett teased. Of course not, Rose shot back, completely unembarrassed. My lap is always superior. Don't tease her now, Emmett, Carlyle said, wagging a finger at him. She can't help it. She just mated. Ha! Bella cried, sticking her tongue out at him. He made a move as if he were going to catch her extended tongue, moving lightning fast, but Rose slapped his hand before he could touch Bella. Ow! Hey! Suddenly, Alice's face turned toward the door, her eyes distant and wide. They're coming, Jasper announced, as if they didn't understand what her look meant. Carlyle clicked off the TV and stood, his eyes still warm with laughter at his children. Sure enough, a moment later, Rose could hear feet in the distance. It wasn't long before there was a polite knock, and the front door opened. Hello. We've made it. Through the door stepped Eleazar, hand in hand with Carmen, as he always was. Rose couldn't help but groan internally. It was like a scene from a Christmas movie, she thought, as Carlyle eagerly crossed to them and wrapped them in tight hugs. He welcomed them as though they didn't see them often, despite having spent decades living together. She watched with anticipation. Showed little interest as the mated pair laughed and accepted his greeting. "Oh!" Carmen exclaimed, realizing they were blocking the door. She stepped aside so Tanya and Irina could enter. They all looked down, removing bags and rock-climbing gear, their usual facade in case anyone caught them in the park. Unimpressed by their guests, her gaze drifted to the man behind them. She swallowed, trying to suppress a growl. She had heard that Laurent had mated with Irina, so she knew to expect him. Still, she was not pleased by his presence. Laurent, for his part, did not look completely comfortable either. Perhaps they needed some ground rules, like he couldn't come within 5 feet of. Her thoughts were interrupted by Bella in her lap. Suddenly, Bella stiffened as if struck. For the first time, she went completely still. Her breathing, still a habit, abruptly stopped. Worried, she glanced at Bella, feeling more alarmed by the look on her face. Bella's eyes were unblinking, focused on something, her hands gripping Rosalie's in a vice-like hold that genuinely hurt. "Belle," she started, but then it hit her. It was like being gripped by an old feeder hook. It wasn't a scent, it was a physical pull. It was thunder and the spark of lightning. It was the ground shaking in a grove of plumeria trees, cold water in a time-worn brook, snow on the shores. It made her skin prickle. She whipped her head around, sensing electricity, static in the air. Without thinking, her eyes closed as she took a deep breath. Like a key in a lock, something clicked into place, and her eyes shot open. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh. By the door, her so-called cousin Kate suddenly lifted her head as if someone had called her name. Her eyes did not wander around the room but instead locked directly onto Bella and Rose. The force of it was incredible. Even though she had felt it before, she knew this was different. Carmen wasn't sure she would recognize the feeling she had now. The ground beneath her felt solid and forceful. The hat and gloves that had been in Kate's hands dropped. Kate's eyes and mouth formed perfect circles of shock. Rose stared back, unable to look away. She felt confused, understanding, and horrified all at once. Kate blinked once, and her expression changed in a way Rosalie had never seen before. She knew the Denali sisters well, and it could never be said that they weren't beautiful. But had she ever noticed the ancient wisdom and regality in Kate? Kate was older than the rest of them, excluding Tanya, and that age hadn't worn her down, it had softened her instead. Had Rosalie ever looked into those eyes like this? Kate blinked again, and then, like an explosion, she erupted. Her face twisted in surprise, and her stance shifted as she opened her mouth and shouted, "What the hell?"